has taken the world by storm.
Like Elsa Blizzard-type storm.
Fans of all ages from all corners of the globe
have fallen in love with the art, the story, and the gameplay of Disney Lorcana.
One by one, the top players emerge from all around the globe.
Masterful Illumineers who know how to use their magical ink.
And they are now gathered in one place to summon, challenge, and quest their way to the top.
But only one will come out victorious.
Showcasing their skills with one day of Super Series and one day of Triple Deck Constructed.
Proving that they truly have mastered every aspect of this game.
We're coming at you live from the Walt Disney World Resort in Orlando, Florida.
For the first ever
Disney Lorcana
World Championship Tournament.
So buckle up, Illumineers, and get ready to watch the event of a lifetime.
It is time to find out who will be
The first ever
Disney Lorcana
World
champion.
Hello, Illumineers! We are live in Orlando from the Walt Disney World Resort. I'm Rebecca, and I'm here with a fantastic team, including Liam, Brandon, JD, and Baker.
Rebecca, it is an absolute honor to be here. What a journey it's been. The story so far taking us all the way from Lille in France to Atlanta, Georgia, to the North American and European Championships in Disneyland.
Oh, the first season of Disney Lorcana Challenge has been amazing, and we want to thank all the people who made this possible. Everyone at Ravensburger, the incredible event staff, the judges, and of course, all the players and the entire Disney Lorcana community.
It has been an incredible year, and it's brought us all the way to here, the World Championship. 28 players have challenged, quested, and hope to attain the title of the first ever World Champion.
It's going to be a thrilling weekend. We have amazing gameplay coming your way, player interviews, lots of exciting announcements, including 16 Disney Lorcana challenges coming at you for Season 2 around the entire globe.
I am so excited for the future of Disney Lorcana, but here today, we are looking to title a world champion, and it's going to be a fantastic day of Lorcana.
Yes, and I know that you're excited because you're a fan of villains, and we are in the reign of Jafar.
What a perfect set to see out the first season of Disney Lorcana. I could not be more excited for the reign of Jafar, but we are approaching a whole new world of competitive play. And Rebecca, I have to ask, if you were going to try to describe the act of going all the way through the Disney Lorcana season and trying to become the first ever world champion, how would you put that?
You know, Baker, I think I'd say that was a thrilling chase.
A wondrous place.
For you and me.
Thank you, Rebecca and Baker, and welcome, Illumineers, to the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship. My name is Brandon. I am joined by Liam. We will be just the one pair of casters behind the desk to bring you this exciting weekend. I cannot express how excited I am for this, Liam. How are you feeling?
Emotional, honestly. If I can quote one of my favorite Disney princesses, best day ever. I'm not gonna lie, Brendan, as I watched that footage and I reflected back on the journey that we've gone on individually as casters from Atlanta to here, and that these players have gone on, and that the Lorcana community, that all you have gone on over this last year, it made me a bit emotional because it's been an amazing ride, and it's incredible that we get to be here at Disney World to cap this off with the World Championship.
I mean,
I'm excited.
I can't think of a better place for us to be than Disney World for the World Championship. And I just think back to Atlanta, like you mentioned, where you and me started in the booth together, you know, green casters. And so excited that I'm here with you, Liam, especially, and excited that we're here for this weekend. But speaking of this weekend, we have some very exciting things to talk about, including the format that these players are going to be going through on this weekend. We're going to start on the first 3 rounds with Super Sealed. Players are going to be provided product from the last 4 sets of Disney Lorcana, and they will construct a 3-ink color-restricted 50-card sealed deck to play the first 3 rounds of Swiss. They will be best of 3. The players will also be allowed a sideboard, which essentially just means that they can put some cards to the side, and after game 1, they can put some cards into their deck and take some cards out if they want to. They do have to be within those same ink colors, but it's going to make for an exciting format, and it'll be the first 3 rounds.
I absolutely agree. I'm very, very excited for this first format. You know, Disney is all about stories and storytelling, and one of the stories of this tournament is these players are going to be asked to tackle a couple formats which they have not played in the official competitive Lorcana circuit yet. All of these players battling through over 11 challenges, about 15,000 players to get here, and this is the first time they'll be playing Super Sealed. And the fun thing about this for all of you all is Super Sealed is a format which will result in all kinds of strange cards being played, cards which you may have never seen played in a competitive format before. A deck of Super Sealed is like Merlin's carpet bag. You never know what's going to come out. But speaking of that, after Super Sealed, there's another format which these players have not played before in a competitive setting. This is Triple Deck Constructed. Now, normally, we're all familiar with the core constructed format where each player prepares one deck to bring to a tournament, and then they pilot that deck from start to finish. But in Triple Deck, these players have been asked to prepare 3 different decks, using each one of the ink colors, so all 6 inks will have to be represented. And when they sit down at the table, something really interesting happens.
Yes, these players are going to have to bench one of the opponent's decks, and it's going to create this very interesting metacall sort of mind game that's being played, where each player gets to look at the other one's deck lists, and they get to basically consider the decks that they brought and consider the decks that their opponent brought and decide which one that they don't want to play against, essentially. So I'm very interested to see how these players take that on and what strategies that have been brought into this tournament. I know that there's been a various couple strategies that these players use to build their triple decks and bring in, so excited for that. Once the players move past these 7 rounds, we are going to move into day 2, and it's still going to be the triple deck. It's still going to be best of 3, following the same rules as day 1, all the way up until the finals. The finals will be still triple deck, but best of 5, so no benching any decks. You have to win with all 3 decks that you brought, essentially winning with every ink in Disney Lorcana. And so there will be no bench phase. Players will have to win with all 3 of the decks, and I don't know. I think it's going to be a phenomenal weekend, an exciting weekend. I hope that everybody watching at home is just as excited as I am.
That's true. To be the best Illumineer, the world champion, you have to prove that you truly are the master of all 6 magical inks.
Definitely. And these players are playing for something. They're not just here for
Some
fun.
amazing prizes.
Yeah, so I want to start looking at the prizes that these players have earned for this weekend.
Starting up, so every player will receive this brand new Whole New World promo in foil, and each player is going to receive new prizes per win. So 1 win gets you a Cinderella, 2nd a Rapunzel, 3rd a Kuzco Temperamental Emperor, 4th a Baymax, and 5th another Whole New World. So every single win nets you an amazing prize, a beautiful card. There's something to play for every single time you sit down.
Yeah, and something to note, if you notice, there's no prizes past 5 until you get to top 8. That is because once these players win 5 rounds in these 7 rounds today, they're done. They don't have to play anymore.
That's right.
So after that Whole New World, that means that if they've made it to the Whole New World, the 5 rounds, they get to move on to day 2, which puts them in top 8. They earn this golden Mickey that you see on screen right now. And then after that, for the top 4, they will get a full set of the Reign of Jafar cards, including the enchanted cards.
Including the enchanted, all of them.
Which is super excited. And then after that, they get one of each Challenge Series promo. That's North America and Europe Challenge Series promos. Any of them that have been at the challenges, they get extra copies of those, which is super exciting.
For the top two?
For the top two. And then Liam, what's that coveted prize for the win?
The coveted prize is a 1 of 1. We've all seen the Golden Mickeys, 1 of 500. This is a 1 of 1 Golden Mickey, which says winner emblazoned across it with this amazing trophy. You saw a video of it there, and it's just incredible in person, I have to tell you. I mean, what a prize to walk away from, being known as the first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion and having this 1 of 1 card to show for it.
Certainly go down in history with that card and the beautiful trophy that you guys have seen through the videos as well. So I'm excited to move into the, not to the format, but into the day. We have some interesting caster predictions to get to. I know that I had some interesting picks myself, but we're going to start with Baker over here on the left, choosing Ruby Amethyst to be the most represented deck of the weekend, and choosing Frank Karsten as the person that he thinks is going to take it home.
Frank Karsten, a fantastic player. We all know him from various other TCGs, bringing his skill to Lorcana, and he is the first ever Disney Lorcana champion, taking down Leo. An excellent pick there from Baker, and of course picking one of the European players that he's super familiar with.
Yes, and then after that, we have Rebecca choosing Amethyst Emerald, a little bit of an off pick, not something that we usually see in core constructed, but as we mentioned earlier, triple deck constructed is a little bit different. You've got to build with all 3 ink colors. I think this is a pretty decent pick by Rebecca here. Amethyst Emerald lines up for some pretty great other picks for your inks as well, keeps a couple really strong ones open, and then chooses Zach Bivens, also known as sort of the people's champ, at least here in North America, one that I know a lot of people are rooting for and people were excited to see make it to this event from the North American Continental Championship.
It's a versatile ink color. It's a color you can take various different directions depending on how you build it, and it matches well into many of the other core or constructed decks that I'd like you to see, and Zach Bivens, an excellent choice. And speaking of versatile decks that you can take a number of different directions, this pairing here, Amber Emerald, there's a number of different ways you can go for it depending on what you're expecting to face, from the Chernodogs build to the discard package you have Under the Sea. It can do a lot. And JDZ choosing to take Ed Chu as his prediction for the player that's going to go the distance. If you're going to bet on a player, it might as well be the North American champion.
Yeah, I mean, Ed Chu definitely has the record for it, being a champion of a Disney Lorcana Challenge, also the winner of the North American Continental Championship, so definitely a strong player to look out for this weekend. And then, Liam, I'm going to start with my predictions. Ruby Sapphire, a deck that I think is very strong, especially in this format. One of the best control decks in the game currently. I know that everybody's sad about Hiram not being able to be used anymore, but the deck is still strong as ever. And there's a couple variations that you can play too if you want to throw in some half sharks in there as well. And then I chose Morgan Shamblin as the person that I think is going to take it all the way. I practice with him a lot. I think he has a very unique approach to the game, has a lot of, I don't know, just knowledge and intuition for the game that is needed for a world champion. And also, to be honest, he's a dear friend. I want to see him go all the way.
Yeah, all of these players are, I have to say, as you mentioned, dear friend, we've interacted with a lot of these players here today. Every single one of them, the most wonderful person, all of them incredible players, and I love them so much. But I'm going to move on to my pick because I have a kind of a spicy prediction here for the end. Look, you'll notice a pattern here among the caster predictions. Nobody picked a steel deck here, even though there's some very powerful steel decks in core constructed.
We might get to that later on why we did that.
But I think we all suspect that steel is going to be a common target to bench in the triple deck constructed format. So you all took some very great core constructed decks and left me with some other ones. But I picked a spicy pick, and I picked Blurple. It's a deck that's good on the draw. It's good on the play. And in this format, it's a deck that I think could be strong. The problem with it is it does force Ruby into kind of a color that it's not normally paired with, but I've seen some spicy Ruby Amber builds that I think could be prevalent here. I will say this, there aren't, I've taken a look at the list, I've talked to some players, there aren't going to be many of those Blurple lists here, but you know what they say, Brandon? The flower that blooms in adversity is the most rare and beautiful of all. And for my prediction, I'm taking Zansayed, a player that we're all familiar with. He is a DLC champion and a fantastic player, and his preparation second to none. So if I had to make a pick, he's my pick. But I think we all agree that any one of these players out there could take this weekend. They all deserve to be here. And even though we each picked one, every one of these players is deserving to take this down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to hear from the people that are watching, you know, post on socials, post in chat. Who do you think is going to take it home? What deck lists do you think are going to make it to the end, to the finals? Because I know we all have our predictions. You mentioned, you know, Blurple, it's a long shot because there's only one out of the 28 players that are here, but
spoiled it.
I look back to North American Championship where like Ed Chu was the only Ruby Amethyst player in the top 16 for that event. He took it all the way. So, it might be a long shot, but you definitely have a chance there.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. There's some other fun lists. I don't want to spoil anything, but there's some really, really fun lists, some really awesome players, and some great preparation that's gone on into this. So it's going to be an exciting weekend of Lorcana. You won't want to miss a match.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is amazing to think that we've gone through 11 Disney Lorcana challenges, 2 championships, thousands of players, all for them to get down to here, 28 players in the same room. They've been working on their sealed decks while we've been prepping and getting ready for talking to you guys here, and I know that we've got to be pretty close to the first round starting.
Yeah. So let's take everybody. Unfortunately, not many people here. Like, we got to see what was going on, but there's not a lot of people in the room. I want to take you all kind of into what's been happening out there while we've been waiting for this to go. We are waiting for, obviously, the super sealed format portion of the event. So all of these players have spent the last about hour furiously building their super sealed decks. They all got to pick booster boxes full of cards that they're going to use, 4 from each of the last 4 sets, and they had an hour to spread out all the cards, figuring out what they want to build, and to craft their deck. And honestly, I walked out there, and it was like you could hear a pin drop. Every single player hyper-focused on their table, trying to figure out what they're going to build, moving cards around, and figuring out the best way forward.
It was a pretty interesting experience to have, being in such a quiet room and then just hearing the flick of cards hitting the table. These players, focused on the table, figuring out what they're building. But Liam, I kind of want to go over some strategies that I had heard from the Super Sealed event. I think a lot of these players have something similar going in. I know something that I would do is I would immediately separate all of my ink colors into 6 different piles, because you can only take 3. So unlike normal sealed, where you can just play whatever cards you open out of your 6 packs, these you only have the 3 inks that you can choose from. I'd want to look at all 3 of those piles and see what I was given. In 2 of the 4 sets that these players are playing out of, being Arcasia's Island and Reign of Jafar, you've got a lot of dual ink cards, so if you pull a lot of 2 specific inks, you may be incentivized to move towards those 2 inks. Then you have a third to flex. But I think I would choose 1 or 2 of the piles that has the strongest cards in them. In sealed, typically, you're looking for cards that are evasive. You're looking for draw cards. Bodyguards can be pretty good in super sealed as well, also with removal. And so the first ink that stands out for me in that regard is Amethyst. Amethyst doesn't have the bodyguards, but it has basically everything else.
It's true, and lots of card drop.
Absolutely. Is there anything that stands out to you for Super Sealed, or any particular thing that you'd be looking for?
I mean, anybody who's played Sealed before is familiar with several different acronyms we use to pick which cards you're looking for in Super Sealed. It's a checklist almost. You want to have removal, super important. The more you can get, the better off you'll be. In this game, you want evasion, cards which are not able to be challenged except by other evasive characters. So if you have a number of evasive characters on the board and your opponent can't answer, you can run away with the game very quickly. And also card draw, because rule number 1 of TCGs, I believe, is more cards is better. You also want bombs, any big cards which will allow you to run away with the game as soon as they hit the table. You're looking for those game-breaking cards that will allow you to take games simply by their presence on the field. So that's kind of the checklist that you're looking for. And to me, I'm looking at my options. I'm trying to figure out how many of those I have, and that will pull me towards specific ink colors. Card draw, though, is always one of the things that I look for before almost anything else.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we should explain why card draw is so important, especially in this format. When players are not able to pick whatever cards they want to bring to the table, and they can only pick the cards that they're given, sometimes your resources are a little bit lower. It's a bit harder to accrue resources, and at the end of the day, this is a resource game. Cards in hand, cards in your inkwell, cards on board. And so you reach this point where you start with 7 cards in your hand. If you're on the draw, you get to draw an extra card. But every turn, you're trying to ink a card and play a card, usually. And so at some point, if you do the math, you're only drawing 1 card per turn, you're inking a card and playing a card that's 2 out of your hand. Around that 6 ink mark, you're going to start getting low on cards in hand, which means you're essentially top decking to fight back against your opponent. So if I don't have any cards in hand, or I only have 1 card in hand, my opponent has, say, 3 cards in hand, they're able to react a lot better to what I'm doing on the board and just have more options in general to give themselves an advantage moving forward.
No, absolutely true. And if you're playing to a few specific bombs or a few specific big cards to run away with the game, any card that replaces itself that allows you to move through the deck quicker, cards like I'm Still Here, for example, which gives you an effect but then allows you to immediately draw a card. Also super good and something you want to be looking for.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be looking for those bombs because, again, you're limited in how many you can put in your deck. One thing that I think players are thinking about as well is their ink curve, which is essentially the number of cards you have in your deck per each cost. We're usually trying to build some sort of bell curve, so you want not a whole lot of 1-drops and 2-drops, but enough to make sure that you have them in your opening hand. You know, when that bell curve's getting a little bit higher on that 3, 4, 5 mark, and then as you're getting to those higher end cards, especially those 6 and 7s, you definitely don't want to be playing too many of those because you may not be able to ink up that far. But like you mentioned, those bombs can be the thing that change the game. I mean, if you're playing a character that has 6 willpower, 8 willpower, a lot of strength, 4 lore, something like that, it's a little bit more difficult for your opponent to interact with, which is what makes Sealed a unique format. When you're playing Constructed, people can play Brawls, they can play Be Prepared, they can play all the steel removal cards. In Sealed, you don't know if you're going to get any of that.
Right.
You have to rely on the cards that you pulled, hope that you find some way to interact with your opponent, whether that's moving damage counters, exerting characters, or just banishing them outright. And so if you can find those bombs, lay them on board, even if you can just get one quest out of them, you know, the 3 or 4 lore might push you up close enough to get there. I mean, I know that locally as I play Sealed and Draft and other limited formats for Disney Lorcana, sometimes my opponent, you know, hits the ground running. They get up to like 16 lore or something. I finally stabilize with my characters, and all they got to do is play a couple characters with a couple lore, and if I don't have a way to interact with those, they take the game away from me before I can quest all the way out and catch back up.
Yeah. No, there's so many different considerations in this format than normal core constructed, and if you haven't played it before, it can be a little tricky. I have an admission to make, Brandon. I love Limited. It's my favorite format in other TCGs, given a very small card pool. I love to see what I can do with it. And I actually tried my hand at Super Sealed. One day I was like, I'm going to see if I can do this. I'm going to maybe film a video, time myself, and I broke open the packs, and I thought it was going to take me an hour, like it's going to take these players here. And 3 hours later, I was still trying to figure it out. I eventually put a deck together, and I'm not convinced it was right. So it is harder than it sounds. And the other interesting thing among the player pool out there, and this may be relevant here soon, we'll mention, is, you know, these players come to this format with differing experiences in limited formats. Certain TCGs lend themselves well to these formats and others don't. And so some of these players, when they heard Super Sealed was going to be a format in this event, were very excited. And some realized they had to quickly brush up on their limited skills in order to be able to navigate through these first 3 rounds to enable them to go the distance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited personally for the Super Sealed format. I think it's a great way to test these players in an area that they really, I mean, they're tested a little bit in Constructed, but not as much. I think one of the beautiful things about this weekend and the way that it's structured, and that we have a Limited that they have to play through and be successful in, and they also have Core Constructed that they have to be successful in, is they're tested in different areas of trading card games. And so if you're going to be the best in the world, if you're going to be the best Lumineer, you got to win with every ink, but you also have to know how to play out in these different scenarios. And a way that you do that in Super Sealed is being able to evaluate cards, looking at your card pool, seeing which ones have the best stats. You know, is it better to take the 1/4 2-drop or the 3/2 2-drop? Is it better to take the removal or this ink color over this ink color? And it's just a more unique way that I think these players have to express their skill and understanding of the game at a core, you know, through its mechanics, than necessarily it is knowing, okay, well, Ruby Sapphire is a really strong deck. Amber Steel is a really strong deck. I can build a deck around this particular card and exploit certain strategies through that. So I personally am super excited about the limited format for that reason, and excited to watch the first 3 rounds of it. And I don't know, I think it's just a different way, an interesting way for these players to be tested in their skill, to really show us who the best in the world is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it won't take one skill set to take this down. It's going to take multiple. And the first 3 rounds are also incredibly important. You know, to move on, players are going to have to accumulate 5 wins. And after the sealed portion, you have not, if you go 0-3 and you don't manage to squeak out at least 1 win during the sealed portion, it's going to be really, really challenging you to make day 2. And so, yeah, these first seal rounds incredibly important to these players, and it was fun talking to all of them about how much they focused their preparation on the triple deck constructed versus the super sealed, because different players had wildly different approaches, which is, I don't know, it's just fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point that you bring up. I found that a lot of players spent a lot of time focusing on the triple deck constructed format because it is a complicated format, and we'll get to that either in a minute or later in the show. But I can understand why players would want to spend a lot of time on it. Like you mentioned, if you go 0-3 and super sealed, I'm not saying it's impossible for you to make it to day 2, But at that point, it's kind of out of your control.
Margin for error is very low.
Because anybody that, like we mentioned earlier in the stream, that wins 5 rounds immediately moves on to day 2. They don't have to play any longer. And if you remember, there's 7 rounds in this tournament. 3 of those are super sealed, which means there's only 4 left in core constructed. So if you go 0-3, even if you win all 4 of your triple deck constructed matches, you're going to kind of have to rely on tiebreakers and some weird draws or things happening in the brackets and the matchups in order to make it into that day 2. So I think the players that either have limited experience in other card games or even in Disney Lorcana, it's going to help them. And the ones that spent time practicing Super Sealed in some form or fashion, even if it's just evaluating the cards that we've seen in these past 4 sets and kind of picking out which ones am I looking for, what ink colors have sort of the best card pool in general, I think those players are going to be ahead. And the players that can come out with a 3-0 record through Super Sealed, they only have to win 2 of those triple deck constructed formats to make it in. I mean, I think they're going to have a huge advantage.
I completely agree. I have to admit something to you, Brendan.
Okay.
I listened to what you were saying. I zoned out for a second because we just got handed the deck lists for round 1, including players. And, you know, we talk about storylines, we talk about players, we talk about, you know, entertainment, and we have got an incredible matchup for you in round 1. If there was a way to start, if we had to script a way to start this
is a good
challenge, we couldn't have done it any better. In round 1, we're going to have 2 titans of the TCGs, and we'll talk about them more in a little bit. But
I don't want to spoil it just yet.
Okay, we won't spoil it just yet, but these are 2 incredible players with backgrounds in numerous TCGs who bring limited and sealed experience with them. And to make it even more fun, both players have selected the same 3 ink colors for their deck. Yeah, it's fascinating,
I'm a little
right?
surprised by one of these ink colors. I'm not going to lie. Yes,
Okay,
2 of them I'm not. 1 of them I am. And we'll get to that once the players get set up. They're bringing them onto the stage now, getting them set up with their card pools and things like that. So don't go anywhere because the match is going to start shortly. But I'm very excited. 2 Titans is a great descriptor for both of these players. 2 players that I know are super hardworking in the TCG spaces. Some of them in other TCGs, very well known. One of them, one of the hardest working Disney Lorcana players that I know, is constantly practicing, has a giant team behind them as well. So I think this is going to be make for a very exciting first round.
It's true. And look, for everybody watching, just because we picked players that we thought we were going to win, that doesn't mean we're rooting for them over anybody else.
Right.
We're rooting for everybody.
That's right.
We're rooting for everybody.
Without giving much away.
So, you know, I just want to make that clear. We don't have favorites as broadcasters. We love stories and great Lorcana, but you know, we were just making predictions, but that doesn't mean that they're our favorites.
Yeah, no, and I get
just leave that there.
To give one more hint, we're just giving you guys a tons of breadcrumbs at this point. To give you one more hint, you know, I know that there's a little bit of rivalry that goes on between which side of the world is better at playing Lorcana, essentially. We have the Europeans, we have the North Americans, we also have the Oceania region, but this might be a battle between over the ponds, I guess.
To be frank, I think you're right.
Okay.
So
you don't say it's so.
I don't say, yeah. Anyway, it's going to be super interesting because as we mentioned before about how this is a different skill set for players than normal core constructed, and both these players are going to bring to bear significant experience in sealed. And so if you're looking for a demonstration of what the potential of super sealed is and what limited formats are all about, diving in, watching these players play and then diving into their selections and figuring out why they chose to put certain cards in their deck is going to be really telling.
Yeah, and just to catch anybody up, if you're tuning in right before we start this first round, we're going to go over the Super Sealed format very quickly. Players are provided product from the last 4 sets of Disney Lorcana, starting with Shimmering Skies, going to Azurite Sea, then Arcasia's Island, and Reign of Jafar. They're given 4 packs of each of those sets. They open all those packs, look at the cards, then they construct a 3 ink color restricted 50-card sealed deck to play for the first 3 rounds. It will be Swiss best of 3, which means that 3 games will be played. The winner, whoever wins 2 games, moves on to the next round, or at least moves on with a winning record, a 1-0 record. And then players will be allowed a sideboard for their deck in between games. And if I understand correctly, the sideboard still has to be within the ink colors that they have chosen. So if you choose Ruby, Sapphire, and Amber, you can add cards into your deck and take cards out after the first game. If you notice that your opponent's playing some cards that you're worried about, maybe you had some cards on the side that you wanted to save for these situations, you can take some cards out of your deck, put some in, but they have to stay within those ink colors, and then you can play with that, quote, new deck in round 2. You can even do the same, or sorry, in game 2, you can even do the same in Game 3 if it goes to a Game 3.
Yeah, and it's something else to look at. We talked all about the acronyms for the different types of cards that you want, but it's also interesting to take a look at the sets that are available. You're going to build a very different deck, and you're going to have different synergies available if you were to build a sealed deck or a limited deck out of an entire set, because oftentimes those synergies are built into that set with perhaps shift targets or, let's say, pirate synergy or puppy synergy or something like that. Having to cross sets like this means that the synergies that you find between different characters and different types of cards are going to be slightly different, and you may not get as many of those as you would like. So it's going to be really interesting to see if players can find some of those shift lines perhaps, or some of those typal synergies among these different sets of cards.
Yeah, I mean, depending on how aligned your pulls are within the packs that you have in specific sets, there are definitely themes that span across certain sets. Racers is one that I think about, Pirates as well. There's also going to be Duel Link cards that these players are going to open within the Azurite Sea, or sorry, Arcasia's Island and Reign of Jafar that might lead them to a specific direction for cards that they want to play. Something else that I think that is worth noting is these players will get to see their opponent's deck lists for the sealed format. So you might be thinking to yourself, my goodness, how are these players going to play around essentially any card that could be in these first 4 sets? And luckily, that would be a very tall order to ask.
Yes, it would.
So luckily, they don't have to do that. They are able to at least see the cards that their opponent has for their ink colors and the cards that they brought into their deck as well. So there's a lot of tricky stuff that you can do with some of these cards. Whether it's an Elsa that you can play that exerts a character to rush in that you might want to be looking out for. They're not going to be, they shouldn't be at least completely blown away by a card that they aren't expecting. But there's going to be, it's not going to be easy either, because they're having to remember all of these cards that, again, you're not normally playing with in Constructed, which is where I believe most of these players spend their time.
That's true, but the other fun note on knowing the card lists is I'm fairly certain that the players don't get to know what the other player sideboarded. So between rounds, when you switch out cards, you have to be looking and thinking based on the list you have, which cards might have been subbed in. It's a little bit of a mind game there, I feel like.
It is. There's a lot of mind games happening this weekend.
So many mind games.
And this is just the beginning, because Super Sealed, if I'm honest, I think Super Sealed is the least of the mind games happening for the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true. Triple Deck offers so many different, I'd love to talk about it at length. We're doing Super Sealed, but Triple Deck is an incredible format. I'm excited for you all to see it later, for us to experience it, because there's so many things that happen even before you draw your first card. And in fact, games and matches may have been won or lost already based on the preparation these players put in and what they chose to bring into the tournament.
Definitely. There's multiple different strategies that I was talking to the players yesterday, trying to get a feel for, one, for just how they were feeling for the tournament, also some strategies that they were able to go through. The deck lists were able to be shared amongst all the players yesterday, so there were a lot of players that were going through those themselves, considering what they brought, sort of what they might go against in Swiss for the rounds 4 and 7, and trying to decide, okay, if I'm up against this player, which deck am I going to bench in this? What deck do I think that they're going to bench from me? So there's a lot of mind games that go on here, and just to remind anybody, again, if you're joining the stream a little bit late, we're about to get into the first round that will be Super Sealed, but after that, we do have rounds 4 through 7 once we get through rounds 1 and through 3. Triple Deck is an open deck list format, so again, like we mentioned with the Super Sealed, where they get to look at each other's deck, see what they're playing, you get to see all 3 deck lists that your opponent has brought. All of the decks have to encompass every ink, so if you're playing Amber Amethyst, you can't play Amethyst Ruby, for instance. All 3 decks that you bring have to use all 6 of the inks available to play in Disney Lorcana. Each player will select one of their opponent's deck to bench before game 1. I believe this is after the die roll as well, to decide who goes first. So essentially, this is the structure. The players are going to sit down across from each other. Mm-hmm. They're going to roll a dice to see who goes first, who goes second. Before they choose who goes first and who goes second, I think. Actually, now I'm getting a little confused.
They know who goes first, and then they
bench, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to fix it. We'll make sure we know. Yeah, that's the one twist, but yeah.
And so after they do that, each player will select one of their own remaining 2 decks to play once each opponent picks one to bench. The loser of game 1 has the option to switch decks to the other deck for game 2 if they want to, but the players must win with both of their non-bench decks in order to move on through the match. So essentially, you only have to win 1 game with each deck that you brought. It's not like normal core Constructed that we're used to in Disney Lorcana Challenges, where you bring 1 deck and you have to win 3 games. In this case, you brought 3, one's going to get benched, then you just have to win 1 game with 2.
And the interesting, if you're not mathing this out yet, the interesting thing about this is, unless multiple players happen to bring the same exact deck list and they happen to play each other, every single game of Lorcana that you will see during Triple Deck Constructed will be different. You're not going to see the same game twice, which is wild.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting thing that I'm looking forward to, Liam. Although some of the players brought a triage, is that the right word, of decks?
Sure, trio.
triage of decks in the sense of which deck colors they paired together for the 3 decks that they have. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of mind games that are happening. There's a lot of players that have brought different versions of those decks as well. So even if players are pitted against each other that are playing the same 3 decks, their triple decks, like you mentioned, all of those decks are going to be different. The deck lists aren't the same. It's going to be unique. Even the deck lists that have the same ink pairing may be 2 totally versions of those decks, right? One might be more aggressive, one might be more control. You're going to have completely different cards, and the players, based on who's going first, based on what what deck they think that their opponent's going to ban and which decks they think they're most favored into, have to make that decision on what deck that they are going to bench on the other side, and then play from there.
That's true. Well, those are the 2 formats. That's Super Sealed, followed by Triple Deck. I can't wait to watch this whole event. We're starting with Super Sealed, and just, again, for anybody joining us late, we're about to get to the player profiles. Players are sitting down. They're getting ready. I'm sure the nerves are, are high, but we are going to watch an incredible matchup with 2 incredible players. One of the fun things about Lorcana is you have multiple types of players who play this game. There's a vast pool of players who are experiencing their very first TCG. In fact, there are a couple players out there I talked to where Lorcana is their first TCG. So to go from experiencing this hobby for the first time to be here at the highest level of competitive play is incredible. And then you also have a number of players with a wealth of TCG history and background, names from other games, who have come over to Lorcana to experience the magic that it has to offer and now find themselves here in this room. And we're going to see 2 of those players in the very first round. And again, we couldn't have scripted this any better.
No, I don't think so. I'm excited to share this with you guys. We are just a couple minutes away from being prepared for the first round. I think it is very motivational, inspiring even, to bring up the thing that you said about some of these players that are in this room, the best Lorcana players in the world. They've played multiple TCGs in the past. They've played Disney Lorcana since the very first chapter. They know what they're doing. But then there's other people that this is their first TCG.
Their first one.
Some of them, they didn't even go to that many challenges. Some people had their qualification through the Continental Championships, either that being through North America or Europe. And so, anybody sitting at home that says, hey, this looks really fun, maybe one day I can make it there. You can.
You can.
You can.
You'll be right out there.
There's people here today in this room that don't have any prior experience or who does have lots of prior experience in previous games and has used that knowledge to bring them to this spot. But I think it's amazing that we have players from all across the globe, of all different regions, in the same room playing this game.
All brought together by this card game. It's really incredible.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
So, and we want to know, if you're watching out there, what are you excited to see? What are you looking forward to seeing? Who are you looking forward to seeing? What triple deck lineup would you have brought in? Share it, let people know. We want you to experience this as if you were here in a way. Let us know what you would have brought, and we'll see if your predictions play out.
Yeah, I'm very...
What would you have brought?
What would I have brought?
What would you have brought?
For triple deck?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a very complicated answer.
Oh, no.
because you have to think about what strategy you're taking into this weekend. I think one of the strategies that we've heard of and that is pretty popular is basically ban Steel. Steel got some cards.
I don't want to see it. It's got all the removal. I don't want to see it.
Yeah, it's got all the removal. Songs are very, very good, especially when you play them in a deck that can utilize them with singers, whether that be Emerald using cards like Ursula Deceiver of All, or Amber using all the singers that they have in that ink color. But essentially, one of the strategies is ban Steel. Because then you don't have to worry about the removal that they have. They've got some really great cards that were released in Random Jafar, Beyond the Horizon being one of them.
Beyond the Horizon.
They can cause for some very one-sided games if you get the correct cards. And they just say, okay, I don't want to worry about this all weekend. I'm going to ban Steel no matter what ink pairing it is with. And then I'm going to build my decks in a way so that I don't have to worry about it. All those characters that have 1 willpower that I'm always worried about being banish by let the storm rage on or fire the cannons or anything else, I can play them because I'm not worried about steel. And so you build your decks in a way to, in a room where you know you're not going to have to face steel all day. Another thing that you can do, which I think some of the players did this weekend as well, is you can just pick 3 decks that you know are strong decks on their own. So this is sort of
it's the main approach, the standard approach.
The standard approach, because I know that these players did a ton of testing in regards to, okay, I know that I can bench a certain deck. Does that open up anything crazy in the format that I couldn't normally play in Core Constructed, because you can't choose what decks you're playing against. You have to play against all 6 inks, or at least be prepared to play against all 6 inks. So the idea is to bring 3 decks that are already normally strong and play those to the best of your ability, essentially. Tech for certain things that you might be worried about, or certain things that you think that the room is going to bring. One thing that I noticed looking through some of the deck lists from the players last night was that there's a lot of players that basically have one deck whose sole purpose is to be aggressive.
Oh, the aggressive. I was going to say to be banned.
Well, that too.
Here's green steel. You can ban it. Yep.
Yeah.
But these other 2.
And so some people may come into the room and say, okay, I'm expecting a lot of people to have a deck that they want to win on the play. Whether they lose or win the die roll, at some point you're going to get to play on the play, because if you win the die roll, you can choose to play on the play. You play your aggro list, you win by turn 4 or whatever.
Yeah, let's go game 2.
And then you go to game 2, or if you lose the die roll and you lose your first game, then you can choose to go on the play on the second game, and then you can do the same thing. So some people may have a strategy to go against that. Personally, to answer your question, Liam, what I would have done, I think I want to come in and just try to be the best player that I can be. I don't want to try to make any wrong predictions. I would like to stay kind of safe, which is totally against how I normally play things. If I'm going into a DLC, I'm looking at the strongest deck and trying to say, okay, how do I beat the strongest deck? And I'm trying to counter that. But because we honestly don't have a lot of data on a format like this, where you're bringing in 3 decks, it's hard for these players to know what to predict in the room, especially because there's only 28 players here. So I probably would have brought something like Ruby Sapphire, Amber Steel, and Amethyst Emerald.
A standard lineup, and I think we're going to see a lot of that. But Brandon, I am excited to tell you we are ready to get into our first match.
Yes!
We're ready to introduce our players. The first one, it's a player that you know. It is Zan Syed, the winner of Disney Lorcana Challenge Las Vegas. His favorite deck is Emerald Steel. It's a deck that he's known for. He has many, many years of competitive experience. His favorite Disney character is Mulan.
Yeah, not only the Las Vegas Challenge winner, but also took 3rd at the North American Championship. So not only did he have an invite to Worlds through Las Vegas being the winner, but also he didn't earn an extra invite. It got passed down, but essentially would have earned an invite going through there. And so he is going to be the representative for North America on this match. But let's move on to player 2 and see who's going to represent Europe. All right.
Go ahead.
We've got Frank Karsten coming from the Netherlands, the Lille Challenge winner, the very first ever Disney Lorcana Challenge. So technically the first ever Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. His favorite deck being Amber Steel, the deck that he won at Lille during that weekend. He has a PhD in mathematics. He is the man behind the math, the person that everybody knows in TCGs, not just for Disney Lorcana. He does all the calculations. I was talking to Frank a little bit earlier yesterday, and he said like the most Frank Karsten thing that I've ever heard, which was essentially, he goes, I have a 4% chance to win this whole thing. I'm going to go in. I'm not expecting anything. I'm just going to play my best, which I thought, was pretty funny from the dude that does all of the math. And his favorite Disney character is Gyro Gearloose.
Yeah, I asked him about this. It's a comic that's popular in the Netherlands that he read a lot growing up, and it inspired him. It got him into Disney, and so that's a character that he holds near and dear to his heart. Here we see the players looking through decks, checking deck lists. They're preparing here. As we said earlier, they're going to get to know what's in their opponent's deck before they play them. And what an incredible matchup. You couldn't script a better opening. It's one of the European Titans versus one of the North American Titans, and these players bring a lot of skills to bear. And I don't know about you, Brendan, but I just saw a shiny card slip by there in Frank's deck that Zan's checking out right there.
Yeah, something that I'm excited about is, so one of the ways that that this worked for the players is essentially all the packs were open beforehand, and they were given all of the cards in a pool to work with. And so I was asking the judges yesterday that helped open the packs so that all of this was randomized and fair and all that good stuff. And I was like, hey, you guys open any enchanteds? And they were like, oh yeah, we definitely open some enchanteds. They're like, we don't know who they're going to. We don't know if they're going to use them, but they're definitely allowed to use them if they want to use them for play. And so selfishly, I want to see some enchanteds being played and some foil cards and really shiny stuff. One thing that I want to mention also is they're looking through each other's decks. Like you mentioned, they have the same 3 inks that they chose for this sealed portion of the tournament.
Yeah, I'm looking. Ooh, I just saw a Genie go by. That's a big card in this format. It's evasive. It draws you a card. Quest for 2. I've got my eyes on this deck, seeing if we can glean anything as we get closer to the match starting here. There's a Twin Fire. That's some good removal there. Monstro in that deck. Oh my goodness.
Removal through.
Removal. Hot Potato. Some more removal. I think Twin Fire. Merryweather. This is a spicy deck list. There's some big cards in here. Frank gets a couple of them on the board. It could be game changing.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier in the stream, you want to be looking for evasives, you want to be looking for interaction, you want to be looking for removal as well, and all 3 of these ink colors provide that. We've got some evasive characters through Amethyst and Emerald. We also have some steel characters that gain evasive on their turn, which isn't evasive in itself, but it does help you combat against any opposing evasive characters that might enter play. Amethyst has cards that allow you to move damage counters around. Emerald lets you bounce cards either back to your hand or your opponent's hand, kind of depending. One card that I noticed Zan flipping through on the deck there was Magic of Dispel. 5 cost evasive character lets you bounce some of your characters back to your hand and allows you to draw a card. We talked about card advantage earlier today as well on how important that is in the sealed format, because the more cards you have in hand, the more cards you can ink, the more cards in your inkwell, the more cards you can play. Or even if you're not trying to ink a whole lot more and you're happy being at 6 or 7 ink, then you're able to play, you have more options to play from your hand to react to your opponent.
And these players are timed as they're looking at the deck. They have about 90 seconds left to finish memorizing whatever they can from their opponent's lists. Another card I want to highlight that we saw, a Mufasa Among the Stars in Frank's list. You know, dual color inks offer the drawback that they have to be paired in a very specific color, but if you manage to play them, then they can give you incredible value for their cost. Mufasa Among the Stars, a 7-cost card, so difficult to get on the board, but a 5/7 with evasive and resist 1. And a format where you're oftentimes relying on damage-based removal, because some of that direct removal isn't available unless you happen to draw a Glimmer versus Glimmer or something in Ruby. Those resist characters can loom rather large, especially if they have evasive.
Yeah, you're definitely right about that. Any way to essentially create positive trades for yourself is going to be super important in this format, because unlike Constructed, where you're able to turn the tides through cards that you pick, there's going to be a lot of characters that sit in play, and you're really only safe to quest with characters that you know might be able to survive a challenge, or you might be able to make a favorable trade with. So stats like resist are going to be super important. Stats like bodyguards, that you're safely able to quest with your characters, knowing that your opponent's going to have to challenge through something else. All of those things are going to be vital for both players in this first round.
Absolutely. So they're just finishing up. We're getting to the end of what they can look at. Every player taking the maximum amount of time to kind of memorize what's in there, take a look, try to figure out the curve of the list, its game plan, what it's trying to do, and especially to remember some of those bombs and those cards they have to play around. The removal especially will be important to remember, or characters with rush that your opponent will be able to play very quickly to respond to your board state without you being able to respond. Also probably trying to remember some of the evasive characters so they know which removal and characters that they need to look for, trying to develop their game plan as they're scanning their opponent's deck list.
There's also a lot for both of these players to think about in regards to what cards they're finding. So one of the cards that I saw, I believe that is in Zan's list, was Everybody's Got a Weakness. It's an Amethyst card, it's an action, and I think it can be a really tide-turning card. I think Frank is holding it there at the top of the deck or close to it. It essentially allows you to move 1 damage counter from all of your characters onto an opposing character, and you get to draw a card for every damage counter moved. And as we mentioned earlier, there's going to be a lot of challenging happening, a lot of trading. The trades aren't going to be as clean as you might find in something like Constructed, where characters are just banished. There's going to be characters that are left in play that have damage on them. And so Amethyst being an ink that lets you move damage counters, I think is going to be really important. But, you know, cards like that specifically, if Zan has it in his deck, Frank's going to have to consider when he's making challenges. You know, do I get rid of the damage counters on Zan's side of the board in case something like this happens? You know, if Zan's on 1 card or 0 cards and he top decks something like that where he's able to refill his hand, remove one of Frank's characters at the same time, that could be a tide-turning play in the match.
I mean, that's a game winner. If you set it up properly, you get 4 damage counter shifted, draw 4 cards, that can win you the game right there. That's one of those bomb plays that Zan now knows that he has to play around to make sure that Frank doesn't set up that combination. Players shuffling now, each other's decks. Quick pile shuffle there, make sure everything's good and randomized there. A couple more shuffles. And the intense stare on both of their faces. These are both competitors who have played in many, many high-level TCG events. And so the stage is nothing new to them. And you can see the focus there as they as their gears are turning, figuring out what they want, ideally, their first 4 turns to be.
This is going to be a huge mental challenge for all of the players this evening, today, going through these first 3 rounds of Super Sealed. I'm looking at like Zan's face right now, Frank's face. I can just see them considering, okay, what cards am I looking for in my opening hand? What cards do I have to be concerned of for my opponent in their opening hand and later in the game? It's a lot to consider, a lot to hold in your head just momentarily for this first round, because after this first round, you got to move on to somebody else, and you got to do this all over again with somebody else's deck.
That's true. The cognitive load that it takes this day between Super Sealed and Triple Deck Constructed is super important to consider. These players, have a lot to think about throughout the day and can risk burning out mentally early. An interesting note from Frank, by the way, I read an article by him who we was talking about his Steel Song deck, and one thing he mentioned is he didn't like running copies of Bare Necessities because looking at his opponent's hand gave him information that he was forced to remember, and that little bit of extra knowledge he considered not worth the cost. And so Frank is somebody who thinks about cognitive load and mental stress very, very carefully as he prepares for these events, and it's something that he thinks about. The other thing to note as players shake hands is both these players know each other. They know their play styles. They know their facial expressions even. These are not strangers playing each other. And it's another interesting storyline here. And Brandon, as we look at the cards in hand, I have to say we are underway in the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship. It's Zan Syed versus Frank Karsten. What do we see as they start their hand altar here, Brandon?
I couldn't be more excited for this first round of the Disney Lorcana World Championship. As I'm looking at both players' hands, we see Frank Karsten has a Genie in hand, which would be a great turn 4 play. An evasive character lets you draw a card, replaces itself. I imagine both of these players are looking for some decent curve. It looks like Zan has a 2-drop in hand, a 3-drop, a 4-drop Bruni, which is an evasive character. Looking for these evasive characters. Pull the lever. Can be a really good card in this format as well, especially if you were able to find wrong lever as well. A little bit of extra card draw. Interested to see what we find here. Frank, it's 2 drops that he's considering putting back, I believe. Holding 2. We have a Jim Hawkins in hand. Not sure which of these piles he's keeping. And a Twin Fire, that's removal that you might need as well. Can deal 1 damage to 2 characters.
A very powerful card in this format, but we are going to send it away here. It is uninkable, so it restricts your options, a card that you hope to find maybe later on when your opponent's board's gone a little wide.
And I think Zan is sending back 2 cards as well. I missed which ones they were, but I did see him draw into 2. And we are just underway. As soon as these players finish altering their hands and shuffling their deck, we are going to get into this first round of the Disney Lorcana World Championship.
And a little shout there from Lorcana Villain in the background. Everybody here is very excited.
I wasn't sure who won the die roll.
We'll find out here shortly.
Couldn't see it earlier.
All right, both these players. We see Jim Hawkins there going to the Inkwell for Frank. And no turn 1 play.
No turn 1 play. I am Liam, I don't think Super Sealed and you necessarily need a turn 1 play.
You don't. In Limited, it's less important. Oftentimes, a lot of players will say, so definitely going a little bit slower is totally fine.
Zan considering his options here, pulling forward a Sisu, maybe something to ink, an expensive character. Looks like we're not going with the Sisu.
And we'll ink a card, pass back over. No answer from Zan. Back over to Frank.
Honey Lemon going into the Inkwell. Not useful right now as there's no exerted characters that you could gain a lure from Frank, but we are going to play a Helga Sinclair.
Great card on turn 2. It has a high willpower. It's going to be difficult to remove. It'll probably quest for a little bit of lore, but also offensive, can answer any bigger cards that Zan plays with its Challenger 3. It's also an anti-evasive character, and we talked how important that stat is in this format. This is a card that will be able to answer early evasive characters. A great defensive play for Frank there early on.
Yeah, I feel like you see more of these evasive characters coming into this. This is turn 2 for Zan, but once you get into turn 3, turn 4, you can start throwing a lot of evasive characters out there. So doing anything to stop that will be good.
And a perfect example here. One of the things that might indicate Frank's game plan, we did see a number of high cost, like bombs, as I would describe them in this deck, cards that if you get them on the board, they're very difficult to remove. The Mufasa Among the Stars being one of them. So Frank, perhaps with a defensive game plan here, hoping to keep Zan from driving his lore total as he can get towards the later game and drop some of those bombs on the board. We have Shenzi on turn 3, a 2/3 evasive.
Again, we talk about how important these evasive characters are in the game, and Frank has this Genie in hand to follow it up on turn 4 as well. If Frank is able to get a couple of evasive characters in play and Zan's not able to respond, he could take a really early lead, and it might be just enough for him to take this first game.
Again, that evasive starts to loom large here.
Orville coming down. 4-3. I don't think Orville has evasive unless a Bianca's in play, though.
Yeah, card that can gain evasive. I'm not sure if he's running a Bianca in his deck. Something we'll be excited to see if Zan managed to scoop that up to get that advantage out of Orville. Nevertheless, it's a card that can answer Helga if Helga challenges or quests.
And this is kind of the awkward scenario that we find ourselves in where Zan doesn't want to quest with something like Duchess because that Helga Sinclair can challenge it cleanly. Banish, and we do see the Genie come down from Frank Karsten here.
Fantastic turn 4 play. This is a card that's very, very powerful, even in core constructed formats. We saw it all over the place. So to find it in limited is fantastic. It's evasive. It draws you a card. More importantly, it quests for 2 lore.
Yeah, when I look at Frank's hand, I'm just seeing a full hand of characters that either have evasive or have evasive on the start of their turn. I've caught a TikTok that's in there, which is a very big character. I believe has evasive on your turn.
That's true.
Looking at Zan's hand, we do have a Bruni that we could play soon that is evasive, but Bruni is only a 2/2, so not going to be super helpful against this 2/3 and 2/4 evasive character that Frank has on his side of the board.
Answering these evasives early will be super important. Let's see if Zan managed to find something to do with it, or perhaps if he has a sneaky Bianca in his hand. I haven't managed to see that'll allow him to unlock Orville there.
I think Frank deciding if he wants to quest with any characters this turn. Choosing maybe to quest with the Shinzi.
We have the first lore on stream of the Disney Lorcana World Championship. Frank going up to 1 with the Shenzi.
See if Frank passes over to Zan, and it looks like he will, keeping this Helga readied in case Zan decides to exert anything on the next turn. So we move over to Zan, he draws his card for turn. We'll see what he decides to play. Should have 4 ink to work with as well on this turn once he inks a card. Or Bernard. Okay, so Orville, if there's a Bianca or Bernard in play, then Orville can gain evasive.
And I'm not surprised these players are taking a lot of time to think through these turns. In Core Constructed, you know the script of your opponent's deck oftentimes, and you know the script of yours as well, and some of these turns become pretty routine. But here, Zan has to think about every single possibility, everything that he saw, and so taking time to think through what Frank's answers could be to some of his moves. And on his side, another Iago, fake Flamingo coming down. It's a 2/4 with evasive.
Another evasive character. We can definitely see that both of these players understood which cards were going to be most powerful in this format. But Zan can't do anything yet. Frank has built a very strong card. Oh, and a Luis. I think this is a really good card for Frank here, potentially. Luis, maybe not this turn, but when you play Luis, you choose a character, and they gain Reckless, and Luis enters Exerted. So you're essentially forcing your opponent to challenge into Luis with a character. Could cause them to banish with their characters.
It's not removal, but it's sort of removal, or it can act as removal, but it also shuts down your opponent's questing. Perhaps there's characters like Iago, which if you quest with them, give you an ability. You can prevent that from happening by forcing Iago to spend his turn challenging instead. A pretty powerful card. It's become kind of popular in Core Constructed as well.
Yeah, it's just a way to disrupt your opponent, honestly. Even if it doesn't, banish anything, it exerts something, which can kind of start this series of events that you're looking for in locked up boards. But we are going to see Frank quest here with Genie and Shinzi going up to 4 lore, building a little bit of a bigger lead.
Ooh,
and playing that TikTok.
There's that 5-cost TikTok. Relentless Crocodile. He's hunting Captain Hook, and he's also getting evasive on your turn, can answer evasive threats. He's a big body at 5/6 in the 5 slot, a card that's difficult to remove with damage-based removal.
Yeah, we see the difficulty that Zan is having here, and that the evasives that he does have to play just don't have the stats like Frank Carson has on his side of the board. Even just Frank Carson's evasive characters through Genie and Shinzi, they aren't able to be banished by the evasive characters that Zan has available to him. And even if Frank wants to challenge one of Zan's exerted characters, he can challenge them with his characters like Helga and TikTok that can challenge evasive characters. But Iago is going to quest, which means that the next he can pay 2 less for the next action he plays this turn, so Zan's going to follow that up by a pull the lever, only having to pay 1 for it and deciding to draw 2 cards. It is a Genie that we see being drawn as well. A pretty strong evasive counter. Another one of those steel cards that has evasive on your turn.
An excellent play there. Yusuf pulled the lever, getting 2 cards for 1 ink. Fantastic value. Frank has managed to draw at least 1 card off of the cards he's played, so Zan finding cards to keep his game going, really important. Fantastic play there.
Zan still has plenty of ink to work with on this turn. I think we can ink up to 4.
We have a few evasives available to play.
Looks like we're going to play that Genie, considering playing the Genie that we drew off of the pull the lever, and we are. That 3/4 Genie that can at least stop the Shinzi from questing. Or if we want to use the Iago and the Genie on the next turn, we could banish Frank Carson's Genie Wish Fulfilled.
Just evasive after evasive, we see how important this ability is in this format. Both players understanding the assignment here, loading their decks up with them, and a little bit of an evasive off.
Another difficult thing in this format is you start realizing that the boards start getting really big, and you have to start doing a lot of math in your head on, okay, if I exert this character, if I quest with this character, my opponent can challenge with these characters to make this trade, and you have to consider any removal or tricks that they have in their hand that they can use to take advantage of that. They can get really difficult and get to sort of a locked board state where it's difficult for you to quest with your characters and make any lead, as we see both players have 4 characters out on board already.
Let's see, Frank thinking through his moves.
Wondering if Frank is thinking of challenging or questing here, as the Shinzi and Iago both have evasive, so they can challenge each other.
Will challenge into the Iago, it looks like.
Going to put 2 damage on the Iago, and Shinzi takes 2 damage as well. Do we have a damage moving effect? We are going to see Panic being played, which means we can move the damage off of Shinzi, healing Shinzi and banishing Iago. These are where those combat tricks come into play, gaining tons of advantage.
Fantastically, that 2/3 stat line for Shenzi paying off here, shifting that damage over. We talk about, removal. Sometimes there's tricky removal, like in this instance, Panic here coming down, sliding those damage counters over. Fantastic play, and we talked about the board states building up. Frank now, his board looking quite a bit wider than Zan's, but back over to Zan for the response here in a second. As Frank will ink a Louise, we talked about the power of that card. Frank choosing to make it ink instead, building up his resources here for the endgame.
Yeah, this is the critical point in these matches. Oh, okay, we do see a Hades being played. This is a bomb, as we talked about earlier, an uninkable 6-cost character that comes into play. When he is in play and your characters are banished on your opponent's turn, you gain 2 lore. So if Zan can get this Hades in play, then Zan might be able to start turning cards sideways if he thinks he can catch up with Frank Carson. The issue in this scenario is that, as you can see, Frank Carson has 5 characters on his side of the board, also has the way more lore than Zan does per character, with Genie having 2 lore, Panic having 2 lore as well. Also, you have really big characters like TikTok. It's fun to see Frank here exerting or having quested with TikTok on the last turn, because he's basically saying, look, you can challenge TikTok with any of your characters because TikTok doesn't have evasive on your turn, but any characters that you challenge TikTok with are likely going to be banished, and it's going to take you at least 2 unless you have some tricks up your sleeve to banish this card. So if you want to use some cards to get rid of my 5/6, you can. Otherwise, I'm going to quest with these evasive characters pretty safely.
Yeah, it just becomes kind of a math problem at this point when you start to add up the amount of willpower on Frank's side of the board. Some very high willpower characters for their ink slots, 6 + 4 + 3. That's a lot of willpower to deal with, and you total up the strength on your side, and it's not close to enough.
Zan taking some time here to do that math, consider cards in hand, figure out what it is we want to do on this turn, trying to catch back up, get a little bit more control over the board, because we need to clean up some of the stuff that Frank is doing. We see just how powerful these evasive characters are for Shinzi. Genie being able to quest essentially for free every turn. Shinzi could be challenged this turn by Zan's Genie. We are going to see the Pete enter the Inkwell. We're going to see a Bruni being played for 4.
Delightful little card. It has evasive, and he replaces himself if he's banished. And a Megabot coming down. This item obviously enters play exerted. You can banish this item, choose one, banish a chosen item of your opponent's or yours, or banish chosen damage character. So again, some tricky removal, something can be used to efficiently remove a big character. You talked about how difficult TikTok is to remove and challenge into, but Megabot's a card that can get it done.
Yeah, any form of interaction in Sealed is welcome. Megabot is one of those ways. We are going to see Genie challenge Shinzi. So Genie's going to take 2 damage counters, but at least get rid of one of those evasive characters for Frank. Frank is building up quite the lead, though. Oh, and that is a big card in Frank's hand. That 7 cost. Might see him played on this turn. I believe we're at 6 ink for Frank, but we are getting a little bit low on cards. So we'd have to ink a card, play a card. That would only leave 1 in hand. But you're also putting another big character on board.
And we see that, as you pointed out, hand size starting to run, a little bit low. We ink a card, we play a card. Unless you can start replacing them eventually, your decisions become limited, your options become limited. But again, it's so tricky right now thinking, what's in your opponent's deck. As the game goes on, they're likely to draw into cards that you're not hoping to see. So trying to figure out what the game plan is, what options your opponent has available, and then doing the math on this board state.
It gets really tricky. We see Frank picking up Helga here, deciding if we want to challenge Zan's Genie. But then, if we challenge Zan Genie with our Helga takes damage. That opens up Zan to challenge our Helga with something else. Potentially trying to decide how he wants to banish Genie on Zan's side of the board. Also, knowing that Megabot is in play, it will be readied on Zan's turn, and so whatever character is damaged at the end of your turn, if you're Frank, Zan can use Megabot to banish Megabot and then banish the chosen damaged character. It makes making these trades a lot more difficult because you don't get as much value even if you survive the challenge. Looks like Frank is going to choose to challenge Zan's Genie with Helga Sinclair here.
She's a great challenger, not so great on the defense, but Frank valuing that trade there.
Zan going to push his lure, questing for 5, going all the way up to 12, past that halfway mark in this first game. At this point, Frank just has to keep playing cards, keeping cards healthy.
Things start to become tight at this point. Again, without a lot of direct removal, without cards that banish characters outright, specifically ready characters. If you get too close, if you allow your opponent to get too close to 20, all they need to do is play a character and let it sit ready and then quest next turn. Speaking of high value questers, here's a character that quests for 3.
Yes.
It's Adia, Fang General, 7/7 quest for 3. Heavy, a lot of willpower there, very difficult to remove. A card that perhaps Zan now is calculating, hey, that Megabot would be awful nice to remove that Adia if it's vulnerable. But that character, though, likely to get a quest in that turn unless Zan has some sort of answer for it. It's going to get Frank even closer to victory. This is kind of a tough board state at this point.
Yeah, that's the things that Zan has to consider at this point, where he's like, okay, we have this big 7 cost 7/7 on the other side of the board. It's going to be difficult to get rid of with any challenges. He might have been looking to use this Megabot on this turn just by banishing a character and then using it to challenge. We do see that Miss Bianca.
He had it. I wonder how long.
He has the Bianca, able to play it. Now Orville has evasive for the turn. We can finally get rid of this Genie that's been questing for 2 lore every turn since it was played. Now we can start to clean up pretty nicely for Zan.
Oh, that Bianca is so huge, unlocking that Orville's evasive ability, challenging into that Genie. That's a great trade. That Orville sitting there kind of innocuous for most of the game and finally being used to great effect here. Zan taking a turn to play that Bianca. Fantastic play. Back over to Frank. Frank still has 4 lore available. He'll be able to sneak in another 4, going up to 16, but the board state starts to look better. And look at that.
We do see the shiny card.
Oh, my goodness. And, this is, if you were to script a card that you want to draw in the late game, like a 7 cost uninkable, this is where you want to draw it. It's the end of the game. You've accumulated your resources. You're looking for a closer. It's a brilliant brilliant card to draw here, and a shiny one to boot.
This card also has a ton of lore on it, by the way, which might be just enough to push him over the edge because, as you mentioned, we have 4 lore on board this turn. I think Frank has to make the decision of, okay, am I just going to start running and see if I can finish the race before Zan can come back or not? It looks like we are going to play this Arthur 3/6 with 3 lore, being able to give a character challenger and resist, can challenge ready characters on the turn as well. It looks like he's going to choose TikTok for that. But we'll see if TikTok challenges or quests. Arthur doesn't have quite enough lore to push us to victory if we just quested everything this turn, but it looks like we are going to quest. Gain 3 lore here for Frank, pushing him up to 15. We'd go to 16 with TikTok, and then if Zan isn't able to get rid of most of the stuff on this board.
Frank, taking a look here. Yeah, that's the decision. Do you banish? Do you go to 16? Looking at the responses, doing the math. If anybody can do math in this game, it's Frank Karsten.
Yeah, I think Frank's trying to decide, okay, how can Zan get rid of this board currently? Is there any, I mean, something else to think about, you know, with this Megabot in play, if there's a way that Zan can even move damage counters onto this Arthur, Zan could theoretically challenge. He can't get rid of everything just through challenging, but could do some damage, banish this Arthur before the Arthur even gets to quest.
At this point, as far as lore goes, either that Arthur or that Adia will do. We will quest with that TikTok, go to 16. That means we'll need to remove one of these 3 lore questers and the TikTok, or both 3 lore questers.
Yeah, I mean, Zan is
Tough
still
call
only
at
at
this
1 lore. Doesn't look like we have a ton of interaction in hand either.
No, not a lot there that'll be able to help in this scenario. So we can, let's do the math here. It's going to be a tough road. We can do it. We have enough to clean up everything there and leaving that Arthur up.
Yeah, that Jasmine that Zan is holding in hand, when it's played, you can give an opponent Reckless on their next turn, opposing chosen character Reckless. So Zan could potentially play that Jasmine, give the Arthur Reckless so that Frank can't quest with it on the next turn at the very least.
Zan selecting his first move here, probably going to challenge with that Bruni. Bruni will give Zan a card when he's banished, so if Zan's looking for options here, we'll take a look at the top card of the deck, see if it gives you anything else to work with here in this turn.
Looks like we have a Jacques. That's not going to be helpful here. Jacques gains a burst of lore, 2 lore if you have 3 other characters in play, and although Zan needs the lore, he needs to get control of this board quickly for Frank, against Frank here.
That Jasmine, though, is going to be super helpful. We've done the first part. We'll see if we use this Megabot here or how we choose to clean up this Adia. And then I assume we're going to see that Jasmine here before too long.
It's pretty unfortunate either way. If we use the Megabot to banish the Adia, we still have to challenge with both Orville and Miss Bianca just to banish this TikTok this turn. We are going to see this Jasmine played.
There's the Jasmine. And there he's indicating Reckless on that Arthur. It will have to challenge it. It cannot quest, and will have to challenge if it's able to this turn.
Frank taking a second to look at the card just to read it. Getting an understanding what's happening. We're going to ink this Pete, play the Jacques, so we are going to gain this 2 lore.
Go for a wide board stake. Get the lore while you're at it.
Now it's time to clean up. We're going to banish the Megabot so that we can banish the Adia.
And here's the other consideration here. We talked about how it's so important to remove, multiple characters off the board. But without Arthur being able to quest, now that TikTok becomes a little less important. We'll see if we choose to clean that up or just scoop up some lore here.
Yeah, now at this point, Frank can only quest with the TikTok next turn, so we can jump to 17, which does put him in game-winning range just with the Arthur, if the Arthur can survive another turn. It looks like Zan is just going to go ahead and quest with Orville and Miss Bianca here, trying to catch up on lore as best as he can, and he needs to quickly because, we mentioned how it can be difficult to find cards to interact with your opponent, and we find a Gantu off the top for Frank here. Oh my goodness, if Arthur wasn't a problem, Gantu will be.
It's two 3-lore questers to deal with and a hypnotic strength to boot.
We're going to give Challenger +2 to Arthur here and draw a card from this Hypnotic Strength because, like we mentioned, Arthur has Reckless from the Jasmine on last turn. So he's going to have to challenge if able anyway. Might as well use this Hypnotic Strength to make the most favorable challenge. Which we can banish the Bianca on this turn with Arthur. And we get to recycle the Hypnotic Strength when we use it.
Get an extra card, see what your other options are.
Did find a Mother Gothel off the top there.
Looks like Frank, considering the quest here, put himself within striking distance of one of these 3-lore characters.
Mother Gothel being a form of removal for Frank if he wanted to use it. It's one of those characters that you play, you can pay extra ink and then return a chosen character to their player's hand.
And there we go, finally indicating we will banish the Bianca there, that challenger coming in handy.
Okay, so it looks like Frank is going to opt to play the Miss Bianca, or sorry, not the Miss Bianca, the Mother Gothel, and bounce the Orville back to Zan's hand, opting not to play the Gontu on this turn.
Protect that Arthur there a little bit.
I think trying to fish out any removal or interaction that Zan might have against this Arthur so that he can follow it up with the Gontu. And it looks like Zan is just going to concede the match, or sorry, concede the game, and Frank wins the first game of this super sealed.
As we mentioned, what an exciting match that I want to talk all about in a moment, but I will highlight here for those coming in late. Players now have the opportunity to sideboard. They have their card pools from their sealed and able to work in any cards that they might want to based on their matchup. So Frank here taking a look at what options he has available, choosing what to sub in and sub out.
Yeah, I mean, as we mentioned, this whole weekend is just full of mental games, and if you thought looking through your opponent's deck list, trying to remember what they're playing, all the weird interactions that can happen in sealed, it gets even more complicated after game one. Now you have to analyze, okay, what cards did I see Zan playing? Zan saying, what cards did I see Frank playing? Are there any cards in my deck that aren't super helpful right now? We noticed that, Zan held onto that Bruni for a long time. An evasive character, I believe 4 cost, but it's only a 2/2. Frank A was able to get a very, very strong opening on that first game. Evasive character after evasive character after evasive character. If Zan has anything extra in his sideboard that he can use to pull in to maybe combat that, he may be looking at adding those cards in.
That's true. Something else I noticed in this match, it highlighted perfectly what we were talking about before with the lack of direct removal. Oftentimes in Core Constructed, we think about removal as cards like Dragonfire or Maleficent that directly banish a character, or cards like Along Came Zeus or Strength of Raging Fire that deal damage to a character to remove them outright. In this format, there's just not a lot of that available. There's a little, but there's not a lot. And so you're looking for tricky ways to do it. Cards that move damage counters. Cards that give your opponent's characters reckless and force them to challenge in. Cards that even bounce, using bounce as a form of removal, which we do see in Core Constructed, but extra important here. And that is super interesting as you watch these players figure out, what's going on back and forth. And Frank there making, I think, 1 substitution, did I say?
Yeah, I saw at least 1. I don't know what card he took out and put back in, but at least making some substitutions, knowing that he's very likely on the draw for this game. But there's a card that he found may not be super useful to him against Zan's deck.
And look at the games, like Zan here, seeing that substitution made, now taking a look at Frank's list, trying to suss out what is that one card that Frank switched out? What is that one surprise that Frank might have that I'm not tracking?
Yeah, because Zan doesn't know, right?
No idea.
The deck lists that they're given are only checked on what the original deck was. So as we can see them looking through the deck list now of each of their opponent.
Yeah, and super interesting, to your point, Brandon, to notice how this format was done here. You can see on the table the deck list there. That represents the card pool that each player had to work with, and the players indicating which cards there were the ones they chose to bring into their deck.
Yeah, something like, it's not super easy to look through this deck list either. It's just the character names, right? So you have to have an understanding of what the cards actually do. The players are allowed to look at the card images if they need to during a portion like this, if they don't know what a card does and they want to know. But also, this is the entire pool, right? This isn't just the Amethyst, Steel, and Emerald cards that they chose from their pool. This is the Amber, Ruby, and Sapphire cards that aren't in there either. So you're kind of having to sort through this, papers long deck list, kind of work through on top of it, which can be a little bit difficult to notice some cards that you may not think of that you need to look out for.
Yeah, and sometimes you watch these players and you wonder, hey, these are pro players. They're preparing for the biggest event. They play Lorcana competitively. Shouldn't they know all these cards by name? And I'm going to say, based on, my experience as well, Brandon, because I know we studied for this immensely as well. There's 800 cards.
Yes.
800 plus cards in this card pool that these players can draw them. And for sure, they're familiar with a lot of them from Core Constructed and cards that they played in starter decks or whatever. But that's a lot of cards to know off the top of your head.
Yeah.
And even being wrong about Challenger 1 or Challenger 2, not having that memorized correctly can be huge.
Right, or not remembering if it's moving 1 damage counter or dealing 1 damage. That could be all the difference. And I don't know, even if you take away some of the cards out of the past 4 sets, you think, okay, nobody would play this in sealed. There's still hundreds of cards to remember And it would be difficult to remember. And even if these players practice Super Sealed, right? They they bought packs at their LGS and they opened them themselves, or they just went through the card pool and tried their best to simulate it. I'm sure there's cards that stood out in testing for these guys that they're looking out for, but there's still going to be things that they didn't find or they didn't think of, interactions they may not be realizing that they have to look out for.
Yeah, both players taking a look here. Let's take a look. We have that Adia there, 7 cost. We have that Twin Fire again.
Fire that Frank sent back initially. We have the Hey Bodyguard. So if I'm Zan, I'm probably looking to have as explosive of an opening as I can. We do have some higher cost characters in play. Yeah, Zan looking to send back, I think, 6 cards. There's one that he kept down. Our lowest cost character to play is a 3-drop. Yeah, Zan's going to send back 6, it looks like. Okay, we find a 2-drop, which is good. Oh, and a legendary Rapunzel, fun, and an evasive character, and a Sisu, so a little bit better. I think we have some curve here for Zan. Also some removal with everybody has a weakness. We talked about that card earlier and how monumental that card can be in a situation where you need to come back from being behind.
Frank sending away 4 here. We see that Twin Fire head off as well as some of the high cost cards. Taking a look here now, I don't know that the game plan changes terribly much for each player. Now they'll change their game plan slightly versus whether on the player on the draw, but we knew evasives would loom large here. Evasive did loom large in the early game here, so both players knowing they have to find that removal, those answers, perhaps get prioritize finding a low cost evasive character themselves just as an answer to their opponent. Didn't see what Frank drew, but we'll get a look here shortly.
Okay, and it looks like Zan is going ahead and ink, missing that 1-drop. Move it over to Frank. I don't see a 1-drop for Frank either, so I imagine we're going to ink something and pass. Making Magic a form of removal, but one that we probably don't need right now, at least in the early part of the game. We're going to ink a Duchess for Zan here. No 2-drop either, choosing to ink that 2-drop, which is an interesting play.
It is an interesting play.
I think the reason for it is, we talk about resources in this game being so important. Zan saying, look, I'm happy to not play this 2-drop to keep an extra card in hand.
And I think being on the play, too, factors into that decision a little bit. If Frank was applying pressure on the play, you'd want to get something on the board to respond sooner. But given a little bit of space there, and now here we have the first character. It is that Orville again that we saw be very impactful next game. We did see that Bianca come down, so now Frank has to be careful about exposing his evasive characters.
Yeah, I like the Bambi being played by Frank here as well, a 3/2, 2-drop character. Just good. I like these 3/2, 2-drop characters because, as we see Zan play this Orville as a 4/3, Frank can pretty safely quest here with Bambi and say, look, if you want to get rid of this character with my Orville on the next turn, you can, but Orville is going to be banished in the process. Your 3-cost character is going to be banished by my 2-cost character, and he says, I'm happy with that.
Very favorable trade.
Go ahead and ink a Bucky. Oh, and play Don Carnage, first evasive of the game. Dual ink, Emerald Steel. Could have played a little bit into why Frank chose these ink colors. I do see a Genie, though, that Zan draws for the turn, which can be the exact counter that he needs for any evasive characters that Frank is playing. It is a little bit behind curve, I believe.
But this static ability on Don Carnage may loom large here. It says whenever you play an action that isn't a song, choosing opposing character gains Reckless during their next turn. Frank now, with a couple actions available, we do see a Hypnotic Strength in hand, so it's a card that he could play later on. But now Zan has to play around this a little bit. Any of his characters could gain Reckless and be forced into an unfavorable challenge, and Frank can also shut down certain characters from questing. So Don Carnage, if left there throughout the game, could do some shenanigans.
Yeah, and we see Frank is holding that Hypnotic Strength to use that Don Carnage. Zan playing the Genie on his last turn, not inking for turn, notably. Choosing to keep cards in hand instead, but getting that Genie in play that'll have evasive on his turn, sort of making it so that Frank is not incentivized to quest with this Don Carnage, because the Genie can banish the Don Carnage in a favorable trade.
Very favorable trade. Yeah, preventing those free, sneaky little evasive quests, those cheeky little quests, as I call them, super important.
Yeah, 1 lore might not look like a lot, but when it's 1 lore over the course of 5 turns, it starts to turn into a lot.
Yeah, Merlin Turtle going into the Inkwell there. 4-cost card from Frank, it looks like.
It's like a Cusco potentially coming down, and it is.
Cusco, Panic Llama, 2/2 evasive.
2 lore evasive character, even more threatening than these 1 lore evasive characters. Frank deciding to quest with the Bambi here, opening up some potential trickery with Zan if he has any damage moving counters, because we can challenge with the Genie, then move some damage off, which we do with that Making Magic and the everybody has a weakness.
It's such a fun little challenge, isn't it? Because it presents what looks like a favorable trade, and you wonder, what has Frank got up his sleeve to take advantage of this? Zan here, he's going to take that bet. He's going to say, I will banish that, put 3 damage on my Genie.
And notably, we can do this a bit safer, too, because Miss Bianca entered play, which means Orville now will have evasive on our turn, or has evasive on our turn.
It's so interesting, you know, when you look at these super sealed constructed formats or any sealed format, you have to be careful when choosing to pursue some of these synergies, because if you devote a lot of cards to pursuing like a shift line or some sort of character type synergy, it could cost you if it doesn't pay off. But here, both times we've gotten value out of this Orville in terms of unlocking his ability with Miss Bianca. But the one thing to note here is there's less of a cost in pursuing the synergy, because Orville and Bianca are both pretty good bodies on their own for that ink slot. And so, but used to maximum effect here, as Zan has been able to find both those characters on both games.
Yeah, and we just see the Cusco ability being used here by Frank Karsten. Has the ability at the start of your turn, choose one, draw. Each player draws a card, or each player chooses and discards a card. And Frank says, "I like the cards in my hands. I don't want to discard them." So giving Zan a card, but he's allowed to draw a card as well. We do see a March Hare being played, which has Rush, which is another form of removal.
You play this character.
Or sorry,
you deal
no.
2 damage to chosen damaged character. So that's exactly the line that Frank was playing
Still
into.
removal.
Still removal. Yeah, inviting that challenge, saying you can leave that damaged character up. I've got this March Hare. I can get maximum value out of it if I force you to damage one of your characters. Zan there, but here's the thing. Like you at some point you have to take that challenge, or you risk letting your opponent run away with free lore. If you've got it, you've got it. Frank had it, banishing that character there. One thing to note in the Cusco, it doesn't say you may. So at the start of each turn, Frank has to pick one, either both draw or both discard. And so it'll be interesting to see how he chooses to navigate that ability throughout this game.
You see Frank ink for turn, putting that Ariana, just a big 5/5 character, into the inkwell. Zan has a dock in hand. Interesting.
Dock, a fantastic card to draw you extra cards. Made much more better when your hand is empty here. So not a card you want to use its ability on, but a great insurance policy to have in hand if Zan manages to empty out the rest of it, give him a couple cards in the late game.
Zan deciding to ink this Camillo Madrigal, playing out the Rapunzel, 2/5 evasive character with 2 lore.
Rapunzel, High Climber, and she's a legendary foil. Beautiful card.
She has a unique ability as well.
Yeah, it's another one. It's similar to Reckless. Whenever this character quests, chosen opposing character can't quest during their next turn. So a high willpower quester, they can usually get a quest in without serious repercussions, and then shuts down one of your opponent's quests next turn if they're rushing ahead.
Do see a Mother Gothel sitting in Frank Karsten's hand, the 6 drop, which we may be looking to play this turn if we can ink up to it.
This board state is starting to develop here. Both players with characters that they don't necessarily want to make vulnerable here. And there is that Mother Gothel.
There's a Mother Gothel. Zan's going to have to choose a character to put back into his hand.
Yeah, it's such a tempo killer.
We'll see if Zan... It's a tough spot, because if you bring back the Bianca or the Orville, you kind of lose that, one of your evasive characters. But you just played this Rapunzel. You don't want to bring it back. Another evasive character, one with a unique ability in that, you can stop an opponent character from questing when she quests. Puts Zan in a pretty tight position here. No real easy decision.
Yeah, looks like we're considering the Bianca. That'll leave Orville available to challenge if we play the Bianca immediately. But it does cost 5. Tough decision here.
Also notably, this is before Frank is questing with anything. So Zan's saying, if you pull back one of these characters and remove some of your evasives, then maybe I feel happy questing with mine and, forcing you to play Bianca on the next turn so Orville can have evasive.
We did send the Bianca back to hand.
Frank considering here if he wants to quest with any of these characters for the turn. Looks like he's going to quest with the March Hare. Pretty safe to do so, because if the Orville challenges, then both characters get banished.
And that Orville is an evasive answer, so Frank happy, I think, for that trade.
course, the Rapunzel can't banish the March Hare either with only 2 strength, at least not without some sort of combat trick.
Yeah, I'm trying to look. There are some combat tricks. I do see that Pain in hand, I think. And there's a Zazu off the top deck. Some other fun cards here. There's a Hades in hand, a TikTok. There's a lot of late game big character answers there. Zan,
Yeah,
perhaps.
also I think Zan has a Restoring the Crown in hand, which could be a really great comeback card. It makes Frank exert all of his characters, and then when one of Zan's characters banishes another character in a challenge, he gains 2 lore. So you can kind of clean up the board really quickly and gain a bunch of lore while doing so.
Yeah, it's a great card to have in hand in a game, in a format where oftentimes those board states do become extended. You end up building up quite the board state before closing things out. If you force all your opponent's characters to exert, you can clean them up pretty efficiently on your terms. Zan here playing that TikTok again, getting it on the board. It's a big body, it's a big challenger, and I think Zan's game plan here, if he can extend his board a little bit more, get some of these big challengers in play, there can be an incredibly impactful turn if Zan does play that Answering the Crown to allow him to clean things up pretty well.
I think that's definitely what he's moving towards, just building up this massive characters that can challenge evasive characters for a turn, surprising Frank Karsten, but Frank is, sort of playing around that. By playing the Mother Gothel last turn, forcing Zan to bounce character back to his hand so that it at least delays Zan a turn on a play like that. But we are going to pass it over to Frank. He's going to ready everything, activate Cusco's ability, so he chooses for both players to draw a card, and then he'll draw a card for turn. Having a healthy amount of cards in hand to choose from, he can continue to ink really safely, maybe start playing multiple characters out at a time.
So many options available.
We also have access to that Hypnotic Strength. We could play it on our Don Carnage, give something reckless on the next turn, and then use it to banish this Rapunzel. Our Don Carnage would be banished as well, but could be a tricky play here. We also have another evasive card through Genie, Wish Fulfilled, in Frank Karsten's hand.
Yeah, so many options. Frank thinking it through.
I missed. Looks like the Rapunzel quested last turn, so
It did.
One of Frank's characters can't quest during his turn.
It's the Mother Gothel.
Okay.
Yeah.
We are considering this Hypnotic Strength from Frank here. Going to choose the Don Carnage, so it'll have Challenger +2, and Frank gets to draw a card.
Yeah, importantly, it also unlocks Don Carnage's ability.
Yeah, because it is an action. It is not a song. He's going to choose Orville to have Reckless on Zan's next turn, or at least looking at it. Drew General Lee off the top there. Pretty standard character with Resist. And we are going to use that Don Carnage to banish the Rapunzel here, making it a clean trade.
Very favorable trade there, and that Orville not being able to quest boot, just a fun little bonus. But you watch Frank and some of these players here setting up these plays in the early game. Those characters sitting around for 2, 3, 4, 5 turns until the moment that they can be used to maximum effect. Great play there, set up all the way back on turn 2.
Frank inking a Madam Mim here, playing a 5-cost character. Oh, do we have a TikTok of our own? We do.
Oh, it is a TikTok. You tick, I talk. Here comes the crocodile to answer yours.
It's another one of those awkward situations where it's like, okay, now we have characters that don't trade super well, but Zan does find a library.
A library. Fantastic card in this format. Unfortunately, it's at a point where Frank has managed to accumulate a fairly healthy amount of strength on his board, so Frank able to answer that library quickly. But a card that can set up a significant card draw or force an answer from Frank if you play it at the exact right time. But instead, we're going to see that Hades come down. It's a 3-lore quester, 3/4, Lord of the Dead during your opponent's turn. Whenever one of your other characters is banished, you gain 2 lore. At this point, it's a high quester, and it forces your opponent to give you a little bit of lore every time that they do a little bit of control. Fun character to have sitting on the board there at this point in the game.
Yeah, one of the more difficult things to do, especially in a limited format, is you try to keep board control as best as you can, but then by the time you get it, sometimes your opponent's too far ahead in lore for it to really matter. We kind of saw that happen in the first game where Frank had such a lore lead, and with Hades in play right now, this sort of makes it so that Zan can challenge on his turn, keep control of the board, and then if Frank wants to challenge back, he's going to also allow Zan to keep up with him in his lore lead. So puts Frank in a little bit of a difficult position here unless we can get rid of this Hades, but I'm not sure what removal options we have for Frank right now.
And there's some interesting ones. Importantly, there's a whale of a card in his hand, Monstro, a card with Rush that you can ready numerous times by discarding cards in your hand. Frank's setting up that play by drawing so many cards off that Kuzco. If Zan exerts numerous characters, that Monstro can clean things up pretty effectively.
Yeah, especially since we're able to draw extra cards every turn with this Kuzco in play. Makes it so that we have cards in hand to discard, but Frank considering inking for the turn. Dividing up his ink. It looks like we're going to exert 7 here to play that Adia.
Adia again, that 7/7/3 Quester. It's a great finisher for Frank. It's so much willpower to remove, and it hits hard when you challenge into it. So a card that Frank can be used for board control or to push his lore total.
Yeah, now we're getting to a point for Zan where Frank is accumulating so much just lore on characters on his side of the board that we got to do something about them quickly, because I think we have 8 lore total on Frank's side of the board, which means, you know, if we wanted to, we could quest with all of our characters next turn, assuming these are all of them stay on board, pushing Frank up to 16. So Zan is really put in a position where he needs to do something about these characters in play to slow Frank down a little bit.
Yeah, to your point, Frank is setting up a single game-ending turn here. At this point, with 8 lore on board, he can go all the way up to 16, couple more characters, and he could have a turn 1 or 1-turn win. So yeah, Zan having to think about controlling a little bit, trying to get something off the board to prevent Frank from just getting game state and ready characters. Of course, you know, Zan has a couple tricks up his sleeve as well in that regard. We'll see if we can make use of them, though.
Yeah, one thing that I'm noticing from the cards in Zan's hand is they're just lacking interaction. You know, we have like Pluto, which is a bodyguard, Doc, which lets you draw some extra cards. We have everybody has a weakness, but there's not a whole lot of damage counters on individual characters to really utilize that very well. And Frank is doing a great job of not exerting characters that Zan can challenge with his that will, you know, survive that challenge to create damage counters. But it does look like Zan is going to play out this Pluto, which can enter exerted because he's a bodyguard. He's a 5/5 when he doesn't have damage on him. And following it up with the Miss Bianca, which he can play for 4 ink instead of 6 because he has an ally character in play, just going super wide here.
Trying to get as much strength, as much value on the board as possible this turn.
I think really trying to set up that restoring the crown turn, because if we can get that card off and we can challenge and banish a bunch of Frank Carson's characters, we can catch up in lore and gain board control. It could be the swing that Zan needs to stay in this game.
Zan doing the math here, trying to figure out where things are likely to be traded. That Pluto, of course, invites a favorable challenge, but you know, at this point in the game, Zan thinking, I need to quest my things, and I need to go for it. I need to push my lore total. If that Pluto is banished, he'll get 2 lore off that Hades, so trying to push his lore totally different, maybe perhaps force Frank into the control role. There are some favorable trades available for Frank, but if Frank's taking the turn off from questing and challenging in, giving Zan some free lore in the process, and at this point saying I will take that trade, at some point I have to make my move. But Frank, with plenty of fun answers in his hand, we'll see which way he chooses to go.
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting turn for Frank here. We're playing the Genie, drawing a card, but the reason I say it's interesting is because if Frank decides to push for the lore, Zan has set himself up to gain a ton of lore on the next turn for restoring the crown. The only evasive character in play currently is this Kuzco, so if Zan plays restoring the crown on the next turn, he exerts all of Frank's characters. For every character that Zan banishes on Frank's side of the board, he gains 2 lore. So the more characters that Frank plays, trying to push up to this 20 or create this critical mass of lore on board, maybe the worse it is actually for him, because Zan might be able to use that against him and come ahead. Frank deciding what he wants to do with the rest of his ink for the turn, or if he wants to start making trades.
This is a fascinating turn here.
This is where we see these pros at work. We talk about the cards that you have to consider from your opponent after looking at their deck list. Frank very may well understand what Zan is trying to set up here. We're going to ink the Monstro for turn. Exerting 4 ink. Playing a pain, it looks, or panic. Looking to move some damage counters. We're going to move 2 damage counters off of the TikTok onto the Pluto.
Pluto, of course. Pluto's ability, his extra strength, only activates when he doesn't have damage. So now he is just a 1/5.
Yeah, it's going to make it a lot tougher for Zan to make favorable trades here. Yeah, and Frank Carson is just questing out.
Inviting an answer.
Up 8 lore to 16. We'll see what Zan has to work with.
What a tricky play with that damage counter. Just slide that over, and now you're right. That's 4 strength gone that Zan no longer has available. Let's see, Zan does have some tricky cards, but it's just, I mean, when you look at that willpower over, there's just so much to get through with damage-based removal. And unfortunately, Frank already has game on the board with ready characters there. 4 characters, or 4 lore between that Panic and that Genie. So Zan will not only have to deal with these exerted characters, but find a way to give those ready characters Reckless, to do something to keep them from questing next turn.
Yeah, Frank has put Zan in a position of you have to have it or else you lose. Because as we know from the previous game, Frank won game 1. So if Frank wins this one, he'll move into round 2 with a victory. Zan moving cards around, just trying to figure out how he can divvy up these challenges to get rid of everything. Seeing if he even has the stats on board to challenge and banish everything cleanly.
And that Pluto losing its strength looms really large here. Still might not have been enough, but man, it'd be nice to have that available.
And like one thing to note, Frank has 6 characters on his side of the board. Zan only has 5, so even if we are able to find a way to exert Panic and Genie, you know, we can only make 5 challenges essentially.
We'll need some tricks.
Zan just looking through his cards in hand, seeing what his options are, how to play out this turn to stay in this game.
I mean, in the first round of one of the biggest tournaments of your life, you look for every out. You look at every option. Perhaps by moving things around, there's something you hadn't considered. So you start to align things. You take a look. Where can I get the best value here? Where can I possibly make this work? Orville will finally settle on that challenge, get that Cusco off the board.
Moving the Bianca to the Mother Gothel.
Looks like we've settled on that. That'll be 5 damage there.
Are we setting up?
We have some tricks.
Some tricks here. There's that card we've been talking about.
Everybody's got a weakness.
Everybody's got a weakness. We're going to move 1 damage counter off of all of our characters onto one of Frank's characters. So we have just enough to banish this Genie, and then Zan gets to draw 4 cards.
Now, he's going to be able to look for answers. He's going to be able to look for other cards, getting one of those ready characters off the board. What a play. That card has been sitting in his hand all game, looking to make a difference. Here it is coming into play. Now, it may not be enough still, but getting one of those characters off the board and at least giving yourself a chance with some extra cards, fantastic play there. What a card to have in this moment.
Definitely gives Zan an opportunity to look for outs and to stay in this game. We still have to get rid of some characters on board, though, as Frank only needs 4 more lore to win on the next turn. Which means we got to get rid of Mother Gothel and Adia.
We have 3 characters left to challenge. We did draw 4 cards. I didn't get a look at all of them. They went by very fast. Let's see. We have 3 ink.
We're going to play...
Is it Sapphire Coil there?
Is it Pixie Dust?
It's a Sapphire Coil.
Or Amethyst? Amethyst Coil.
I'm sorry, Amethyst Coil. Colors are hard.
Greg taking a moment to read what Amethyst Coil does. Says during your turn, whenever a card is put in your inkwell, you can move 1 damage counter from chosen character to a chosen opposing character. So you see him do that to the Mother Gothel here. To clean up the Mother Gothel, we are going to take Pluto and TikTok just to banish this Adia.
Yeah, but what happened there, I think that wasn't enough, so we slid a damage counter in the process as cards were banished to finish off that Adia.
We're going to play a dock. Is Zan going to get rid of his hand and draw 2 cards or keep them there? I think he's just trying to get characters on board, it looks like. Knowing he has to gain lore quickly. We're going to quest for 3 with this Hades here. So we move it over to Frank. Frank has plenty of cards in hand to play out. Zan made it past the last turn. I'm sure Frank he's going to present game again and force Zan to have it again. Oh, is that a Mufasa?
It is.
Mufasa in hand?
Among the Stars, fantastic card. But, I mean, it can't quest right away. So either way, it's going to go back over to Zan. And Zan now going up to 10 ink. You got to look at the number, 10 lore. Looking at lore on the board, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If Zan has tricks, there's things that could possibly close out this game. So Frank now trying to figure out how do I put game on board and not give my opponent something, allow them to close it out before it gets back over to me. Going to get the full quest here, go up to 19. Mufasa Among the Stars, such a powerful card in any format if you can get it on the board.
If he can get it on the board and it stays around. Looks like Frank is considering it. We are going to see Mufasa enter play. Frank's going to ink for the turn, follow it up with a General Lee. Just another character on board that has to be dealt with. Only 1 lore, but has resist.
But that 1 lore is enough right now. And now 2 characters with resist in play. Mufasa a 5/7 with resist 1 and evasive.
This is going to be tough for Zan to get out of.
No,
Not a whole lot of interaction, at least with stuff on board in Zan's hand right now. There's ways to draw cards. There's ways to gain lore through Cobra.
You can slide a damage counter around.
Can move a damage counter when we ink because of Amethyst Coil. Zan doing some math here, figuring out, okay, is there a way that I can either make it out of this or win this turn? TikTok having a huge body, 5/6. Panic having that 2 lore that needs to be got rid of. Are we going to see Restoring the Crown being played?
There it is.
We are. Restoring the Crown will be played, so Frank will have to exert all of his characters. And when Zan banishes one of Frank's characters, he gains 2 lore. So 8 lore on the table right now just through challenges for for Zan here, challenging Frank's characters. Doing some math, challenging with the Orville, and he has the Cobra for the last 2 lore.
Let's see.
Is this enough to make it out?
I mean,
he can banish the Panic with the Orville. He's choosing Miss Bianca to banish the General Lee. That's 4.
Just that resist is so challenging on that Mufasa.
Okay, so we're going to get rid of the Panic. That's 2 lore gain for Zan here. Miss Bianca choosing to banish the General Lee. Another 2 lore. Doc is going to quest for 1. Hades is going to quest for 4, and that's going to be enough.
And that's the Cobra. Did that do
Zan
it?
finds a way out.
Oh,
winning
my goodness.
game 1. Oh, my goodness.
You know, sometimes these creep up on you. I
Really
was,
impressive.
I was with this game
Didn't look good for
several
Zan there.
times.
That's a crazy way to pull off that win.
There's no way out of this. The board state is too high. There's too much. And eventually Zan pushing himself just high enough that he had the tricks to close it out. That was one of those that was an incredible victory.
Yeah. I mean, we see just how important some of these cards that we've mentioned earlier, these comeback cards are. Zan being able to play that everybody's got a weakness, to draw 4 cards into his deck, find some more answers, give him opportunities for things to ink, to use that Amethyst Coil, or I think he found the Amethyst Coil out of that card, and then holding on to that, the Return of the Crown card to utilize in the perfect moment right here. It was basically his only answer for Frank, had just enough characters on board, just enough lore, to put Frank in a position where, Frank, turn after turn, kept telling Zan, hey, you have to have it or else I take this game. And Frank said, it'll take a couple turns, but I can set it up. And that's exactly what he did.
That game was a masterclass in navigating this format, in removing just the right amount of things, making just the right amount of things vulnerable, and setting up a game-winning play with some key cards. A lot of those, as you pointed out, Zan had a lot of those cards for many, many turns, and trying to find out the exact right moment to use them to maximize value, whether you use them for control or for your own benefit to push your lore, and just an incredible sequence of turns there for Zan to close that thing out. And Frank, I'm sure, kind of shaking his head inside thinking, I don't know how that game got away from me.
Yeah, I mean, I would be a little disappointed if I were Frank, to be honest, for presenting game win turn after turn. Frank's deck for the cards we've seen, is a very powerful deck. One that has lots of evasives, lots of interaction, ways to bounce characters back from your on your opponent's side of the board, sort of undoing the turn that they just did, and ways to give characters reckless so that they can't quest or that they're forced to make unfavorable trades, evasive characters that you can use to pile up lore turn after turn and then finish with big cards like Adiana questing for 3 lore. I can't believe that Frank didn't make it out of that game with a victory, but we are going to go to this game 3 this is just round 1, Liam. We're going to a game 3 looking at these players' hands and what they're altering. They only have about 20 or 15 minutes left in this round.
I mean, that is incredible. I just one more time, I can't imagine a better game of Super Sealed, a better game of Lorcana Limited than the one we just watched. And it's only game 2. It's just going to go uphill from here. This game, though, it is all on the line. Both players need to take this game to win. Frank, having won game 1, will be on the play again this turn, able to be aggressive, push that lore total, what an amazing way to start the weekend.
Both players are going to want to be playing with pace as well, as it's very advantageous for them to walk away from this with a win instead of a draw. They don't have that much time.
Here they go. Sideboard available again. I don't know if either player sideboarded there or not. I kind of missed it as I was raving in here. So both players happy with their deck in that instance then. I'm trying to scan this list to try to intuit what card Frank rotated in because I want to know. But can't quite see it.
We're going to get right into this third game. Jim Hawkins being inked.
Both players moving with pace, knowing that time could be an issue.
Yeah, 10 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. They have to go fast.
We're going to try to keep up.
Playing a Mr. Smee on turn 2, just getting a character out on board. Every game, Frank has been able to be the first player to get a character out. It's been to his advantage for most games, getting a little bit of a lore lead. Early on in game 1, he was able to finish that lore lead out. Game 2, Zan had every card he needed to come back.
Frank really liking this 3-2 stat line in the 2-drop here. It's the second time we've seen him played. And this character, again, is an evasive answer if Zan manages to get an early evasive character on the board. Look at that. And Elsa, the 5th Spirit. That card's going to loom large in the late game. A fantastic removal option for Zan. Let's keep an eye on that
characters with Zazu as well. This is the toughest part about playing Sealed here. They're crunched for time, and every card can matter. We saw how in game 2, Zan held on to some comeback cards for a long time that were key to victory for him. But when you're crunched on time, it's hard to know what's safe to ink, what isn't. Zan's struggling a little bit on that turn just to ink something and play something. I think it was a Bambi. Yeah, we get a Bambi out there. So if Frank quests with this Mr. Smee, the Bambi can challenge back and stop him. Looks like Frank is considering inking this Louise. Another form of removal, but not something Frank needs right now. I think Frank's just trying to keep the game in his control. We're going to see a White Rabbit being played. Just a well-statted character, 3-4 with 1 lore, no abilities. We are going to go ahead and quest with Smee here, getting the first lore of the game.
Yeah, Frank indicating he wants to be the beatdown role. He wants to be the aggressor, accumulate that lore total, forcing Zan into the response. White Rabbit, again, yeah, very well statted. And the answer is the Amethyst Coil there, a tricky little card. We talked about the importance of removal. Sliding damage counters around every single turn can be incredibly impactful, especially since we've seen that Zan has cards that care about where damage counters are placed. And that can be super helpful. Yeah, here's that tricky Kuzco again there. Kuzco Panic Llama. It's a card that Frank used to great effect last game to draw a bajillion cards, giving Zan a bajillion in the process. But we see Frank pretty confident in his end game. So one of his game plans here is just get to that high ink total. And Gizmo Duck coming down on Zan's side of the board. Interesting card, 4 strength in the 4 slot, but resist 1 card that can challenge pretty effectively and tricky to remove on that with that resist.
Yeah, I would be a little bit concerned if I was Zan here, seeing that evasive character interplay for Frank Kuzco, also just allowing Frank to give both player cards for turn, but one of the things that makes this Kuzco good outside of it just being an evasive character with 2 lore is that you get to see your card first. You get to draw your card first and use something with it. So Zan is going to need an answer for these evasive characters. We've seen Frank had a ton of evasive characters in his deck that he's been able to utilize over the past 2 games.
Yeah, I think a little pause there. I think they were having a discussion about something.
About Kuzco's ability, I imagine, but Frank inking for turn. Exerting 5. Oh, we're going to play the Mother Gothel, bounce the Gizmo Duck. This is a huge tempo play from Frank here. Zan not having any characters on board, Frank's just able to freely quest with everything he has, pushing his lore even further, basically completely undoing the last turn that Zan did. This is not something Zan wants to see here in Game 3, but we do come back with the Elsa exerting, getting rid of that Cusco, getting rid of the evasive character.
Yeah, a fantastic series by both players. Bouncing a card back to hand, forcing your opponent to do it all again is huge. But the Elsa the Fifth Spirit, a fantastic card in Core Constructed. You love to find it here in Sealed, and getting rid of that Cusco is fantastic. I mean, what a swing there back and forth.
We see how back and forth these Sealed games can go. Very unpredictable because of the card pool. Frank inking for turn, going for 6, playing at Mother Gothel. We're bouncing the Elsa back, saying, if you want to play it again, you can. There's nothing on my side of the board you can banish just with that, though. Might be able to banish some Mother Gothel when we move some damage counters around, but that's a pretty slow turn for Zan. Frank just keeping cards off of Zan's side of the board so he can keep questing. Zan's going to opt for the Pete being played. Just a big character, 5/5 with 2 lore. Pirate when he's exerted. I believe his pirates gain resist.
That's true, including himself.
Go ahead and just quest out here for Frank, gaining 4 lore. Frank says, this match is mine. I'm in the driver's seat.
Frank on the play here, just driving that lore total, forcing Zan in response, and Zan just not able to establish really much of anything with his Mother Gothels and all of their bouncy shenanigans. Let's see, Frank probably wants to develop something else here.
Frank taking a little bit more time on this turn, inking the Aria,
Oh,
playing the Mufasa, and there we see it. That huge evasive character we saw last game.
It's 7 cost. It also has resist 1, makes it very difficult to remove. It's evasive, resists. I mean, this could be the game ender.
It could be. Just looking at Zan's hand momentarily, there's not anything that I see that can directly get rid of it. I mean, we have the Elsa to exert it, but we need evasive characters to challenge. That Zazu that's evasive in his hand is only a 3/5, I believe, so going to be difficult to get through as well. I believe we do have everybody has a weakness as well, but you're only moving, damage counters in that sense. Mufasa having 7 willpower. When you move damage counters, it gets around the resist, but I mean, I can't think of a scenario where Zan's going to have 7 individual characters with damage counters on them to use that, effectively. You'd need something else.
And, really highlighting here the power of these Mother Gothels, in this format, especially when you're on the play. Because any card that gives you an effect, some sort of removal effect, especially when you also establish a body on the board, get a card into play and can develop your board, is huge. So this here, being able to play Mother Gothel, establish a 2-cost character while removing one of your opponents, it's a 2-character swing, and that is incredibly... It hurts your game plan when you're on the control, and it allows you to just race ahead. Gosh, I mean, both of those cards in sequence, really, really difficult.
We talk about how important certain things in Sealed is. Evasives, we see how well Frank is utilizing his evasive characters to gain a lead and removal, no matter the form, whether that's moving damage counters or bouncing characters back to hand. Especially great if you can undo that tempo, like you mentioned, with these Mother Gothels. And we just see Frank building up a big board while Zan is having trouble with anything sticking.
Yeah, so
looks like he's looking to challenge the Mother Gothel with the Pete, moving and then move a damage counter after inking with the Amethyst Coil. See that happen here.
Play here.
Yep.
There it is. Gives Moto into the Inkwell. We'll slide that damage counter over, exactly as you said, Brandon. Get that Mother Gothel off the board. Zan just trying to slow down that lore gain now. Great challenge there.
Gonna play Zazu out. Just evasive character, 3/5 with 2 lore. I think Zan trying to get stuff into play that we can maybe use to banish this Mufasa, because if we can't stop this Mufasa soon, Frank might be able to steal the lead away, but it does look like Frank is pretty low on cards in hand.
So it looks like that Mufasa is not lying around. It's going to quest there and get a couple lore.
The main threat on Frank's side of the board here. Frank just going to continue to play characters on board, put lore on board at 15 lore. I think we have enough for Frank here that Zan is required to banish some characters this turn, which he definitely can do.
Keep it under control. Now, this is a tough board state. That Mufasa looms really large. However, keep in mind, last game, there was a point in the game where we thought it was all over, and Zan managed to claw his way back. So plenty of tricks in this deck, but this for sure is an intimidating position to be in.
Yeah, Zan had some critical comeback cards in his hand for last game. I'm not sure if he has them now. Going to start by inking a card, moving a damage counter from Pete onto the Mufasa, getting around that resist.
Yeah, resist prevents damage, but it doesn't affect moving damage counter, so a sneaky way to get around that ability. Get a
Looks
couple
like-
challenges there.
Yeah, we're going to challenge the, I think we challenged some other Gothel with the Zazu. Challenge with Pete.
Let's see what the answer
with
is.
the White Rabbit. Okay, so this is a
Bruno
delay.
Madrigal.
Bruno Madrigal choosing Mufasa, meaning that Mufasa cannot ready at Frank's next turn. And we are going to see that everybody has regrets, or sorry, everybody has a weakness, moving some damage counters over to Mufasa. I believe Zan drew 2 cards there.
Yeah, again, fascinating turn, slows things down. Bruno seeing into the future and saying, your future is you're going to stay exerted during your next turn. So if you can't remove it, at least make it so it can't quest. Frank here answering up with a Madam Mim. Looks like we're going to get a quest out of the Walrus here, get another lure up to 16.
Yeah, Frank just slowly trying to climb his way to 20. If he can just get there, he's out of gas in hand. Zan really needing some answers to gain control over this board, and then we'll continue to need them thereafter. Moving some cards to the side, figuring out, can we get rid of this Mufasa this turn? Our Zazu can challenge and deal 2 damage to the Mufasa. Kind of ironic. Can move some damage counters here with Making Magic. We're going to move 1 to the Mufasa. We can deal 2 with Zazu. Then when we ink for turn, we can move another from the Amethyst Coral.
That'll be it.
So we can get rid of Mufasa. We can banish the Mufasa this turn. It's going to come at a cost. Through a lot of cards.
And look at the work that Amethyst Coral has put in this match, sliding damage around, getting rid of several characters efficiently. Fantastic, fantastic card.
And now that we've gotten Mufasa off of the board, the biggest thing we're concerned about, we still are going to have to be able to interact with other cards that Frank plays on his turn. Thankfully for Zan, I'm sure, has only had 1 lore characters to play. But even the Walrus, it has 6 willpower, which means that, you know, this Pete can't cleanly banish it on its own.
It's interesting lining up Pete there against a ready character. Interesting what that might entail. And that's what it entails. That Elsa coming down, we knew it was in hand. It got bounced earlier, exerting that Walrus, and we're going to have Bruno there challenge into the Walrus, remove it, then Pete and Elsa challenging in, to the Madam Mim, and now into the Walrus. What a play. Look at that. All of a sudden, we've slid damage around, done some shenanigans. That Mufasa
Oh
off
my
the board as well as everything else.
Frank top decks a Genie.
What an amazing card to draw in this scenario. Not only does it give him another
And
card,
a
but it's
Don
evasive.
Carnage.
Both on, was that 1-2? 2 evasive characters on board now. They're both going to be ready, so not only do we need to be able to remove ready characters, we have to be able to remove evasive characters. That's not enough to close out the game now. That's only 3
No,
more.
yeah, only
but
3.
Still,
so Zane might have 2 turns if Frank just keeps everything in play right now. But what 2 cards to pull off the top of the deck?
it's just 1-2. That's fantastic here. So
Now, notably, we do still have Elsa in play that does have evasive. So if this Don Carnage quests or exerts for any reason, if the Elsa stays in play, then she can banish the Don Carnage. But you really want to banish these characters before they even get the opportunity to quest, or at least bounce them back to hand or something.
and that's a King of Hearts, Picky
We're gonna see
Ruler.
King of Hearts, a Hey being played as a bodyguard. I think Zan's just playing everything out to board.
Maybe seizing this moment, choosing to push his lore total. King of Hearts says that damaged characters can't challenge your characters. So Frank now not able to answer that. Probably not something he's looking at doing here anyway, but that ability may loom large. We see a TikTok there in hand, a card that we've seen every game so far, and Frank having another one there. Big body.
Yeah,
again.
I mean, Frank is in a position where we can quest for 3 here, play the TikTok. Zan doesn't have any cards in hand, so he's going to be required to find an answer off the top. Presenting win. Is Frank going to walk away with this, or will Zan find the answer?
Let's see, this top deck looms really large right here. We're gonna ready everything. Let's take a look at what we draw.
I missed what it
I
was.
got a quick. It's a magic. I honestly sometimes I wish I could yell in this moment, knowing whether it's good or bad. It's a magical making magic. Yeah. We would talk about how some of these cards, we don't see very often. Making magic one, we're not familiar with. We'll wait for it to come up. Move 1 damage counter from chosen character, chosen opposing character, and draw a card. So not a terrible card off the top deck. You can slide a damage counter around, do some shenanigans, but also you get another card, another chance to find an answer that you need. So not a terrible card off the top deck. Zan still has outs here.
Yeah, Not enough to stop Frank, though. We need a way to banish every character in play, including this TikTok, which is a 5/6. So although moving damage counters is good, you're going to need more than just 1 or 2.
But there's plenty of cards Zan has in his deck. If he draws again, they can give Reckless. They can make characters not able to quest. There's things that we can do to shut down this lore gain, perhaps. So Zan trying to figure out. But here's the challenge. Zan has to think about right now what cards in his deck, what his outs are, because he has to choose to move that damage counter, considering what his outs may be, and in order to get that card and see what it is. So right now, trying to figure out exactly how he would assign things, what out he's looking for, and trying to figure out where he should place that damage counter with making magic appropriately.
Also notable, making magic is a 3-cost card. Not sure exactly how much ink Zan has, but you know, even if we do find a card off the top, it'll have to be cheap enough to play.
So looking at that, if we assign that peak there.
No, this is magical.
Now 1 note on the time. The time at the top was running the entire time. It doesn't account for judge calls and things like that. So
Magical
the judges
maneuvers.
have magical maneuvers. That's different.
Zan extends the hand, and Frank,
no out.
Frank's going to take round 1 in a 3-game match. Moving on with a 1-0 record.
Wow, there's Frank. Look at that sigh of relief there. He saw Zan come back from almost an impossible situation there in game 2. Probably not counting anything, counting on the win until that final handshake. And there he is, Zan kind of shaking his hand a little bit, knowing how incredible that match was. These two going into this, knowing each other, knowing that this was going to be a battle, knowing the skills they brought to bear, and that's round 1. Frank walking away from it, and Zan taking the 0-1 loss and going to have to battle back now through the next Super Sealed event. But both players, though, gaining experience with their sealed deck, knowing now how they operate.
That was actually really good. I was kind of worried that the sealed games would be kind of boring, because sometimes, like, having played in a bunch of different sealed events, that sometimes it's just not that great.
In the sealed format, just because
it's like, oh, you just get a couple advantage cards out and you just like win the game. But Zan really fought back in all those games. I think Frank was always ahead and Zan really had to fight back. But game 2 was definitely crazy. It was one of the best sealed games. That was like a constructed game. I would still say that it was a really good, exciting game. But the Amethyst Coil really put in a lot of work for Zan, gave a lot of options in situations where you wouldn't have a lot, so I like that inclusion really helped him out.
Over how many ways you do have to interact with characters.
Yeah, and the interesting note again for the audience, we did get to see kind of the mirror there in terms of color choices. Both these colors bringing very specific things to bear with Resist and Steel. We saw that play out quite a bit. We saw the bouncing in Emerald. We saw the card draw in Amethyst. All of these colors heavy with evasive characters. So this is a color combo that where both decks were trying to do kind of a similar thing, and both with very powerful end games. Zan, though, with some really, really tricky end game maneuvers to pull off, with everybody's got a weakness for one card, and a couple others that allows him to shift things around very quickly and run away with games that otherwise may be out of reach. The interesting thing is we see more AAA constructed, though. There are going to be other decks trying to do different things. We talked a lot about Resist. We talked a lot about removal. We talked a lot about card draw. We didn't talk about aggro. Both of these players not playing super aggressively with low to the ground and high lore characters. If you get enough of those in your sealed deck, that's a strategy that you can choose to pursue as well with high lore questers in turns 1, 2, and 3 and running away that way. So this was a very specific style of super sealed that we saw with both players having very similar mindsets.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just how complex this super sealed format is for these players. So I'm interested to hear what Frank Carson has to say about this. Let's move on over to Rebecca and find this interview.
Hey Lumineers, I am here with Frank, just fresh off that round 1 win. Congratulations, Frank. What a match. That was incredible. A lot of really fantastic cards that you had in your deck there. Genie was huge for you, and that top deck at the end with that Genie, how instrumental was that for that 3rd game win?
Oh, for the 3rd game, I think I was behind, Zan was stabilizing, and I really needed to get something good off the top of my deck. Genie was perfect. I was pretty fortunate to draw it at that point.
Yes. Now, game 2, though, was a little sketchy there at the end. That restoring the crown came down, and then the giant cobra. How were you feeling in that moment? Can you talk a little bit about that play?
I remembered the restoring the crown in Zan's deck list, but I thought he would not have enough to actually win the game, so I felt safe. I just completely blanked on the Cobra, that he was able to get 2 more lore. I just forgot about it. And yeah, I was really beating myself up over that moment. Like, man, I should have played it differently. But yeah, fortunately, I still managed to eke it out in the third game. But Zan played so well. He gave himself all the chances. So kudos to him still.
Yeah, it was a great match to watch. 2 very skilled players. Now with this format, Super Sealed, what do you feel like your greatest challenges are going into these next couple of rounds?
Well, for my deck, it might be drawing like the early part of my curve, because I have a lot of excellent 7-drops, including even an enchanted Arthur. That was nice.
That was shiny. I loved seeing that come down.
But I can struggle in the early game, so I will have to make sure that I can affect the board in the early turns as well. So I'll have to sculpt my opening hand altars for that.
Great. Well, fantastic game. Congratulations again on your win, and good luck on the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, fist bump. Well.
Man, what an incredible player. You know, it's so funny that Frank is beating himself up about forgetting that Cobra, like showing what a professional he is, like not remembering that one out. But I don't think any of us saw Zan maneuvering that way to come out of that scenario with the victory. It was incredible.
We saw all the cards.
Yeah,
you know, like
true.
Frank is playing without any of that information from Zan, and so you know, we just continue talking about how much of a mental battle this is going to be all weekend. And you know, even the best of the best can't think of everything. You know, so
that's true.
It kind of shows the complexity that comes with this sealed format.
I have a quick story to tell, Brandon. Although Zan was one of my picks to win this tournament, one of my favorites, at the beginning of the day, they had all the sealed box laid out on the table, and some of the judges asked me, hey, Liam, which box would you pick? And I picked a specific Shimmering Skies one in the middle because I like the Enchanteds, and that's the box that Frank took.
That's interesting. I'm excited. There's some videos out there of players doing that. But with that being said, we do have round 2 coming up very shortly, so please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I can't wait to see what's there.
So for anyone hanging out in the chat, what did you think of the first round of the sealed format? I guess with the amount of cards that they have to choose from, getting a box from each of the 4 sets, it's actually pretty good. The decks were better in terms of like the overall strength than some of the sealed events that I've played in, so I thought that it went pretty well. I'm most excited for the 3-deck format stuff, so that I think will start a little bit later. But the sealed is proving to be interesting. I'm curious who they're going to have on stream for the next round. Starting off with Zan and Frank was pretty huge, though. Want to see DKP or somebody else that has a big presence to go on stream for the next one. It was interesting that both of them were on the same color. I'm curious how much of the field is going to be the same. So obviously purple has your card draw, so it's going to be probably one of the most popular choices no matter what, because it's got card draw and evasive. But the green, purple, steel seems like a good set of colors overall, especially because red, which is normally like a good color, doesn't have a lot of actual removal in the later sets compared to the earlier sets. So I can see red getting not chosen very much, but I guess we'll see. EWZ says it was a good match, but he's just not into the sealed format. I'm not as much into the sealed either, so we'll see.
To embark on the most odious, the most
3-deck
evil,
format though is going to go crazy.
Diabolical scheme of my illustrious career. Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana World Championship. My name is Baker, but I am so excited. It is my distinct honor to welcome to the Disney Lorcana commentary team. We have the legendary JD.
Greetings and salutations, my fellow Illumineers. It is me, your boy JDZ, and I'm back at you again with another stream live from beautiful Orlando, Florida, Walt Disney World Resort. Baker, I can't think of a better person to break me in to this official broadcast circle. Look at all these lights. Look at all these cameras.
The lights, the camera, the technology.
I'm not used to this. I'm going to break some of this stuff.
You'll be fine, JD. Don't worry. You're an absolute natural. It's my genuine honor to be your first partner for your debut into Disney Lorcana. And it is, I want to take a moment to say, such an honor for me to be here representing the EU. I do want to very, very quickly give a shout out to the entire European community and the other casting teams as well, the German, French, and Italian team. And of course, I have to give a shout out to the other European.
Yeah, the 3-deck format's going to be the most exciting part. The strategy of like what decks to ban, which decks to play. I'm really looking forward to that from like the world-class players.
I am absolutely locked
yeah,
in.
sealed to me is like a take it or leave it thing. I guess they're just looking for ways to fill up the calendar for this event. But I don't like if they didn't do it again next year, I would be totally happy with that.
Walking through that floor, these players are laser focused on a level that
at least they made the first round interesting.
But I'm telling you right now, that round number 1, if that's any indicator of what we got coming up in this super sealed format, Baker, you better get ready because that match was fantastic. And we have 2 more fantastic players that are getting ready in the booth right now, getting this thing going. So another incredible matchup, Baker. Super ready.
I think we're going to get incredible matches all day. But yeah, Frank Carsten, the first ever Disney Lorcana Challenge champion from over in Lille, taking on Zan Zayed, who has one of the best overall records in competitive Lorcana so far. What an opening match. And we've got plenty more to follow coming up over the course of today and, of course, tomorrow into Top Cuts.
And let me tell you, when I heard about the Super Sealed, I was a little concerned. I was worried. I was like, super sealed. There's no strategy. There's no intrigue. We talked about this, Baker, but I'm telling you, the lines of play those players took, you give me one of those decks, I'm losing to either one of those players. I think they played it all the way through. I thought there was a lot of gamesmanship, a lot of tactics, proving that you have to really be a master of not just playing these decks, but building these decks. The piles were random, and they just got them and got it done. I think Frank Carson's deck is broken. I thought Zan's deck was pretty good, but I still think a lot of things are going to be happening today. I'm just so nervous and excited. It's great. Nervited, as my daughter would say.
I like it. It's great to have you here. But yeah, Super Sealed, the first 3 rounds of the World Championship. What an incredible format and a way for these players to really show off their talent and prove themselves. It's sort of the tagline of the event. Master of Inks. Do you think you're a master of Inks, JD?
I would think that I'm a master of ink. I like to believe that maybe I'm an apprentice of ink.
I was just going to say I'm an apprentice.
I'm still learning, a Padawan of ink, if you will, but it's still going to be that. But Super Sealed on your screen, you see the players are provided with the product. Okay, they're going to have 4 packs of Shimmering Skies, 4 packs of Azurite Sea, 4 packs of Arcadia's Island, and 4 packs of Reign of Jafar, of which they have to build their 50-card deck. And in this event, which I think is quite unique to this particular format, is that they have the ability to sideboard. I think that's something that a lot of players from different TCGs have experience in. We haven't really covered that in Disney Lorcana just yet. I'm excited to see how that little wrinkle can affect your opponents, because your deck lists are open and available.
Yep.
Your opponent will be able to see the cards in your deck, but they cannot see the cards that you're sideboarding in. So that's going to be very, very incredible. I love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. You say sideboarding. It's definitely a new concept to Lorcana. In the past, we always just called it inking. But no, in this particular format, we are allowed a sideboard system. But yeah, super excited for this next match. And we have a couple of incredible players that I think the people are going to recognize. JD, tell us all about our first player.
Let me tell you, if you're talking Disney Lorcana, if you know anything about Disney Lorcana, especially on the competitive scene, you know who this player is. This is Edmund Chu. He is your first ever Disney Lorcana North American Continental Champion. He's also a DLC champion, coming here 2-time, trying to go for the 3-peat, the triple hat in the first competitive season. Would be incredibly impressive if he can pull that off. Favorite deck, Ruby and Sapphire. I'm calling Cap because this player is purely Ruby Amethyst.
Me too, yeah.
I think that might be a misprint. I think he's trying to send.
I feel betrayed, JD. As a Ruby Amethyst enthusiast, I do feel a bit betrayed. But yeah, Ed Chu, proven himself to be one of the best Lorcana players in the game. I like to call him the landlord because he has his signature triple location play. I'm wondering if that's going to happen in Sealed. We'll have to see if he actually got any locations. But Ed Chu, an incredible player. I am so excited to see what he's going to be bringing today. Favorite Disney character, Maui. Good choice.
We have his competitor. It's going to be Brian, who's no geek off the street, no slouch, DLC champion in his own regard, winning in Chicago. Favorite deck, Emerald Steel. Let's see how that works out for you today. TCG player for over 20 years. I mean, I love to see that. Favorite Disney character is Mulan and Kuto. A lot of Mulan lovers out here.
It's a fantastic. I watched it last night, actually, on Disney Plus. That was my full go to sleep film. But yeah, Brian, another incredible player, also known among circles as the Rat, which speaks to me. I'm a bit of a rat enthusiast myself. So Brian versus Ed to be our round 2 match for the World Championships. Super Sealed. Could we ask for better?
I don't think. I think you can throw a rock into the bracket, and I'm sure you're going to find a great matchup. But we are spoiled on this one, and the players look super chipper. We got the rare and indigenous smile coming in from Edmund Chu. I'm going to be locked in, laser focused on another level. No smiling as we're going through those decks. I like the shirt. Feeling good. Just a little bit buff there coming in from our.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'm not just working out. It's all those trading card games. I play trading card games all the time, man. Of course I'm buff, but yeah, these guys looking through their opponents' decks at the moment. As we mentioned, this is open deck list. That's both for the Super Sealed and the triple deck constructed part of the event. Obviously, when we get to round 4 and on, we'll talk in a lot more detail about triple deck format. I know that Liam and Brandon have already given you a breakdown, and a shout out to them for opening the show, and of course to Rebecca. Fantastic to have her here. A pleasure to meet you all, by the way. It's such an honor, but what a day we're going to have, and we do indeed have the deck lists for these players for their Super Sealed. Have you had a chance to look through it at all, JD?
I have.
Caught your eye?
I had a little chance to get a sneak peek, but one thing that's immediately jumping off the page to me is that there's a little hidden metagame that is kind of developing here. I'm starting to see, as Liam and as B Squared alluded to earlier, as Brandon talked about earlier in the intro, that there's a slight little resist, evasive, heavy willpower metagame that's kind of forming around, as we do see that there is some Ruby going to be in the dojo today, and the Enchanted Yzma.
We got another Enchanted. There was an Enchanted in match 1. I think it was Frank Carsten had the Arthur. And what's the Enchanted we've seen this time?
Yzma.
Oh, the Yzma.
I believe that's going to be in Yzma. I'm sorry, it's going to be in Brian's deck. It's going to be that beautiful Enchanted Yzma coming in from Azurite Sea.
Pull the lever, JD.
Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it.
So there, I had to get that in at some point.
It's going to happen.
The Queen in the deck on the left. I think they are looking at their opponent's deck at the moment. Obviously, they can have the lists, but I think if I was there, I would just hand me a deck. Let me just look through it.
Make it a little bit easier, a little bit quicker, I think. So we do see a break from the tradition addition, we have the first Ruby pairing of the day.
It
seems as if Ed Chu is going to be rocking and rolling with the standard Amethyst, Emerald, and Steel. I think that deck is broken. I see a Desperate Plan in there. I see a They Never Come Back in there. I think that card's going to be
I don't know if you've seen Pinocchio lately. That is a terrifying scene, but this card is also kind of terrifying. Stopping 2 opposing characters from re-readying at the start of the turn, and you draw a card. Drawing cards is pretty good.
Also, that Vincenzo. I want to see if Vincenzo can come up, too. So there's a lot of interesting things.
Shout out to Katie. I know she's a Vincenzo fan.
I think a lot of people, I love Vincenzo. I think he could be a good piece of removal.
I must say, JD, there is one card that I have noticed in Edmund's Chew deck, which very much speaks to me. Hey, Protective Rooster is the one that you're pointing at, JD. Is that the one that you like?
Yeah, I like it. I mean, he's got a nice quest. He's got a huge body, and he's a bodyguard. He is a bodyguard, so that is very awesome. And we saw it come up in the last game as well. I think Zan had that card in the deck. If I see that coming in, it's going to be a card that I take immediately on my choice.
But you were talking about Sealed and kind of the meta game that surrounds it, and yeah, you're very right. Like obviously in constructed play, we like to build these combo decks like Steel Song with all your singers and your songs and stuff like that. In Sealed, you can't guarantee that you're going to have over-round synergy. Of course, if you can like get some cards that work well together, then that's fantastic. But really, the name of the game is Sealed, is big bodies and evasives. That tends to be the winning strategy for Sealed.
Right, and another thing, if you can't get those, I'm trying to draw some cards. Because if I can continue to refill my hand and my opponent cannot, then that's going to extend me into that later game. I can get more ink, and I can play those higher cost characters, and I can challenge the board and do all those things that you want to do, because you're going to eventually run out of resources just based on the ink, play card. You draw 1, play 2, you're going to go next sooner or later. But if you can manage to draw a card, we saw Zan with the
everybody's got a weakness.
Huge card. I'm taking that. I'm playing it. The library is another one. I'm taking it. I'm playing it. Genie, another one. I'm taking. I'm playing just because you can draw
Snake Eyes from the rat straight away on the dice roll there. I didn't see what Ed rolled, but I'm guessing it was higher than a double 1.
And that's the real MVP. How well can you shake those dice?
The MVP is the dice roll. Yeah.
how good are you at shaking those dice? If you are going to be OP Dice Man, you're going to go ahead and make it quite far in this format, as the hand is looking quite high for Ed. He's going to have to get a nice altar there. Can you see what the rat's holding on to?
No, not yet. He's playing his cards pretty close to his chest. But yeah, we're preparing for round 2. If you're only just joining us, welcome to the World Championship. And hey, maybe you're completely new to Lorcana. Maybe you don't know the full rules. So very quick breakdown. Our players are going to draw 7 cards. They may alter, which means as many cards as they like from the opening hand. They can say, don't like that. I'm going to put that at the bottom of the deck, and I'm going to draw back up to 7. So the alter system, kind of one of the strongest elements of the Lorcana trading card game. But going back to your point, I do see a 1-cost Hey in the hands of Brian, and an Aladdin as well.
Interesting. Using a 1-cost character in this format, I thought that would be out of the meta. Typically, players like to mark and bypass that 1-cost ink in favor of 2-cost and above in order to preserve that ink draw, like I said, because the 1-cost character, they can't get you a lore here, maybe a little body there, but eventually they're going to get outclassed relatively quickly. So I'm interested to see the rat focus in. Maybe you have some other elements in your deck that we're not quite sure of just yet. But again, the rat is there, and I'm here, so clearly he knows what's going on better than I do. So
I think these guys are probably a bit better than me and you, JD. If we can keep up, then I'll consider that a victory.
I'm just very interested, because I had the fortunate pleasure, or the unfortunate pleasure, maybe, to try this format myself. And I'm telling you right now, all of you Illumineers out there in TV land, it is much more difficult than you think. If it was just play all your colors, you're fine. But the limited aspect of the 3 colors that you are limited to makes this thing incredibly difficult, because you have to leave good cards on the table, and you have to prioritize having your synergies that you have managed to coalesce. So here it is. It looks like the players are getting this bad boy underway as Ed won the dice roll, leads Mulan. There's another 1-cost character.
So yeah, I actually agree with you. Generally speaking, 1-costs, they don't stick around too long. You might just want to bulk out with 2 and up. But this Mulan, including the effect to draw and discard a card, is super good, allowing you to dig through the deck and find pieces that you need. Ed being on the play is pretty big as well. And he does discard Dump Truck.
Oh, man, I was hoping to get a Dump Truck on the stream. I was hoping for it to happen, man. Dump Truck, we all pop off. As we're going to toss Rudy down into the ink, well, we'll follow with that 1-cost Hey, who can check down this Mulan relatively easy. Brian hanging on to that library. I think that's going to be a great 4-turn play, potentially.
It's going to be huge. And yeah, obviously Rudy throwing off Brian's groove there, going straight into the inkwell instead to play the Hey. Down comes the
quick shot.
The quick shot. 1 damage to a chosen character and draw a card.
But that is going to take Ed's 2-turn play, so maybe doesn't have it on the curve. Just going to have to blast a quick shot onto the hey. You hate to see it, but you got to do what you got to do sometimes. We get into that queen, Baker. We got the first queen sighted. Look at that.
Yeah, she's a pretty big girl. She only quests for 1, but you may exert to send 3 cards from your opponent's discard to the bottom of their deck, and you gain 3 lore. But if there's a princess among them,
and if you look on that board, there is a Mulan. She is disguised soldier, but she's still a princess.
She's still a princess. So you're gonna
have to. She's still a princess. So that queen can get a nice little 4-piece coming on. And they're questing for 4, as we have the hey now. So you have to go ahead and maybe engage in trade if you.
The Phantom Block coming down. This is a 3-1 rush character. So this could allow to take a trade with the Mulan, and then the Hey could stick around the Rambling Rooster and quest for a little bit. Why is he wearing a coconut? It's probably better not to ask.
It's a little bit of protection, I think, just to kind of keep him on the safe side. Hey is a bit frail sometimes, but that little bucket head will kind of coconut protection. I think that's what he's going to need as we get into the Basil, as you say. He'll get down to the
No, we do say Basil.
You say Basil? It's not Basil?
No, it is Basil.
Oh, okay.
It is my favorite Disney film. I'm going to consider myself an expert on this.
All right. I'm just trying not to offend all the UK.
That's
UK
fine.
players.
That's fine. Don't worry. I got it. But that Basil is super good. 3-2 evasive, and as we said, evasive is the name of the game. And you see a couple of them down here. We've got the Don Carnage, who has evasive and can give reckless, and this new Genie, who's a 3-4 and gains evasive during your turn.
That is a great tip for Tat. You put the Don Carnage down, you think you got something going on, and the Genie can check him quite easily, and he'll be able to take that damage and not be banished in the process. Taking those even or plus exchanges is what you're looking for in this limited format. Whenever you can take a plus value in that tempo exchange, you're probably going to take it. So Ed has to be very cognizant of what we do with this Don Carnage here.
And we see the panic as well in Ed's hand. We saw that be huge in round 1. For Frank's first game, really was a fantastic tempo turn. On play, you can move 2 damage counters from one of your characters to chosen opposing character, and quest for 2 as well. We're going to see the Iago come down, who has evasive, and you can pay 2 less for the next action you play when he quests.
And that was another character that had great effects in that previous game.
Go ahead.
Zan had that card down. He was able to play the pull the lever for a 1 cost instead of his traditional 3. I thought that was pretty neat, and it's still evasive. But look at that Genie. Look how solid that card is, actually being able to contest this entire board, relatively effective as you get into the desperate plan.
Yep.
If Brian can kind of reduce the cards in the hand, play a very powerful, desperate plan, I think that could propel him deep into the late end game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Ever since Doc came along, the Bold Knight, this has been a card that has completely influenced deck building, being a way that you don't need to play things like Whole New World and you can just refresh your hands with Doc. And this Desperate Plan doing a very similar job. We're going to ink Jim Hawkins, and down comes the Jealous Beauty, JD.
Oh, that's a problem with
She's
that.
Jelly.
With
She's so jelly.
She is jealous, but you have her up and active. You have that princess in the discard pile already, and you have the adequate amount of cards to trigger her ability. So this is a problem for Edshu, and she has pretty impressive stat lines. That 4-3 is typically going to trade with most cards that attempt to engage with, and you have to engage with that card because putting 3 a turn, I think, could be problematic for you.
Yeah, especially if you've got a large discard pile where they can keep triggering. I do love this Basil. We've already talked about one Basil, but this is another Basil, the 7 cost. We're not quite there yet, but on play, you can return a chosen character to their player's hand. And whenever Basil quests, the opponent discards a card at random. Really nice tempo card, which quests for 2. We're going to see a big body come down, 3/7. This is Flora, one of the worst fairies. I mean, the good fairies.
Hey, whoa.
People at home, if you know, you know.
You know. We're not going to sully the situation here with that, but we got Fawn on here, and she's doing her thing. Huge 3/7 stat line. Again, like you alluded to, Baker, that heavy willpower in sealed is something that you are absolutely looking for. 3/7, quest for 2. You can't have a better card. That thing can now check down the other cards that you are going to, if you exert, then they're going to challenge you, and you can have the Flora come and clean them up.
Yeah, you'd hope to get 2 for 1 out of this Flora at the very least, and that 3 strength is enough to answer the quite a lot of characters that are in this sealed pool.
Yeah, because looking at Ed's hand, he really does not. He did go first. He's on the plate, but he's hand shuffling 2 characters right now. He just doesn't have the ability to continue the game. There's no more plussing, whereas Brian, who is kind of controlling this board a little bit, he has that desperate plan that he's hanging on to that's going to kind of propel him deeper into the format, deeper to the game, as you could take a turn off now and go ahead and set up this library.
Yeah, the library, one of the best locations available in this particular pool. 3 cost. You can pay 1 to move a character there, and whenever a character is banished while there, you may draw a card. We're going to see that Genie take a nice challenge into the Argo, only putting 2 damage on itself, and how the Jealous Beauty is going to have her way with Ed's discard pile.
Yeah, and let's see Ed to see if we're going to try to hide that Mulan, and Brian's not going to fall for it. We're going to go ahead and get those characters put to the bottom of the deck, gaining yourself 4 lore in the process. The players just trying to figure out exactly how they want to get this thing underway, and we will check those cards. Oh, I guess you get to choose how those cards go into the bottom of the deck.
It's your choice, absolutely, which, so it could become relevant if we're able to go through the entire deck, but we'll see. But yeah, the Queen immediately gaining 4 lore, courtesy of the Mulan being a princess. And now we're just going to start exerting our characters, going on some quests, and Brian is putting the pressure on already.
Absolutely. You are in control of the board. It's going to be your opponents trying to take the initiative. The onus on your opponent, trying to take the initiative back from you. You have complete control. Ed is dwindling in the resources. You do get to that Jafar Aspiring Ruler.
Oh.
Is there something in hand that can make a favorable exchange for you here? You might have to trade down your board a bit. I think it's time to fight back if I'm Ed Chu.
Yeah, this Aspiring Ruler on play. You can give Challenger 2 to another one of your characters. Kind of reminiscent of the Amethyst Merlin Crab. Obviously some slight differences, but that saw a lot of play. No reason why this shouldn't. And Questing for 2 as well at only a 3-drop. Super solid character. And hey, we're in the reign of Jafar. Yeah. I want to see some Jafars this weekend,
Can we please, if we could get a few Jafar sightings?
I'd love it. Striking Illusionist for the win.
I think that would be appropriate for the situation that we currently find ourselves. As now Ed is trying to get as much value out of this fauna as possible. Dawn Carnage is kind of spooling up, thinking on a challenge, and you will get into the Jealous Queen, the Queen, the Jealous Beauty, as Fauna go ahead and takes a +1 onto that Genie. So this board is looking a little bit salvageable as we do not get to see our Jafar. He's going to find himself down to the ink 1 to a heel. Look at that turn from Ed. Huge play.
There we go. Great minds think alike. Yeah, this Flora we already talked about her potential to get 2 for 1, maybe even a 3 for 1, and this Panic may make those numbers go even higher. Panic was super important in the first round, and here we see Panic again, the high-strung imp putting in some work. And I want to mention this Aladdin quickly, JD, on Brian's side of the field. It is a shift character. I'm not sure if Brian's running any shift options, but the ability on play, all your characters get +2 strength that turn.
Absolutely. I think that would be huge, but he had to just put it out. And he also quests for 2. So you look at the stat line, he's a 1/4. Awesome card, and he can quest for 2. I think that's pretty good. So he didn't get the most out of it. Unfortunately for Aladdin there, you will be super vulnerable to the board that Ed has now. So just like that, Ed has taken control of this board.
JD, the stare. The famous Ed stare.
The famous patent-pending stare down. Look at that. Barely blinking. He is laser focused, and there is no tail. I love that, man. I love the tenacity. I love the approach. He's been there before.
This is not Ed's first rodeo, as we talked about. DLC champion, the North American champion, currently reigning, defending. So Ed is no stranger to these high-pressure situations.
But honestly, all these players that are in this room right now had to do something to get to this moment. So they all are built a little bit different, as the kids say, as we're going to go ahead and pay. And we're going to bring out the Meg era. Look at that. 2-5 into the Desperate Plan. So you are going to get 3 new cards coming in. I like that play a lot. You're going to ink the library, though.
Yeah, it's a shame. It is a shame to ink the library, but I think in this that was a pretty good turn there. You weren't really getting a lot of use out of it, and it could be quite quickly answered. I'd rather just draw a fresh hand. Is that a Mr. Arrow in the hand? Very cool. Quest for 2 and resist 1.
And we do have that beautiful enchanted Yzma is in hand as well, as Aladdin's going to go ahead and serve himself up for a quest. And let's see if Ed takes the bait and go ahead and clears this 2 questing 1 for Aladdin right now. Pass it back on over. Both players hanging on to the Madam M Elephant. We are still a few ink away from the Basil.
But yeah, this Yzma, a really great draw engine. You may exert and draw up to 3 cards. Well, draw until you have 3 cards in your hand. So really nice. I think she quests for 2 as well. Ooh. Down comes that Basil that we already mentioned, bouncing the Meg back to Brian's hand. And now this Basil is threatening to discard from Brian every time he quests. So Brian may be incentivized to empty his hand here.
Absolutely. And that stat line is quite impressive. Well, at a 5/4 quest for 2,
you're right.
You can bounce and send. That is an insane card. And I didn't think you had what it took to get there. We talked about that a few turns ago. But Ed planned it all out, got this Basil down onto the board. And now Brian, who has a pretty powerful hand, a lot of cards in hand, I should say. Is there going to be enough to deal with this Basil in an appropriate amount of time before he can take tremendous value?
Yeah, pretty much a full grip in Brian's hand. We are going to ink that Mr. Arrow, and we're going to separate our ink a little bit. Considering what the Aladdin wants to do, looks like we're going to pay 3 and put down that Meg once again. You think you need Hades on board to trigger her ability. I think it gives her Challenger. I'll double check that.
Yeah, when Hades is on board.
It's definitely a Hades-related ability. I'll double-check the exact text on that. But yeah, Brian working out how he's going to deal with this quite established board for Ed on the other side of the field. But yeah, Mega, a part of the plan is her sub-name.
I think you at this point, you just see Meg, you see the stats, you see how much she costs, and you're putting her in the deck, I think, at this point.
She's a 2/5, right, on a 3 cost.
You can't beat that. Well, you can, but I think that's a very, very playable card in this format. As we go ahead and get it to the top deck, it's going to be the Gazelle. So now you can give your own Basil evasive this next turn. If you go into this Gazelle, no need to ink, as you have all the ink you could possibly need, I would only assume.
And here we are with discarding a random card from Brian's hand, courtesy of the Basil quest. So we're just going to shuffle. They're going to associate numbers with the cards, and so that we have a complete random discard here. And goodbye to a 4-cost vanilla character. But yeah, just finish that point. Megara, when you have a character named Hades, she gains Challenger 2. I knew it was Hades and Challenger. I just wasn't sure of the number. But yeah, pretty solid character with that 5 willpower. You know, sit there, got a couple of quests. 2 strength is actually more relevant than you might think as well for some characters. So
and who knows? Brian could very well have a Hades in the deck and bring it down and get that Challenger to happen right now.
We saw that round 1, that Hades putting in a lot of work for Mr. Zanzayed.
Absolutely, absolutely. As we do come on down with the Gazelle, and we're able to give our Basil evasive for the next turn. So there's a very high likelihood that Basil's going to get another quest in and then be able to discard another card. So I'd like to see Brian go ahead and start to try to maybe potentially play around that effect by putting 2 characters into the field to play right now.
Yeah, and especially when you've got the Yzma right, and you can just keep well, I say keep, but you don't know how long she's going to stay on the board after you turn her sideways. But the Meg is a way to replenish cards. We're going to ink Rhea, which is a shame. She's a super solid card. Whenever you ink, you may ready one of your characters, which is a really nice ability, and she quests for 2.
For sure. And we do get the Yzma out onto the field of play as well. Now let's see what this Madam M Elephant is going to do. Madam M Elephant, go ahead and clears that fauna, and now it's going to be hanging on to some damage. So that's going to be high priority for Ed to kind of get off the board, because that is typically going to be some removal, as you're going to be able to trigger the Madam M Elephant's ability to, at the start of your turn, you may move up to 2 damage counters from this character to chosen opposing character. So that will be the end of the Gazelle next turn with the Madam M Elephant.
Yeah, 100%. And we saw the power of this Aladdin coming down, giving a +2 strength to 2 characters and allowing for some really nice challenges. And of course, this Madam M Elephant being able to move damage counters, as you say, JD, that could certainly add up and help us take out this Basil.
But Basil is evasive this turn due to Gazelle, so he won't be able to get into it right now. But that is something that Brian's going to really be looking forward to next turn. So now this thing is going back and forth, and for all my super sealed haters right now, you gotta be kind of eating some crow, because this has been some game. There has been some serious back and forth, and decisions had to be made to get to this point in the game. So this is pretty impressive as we get the Elsa is going to hit the board. Elsa,
so this one is you may pay to exert an opposing character. I need to double check how much you need to pay exactly, but I think it's 1. I'll double check that. I'll double check that. We want to be as accurate as we can with information. Of course, we've been studying as hard as we can for this particular section of the event. We're doing our best. Yeah, this Anna. Oh, no, this Elsa, sorry, is whenever this character quests, if you have a character named Anna in play,
that's right.
Gain 1 law. Yeah, there is another Elsa that isn't the 5th spirit that can exert for paying a cost, but that's not this one.
You know what, Baker? They got to give us a break. Okay, there are 10 million Elsas in this game, okay? And we are doing our very best. So people at home,
they need to let it go. Is that what you're saying? Would you put it that way?
They need to let it go, and we'll send them into the unknown. How's that sound? Okay?
It's going to be a long day, isn't it, JT? What a pleasure to be here with you, mate.
I love it. I absolutely love it. This is amazing. As we do get that Yzma's ability to go off, and we are going to get a big board flood in. But did we trigger that Madam M Elephant's ability? I think, is that mandatory or not?
So I think it's optional.
Okay.
I didn't see it trigger. Of course, we did extend there, playing down the Hey and a Bolt as well.
Absolutely. So we are going to go ahead and leave Ed with just that, with the Bianca and the Honey Lemon up and active. We play the Bianca. We pass back on over. We do have another Aladdin, so we can potentially shift that Aladdin. That's something to look out for.
It is a May, just to confirm the Madam M Elephant. It can be missed. And down Aladdin. Yeah, so we do have that shift option available for that Floodborn Aladdin that we've seen a couple of times. But Brian's board looking a bit carried away here with Ed playing off the top of the deck, just a Honey Lemon. Shout out to Ali Sweet. I know she's a big fan of Honey Lemon, cosplayed as her recently. And this Miss Bianca, who does like an ally.
Absolutely, and that is, I think this is kind of where it gets away because we talked about this game, I believe, came down to that card draw. That Desperate Plan was huge. The Yisman was huge. I think the Queen was huge. I think there were a lot of cards that Brian just had access to this time that worked out. Ed really just couldn't get to the card draw. We were able to get some pluses through challenging, and we were able to get some pluses through that Basel effect, but it just was not enough as it seems like this is going all Brian as we got a double Yisma.
Oh, we have the Jafar, the High Sultan of Lorca. Is in the house, JD. I want to see it. I want to see it.
He's popping off. Is it going to happen? He is absolutely popping off right now. And I'm telling you right now, Baker, I think they can hear us. Can they hear us?
Probably.
Probably. They'll be all right. They'll be okay. They're locked in on another level. We're far enough away.
That's production's problem. Yeah, they know me by now. They'll deal with it, I'm sure.
I'm sure you are giving Cameron a field day right now. Shout out to the direction team.
Oh, absolutely. Shout out to everyone involved in this huge event. And we'll continue to shout them out over the course of the day. But right now, there'll be card games. And this move Faster's another card that put in a lot. And that's it. We're going to put... Go on.
We got it, and we got it done. I mean, Ed came out on the play and just kind of ran out of steam as Brian did everything he needed to. Like I said, I think his deck was just popping off there. We saw the Aladdin, we saw the Ruby. I know a lot of people thought Ruby might not be the way to go, but Ruby was quite good, and now we have this side decking portion. So, side decking, we can kind of look at the decks a little bit.
Yes. Can I now talk about a card that's in the side deck?
We can. You can. Please.
I wanted to bring this up at the beginning, and then JD was like, no, that's in the sideboard, man. Leave that. And I was like, oh, sorry, bro. But yes, in the sideboard for Edmund Chu, we have Badanon Villain Support Center. I am bad, and that's good. I will never be good, and that's not bad. There's no one I'd rather be
and I believe,
than me.
Yo, I like locations in this format. Get a location down. Granted, they don't have that body. They can't contest with the board. But sometimes you have big static characters like you see Ed does have. We are getting a nice little sneak peek of the build right there as both players are able to look at each other's decks again. But they will not have access to what cards are being excited in.
Oh, the Mickey Mouse Food Fight Defender, a favorite of Spessy. Underestimating him is a recipe for disaster. Shout out to Spessy. Love you, buddy.
Let's go. Let's go. Oh, man, look at that. How would you feel? What would you do, Baker? I got to ask you.
Panic.
No,
I would panic.
Okay, after you panicked, okay, you cleaned up Mom's spaghetti, what are you doing? How would you attack this thing? What would be your plan?
Okay, so for a start, obviously these players, they've got a limited pool, right, in their sealed deck, but they've probably made their decisions hoping for some sort of synergies. And of course, with it being open deck list, they've really got to respect some of these like board breaker cards. Like going back to match one, again, it was an absolute masterclass between Frank and Zan. We saw a card called Restoring the Crown, which is so huge, exerting all opposing characters. And whenever you banish an opposing character in a challenge, you gain 2 lore. That's just one example. Anything that can exert, like an Elsa, like these big, powerful cards that you really need to be aware of that your opponent might have. That being said, how often do you play around a one-of?
I think you gotta respect it. I think you have to. I think in a 50-card deck, I think if you set yourself up like the Bianca and the Orville, we saw how consistent that was in the previous round, and we saw that Brian is playing a shift line with the Aladdin. I think with 50-card deck, I'm not a mathematician. We gotta get Frank Carson back in here with his mathematics PhD. Let's get him to run the numbers. But I believe if you have the 7-card altar and you play, enough turns, you draw enough cards, potentially you could see a lot of your synergy pieces. So I think maybe. In my initial impression, I was trying to stay away from the synergy stuff, just play individually valuistic, good cards. But I think that maybe you can probably set some of those synergies up, some Floodborn, some Shift. Like if I get a gem and a gem, I'm playing both gems, and I'm hoping that I can get that Shift to go off.
Jim Hawkins, a shout out to the Treasure Island, Treasure Planet, sorry, based on Treasure Island, Treasure Planet fans, an absolute fantastic film. And we just saw Brian looking over the deck there and reading the Kuzco Temporary Whale, which is a really interesting card. 5-cost uninkable, 1/4, quest for 2, and once during your turn, when a card is put into your inkwell, you can return a chosen character, item, or location with cost 2 or less to their player's hand. And that player draws a card. Nice to have the option to be able to upset your opponent's tempo or quest with your own 2-drop. bounce it back, draw a card, play it back down. We could see this card putting some work today, JD.
Absolutely. I think the and how much do you value inkability in this 50 card format?
A lot. I like, again, depending on what you open, right? Like, if you get a load of genies and, like, it's hard to not play cards like that. But in my head, like, I would not be wanting to play more than sort of 5, 6 uninkables. You know, again, I'm waiting for these World Championship players to prove me wrong. You know, we might see a 15 uninkable deck later on today. Who knows? But, yeah, uninkable cards. If you're new to Lorcana, you have the option once per turn to put a card from your hand into your inkwell. And this inkwell is what acts as the resources to allow you to pay for your other cards. However, to ink a card, it must have the inkable flourish in the top left-hand corner. If it does not, it means that that card cannot be inked under any, well, I was going to say under any circumstances. If you're playing Sapphire, then there are cards that allow you to ink non-inkables, but that's generally the way it works.
Okay. Just doing a little bit of cutting here and shuffling. The players are getting ready to roll. Checking each other's decks. The sideboarding is complete. The stare down is staring away. I like that. A little bit of patent pending, a little respect to the players. As we're just going to do a little tap there coming in from Brian. I like to see that too.
Yeah, no, obviously these guys, no strangers at top tables, and like the world's players have been here for a couple of days doing all sorts of like media and stuff like that, you know, really enjoying the VIP experience provided by Walt Disney and the Disney Lorcana trading card game. So, and they've all seen each other's lists as well. Like, this is completely open. They've been studying, but this is sealed.
Absolutely. And to that point, man, I thought that these players would have a lot more separation, a lot more quiet. I think you do you, I'm gonna do me. But there was like a lot of camaraderie, a lot of respect prior to this. The team breakfast, or excuse me, the player breakfast, and just seeing everyone hang out together as friends.
Absolutely.
Typically how you see the DLC, because they are competitors in the most competitive tournament you're probably ever going to play in your life.
Absolutely.
But still, there's good energy all around. Everyone has a deep amount of respect for each other, and I think that is really cool and indicative of what we expect when we see Digital Lorcana. So everyone tuning in at home, this is a primary example of what you tune in and what you play and what is to be expected as a Disney Lorcana player, as these players that are in this tournament are great ambassadors for the game as well.
Oh, you're right. Disney Lorcana trading card game taking over the world as far as I'm concerned, and I'm so honored.
The whole new world.
There's a reason you're here, JD. I knew it, my friend.
There it is.
Anyway, going on to game 2, Brian is going to be on the play once again. Inks, and this time we do see Rudy played. He doesn't hit the inkwell, so Brian's groove not been thrown off yet.
He is another one-cost character. I like to see that Rudy get his. You know what? I don't think I've ever seen a Rudy into the field of play before in a competitive tournament like this. I'm glad to see that sealed as a part of this thing. You see a lot of these beautiful cards get their time in the sun.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about Super Sealed, right? You get to like play and see cards that you wouldn't ordinarily in the most competitive meta. We see Grandmother Far coming down. A cricket just for luck is not going to be necessary this time because you're into the inkwell, love. And down comes Mr. Arrow.
Mr. R.I.P. Mr. Arrow. He did nothing wrong.
He did nothing wrong.
Screw why? As we do get that Calhoun on too, who can be a good board fight. And that is a great card for this format, as Calhoun was going to spring into the field play on 2 almost instantly. Calhoun, Marine Sergeant, has resist 1, and when she challenges and banishes the character, you gain 2 lore. I think that is a very impressive card.
Oh, she's been pretty much in the Lorcana meta game since her release. We do see, I think it's King Hubert from Sleeping Beauty. I think it's Hubert.
That is King Hubert.
There we go.
Impressive.
He's a big boy.
Impressive stat line. He is thick, big body. Quest for 1. Look at him, feeling good. Whose dad is that? I think that's Prince Philip's dad.
I think it's Aurora's.
Aurora's dad. Okay.
No, you're right. It's Philip's dad. No,
Okay.
you were right originally. It's Philip's dad. Yeah.
Okay, we're locked in on another level. Okay.
Yeah.
we're speaking the same language.
We'll
I get
there. Who's coming down here? We do see King Hubert hitting the board 3-4. Quite a big body for a free cost character. And of course, Calhoun capped at 3 strength, and which I think is going to check Brian here for the Mr. Arrow and the Rudy. You definitely don't want to give up a nice challenge from the Calhoun and allow the lore gain that she provides.
But you might have to run the numbers and see if there's some value there, because you could potentially exert a character, come back in with the Hubert, and then you're on your way. But then you'll be running right into a potential another setup, depending on what Ed has for this next play.
Yeah, 100%. Jim Hawkins, the cabin boy, is going to go into the inkwell. He gains Challenger 2 for every time you put a card into your inkwell. Pretty interesting. The 4 willpower. Just nice cheap body. Rudy and Mr. Arrow are indeed going to go on a quest. So it's like you just said, JD, we are willing to sort of give Ed this nice challenge to be able to come back with the King Hubert and remove this Calhoun, who is putting a lot of pressure on the board.
Absolutely. But we get into what's going down to the Inkwell. It looks like we're just going to go ahead and take that challenge here. Gain your lore, get your plus value when you can, because that's a clean plus, as Calhoun will take no damage due to her resist ability, resist keyword. We'll get the Drizella down here.
Drizella, yes, one of the wicked stepsisters. This is the vanilla one. There is another wicked stepsister in this set.
Anastasia.
Yeah, who can provide. She's a 3/1, and when she's challenged, your opponent discards. But this Drizella, just a nice 4/4 beat stick.
Yes, 4. So now there is the gamesmanship that we just kind of talked about, Baker. If you go King Hubert into the Calhoun, I'm going Drizella into the King Hubert, and there is that board fight that we kind of look for. And how these players negotiate these turns are what's going to determine the winner. I think these are critical turns that you kind of have to look out for.
Yeah, you're right. We're going to see Gale go into the Inkwell, which can return to your hand when banished in a challenge. There's a few cards in this format that can return to your hand when banished, like the Gale. There's Yzma Cat, which can return to your hand if you've got more cards in your hand than your opponent. And obviously, in this sort of setup where, you're just prioritizing resources and having as many cards as possible, something like that, even if you just then ink it, it can put in a lot of value. Down comes the Aladdin, JD.
And it also quests for 2. Aladdin can boost a character. We are going to get strong here, and I think that will make this Rudy strong enough to clear this Calhoun. Let's go ahead and see if we do that, or will we just go ahead and take out the Calhoun with the King Hubert? Decisions.
Yeah, interesting. We are still going to go in with the King Hubert. Gets +2 strength from the Aladdin. Unnecessary for the Calhoun, who does have resist, but only 2 willpower. And looks like Rudy's going on a quest.
Absolutely. We are still going along, trying to get to that 7 ink. I think that's going to be the threshold to get to this Vincenzo. I see Ed having it, trying to hang on to it. Maybe you can prioritize that. You have a nice little grip of characters in your hand to continue to ink. We have that Monstro, the non-monster as well. We have the, I believe that's Camilo Madrigal. We have the Panic is in hand as well. So a lot of choices here.
Stop panicking.
I'm panicking. I'm freaking out.
We're panicking all day. Drizella is going to throw off Brian's groove. I'm sorry, why Breezy? Shout out to Breezy. The groove has been run off, and Monstro is going into the Inkwell.
Huge turn. These panics have been insane.
They've been so good today.
There's a whole.
Who needs Genie? Who needs Genie?
Who needs Belle? Okay, who needs Rapunzel? We have Panic. Everybody's panicking. I think if I get a Panic, I'm throwing it in my deck almost immediately, and that card has had tremendous value. Now you have Healer Drizella, and you'll be able to check into the Aladdin as well. So Ed is looking strong again, but we saw Ed in a pretty strong spot in game number 1, and it kind of fell apart. Let's see if Brian can reduplicate some of that same magic.
Yep, we'll see. Brian with a few cards in hand already, and Ed, is he playing off the top, or has he just put his hand face down?
His hand's face down.
Okay, I was going to say, we haven't played enough cards yet. That Yzma is back in the hand of Brian, though. That Enchanted, a really nice draw engine. Mother Gothel is going to be inked, who can allow you, whenever you make a challenge, to move a damage counter from one character to another. But she's going to hit the Inkwell and fuel the big hey-hey.
Let's go. Big body hey-hey. Another pretty much stable card we've seen. I expect to see a lot more hey-heys coming into the next round of Super Sealed, as we are still shuffling that Vincenzo, inking and playing and hoping that we can get that bad boy into the field of play. I think that might be the one that can kind of tear this game wide open. As we want to send both of our characters into this hey-hey before we can do tremendous damage, we'll bring down the Camilo Madrigal as well before tossing back on over to Brian, who is going to be making a decision with this Aladdin. Now 4/4 quest for 2.
Yeah, it's a pretty good stat line, to be fair. Ed, with only 2 cards left in hand, passes over to Brian, just has the Aladdin left, but is at 7 lore, so currently in control of the game. We have another one. Hey, another one.
Goodness.
The Protective Rooster, who's the boat snack now.
And I'm trying to tell you, Ed showed no sign of effect, but I'm telling you, if I see that second hey-hey coming down, I'm tilted. I'm losing it. I'm coming unstowed. I'm like, come on
JD's
now.
flipping the table.
I'm putting my hand on my head. I'm scratching my hand. I'm like, come on, man. Let's be real. As we are going to go ahead and send the Camilo into the hey-hey, do 4 damage, and we can
returns to the hand.
And look at that. He's here.
Vincenzo, the explosives expert on play. You do 3, count them, 3 damage to a chosen character. And look at that body for Vincenzo, JD.
It's a 2/8. That's a huge.
That's for 3. That's for 3.
That's for 3, 2/8. I think 2/8 is so funny to look at for some reason. I don't know why. I'd rather 1-9. I like the Aladdin that's 1-9, but Chinzo had a 2-8 quest for 3, splash 3 damage, pinging 3 damage on impact. So that is a really cool high tempo card as he was able to clear that hey, no problem. So getting through 2 hey-heys, you have that Camilo Madrigal that can bounce itself back to hand. I think that is incredible. So huge Vincenzo up who can get into the rest of these characters. We're going to go ahead and splash 2 more. We're getting loose. We got Camilo and another Don Carnage down into the field of play. Pass back on over to Brian.
Should have given Reckless there. No, we got to play an action first to give Reckless.
Correct.
Yeah, this Don Carnage stuff does have Evasive, though. We're going to bring down an Illusion, the Magic Carpet. Your Illusion characters get Challenger 1.
For sure. And we have that problematic Yzma again, as we saw have some great effect. Previously, I think the Enchanted Watch is on par as we're going to go ahead and get her to reveal her ability. We're going to trigger her ability. It's going to be, what is it? I can't quite tell. We have, there it is. We got the library in hand.
Okay, library. There's the double trouble. Deal 1 damage to up to 2 chosen characters. That goes into the Inkwell this time. But we mentioned earlier, one damage is pretty significant in this format. There are a few characters where that would be enough. And Yzma providing that draw engine as well. But yeah, Vincenzo, a fantastic new card from Reign of Jafar, an explosives expert for the Palace Heist, JD, the Illumineers quest.
Absolutely. And we had the opportunity to play some Palace Heist.
We had a lot of fun.
And if you haven't played Palace Heist, I'm telling you, it is a very, very fun experience, man. I had such a good time with it. Getting Jafar all the way up out of here as we have saved Arcade.
And I took that personally. But nonetheless, Brian slowing down, recognizing a really pivotal turn here. How does he want to manipulate it? But yeah, this Camilo, we didn't actually read. Oh, down comes the library. That is huge. Do we have enough ink to move anything to it?
Yes.
Did the Yzma go in?
The Yzma is in the library. I think that is perfect because she already triggered her ability once. You got your 3 cards off, and now she's firmly nestled into Belle's library. If you guys don't know library, when a character is banished in the library, you get to draw a card, and I think you have to clear the Yzma. I think you have to.
Yeah, and it's providing such good card draw, but can you get rid of the library first? We only have 4, 5, 6. We can take out the library this turn, to be fair, but then we are allowing the Yzma to use her ability. Again, this Camilo, we didn't mention the ability earlier. When banished in a challenge, return this card to your hand. 4/4 quest for 2. This is a really solid sealed card.
I like it a lot. It is kind of giving yourself a little bit of negative tempo, but more often than not, he is going to be able to challenge and banish a character in the process. So, while he is also being banished, so I think that is a pretty neat card for this format. As now decisions need to be made by Ed Chu, who is pondering. Give your opponent a card now, give him the lore now, or wait, let's see if we're going to go for it. And we will go for it, making that pretty easy decision, getting that Yzma off the board. And
1 card's better than 3, right?
Yeah, for sure. As we are going to bring out the Basil and bounce the Magic Carpet back to the hand. Leaving the library up alone. It does gain a lore in the process just for being stagnant. If you're asking questions why that library is horizontal, it's because it's a location, okay? It is very different from a character if you're just new to the game. So we're trying to make sure the players who are new to Disney Lorcana also understand what's going on, along with the players who have been following the competitive season all year. So we're just trying to make it a nice wide array for everyone.
The Disney Lorcana trading card game is for everybody, and we want everyone to get involved in this beautiful game that's captured our hearts. But yeah, the library also gaining 1 lore at the beginning of your turn in the set phase of Ready, Set, Draw. Brian at 14 lore, but Ed kind of has the board here. Can Brian contend it with these couple of characters? We'll see.
And you really got to do something about this Vincenzo Santorini. I'm telling you right now, that 8 is a lot to get through. And I don't know if, with just your board, it's completely empty right now. It's going to be very difficult to get through that. This guy's questing for 3, Baker. And now he's not even the biggest threat. You have this Basil there, questing
who is
for 2,
discarding your hand every turn.
Ripping your hand. So this thing is a long way from over. Brian shuffling those cards together. Ed, patient as ever, hands on the table, looking firm as we are going to play.
We've got Cash Keem from Atlantis.
You went for it.
Yeah. From Atlantis, which is a beautiful, beautiful Disney film.
I love that film.
Flower in the Inkwell. We're going to move Cash Keem into the library. Studying is good.
Absolutely. He's going to be there as another threat, but I think the library might be time to go. As we have this Kronk. I believe that's the Kronk that's going to be there. Carefree is his name? Carefree on vacation?
I'm not sure of the sub name. I'll double check that. But the ability is when you would discard, you don't discard.
You don't.
At which point you probably say, "Oh yeah, it's all coming together."
And what's also important about this card, he has Ward. So he cannot be chosen.
Cannot be chosen.
He cannot be chosen. He's going to be there, and he also quests for 2. Notice the theme of this format. You're questing for 2. Ed's board is questing for a bunch. 2, 4, 7, 9 coming in from the North American Continental Champion side of the field. As Brian has to start to kind of feel the door closing a bit. We get to that queen again.
Nice.
We're getting close. Is there any princesses in the discard pile right now?
Not that I've seen. Calhoun, unfortunately, is not a princess. She could in our heart.
In my heart, she is.
Calhoun is a princess. But yeah, to your point, JD, Ed doing a fantastic job of matching Brian's 15 lore and has control of the board. We are representing game 2 lore on both the Basil and the Kronk and the Camillo, and of course that Vincenzo, who's been dominating since he came down. No damage on him, still questing for 3.
So is there a world where you can get some type of instant lore burst? We saw how effective that was in the previous game. Is there a world where we can get to see a white rose potentially? Will that be enough?
The uninteractive lore gain could come out of nowhere. Well, I say out of nowhere again. They've seen each other's lists, right? But
I don't know, how good is your memory? I mean,
don't ask me that, JD.
How good is your memory? They only had a few minutes to look at these deck lists, man, and it's a high pressure situation. So there might be
a little bit high pressure. The World Championship isn't the day to phone it in, really, is it?
Absolutely. As we're going to get that, Kashim is going to go and trade into this Basil. You'll get a card in the process with that as well. I think it's a very favorable exchange for you as a 3-cost character exchanges with a 7-cost character, and you gain a card in the process. We're going to go ahead and put the
He's a racer, I'll tell you that much, but does challenge in. Oh, and that's it, yeah. We were able to challenge into Camillo, return to Ed's hand, but Brian sees the writing on the wall, cannot stop Ed from achieving game. So now we're 1-1 and going forward to a game 3. I like a game 3. JD.
Absolutely. Nothing pumps me up more than a game 3. And if you guys are tuning in, if you're not absolutely seat back, locked in the upright and locked position, preparing to take off, your frequency is not aligned, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
If you're tuning into this stream and you got a bad attitude and you're not laser focused right now, what are you doing? We have been waiting so long for this moment to happen right now. We have 2 of the game's best players on the field right now, locked in and laser focused for a game 3 for all the marbles. I mean, you guys saw the prizes. You guys know what's on the line here. You guys know, and it's the title, the entry. Oh my goodness, there's so much
prestige.
The prestige. The first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion will be crowned this weekend, Baker. So wake up.
When we are watching Disney Lorcana in 30 years, and I say watching because me and you will probably be...
No.
Well, let's not go into that, but hopefully we're here to witness the future generations, and they will look back on this first World Championship and say, hey, these players were amazing. Those casters were having fun.
Yeah, they were okay. The players were really good. The broadcast team, yeah, they were all right.
They were enjoying themselves. Let's give them that much. A beautiful backdrop is here. I feel like we'd be rude to not draw a little bit of attention to the World Championship logo, the Mickey Mouse brave little tailor, and of course, the promo card that is representative of this whole event, a whole new world.
Absolutely. In typical Disney fashion, the attention to detail is fantastic. Again, I cannot thank this production team enough, which is all the beautiful, just the way the stream is looking and the way it sounds and the way it feels to be here. You guys can't see it, but there's just so much happening behind the scene. This venue is beautiful. You guys, I'm sure, will see it sooner or later. And it's just an amazing experience, man. And we're so glad that we can bring this to you guys live. And for everyone who's tuning 100%. In, it is just such an incredible, beautiful experience as these players they've been working so hard, Baker, to be here.
Absolutely. These players have been building up to this for a long time. They've earned their right to be in this room today, which was no easy task. And they want to be the world champion. They want the glory. They want the pride. They want the prizes. Nothing wrong with that one. So I want them too, JD. I'm not going to lie. I don't think I'm going to get them, but I understand. But we're going into game 3, and it's really interesting how many one-drops Brian does appear to be playing.
I'm trying to tell you, and the thing we got to eat some crow again, Baker, is that we're always saying, hey, who's on the play wins, who's on the play wins.
Look at this.
Both of these players have won on the draw.
They have. Sorry, JD, to cut you off, but Ed has not looked at his hand. and he's just staring down. Flashbacks of Ed versus Zan Zayed at a Disney Lorcana Challenge, and the final turn, Ed just staring Zan in the face. A really part of the lore for Lorcana already, and here we see Brian on the receiving end of that cold stare.
Oh man, I'm telling you, intimidation.
I would be intimidated.
I'd be freaking. As he cracks a slight smile right there. I don't know if he can't hear us, but I think he cracks a great smile. Look at that. He knows. Look at
he knows exactly what he's doing.
And he's there. I like the camera stare too. As these players have all been here before, playing on stream in these high pressure situations. I'm not even on the field. I'm extremely nervous, Baker, just being here with all of you right now.
Absolutely, me too, brother. Honestly, like it's a big deal. We do want to say again what an honor it is to be here representing the commentary to communicate with you guys watching around the world. Still haven't looked at his hand.
He took a quick sneak peek.
Did he?
And passed it on. We got Rudy back at it again.
Oh,
We got two Rudys. We got two Rudys. That's a foil Rudy.
The groove is back.
We're done.
Let's go. He's the king of the world.
And
Sorry.
So we can go 1 for 1 here, and Mulan can come down on 1, shake up the hand a little bit. Maybe sometimes you can save that Mulan and kind of clear up some of these high cost unankles from your hand. I think that's a very interesting thing, as you can draw 1 and discard 1 when you play this Sky Soldier. Mulan doing her thing, as we will kick the Walrus down. Just another big body, well-stared character as Tika. Tika is going to be on the field of play.
Tika, she's a big girl. She's from Moana, which is an absolutely beautiful film.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember what this one does exactly. I'm gonna just be completely honest. This one I haven't got a clue.
It's Challenger. It's Challenger.
Okay, thank goodness you're here, JD. I'd be cooked.
Hey, we're gonna get it. Okay, we're gonna get. I know we're probably getting blasted in the chat right now. I can't see it, but I think we're doing a pretty good job. I'm batting like an 8 out of 10. That's got to count for something. As we bring out the
doing our best.
we bring out the grandmother Fa out to the field of play, who's going to be able to increase the strength a little bit whenever she quests.
Yeah, and she's questing for quest for 2 as well, which is pretty good. But yeah, Grandmother Fa from Mulan, fantastic character. Fear will get you hurt, luck will get you through. That's a beautiful line. That's one inspirational line.
That is deep and powerful. As we bring that Elsa back to the field, I think you're going to need a little bit of support from another character before you can get the maximization of her ability, as it looks like we have a nice little Dawn Carnage potentially coming down on next turn. Both of these players trying to be the first one to actually win on the play. As we bring out the Flower as well. Another 3/3 character. Ed checking the hand. We have the Diablo, as you say.
You can call me Flower if you want to. But yeah, this Diablo, 2 cost Ingable, 1/2 evasive and Challenger 2. JD has cracked. I broke him. Our JD is broken, guys. I think I need a new one. But yeah, Flower, a new card from the Reign of Jafar, and along with all the Bambi characters that we got. Oh, we know Liam's a big fan of that Bambi as well.
Absolutely, and I still think back about that Bambi, and when it first got revealed, I think that card is amazingly beautiful. It is stunning. We do have that Aladdin. Is going to find its way down to the inkwell almost immediately, as we will bring out the Gaston.
Gaston! Yeah, this Gaston, pretty interesting. You can banish one of your own items to get +2 strength for the turn. I think it's just for the turn.
Absolutely, and I think his name is Arrogant Show Off. You know, holding that amber piece there as he's tearing apart the crown, I believe. As we're going to kick it back on over. Maybe I think you're thinking about questing here potentially.
Potentially, take this magical stone. You'll need it to keep up with me. Yes, the whole crew coming together to try and end the Reign of Jafar, which I think is really rude. JD.
No, I mean, I think the Reign of Jafar is a bridge too far. I think they got to kind of separate a little bit. When I'm against you, it's fine, but when he's against all of us, I think we got to go. We got to do something about that.
Nah, Jafar reigns. Let's just stay in Reign of Jafar forever. We don't need Fabled. I'm happy how things. No, I'm joking. I want to see Fabled. Goofy movie, to be fair. I wouldn't want to deny that.
Let's go. It's gonna happen as we get a quest in with the Flower, so that is a little bit of a decision. This is a sticking point. Some we're going to have to look back at depending on how this game shakes out, as the Flower is going to get a quest in. So now Ed is going to have to be on the approach to try to break this board again, as both players have done an incredible job so far of being able to accost the opposition's board, as we're going to get the Grandmother Father quest in as well.
This grandmother father has been putting in work so far. You love to see it. But yeah, this flower, we talked about him a couple of times, but haven't actually mentioned the ability. Looking for friends. Whenever you play another character, you can look at the top card of your deck and put it either on the top or the bottom of your deck, which is a pretty nice, just passive ability to have on the board.
Absolutely.
Of course, like when you're trying to dig, especially when you've got a lot of one-obs, presumably, in a sealed deck, you know, you want to find your high-cost characters when you need them, those powerful actions, etc. We got Mad Dog coming down.
The Mad Dog doing his thing. Mad Dog. And we're going to clear that Grandmother Fog quest for 2 quite easily, as the Gaston sitting at a 4/4 will be able to get loose and active if needed. I like this Mother Gotham quest. She's going to find a way to the Inkwells. We got Ariana. Ariana is another really, really strong character. 5/5 quest for 2. She's big. She can engage with this Mad Dog if needed. If you have a character named Don Carnage in play, you pay 1 less to play this character. And there is some synergies there. We talked about that. Don Carnage is a part of the strategy as well.
100%, and both players having this Ariana. Yeah, she's certainly a big girl questing for 2. In dark times, a crown is a weighty honor we must bear with grace and courage. Such inspirational quotes on these flavor texts.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, some words to live by. I'm like some fortune cookies as well. It makes you a better person.
Kana fortune cookies.
I think
Ravensburger, we just made you $1 million.
There you go. You know, you're feeling bad. You read some of this flavor. You're like, oh, you know what? I don't feel so bad anymore. As Ariana, the queen of Corona, is doing her thing. They've got a mirror staring down as Ariana is going to go ahead and get a quest in. If you want to challenge to my Ariana, that's totally fine. As we are going to send the Tekka into the field of play. Challenger 2 with a 5/6. Look at that stat line quest for 2. Ed might be in trouble. Can you get out of this? As we'll take that trade almost instantly and go double dip the chip. We have Diablo and Archimedes, 2 evasive characters questing for 2 and 1.
Yeah, and important for Ed to take that trade there. Brian already at 6 lore. Can't allow... Probably doesn't feel like a great trade, but you have to slow Brian down and get that big body out of here. And both players running low on resources, trying to protect their board as best they can and hope that their tops are are kind to them. Ed does have a couple of cards. That Donald Duck is certainly interesting, the pirate, but we're going to see the Hey Hey come down, not in Bodyguard.
Interesting, but you do have 2 evasive characters now. Maybe you're trying to protect that Hey Hey because you're going to need that Hey Hey to engage in this Tekka, I believe.
Yeah, the Tekka would get a nice challenge into that, so it makes sense.
I like that play a lot, and this the Hey Hey and the Diablo together can challenge and banish that Tekka, and then you'll have an evasive 2-lore quester in the field of play still. So this might be a problem here for Brian, who has 1 card in hand. I can't make out what that is. It looks like, is that double trouble?
It looks like double trouble, yes. 1 damage to up to 2 chosen characters. And I will say this as often as I can. 1 damage can really matter.
Yes.
Again, it could be the final damage you need. And again, there are a fair few interesting characters in this format that only have the 1 willpower. So nice to see the players including these sort of cards. And now we come to our slowdown part of the match. All right, we're reaching that really pivotal turn.
Absolutely. I call it critical mass, where you got everything you need, you got the board set up. Now you got to think. Okay, the first, typically, especially in the constructed game, the first 5 or 6 turns are kind of on script. You know, everything happens the way you think. When you get to that 6th turn, 7th turn, kind of like where we are right now. Now you got to think because your resources are going to dwindle. You see, Brian's holding 1 card in hand. Ed, I believe, has 2. This is where the decisions need to be made. This is the moment where champions are made right here as both players hand on face. We got to stare down to the camera from Ed as Brian is completely locked in. Oh, okay. They're still trying to figure some things out as we are going to go ahead and reveal the Madam M elephant. I think they're just having some a little bit of discussion.
Yep, no, the elephant going into the inkwell, and Brian just deciding how he wants to handle this turn. Obviously, evasive going on for the Archimedes and the Diablo. The Tekka could go on a quest, I guess, fairly safely. The Hey Hey can't trade into it. Of course, Brian may be respecting some cards that might be in Ed's deck that could boost the strength in some way. Or maybe even there are cards where if you've already got damage on a character, then you can do damage to them. So. Like the Bonsai, I'm pretty sure has that ability where you do 2 damage to a damaged character, and there might be a couple of other things in here.
Does Ed have the Cheshire Cat in hand? Or in deck, excuse me. All right, so it looks like we're just having a little slowdown here as Brian is still trying to piece things together. Potentially going on a quest with this Tekka, and you do make that Tekka a little bit vulnerable. You have the Hey Hey and Diablo can come in and challenge together and take out the Tekka. All right, so we're going to go ahead and ready all the characters now, and Ed now has to make a decision. Are you trying to race, or are you going to get into this account right now? Shuffling the 2 cards in hand, I can't quite make out what they are.
Okay, so just to confirm with the audience there was a judge call there, Brian mistaking one of the cards in his inkwell for a card in hand and did reveal it. So there was and you're not allowed to look at cards in your inkwell unless a card tells you you can. So there was a short judge call there, and it has just been a warning for Brian. So nothing too bad. Obviously, you want to be careful that these warnings don't stack up, but we know Brian, you know, the accidents happen. Just give a warning, continue
and keep it moving. It is an accident. I mean, these are humans. I mean, people do make mistakes, so nothing malicious, nothing intentional.
Even Illumineers are indeed human.
Everyone will make a mistake
Absolutely.
sometimes. So no harm, no foul, as everything is everything, as we are going to go ahead and put that double trouble down to the inkwell with the Desert Plane off the top. Wow!
Oh,
what a card!
Huge,
what
JD.
a card! No tilt coming in from the North American Champion, but I'm losing my mind if I see that Desert Plane off the top.
We draw into an Elsa, the Gale, and I think that Queen Jealous Beauty, which could be a nice closer. Although Ed's board is starting to build, and again, evasives and bodyguards, going to be kind of tricky. Down comes the Jealous Beauty.
And I don't believe there are any princesses in the discard pile right now for Ed, which is fortunate for you because that is a lot of lore that is being represented. But Ed electing to hit the gas pedal and start to try to run this race instead of challenging into this account, I think that's another critical decision point that a player had to make there.
Yeah, 100%. We've reached that point in the game where, I mean, every turn matters from the very beginning, right? But some turns are certainly more significant than others, and this is a tricky board state to manipulate. T-Car is going to challenge into the hey-hey. We're going to put 4 damage on that T-Car, and then Rudy still grooving out, going on a little quest and bringing Brian up to 11 lore to Ed's 8.
And it looks like we get into the Stitch. Steel Stitch is going to be in hand, who can sling some damage as well, as we will go ahead and clear 2 characters onto the board. I believe T-Car is going to fall there. Pass it back on over to Brian now, who's got this queen up and active, ready to exert her ability. We have that magic carpet. We have the Gale. Is this going to be enough? I don't know.
Can we just extend here? And like, obviously, this queen can get us to at least 14. I'm not sure if there are any princesses. There was that 5-cost carrot to the quest for 2. Is that a princess?
That's Ariana. I believe she is a queen.
She's a queen. She's a queen.
She's queen status. So I don't.
Slay queen.
I don't think she's going to be able to. She's not a princess, but I'm pretty sure.
All right. Still free lore available from the Queen, though, as a potential. And this magic carpet comes down. Quest for 2 does give Challenger 1 to your illusions, but didn't mention earlier, and important to say, the vanish keyword, JD. If this character is targeted by an action, banished, but gone. Get out of here.
Yeah. But
your illusions are fake.
But honestly, if I see an illusion in my card pool, I think I might request it. I might add it to my deck because there aren't a lot of targeting actions in the card pool. There are some, but there are not that many to the point where an illusion character typically has a high upside with the high low side as well in that vanishing ability.
Oh, I love illusions.
I play him. I play him here.
I want to see this High Sultan. I've been teased by it. The High Sultan of Lorcana is in the deck. Well, it was. Maybe it's been sideboarded out. And some synergy with illusions, obviously. You may, whenever request, you may draw and discard a card. And if you discard an illusion, how much do you think you have to pay to play it? It's a bargain, I'll tell you that much. Free, JD. I'm going to jump in. It's free. You can play it completely for free. Down comes Gale.
Gale, and that's another character. It will send itself back to the hand. We talked about it earlier. A little bit of hidden resource value there. Not going to your discard pile, back to your hand. You can ink it later if you need to, or continue to play it to the board in quest. Checking for a princess. We'll get a princess alert here. Was there Mulan played earlier? I believe there was not.
Yes, there is.
There is. Okay.
Yeah, the turn 1 Mulan. In 2 games, Ed played that. So there is indeed a princess. That means the queen can go to 15, and then we have another 4 lore courtesy of the carpet and the Gale, all to do with wind, which would bring us up to 19. Jealous Beauty is going to take a challenge, though, into that Donald Duck, wanting to slow Ed's potential down.
Absolutely. You will make that queen vulnerable, but I think that's a pretty good trade because you will get that plus value. So favoring a little bit of board fight instead of the lore burst, I think might be the way to go. Another critical decision point. A critical decision point. I mean, some people might have exerted activated that ability there, and then that could potentially change the outcome of the game.
You're right. You're right. Making good challenges is a big part of Lorcana, but here's a situation, JD, where again, the Queen has that 2 damage on her. If we had a ping for 1, that would be huge, because obviously you're expecting this Queen to trade with whatever takes her out, right?
Absolutely.
So 1 damage can really matter in Lorcana.
Talk about a dump truck right now. We saw Ed play. We saw Ed discard the dump truck earlier. How clutch would a dump truck be off the top right now? Okay, so. All right, so we are contemplating here, Ed, deep in the think tank, maybe thinking about setting up this Stitch right now, or maybe you have that giant Mickey as well. That's not the giant Mickey. That is a Mickey Mouse. I can't quite make out which one it is.
And you would need to see. We will find. Oh, I see it. I think it's Resist. I have a feeling it's Resist. We'll definitely see if it ends up getting played, but I think we're definitely coming to the last turn, or a couple of turns of the game. 11 all for both Brian and Ed. We are just going to go on quests with everything on Ed's side of the board. So that's another 5 lore, bring us up to 16. Down comes that Mickey Mouse who quests for 2.
Boom, there he is. Big body Mickey doing his thing. I can't make out what those cards are that are in hand. It looks like Brian is starting to feel the pressure of Ed's board. It is massive. Again, having these evasive characters, that is a clutch to this metagame. I think having the Panic on board, clutch to this metagame. We have that Mickey Mouse, clutch to this game. This is looking great for the North American Championship with the stare down has been engaged. We have Brian double hand on head, staring down the board, trying to find the line. Is it good enough? We will see.
So this Mickey Mouse Night Watch, your character's named Pluto, game Resist 1.
There it is.
There you
Synergy.
Go. And there's a pretty good, there's the Bodyguard 1/5 Pluto that has 5 strength when there's no damage on it, so that's pretty cool. Oh, Pixie Dust on Brian's side of the board. This is a really interesting item that can allow you to deal with evasive. So I think it's whenever you exert and pay 2, and you can give a character evasive, and I want to say Challenger 2. I'm going to double check that.
So there it is. Is that going to be enough? As Ed still has game on board.
Nailed it.
Ed still has game on board with the Mickey and Panic. So you're going to have to continue to challenge. I think you got to go into this Panic. That's the only character you can engage with right now, because that is your only evasive character right now, unless you use that Pixie Dust. Who'd you use that Pixie Dust on? I can't. It looks like. We can't hear the players, so just keep that in mind, as we are going to go ahead and send the Queen into that Panic. I think that's the correct decision, as it does quest for 2. We are going to just quest for 2 with our own Magic Carpet, and now you're taking kind of control of this board. Does Ed have a lore burst?
So we're using that evasive not to answer evasive, but just to be an annoying evasive character, because obviously the Diablo cannot hit the full willpower necessary for the Magic Carpet. Down comes the Stitch. When he banishes a character, you draw a card and gain a lore. Pretty good.
Absolutely. All right, so this game is intense, man. I'm sweating. Ed has game on board right now. I think Brian needs to make something happen. You have the Genie. He just cannot get it done. The hands are extended, and Edmund Chu is going to move on.
A victory for the North American champion. Ed's got to be feeling elated after that. Now 2-0. And don't forget, Illumineers, once a player has 5 match wins, they're done. That's it. They can step away. They say, I have made day 2. I've got my promos. I am ready to proceed into the top 8.
And another incredible thing, like you said, every round you win, you get another prize to the wall. You get another prize off the wall. So Cindy is already in Edmund Chu's prize bag, along with now, I believe that's going to be DLC Rapunzel is going to be in the bag as well. No, excuse me. That's going to be, is there Rapunzel?
I think it's Cinderella, then Rapunzel, then Baymax. No, then Kuzco, then Baymax, I think is the order there. But what a match. We're only 2 rounds down, and it's super sealed as well. We're not even in the constructed portion.
It hasn't even gotten started yet. We haven't even got to the point where people have made their own decks, and it's still absolute great matchup. These players have built these decks to the best of their abilities, and it was a phenomenal first 2 rounds of this Digital Arcana Challenge World Championship. So hopefully you guys at home are enjoying this thing as well, because it's a pleasure to be here and provide this to you guys.
It certainly is. We will be going over to Rebecca for an interview very shortly, but Before we get into that, we do have a first, and we're lots of announcements going on over the course of this weekend here, Lumineers. So this first announcement, we've got some exciting news for those of you still collecting glimmers from the first few sets of Disney Lorcana TCG. Starting right now, JD, you can enter to buy the first chapter booster boxes in English, Japanese, and Chinese, and Rise of the Floodborn in Japanese and Chinese language. Ravensburger has partnered up with a third party to help manage this launch. This system will help stop the bots and deliver a fair launch, getting product into the hands of real Disney Lorcana TCG fans.
So head over to this link right now on your screen to recreate an account, enter the launch, and you will verify with your credit card, normal stuff, information and current shipping address. This launch closes on July 7th and it's randomized, so you don't have to be the first one to get to the website and all that kind of stuff. It'll be like a nice, fair, and impartial. First come, first serve will not be in play.
Yeah. So lots going on.
So on top of that, you can also head over to Ravensburger online store today to purchase the English language products, Rise of the Floodborn, and Into the Inklands, Ursula's Return while supplies last. These sets, along with the first chapter, will not be available through EQL or Ravensburger online store after the launch of Fable. So get out there and get it today.
So this is your last chance to get those particular sets in particular languages. JD, there'll be time later, okay?
Dude,
later.
I need to get on here right now.
Later,
Sure?
It's fine.
I didn't get mine.
You'll get.
I wasn't.
Not for you.
Listen, I wasn't here at first. I need to get over there. So if you guys are watching this, get me some, man, because I wasn't here in chapter 1, so I didn't get a chance to open mine. I want to get mine too.
While JD's having a moment and a bit of a meltdown, we're going to send it over to Rebecca for an interview. It's all right, JD. Calm down. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Give me your phone.
Calm down. Go to break.
Hey there, we are here with Ed Chu, who is now 2-0 today. Congrats on that win. Some fantastic games. That Yzma, though, gave you trouble in game 1. And game 2, though, talk about you were able to meet that challenge there in game 2.
Yeah, I think Basil is really pivotal in my win in game 2. I was basically able to tempo him out of the game, removed all his cards, and then I just took over from there. I think from game 1, I think I made a kind of mistake not clearing out his Aladdin on the board. I kind of disrespected the elephant. That basically got him back into the game, especially being able to bounce back that Aladdin to replay it. So I was very fortunate to kind of, squeeze out those last 2 games.
Yeah, let's talk about game 3. You were mentioning to me that Panic was a big player. Is that a card when you were deck building that you knew you had to have in there?
Yeah, Panic was very pivotal for me to win. Even my first round, I remember I was able to take out a Snow White. I remember in that set's release, that was one of the main, things that you're looking for, the Panic into the Snow White. And the Panic was able to take out, I was able to challenge the Rudy and then move the damage over to the Taka. Otherwise, that Taka was just way too hard to deal with.
And can you talk a little bit about reviewing your opponent's deck list? This is super sealed. Anything can be in there. What are you looking for when you're reviewing your opponent's deck?
Yeah, I think the main thing are the what we call combat tricks, being able to get additional strength or being able to move damage like the Panic or knock, things like that. Or Aladdin +2 strength. So you just have to kind of be aware of
Hmm. Yeah, the stream from Disney Lorcana went down, so hopefully it'll be back up again in a sec. But it's down for everyone. It's not just me. So I'll get it going again once it comes back live. So I'm cheering for Ed to win the tournament. He's one of my top 2 picks for the person to win. I think that he's definitely a player to look out for. So I was excited to see him win. These games I don't think were nearly as exciting as the first round in Sealed, and this is kind of a little bit more boring and kind of what I was worried about with Sealed. So I'm excited for the 3-deck format competitive rounds to start in a bit. Should have one more round of Sealed once things are back online. Who are you guys cheering for to win? Let me know in the chat who you think's gonna be the overall world champion. I'm cheering for Ed and I'm cheering for Sailor. So I'd be happy if either of them wins it overall. Hopefully we'll get to see Sailor on a featured match at some point. Yeah, Kit says, I like seeing non-meta cards in play, but some vanilla cards are definitely less exciting. Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that it's nice to see some interesting cards, but sometimes the play is just pretty dull. Kit is cheering for Ed. Eweezy says Zach or Ed. Yeah, I like Zach. I'm a Zach fan too. I'd be happy if Zach won. I'm Canadian, and there's 2 Canadians, I think, in the field. Diego Saz and Sailor are both Canadian, so be happy if either of them won. Hey, thanks for the follow, Metroid. Looks like the feed's back up. Yeah, they must be still trying to get things going, because now they're just playing the promos for the different sets. Kit says, did you get the Melee link to see how the other players are doing? I don't. Does anybody in the chat have the Melee link? If you do, drop it in the chat. I'd love to pull it up and see how everyone's doing. think I have the link here. So we got Ed120. For round 1. All right, this is round 1. Oh, we got our guys back. Sec. We'll still go through the results in a second.
Nasty, you guys been doing this the whole time? This is too much fun.
It's exciting, right?
I'm so glad to be here. And I like what you got on your head there.
So round 1, we got Ed, Kurt Spice, level 9001.
See, it's a little weird, but we got some pretty special bucket hats from Ravensburger from the team.
Ryan won,
World,
Zach Bivens
World
won.
Champion thing on the front of it. I've been asking, for anybody that knows, you know.
Frank
I've been
Carson
asking
won,
for
we saw
bucket
that
hats
on
since
stream.
day 1, and look, we're here. We made it.
Can I get one of those? Can I be
Yeah,
like you? Can I join?
dog,
Looks
you
like
got it.
Sailor
Get it
lost
on.
his
There
first
you go.
Are
round.
we out here? We're
Chat,
getting loose
I
and
need
we're
you to-
getting active today.
Tell me how fly
Thoughts?
JD is right now. Thoughts?
Thoughts?
Come on, if you
EKP
want a bucket
lost.
hat, let us know.
Let's go.
In the chat. I'm just saying.
Let's go. But anyway, we're going to fill some time a little bit. We got a nice, exciting round of Pack Rush for you all. We have
Round
the
2, Ed
incredible
won.
Rebecca West
Frank
versus
lost after winning
Liam.
round
Man,
1.
oh man, we got some Pack Rush happening.
Zach
Some
won,
chapter
DKP
1
won.
Pack Rush, I believe. I don't think
Yeah.
anyone's ever
Wonderland
Pack Rush with a
No.
chapter 1
won.
pack before. So this is going to be very interesting and exciting. Hope you guys enjoy
Looks
this
like
kind of thing.
Zan beat
Yeah, I mean,
Sailor,
this-
so
we wanna do
Sailor's
this sort of as
0-2 right
promotion
now.
for the
So
thing that you and Baker so
Epic's not doing
elegantly
very well.
announced earlier, the exciting things that players
Standings
can go and get for
aren't
themselves.
really
And
working.
when the first chapter came out, first of all, it was a little hard to get. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
I'll
lie. It
drop
was kinda
the
difficult
link
to
in the
get, but
chat
also,
here.
Pack Rush wasn't a thing.
Right.
Disney Lorcana was very new, and Ryan and Steve hadn't come up with the Pack Rush idea yet. I think there were some rough draft rules that had been used, and so we're just going to kind of showcase some fun that you can have going all the way back to the first chapter, doing some Pack Rush. We can see Liam and Rebecca here pulling out the packs. Now, I will say, because the Chinese and Japanese packs are a little bit different in regards to how many cards there are. I believe there's 10 cards in these packs instead of 12. They're going to pick 3 packs instead of 2. With Pack Rush, you normally just pick 2 English packs, and then you use those. You basically open them up, shuffle them together, and then start playing. You only draw 5 cards instead of 7, and it's the first to 15 lore. But because there's only 10 cards in each pack, Rebecca and Liam are both going to end up using 3 packs instead of 2 for these.
And another interesting wrinkle about Pack Rush, if you guys don't know, it is you start with 2
Yeah,
names.
I don't know
So
why
that's
the
another
standings
critical
don't
component
load
of this format. You have
till
to
after.
use
Usually,
World
like in
Start
tournaments
kickoff,
that I've
5
been
cards
in, like
and
set
everything
champs,
else is
you
still
can see the
same. We're gonna
standings
alter
after
your
every
hand,
round.
Play, draw for turn if you are the second player. Everything traditional to the standard rules of Disney Lorcana that you come to know and love. But right now, we get to see the packs being open. And sometimes, what do you think, B Square? When you Pack Rush, do you look and see if you got the enchanted down
No,
there?
I don't. I know it bothers some people, but that is the thrill of Pack Rush to me. I am like eagerly waiting to flip that top card and it being enchanted and all scratched up because I've been shuffling the cards
And
together.
I'll double down. I was in DLC in Las Vegas, and I sat down to do some Pack Rush, and my opponent played an enchanted Raya and didn't know what it was. It was their first game of Disney Lorcana they ever played, was a Pack Rush in the side event against me, and they had
It's
the
a little
enchanted
disappointing
Raya in
that
their hand.
now
They
that the
played it,
sets are
and I'm
rotating,
freaking out.
they
They're like, "Oh,
suddenly
what is that?"
have set 1 cards for people to buy.
Yeah.
Just didn't know. It was just like one of those things like, I had
Coming
those
up out
packs,
of
man.
nowhere
That could have been me.
That could've been
after
you. That's
people
always the
wanted
worst,
them
man. Like, when you
for
hand
so
somebody
long
a
and
pack and they
they were
open
so hard to
enchanted,
get,
I
and
mean,
the prices
I've always
for
had
set 1
of
have
them,
been
so
so
it's like, man,
high.
that could have been mine, you
There's
know?
not-
For
there's nothing
sealed
worse for me. I don't think
product.
the English language is strong enough to find the word
Wish they
necessary
had just
for
sent
happy
it
for
out
you,
to
mad for
LGS
me, okay? But in
to
a, in
sell.
a kind
Insert
way.
meme here.
Yeah, there it is.
They used to just
They're the
randomly
word,
restock
whatever that
LGS
word
with
might be.
like
Jealous? It's not
4 or
jealous.
5
I think jealous
boxes
is
I don't
or
know. I
a
don't-
case or
I'll be
2 at a
completely honest with
time,
you, JD,
which
you're asking the wrong.
was nice as a surprise when you go to your
I'm more
LGS
into
and they would
math
have
than I
it.
am English.
But we got Rebecca out here. She's having a time of her life. I love the smile.
Also,
girls,
they have a lottery for the US and they have a lottery for Europe for the set 1 and 2 cards, but they don't include
I
Canada.
think that's a, I
So
think
I
that's a
literally
on purpose. I think-
can't
I
enter
think
if I
so,
wanted
yeah.
to.
As we get the dice roll, thumbs up
Sucks
from
for
Rebecca. Looks like she's going to be going
People in
first.
Canada,
That
I'm
is
not
the
sure why
meta
they're not
in Pack Rush.
offering
If you
it
go
for
first,
like
you need
North
to go first in
America
Pack Rush.
as opposed to
Basically,
just
go first. But we thought
United
that about these
States.
super sealed. A lot of people said go first or go home, and it looks like that wasn't the case.
Yeah,
in this
from
round.
the last round, right? Yeah.
For sure.
I was watching that backstage, had some interesting stuff, but I think you're right. I think Rebecca is going to end up going first. I do see a Flynn Rider in hand. That was a pretty strong opening card in set 1. Also the Stitch, we got a 1-drop as well, and LeFou, another 2 drops. So we could go pretty fast here if we wanted to, which sometimes is the name of the game for Pack Rush. You know, we talk about in Sealed how like interaction is super important. Kind of the same thing here in Pack Rush. And in the first chapter, I can't say there was a there wasn't a lot of interaction. And of course, neither Liam or Rebecca looked at their decks for their cards before they started. So it might just be if Rebecca can get out fast here, you only got to get to 15 lore.
Go first.
Take it away.
Go first and go fast. But
I'd be most interested in set 1 because of the Elsa lottery, I guess. Just the chase for that, or
on the fly, because
they have some of the best enchantments, like the big Tinkerbell enchant. I'm a big fan of that one. That's probably Giant Fairy's probably like one of my top 3 enchants overall.
On table 1 there.
I don't need any cards from any of
something funny when I was
set, so it would be just like
to come into the
gambling aspect of it, basically opening packs to see what you get. But
they were like, "Look, your job is to sit at the judge
I feel like the
desk,
values
put
have
the
also
headphone
gone
on,
down on everything except for the enchanteds because of the looming rotation, so it's not even that appealing. Used to be that if you got a box and you hit, a Rapunzel and a dragon or something, it would pay for like half the box. And now I'm guessing that you're pretty much just taking a huge L unless you hit one of the good enchants, because there's also bad enchanteds to hit, like the Hades.
When you challenge him, when he's banished,
I think from set 1,
and so that could be pretty powerful.
That's a terrible enchant to get. It's got almost no value.
You do have a Jasper when he enters play. I think you choose something that's reckless. It might be when he quests.
I believe so. Oh, we got double Jasper, double the duty. We have Phil. I believe that is, what's that behind
the Hades?
We got Hades. The Hades is crack.
I think it's the Hades Lord of the Underworld. I think you get to pull something back from your discard.
I like it. That's another little way to plus values. Rebecca's going to continue to ink. Going up to 4, we're going to bring out Jasper on Jasper Violence. 2-4 versus 2-4. Flynn gets an easy little quest in. Liam on the back foot, revealing that area. You better tuck that in. Rebecca can kind of see as we get into the Grandma Tala. That's a little bit of ramp there.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of ramp. When Grandma Tala's banished, she gets to go into the inkwell. And it's something for some reason, I always forget. We just explained the rules, but they start with extra ink. So they're able to just kind of hit the ground running. They can play a bunch of characters, or they can play some really big characters. So as we're looking at Liam's hand here, he does have an Archimedes. That's just a 1-drop character. He's maybe thinking of inking. Having a little bit of an issue seeing what else he has, though.
I saw that Ariel. There is the Ariel, the voiceless Ariel, who just has big stats. She can't sing. But I don't think you're really going to worry about too much singing here in Pack Rush. I don't think we have a song in hand. I guess
there is a BR guest. That's a pretty good in Pack Rush, I think.
For sure. There is an ability to sing if you could potentially sing, as Jasper's going to go ahead and get a nice challenge into the Flynn. So you are going to go ahead and pay that cost. But that's
going to have to discard a card.
For sure. Typically, I like to go ahead and try to get the cards out of my hand first before I get in with that challenge. But Liam has to discard something on that.
Liam discard?
Wait a minute.
Did you cheat?
Hold. We got to get the judge in here.
We got a cheater on.
Did he quest or did he challenge? I think he might have just quested. Okay, there was no challenge.
Okay. If he quested, I think he may have chosen Flynn for Jasper's ability.
Got it.
Here.
Okay. Liam knows what's going on. He played a lot of set 1. I know he was big set 1.
Oh yeah, man.
Ursula is going to be up.
Set 1 was crazy. Believe it or not, Ruby Amethyst, still, best card. Oh, we got a legendary Ursula here from Rebecca.
It's a huge pull. I'm stoked. Oh, man.
Big pull. It does cost a lot. You got to play it for 7, and we're a little low on uninkables here. I don't know that you want to play, that you want to ink the Tinkerbell, because she has evasive.
You might have to make that risk. I think you kind of have to. As sad as it may sound, just to get to that Ursula in time, you're about to have to ink a lot of cards. So I think maybe just play it. You're going to be hard stuck at 4, though, if you do that.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can ink the Tinkerbell, you go up to 5, but then it's going to take at least 2 more turns of you just inking stuff to get up to the Ursula. Unfortunately, she's uninkable, so she just kind of sits in your hand. But she does allow you to draw a card. Your opponent loses a lore. There's a little bit that's going on there. And she, of course, quests for a bunch. Rebecca's deciding to just play the Tinkerbell anyway. An evasive 2 quester character here.
And she has complete control of this board right now with that Flynn and that Tinkerbell. I mean, you're going to have to force, eventually Liam's going to have to challenge in. But like we stated earlier, if you can manage to just empty the contents of your hand in an effective manner, you can then challenge that Flynn for free. And Rebecca going to identify that and elect not to quest. What do you think about that play?
I think she is choosing to keep the Flynn upright so that she can guarantee some lore later.
I think so. I think so. And maybe just protecting it too, because maybe you're trying to play around. As we get into that Hans, I think he's got some pretty impressive stats, and I think you have enough ink to put him into the field of play right now.
Yeah, Hans is a pretty good character too. He can do some ping damage through his ability, I'm pretty sure, which could be useful in this format. You know, a little bit of removal.
Mm-hmm. As we do go ahead and send the Grandma Tala, or we're going to take the Jasper and the Minnie Mouse, excuse me, and go ahead and clear the opposition Jasper, taking 2 damage back, and we're going to pay all for that ink. We're bringing down the big Hans here. 3-3, big body, can't lose. Hans. Hans on the board. We're going to quest that Grandma Tala for an easy one, Lori. We will put herself in the ink well if she gets banished. So it's a pretty safe quest. Coming in from Liam, holding on to those 2 cards, really favoring that aerial. Whenever this character quests, you may deal 1 damage to chosen character. See, that's a little bit of ping damage. Exactly.
Oh, we get another uninkable card for Rebecca here, and she just laughs and looks at Liam when it happens. She's hard stuck at 4 ink, so she's going to play this Hades, pull back the Jasper from her discard, because I think it's the only one that's in there. She can at least ink this Jasper if she wants to.
For sure, and I think you might need to, because you got to activate that Ursula. You want to get that Ursula into the field as rapidly as possible, but it's probably not going to be able to happen this game. I don't think you just have enough. Liam has pretty much good control of this board right now.
Yeah, it looks like Rebecca is going to go ahead and ink the Jasper, going up to 5 ink, and I think Rebecca's going to quest for 4, pushing her up to 7. That gets her about halfway to where she needs to be, because remember, in Pack Rush, we only have to get to 15. We don't have to get to 20.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And originally, in the original run of Pack Rush, they had it to where you could ink the uninkable cards. But in this Pack Rush,
jump scare.
I think it's since been changed to the point where you can no longer ink the uninkable cards in Pack Rush anymore. So that's just
that was
the Pack Rush
change.
meta has changed.
Yeah, change of the game. You get those 2 extra ink tokens. Usually it's from the normal packs. You have the art cards on the very back in English, and you just use those as your ink. I think Liam and Rebecca, they just like randomly chose 2 cards from their deck since they're playing with a couple extra cards.
Yeah. So it's something that's tough. That is you had no really say on it. It's all kind of randomization at this point. As Liam is kind of turning the corner a little bit. We have that.
You have that Aurora.
Aurora's huge. I think you got to lead that Aurora.
It at least gives you some ward. I don't know how super impactful that might be in Pack Rush here, but I mean she's a big character, and I mean it doesn't hurt to give things ward. That's for sure. And we're gonna see Aurora come down.
Questing for 2 is huge. 5 quests for 2. Don't say anything else. I think that's all I need to hear in this format. As Rebecca is kind of starting to lose the situation a little bit. Liam's warming up. He's got the Be Our Guest still hanging out in hand, I believe. And you got to draw some ink off the top of this deck sooner or later. Hades can kind of help you out a little bit, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, it looks like Liam is going to challenge the Flynn with Minnie. Discard that Be Our Guest.
I'd ink it.
A bit of an interesting play here. We're going to go ahead and quest with the Jasper and choose the Tinkerbell, so the Tinkerbell can't quest on the next turn.
For sure, and we're going to ping 1 damage. Look at the synergy.
Yeah.
Combos coming in from Liam.
Quest with Hans, you get to deal that 1 damage, so we're going to start chipping away at this evasive character. Kind of have a lockdown here with Jasper and Hans.
Look at that, little pack synergy. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. You give them Reckless, they can't quest, and then you just send 1 damage each time. We got a second
Another
Flynn.
Flynn Rider, okay.
Wow.
Not sure if this is what Rebecca really needs right now, but it is an inkable card. So
imagine starting 2 Flyns here in Pack Rush.
I know, dude.
Quite powerful, but especially with Liam holding 0 cards in hand, I don't know how effective a Flynn Rider will be as the ward-giving Aurora.
I think Liam just tried to hand Aurora to Rebecca to read, even though they're in different languages.
Oh, you didn't know?
I didn't know Rebecca was fluent like that.
Fluent in Japanese, I believe, or Chinese. I think. I can't.
I think these are Chinese.
These are Chinese. Okay, these are Chinese.
So. I could be completely wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's pretty cool though. It's pretty cool. So we're going to ink that Flynn just to try to extend a little bit, going up to 6 ink. Hoping, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, going up to 6 ink. Still a bit far away from that Ursula. You need another turn at least, and hoping your packs do not deceive you. Checking the board, you got to start getting to a fight right now, and the Tinkerbell is reckless, so she must challenge. Electing to slam into the Jasper, I believe.
Yeah, look, Liam went to act like he was challenging the Jasper. Also, something to note, that other card that's in Rebecca's hand that I forgot, its name is Freeze. You can exert a chosen opposing character for it for 2 ink. It's uninkable, so she can't ink it. as we've seen, and I'm not sure that exerting Aurora does a whole lot here. I mean, you could challenge with the Hades. Oh, we are going to do it. We're going to exert the Aurora. Are we doing it? Are we challenging with Hades and Tinkerbell?
I think you have to.
Oh, that's what Rebecca's doing.
Brutal, brutal, brutal. I guess you do what must be done from time to time, as it has to be that way, unfortunately. Rebecca holding one card in hand. You need this card to be off the top. It needs to be inkable. I still think Liam has all the energy. It's Shield of Virtue.
Shield of Virtue.
Going to come on down. Perfect.
I mean, not too bad, you know. Yeah, you play it for 1, you pay 3, exert the Shield of Virtue, and you can ready a character. I don't think they can quest for the turn, but it lets you keep one of your characters safe. So you could use the Shield of Virtue and ready like your Hans or something, guarantee that you can quest for 2. There's a couple rush characters that Rebecca could find if she wants to, but
yeah.
You know, Liam's getting pretty close to 15 at this point, I have to imagine.
He's getting close. He is getting close indeed, all the way up to 9. I believe that is game.
Here she is.
She finally got
Ursula,
to the Ursula.
Sea Witch Queen.
She's down, the legendary. I think that's the only legendary we've seen so far. But it is a pretty good one. I think the card looks pretty cool. It could kind of help you catch up, but at the 2/8, I think it's just going to be a bit too slow, as Liam has all of the energy in play right now. Whoa.
Or Power Hungry. Sorry, not Sea Witch Queen. I was thinking of a different
Sea Witch Queen is
the other Amethyst one.
The set champion one.
Yeah.
The set champ. That card's quite playable right now.
Yeah, very playable. But this Ursula, when she's played, your opponent loses a lore, and then you draw a card for each lore lost. I love playing this Ursula in multiplayer, because if you're playing with like 2 or 3 other people, then everybody loses a lore, and you get to draw 2 or 3 cards, which is really great. And of course, having 3 lore on a body makes for a big quester. But it looks like Liam is just, as we get to his turn, he's going to go ahead and quest with the Grimmatala and the Hans here.
And just giving Rebecca a little bit of card draw, I think, might help. But we're going to continue to give that Ursula, Sea Witch Queen, or now you got me saying Ursula, Power Hungry, Reckless. I think at this point, you don't need the Reckless, because that thing has to be swinging. As we are going to ready the Jasper, and the Grimmatala is going to get a quest in. So that's another little synergy with the Jasper giving Reckless into the Grimmatala, just ramping you a little bit, forcing that 3 lore character to challenge instead of quest.
Yeah, definitely helps that Rebecca can't quest with it. And we do have, I don't remember the name of this card, but it's one that I believe lets you ready one of your characters. So
Fan the Flames.
Fan the Flames, there you go.
Flames. I like that card a lot. A little bit of little food, getting hype, pumping up the team a little bit, as Ursula of Reckless is going to go ahead and get on into the Grimmatala for sure. I think Rebecca trying to quest a little bit. She is Rebecca Quest after all, electing to
That's
do
what
so.
she does.
Dang.
Going to have the Genie come out and be played. Ursula's going to challenge and banish the Grimmatala. It's going to go into Liam's Inkwell. And we're going to play Fan the Flames to ready the Ursula here for the turn.
And she is still Reckless, so she will have to challenge again for sure. So let's see if that is something that is going to happen.
I think missed.
Oh, Judge, get the Judge in there.
Oh, Judge.
Oh, we already drew for turn. I think that Ursula Sea Witch had to challenge again. We did kind of miss it, but it does not matter.
I don't think it's going to matter here.
As she was not able to clear the Hans anyway. We'll be able to get another quest in for 2, and we'll continue to ready this Jasper. Look at the synergies coming in from Liam, who's absolutely cooking, locking this Ursula Power Hungry out of the game, and just being able to put a final story on board.
Do we have a Be Prepared? A whole new world. Hold on, we're back. We're back. We can sing. We can sing. We're drawing a whole new world.
Let's go.
Let's go. Full new hand of cards. If Rebecca finds a Be Prepared here, this is the most goated game of Pack Rush I've ever watched.
Let's see it. In Pack Rush, you cannot deck out. You cannot. You cannot. You just reset all the cards you have. As a whole new world off the top with the singer on board. This is hype.
6-7. Let's see what they both pull.
Let's see it.
Show it to me, Rebecca.
Let's see it. Oh.
We got a Yzma.
Let's go. This is exciting.
Oh, come on. Come on.
No.
I want to see it.
No. Oh, it's not.
Oh, we do have a Tinkerbell.
Wait a minute.
I don't know if that does anything.
It won't.
But she's pretty good.
Oh, man. If there's a way to give Tinkerbell a little bit of rush, that will be a game breaker right here. But unfortunately, that is something that's not going to happen, as Story is on board. This is game imminent coming in from Liam. I think we're going to do 2 games, though. So Rebecca will have the opportunity to get her snapbacks in as the Tinkerbell giant. These are some huge pulls out of this pack.
Really good pulls.
Rebecca's deck is stacked.
People like sleep on the first chapter cards. Like, if anyone can get their hands on them, I think you absolutely should, because there's just some bomb cards, some fun stuff to play with.
Absolutely, and I'm talking just Rebecca's packs in general. I mean, she's got the whole new world. You got the Tinkerbell. You got the Ursula. You got some really cool cards. I would not be disappointed if if these were my cards. Maybe not in the sequence in which they came, but still, I think they're quite good. As Rebecca ain't heard no bell, she's going to continue to play it through just like all Illumineers should. As Liam will go ahead and extend the fist bump, and we will be locked in for game number 2. Potentially, I think we're doing I think we're going best of 3. I believe so.
I have no idea.
Absolutely. Just a 1. We're doing a 1 and done.
Just doing the 1. All right, so Liam wins this one.
Absolutely.
Liam looking through his packs. Did he get anything good? We get the Mickey Mouse.
Okay.
Artful Rogue.
Okay.
Anything else? Oh, they're gonna break it away. Oh, and Baker's sending Rebecca off.
As Baker comes in and gets it done, banishing both characters to the shadows, and it looks like he is going to.
Oh, is Baker gonna step in?
Oh, is it time? Look at that. The hugs all around. I thought we were going to get a nice Baker interview coming in to interview the winner to give Rebecca a little bit of a break, man. But what an exciting pack rush.
That was exciting.
It never goes that way for me either. I mean, when I try triple deck, it doesn't look that way. When I try super sealed, it doesn't look that way. When I try pack rush, it doesn't look that way. We got combos and synergies as Liam at the shield.
Yeah, that Jasper was kind of crazy, dude. The Jasper and the Hans forcing things to challenge each other.
Dude, who'd have thought Jasper Hans Shield of Virtue is going to be the meta? But I think that was
okay. It does look like Baker's going to sit in. Rebecca here.
Baker says, I'm the final boss. Liam says, I got to the dub. Now, are you going to run it back with the same deck, or do you get a new deck for Liam?
It looks like, I think Baker wants to open packs, dude. I don't want to open packs, but we'll see. Or maybe they're just going to have two whole new decks. Rebecca had the whole new world, but I think that, they want to play with whole new decks. Do you think it's because Baker's scared of Liam's deck?
I think so.
Dude?
Liam's deck is kind of broken. I would not want to sit down and play against that for sure. I'm going to have you do it again. But yeah, just imagine if Rebecca sings that whole new world and then plays Be Prepared.
Dude, I was hoping so bad. I was going to scream if we found the Be Prepared, dude.
That would have been nuts, So we're going to get a nice, another one, okay? New packs coming in. Let's see if Liam can go 2 for 2. He won that one on the draw.
Oh, okay. I see what Baker's doing. He's taking all the Maleficents. The villain has to do it.
Take the Mickeys, Liam. Yes.
Yeah. There he is.
Villain. Let's go. Let's go, Liam. Can you get it done? Can you go back to back? Are you going to be the undefeated, undisputed Pack Rush champion coming in from the broadcast situation? Let me at him, B Squared. Let me get one of these.
Yeah, dude. I want to get
Let me get one of these, man. Bro. I'm cooking, okay? I don't care who it is. B Squared, I love you. Brandon, I love you, but you're going down, okay?
If you say so, dude. I don't know. I
don't lose, okay? I play a lot of Pack Rush, and I don't lose, okay? Even when it's time to lose,
Chat, I want you guys to hold him to that. If he loses, I need you to clip this moment and just show it back to him. Humble the guy.
Dublinski. We're going straight W's, all right? Win, win, win. That's all I'm going to do, okay? So tune in. Let's get it cracking as Baker is popping these packs.
They're both opening their packs here. I'm trying to think of stuff that I'd want to see. I thought the strategy might be just play out some cheap characters as quickly as you can and sort of quest up to 15, but the little synergies that Liam had going that game, really showed out for him.
I think you just got to play. I'm looking for low cost. I'm looking for inkability, and I'm looking for quest for 2. I'm looking for evasive. I know there are some evasive characters in this set. I think I'm prioritizing those above all else. But again, Pack Rush is primarily for fun, something to do. And I've gotten used to doing a lot of Pack Rush whenever I go out to the local game stores. I'm opening product. I love opening product.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things to do. My wife loves opening product, and just something to do with those cards as you are opening them is to play a couple of rounds of Pack Rush, and it's just so much fun. So I got addicted to it in Vegas, and I did it more in Seattle. I love me some Pack Rush, and hopefully you guys at home can try it out too. I mean, it's really fun.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite ways to play as well. You just get more out of the packs that you buy, I know that there's some gremlins out there can't help but just rip into the packs and immediately go to the back to see what you got.
Yeah.
But I think it's super fun to do this, especially on a set release. One of my favorite things to do is I usually get a box and a trove or, a couple different things, but the trove is perfect because you have 8 packs that you get in there.
For sure.
So you can basically play 4 rounds of Pack Rush with a friend if you want to, and the whole time you're kind of waiting to see where those legendaries or enchanteds might be. And I don't know, man, there's no feeling like pulling a card off the top and seeing that shine.
And I'm telling you, if you got a lot of friends who don't know how to play, it's a very easy way to get into the game too, because it's super easy to explain. It's fun. It's quick. It doesn't take too long. It's not a whole diatribe of do this, do that. You can just kind of play it and have a good time with it. So I highly recommend it, especially if you're just getting into the game and you want to have a little bit of fun. But we saw Baker.
Oh my gosh, we see Baker wincing as Liam is riffle shuffling the cards that they haven't looked at, by the way. So Liam could have just bent and enchanted right in half.
Brandon, I thought Villain was supposed to be the villain. And Liam was supposed to be the hero. That was absolute villain behavior.
Yeah, we see the villain on screen, yeah.
Cut it out, Liam. Knock it off, pal. I guarantee the Elsa.
Yeah, he has to have one now. Yeah. Like, that is the fact that he riffle shuffled it, like, you know there's in one now. That's just how fate works.
That is insane behavior. I love it, though. I love the tenacity. If there's an enchanted card in these piles, I'm going to be so sad.
I'm going to freak.
Liam.
And look, this is what I hope happens. If any of them have an enchanted, I hope they keep the cold face. I hope they keep the poker face and they don't say anything and then just play it on their opponent.
There's no way either of them can do that. I'm 100% confident. If Liam gets an enchanted, he's going to pop off immediately. Same thing with Baker. I think it's going to be an open and shut case. I think if I'm up there and I pull, if I get this my way, I'm losing it.
We're having some technical difficulties here on the table. We're waiting.
Where's the judge? Can we get a judge? Put those phones up, gentlemen.
You're not allowed to have phones on screen.
Judge!
I know you can hear us.
Get those phones up. Put that away. Figure it out. Okay?
We are from the great Illuminary. We demand that you put them away.
Yeah. Hey, Judge, get over there. Put those phones away. No phones on the table. All right? I don't want to see that anymore, guys. Lock in. You know what these cards do. Figure it out. All right? As we get the Mickey.
Oh, we got the Mickey ramp happening. Okay.
Look at
Liam
that.
playing the Jasmine on turn 1. We're flipping Cerberus. Pretty good pull here from Liam. Lots of stats there. We're going to ink the Minnie Mouse. We're looking at an Elsa to play this turn potentially.
There
That's what we're going to do.
And I think that is a very, very key card. As Jasmine's going to get a nice quest for 2, and Mickey cannot engage with this Jasmine after all, who is going to be, we got into the Robin Hood as well. So Baker looking like he's got a pretty stacked deck.
Yeah, I see the Hans that's in Baker's hand as well. A very key card in the early metas of the first chapter. Just one of those cards that has a bunch of lore on it. And so if he can quest a couple times or stay safe, he just does a ton of work. We are going to see that Hans come out. We see the 3/3 for 3 lore.
Liam with a little bit of tilt there. He hates to see that just because he probably got tortured with this card a lot here in, in season number 1.
Back in the day, folks, back in the day, the green, blue, the emerald sapphire decks used to be fast, all right? And Hans was one of the key cards for those things. So there's definitely might be a little PTSD on Liam here.
See, you saw a little cold shudder there as that Hans is going to hit the field of players. We get a nice little quest in. Jasmine still questing for 2. Elsa 4/4 being able to challenge into this Han quite clearly.
Okay.
But we have some tempo there.
Got a Mother Knows Best here. Yeah, we could use the Mickey to sing this, bounce something back to Liam's hand.
For sure.
The power of songs. That's exactly what we're going to do. Mother Knows Best.
That was pretty good.
Back to service, going back to, when Baker's not in the booth, somebody's got to, all right?
Mother. There it is. We got it. We'll make it happen. We will make it happen. Okay, so Mickey does get that sing in, bouncing that super powerful Cerberus back to the hand. Still, you need to figure out a way to engage with this Jasmine and the Elsa, or you're going to lose this board.
All right, looks like, see what Villain's doing.
Okay. So it looks like we got the pairings for round 3 are up. So we're going to kind of check those out a little bit. So you guys are following at home. I think the bracket should be available online, so you guys can see that.
I know people can follow it on Melee. People have found it. Looks like we're going to trade the Huns with the Jasmine here. Stop Liam's tempo even more after playing this Robin Hood.
For sure, but this Robin Hood is quite good, able to draw a card as well. I believe Baker was able to trigger that ability to get a card draw coming in from that Robin Hood. We have that Rafiki with service, and the Maleficent is down, able to draw another card. So both of these players finding some decent card draw. Liam trying to fight back for this board and maintain that undefeated streak, as we have the Warded Aladdin on the field of play as well.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm getting so much nostalgia watching these cards being played. I see that Rafiki and something in my bones just happens, because before there was Madam M. Fox, people, there was Rafiki. All right, it was the Rush character that you were always afraid of. So we'll see what happens here as we push over to Lorcana Villain.
You know what, Brandon? I wish I played more set 1. I did have some cards, but I didn't play on the competitive level at all in set 1. I was very, very socially playing. But when I hear players talk about set 1 with such reverence and so much nostalgia, I feel like a little kid, listen to their grandfather talk about how it was back in the day.
Back in the old
back
days.
in my day, we had.
Dude, you're not helping the Gramps allegation. I'm not going to lie.
Back in my day, we never got to sing Whole New World, okay? We always hard.
You had to shift stitch on turn 4.
Let me tell you something, kiddies. Get sit down and take a knee. Let me tell you about a spell book, all right?
You don't know what it was like.
I love it. I love it, man. I love it. And now you have the opportunity to get there. So make sure you get over to the website and get it. I mean, if you didn't miss it like me, I know I got some. I'm buying it. I mean, you guys should probably get out there and check it out as well if you missed that opportunity. As we are going to get a nice little quest in with Aurora and Mickey, as Baker's doing a pretty decent job of fighting back to the board. However, you're sitting at 2 as Liam is almost halfway there. Another Moana off the top. Let's see if we get that Rafiki involved. It looks like we're going for it.
Heck
Rafiki
yeah.
in.
Rafiki coming in, challenging the Aurora, banishing it.
Huge. And you got all the tempo. You're able to quest and keep those threats available. Mickey was great on 3. Hold up. How's that Aurora still?
Did Baker miss that
Wait a
Rafiki
minute.
challenged the
Hold
Aurora?
on. Judge.
Hold on, Judge. What's happening?
Where's the judge? What's happening?
Okay, we're playing the sword to banish the Maleficent.
Wait a minute.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Well,
What's happening? Okay, he's just
Okay.
GGing. All right.
Okay. So Liam told us that, Brandon. Liam said, hey, set 1, I'm clearing, okay? You guys not touching me at set 1.
He knew, dude. He's been playing.
He said, listen, you guys can beat me here. You can beat me in set champ. You can beat me on stream. Set 1, you're not touching me.
Oh, wait.
And he came out.
Okay, he had a friends. Okay, I thought Baker found an enchanted for a second.
Okay.
Just seeing if they pull anything crazy. I don't see anything. I don't think there was an enchanted in any of these cards.
Absolutely. So, Liam coming out, dominating the competition so far with a swift, nice 2-0 victory over Baker and over Rebecca. So I love to see it, but it looks like we got round number 3 that is going to be coming up soon. So hopefully you guys are locked in. Okay, we had a nice little lunch break, but we don't take breaks here, okay?
No,
we keep
dog.
it going. And if you're taking breaks at home, you're just as wrong as everybody else because you need to be laser focused, okay? Seat back is still up. The belt is on because we got some turbulence. Round 3 is underway. B square. Brandon, are you ready?
I'm excited. This round 3 is going to be pivotal for some of these players. We're probably going to end up seeing a top table, but just to remind everybody, there's only 7 rounds today, and anybody that wins up to 5 rounds, once you win that 5th round, you're good. You're on to day 2. So anybody that's like 0-2 right now, the stakes are high because if you lose this round, then that just means that it's going to be a lot tougher for you to make day 2. It's kind of out of your control at that point, kind of hoping some people draw, some weird things happen with tiebreakers. So just something to keep in mind for this last super sealed round.
Yeah, but at a minimum, you're hoping that you can get at least 1 win in the super sealed portion because maybe there's a chance that you drew a card pool that just didn't have the cards required, or you made some misplays, or some accident happened, or maybe the nerves got to you, you didn't build your deck right, or something could have happened. If you can just eke out 1 win in the super sealed portion and you can get to those deck boxes that you put into your own bag that you built and tested and trained with, you feel so much more confident. So at least 1 win. Not going 0-3 in super sealed is probably everyone's main objective, at least getting as many wins as possible. Oh, I got my bucket hat on. I'm gonna leave it on. We're with the bucket man himself, dude. I can't take this thing off. Let's go.
Dude. Thank Bucket Hat Brigade, dude.
Come on, let's go. Stand up. We out here.
We out here, dog. We out here.
We out here. We're out here. But I don't know who we got coming in next. I'm sure we're going to get that matchup here soon. So just to clue you guys in, we are still in the super sealed portion of the tournament right now. If you're just now tuning into the stream, super sealed, how it works, you get 4 packs of 4 sets. We're starting at Shimmering Skies. We're going to the Arcasia's Island. We're going to Azurite Sea, and then we're going to Rain of Jafar for 4. Whoa!
Who is this? Who's joining? What's up?
You can't be here. Where's your bucket hat?
How you doing, man? That's okay. Go get one. Go get one and come back. Come on.
Get one and come back.
You got it.
Hey, this is bucket hat. I'm kidding. You're a special
I'll
guest.
give you mine.
Get back in here. Get back in here. Yo.
How's it going, Steve? How you doing, dude?
It's going really well. I'm very excited.
I don't know if anyone can hear you. Yeah.
Well, they don't need to hear me. Ryan's not here, so no one can hear.
No, just scream, okay? Just scream loud.
You can just yell. I'm sure this is probably.
Talk like Ryan.
There you go. Around the shoulder. I'm sure we're giving production a horrible time right now.
He's like, we did not. Director's like, we did not rehearse this. Okay, this was not a part of the plan. But still, Steve, it's so nice to meet you.
Yeah, man.
It's
Good
so
to meet
nice
you.
Being here.
Yeah.
And thank you so much. We got Stitch today. Let me turn around.
Yeah, huge props to Steve here.
Yeah. He's kind of running away a little bit. He's up to no good. Okay.
Yeah, for anybody that doesn't realize, one of the co-creators of Disney Lorcana, the reason that we have this amazing game, So shout outs to Steve.
For sure, for sure, for sure. So, are you enjoying it? I mean, is this what you wanted? Is this what you saw? The vision? Can you tell us about that a little bit?
I mean, our vision was that people would get together and have fun. And
Yeah.
This has just been great. We've had a wonderful time already. We have a lot of cool things planned the next couple of days too. So yeah, I mean, I couldn't be more happy that we're having Worlds at Disney World.
That's really cool. Okay, so the stream can't hear what you're saying. He said he's so excited. When he came out with Disney Lorcana, when they first developed it, they really just wanted people to get together. I think that is the most important thing. And now we are here at the World Championship in Disney World. I thought that was a great knee slapper, super funny, very iconic, and a little bit ironic, I think. We had Disneyland at Nats, and then you have Disney World at World. I think that is so impressive, and hopefully that is something that is maintained throughout the rest of the history of Disney Lorcana. We can just maintain those two locations. I think it would be so great for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, what better of a place to have the World Championship than at Disney World, right? It just makes sense.
Absolutely.
Makes sense.
And it's here. I mean, but I can't think of a ride that's in any of those parks. We're talking Magic Kingdom, Epcot, Animal Kingdom, and Hollywood Studios. That's better than this. Okay, we're right here at the Disney World Championship. I think all those players out there in that dojo would rather be here than there. Anyway, there he is, mic'd up.
Hopefully, chat can hear him now.
Yeah, let's go. Mic check. Mic check 1 2.
Mic check.
There it is.
Raise your hand if you can hear me.
Yeah, all right, awesome. All right, he's here. You guys can hear him now.
All right, what do you think about this format, though? Can you just talk to us about Super Sealed? Can you talk to us about the triple deck constructed? What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, my team helped come up with this, and we really wanted a sealed to Worlds. We felt that anyone who was going to take the title of World Champion should be skilled in all of the different variations of playing the game. And so sealed was a very important aspect of that, and also being able to show mastery of all of the inks.
For sure.
Being able to play all the different colors and be able to, handle any situation as it comes up. So it was very important to us that we had something pretty unique for a game.
For sure, and it has been kind of demonstrated so far that we've seen. It's been some eloquent gameplay. These decks are built to the nines. I think the strategy has been. I personally, to you, I will tell you, I personally didn't think it would be so much intrigue in these matches. I thought it'd be just, I got this, you got that. But the plays have been insane that we've seen so far in the first 2 rounds, and I'm certain going into round number 3, we're going to see a little bit more of the same. So I'm glad that it happened, and I agree with you because you can have, we call them one-trick ponies, okay? People can only do one thing. If you can only do one thing, you can't be the champion, okay? And I'm glad that this is something that has happened. It's kind of reduced that aspect of it, for sure.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's something that I look forward to. I really appreciate that there is support behind the limited format at the Worlds for the reason that you said. Like these Illumineers, they have to be able to do more than just pick 2 colors or 2 ink colors and play those decks well. I think it's a great testament for who truly is the world champion.
For sure. And how did you guys settle at 3, though, as the magic number of the Super Seal portion?
For the number of colors you can run? A lot of testing. We ran so many variations. We tried out a lot of different things. I don't want to go into the details, obviously, but we tried a bunch. But if you allow for all the colors, then it really does start to become like, what did you get? There's no real. What did you choose to play?
Right.
And so that obviously wasn't going to work for us. And so we tried other variations and wanted to make sure that there was still a good level of strategy on the colors that you chose, strategy of the cards that you wanted to play, how you were going to play it, how were you going to consider your opponent's deck. And so that's how we ended up coming to 3 was the right answer there.
For sure. Okay, I like it. I like it a lot. And I did mention that during the broadcast. I did have the opportunity to try Super Sealed myself, and it is incredibly difficult. I mean, we take it for granted of how difficult this thing can be because if you do just so happen to have 4 colors, maybe 5 colors with great playable cards, that decision is painful. Leaving those cards on the table, or even the cards that you get, what cards do you put into your deck? Because another limitation, you have to play exactly 50 cards. You cannot go 51, you can't go 49, you got to go all 50, and then you're going to leave some good cards out depending on what you have access to in your pool. So that is a lot. I love it a lot. It turned out a lot better than I had originally anticipated. I was a little worried, but I'm glad that it is part of this game. And to your point, you got to be able to build decks. You got to think on your feet. You got to be on the fly. You got to be ready. And I think all those things are aspects that we look for in a world champion. So you call yourself, you want a title, you got to come out here and earn it. And I think these players are doing that today.
Very cool.
Absolutely.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
right,
of course, Steve.
Well, thanks for dropping by.
Yeah,
It's
thanks
so
for
nice to meet you
dropping
again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that. Cool.
Man, what a surprise, dude! Having Steve run by, sneak attack us, dude, with the Stitch as well.
I'm gonna tell you, we didn't plan that. Okay.
No, that was unscripted. We're live.
Well, this is live. We're minute. Usually this thing have a little bit of a delay. We are minute to minute. So as you guys see it, we're doing it. It's all happening again. Huge shout out to the beautiful production crew we have. I wish you guys could see. I can't wait till these pictures get out. All the lights and all the cameras and all the kind of stuff. I don't do this kind of stuff, B Square. I'm a very rudimentary guy. I'm caveman style. Seeing all this, I feel like I'm on a set of a high-profile TV show or something.
It's fancy here, man. I'm not going to lie. It is fancy. We've got some really cool equipment, a great production team behind us. They're informing us now that the 2 players that we're going to have for round 3, we've got Lucas and we've got Zach Bivens. So,
no way.
Yeah, very shortly we're going to get to those guys. I think they're getting really close to being ready for us to introduce them. So
let's go.
Everybody be ready for round 3.
Let's lock in and let's get active, baby. Another great match. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show, and I'm so excited. Mr. Bivens in the building.
I know,
Luke
man.
is in the building.
I know the people are excited to watch them. So with that being said, I think we might as well go ahead and look at Lucas real quick as our first player. Lucas Coppett, an EU Championship 4th place, which what an achievement. Favorite deck being Amethyst, Emerald, 2 colors that we've seen a lot of here in the Super Sealed portion of the day. Is a social worker, and favorite Disney characters is Timon and Pumbaa.
Ooh, that's a good one. And I like, you know what I like most? I like the hat that's in the picture, okay?
Dude.
I like a little bit of Disney in my Lorcana, Brandon.
Go.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of these players, they're very competitive, and they're not as Disney as I like them to be. But I see that Sorcerer Mickey cap on, Timon and Pumbaa as a favorite character. I like to see it. Lucas doing his thing from DLC in Austria, or from Austria, excuse me, EU Championship 4th place. I love to see it.
I can always support a dude that rocks a hat.
There you go.
As we move on to player 2, we do have Zach Bivens from North America, the North American Championship top 8. Favorite deck, Amethyst, Steel. I remember Zach bringing this deck in Atlanta, throwing us off a little bit with some crazy picks, little Jiminy Cricket thrown in there, and enjoys skydiving, man.
Yeah, now you're going to have to really jump out of some planes on this one and be ready to go. I know this player's going to be locked in and laser focused on a whole new level because this is an absolute grinder. I talked to him before this event. I did speak to him as well in another publication, and I'm trying to tell you, the amount of focus, the amount of dedication that this Illuminator presents, he has put in countless hours, and I spoke to him before, and he said, if I'm not ready, I'm not good. If I'm not ready, I'm just not ready. I can't do it. I can't do anything else because I've put in so much time in preparation for this event. As Mr. Bivens is going to be on your right side of the screen, as we got Lucas on the left. Yo, sorry, I'm chuckling because of the shirts there. What do you think about these shirts that these players are wearing?
Dude, I love them. They're Lorcana shirts.
They are Lorcana shirts, but the sizing. Okay. Shout out to you got to make it happen sometimes. But
sometimes you do. Sometimes these players, they have their favorite shirts. Do you ever go to a tournament? You have like a thing that you do?
Yeah, a ritual. If you will.
Yeah, ritual.
I don't wash my hands. That's what I do.
Okay.
I just keep them nice and dirty, nice and filthy. Okay.
just to dirty up all the cards.
Just to really lock in the essence of the tournament. Yeah, I like to shake a lot of hands. I like to touch a lot of stuff and touch my face and never wash my hands. That's my ritual. How about you?
Definitely not that. I usually like to use a fresh set of sleeves that are clean and shuffle them up, nice and slick. Don't want to get any judge calls on me for any marks on my sleeves or anything. No, I'm totally playing.
No, I'm joking. Of course, everyone, wash your hands, okay?
Wash your hands, man. Be sanitary. Come on, man. Hygiene. Important these kind of things, but we are getting started for this 3rd round of Super Sealed in this first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship. I believe both players are on Amethyst, Steel, and Emerald. I've been trying to check here as we've been commentating. I believe they already altered their hands. It looks like they might have.
I believe Mr. Bivens might be playing Amber. I thought I saw an Amber card coming in from Zach Bivens' side of the board. Lucas, I'm not quite sure, but the meta typically is going to be Steel, Amethyst, and something. Okay, because Steel and Amethyst have extremely playable cards in this format, so a lot of players are highly prioritizing those, as we are going to start with the Amethyst Earth Giant going down into the Inkwell almost immediately as you did win that dice roll, as it looked like Lucas is going to not be playing Steel.
Oh, not Steel, and Zach on Amber Amethyst Steel.
Let's go.
As well. Okay, so some different stuff happening here. Looks like Yzma's going to enter the Inkwell for Zach. Both players not playing a 1-drop. we've seen earlier in the tournaments how vital this can be just in keeping cards in hand, resources.
Absolutely. And Lucas breaks my bet because I thought every player would be playing Steel, but Lucas electing to go Ruby, Amethyst, and Emerald. Mr. Bivens, Zach Bivens, is playing Amber. What do you think about Amber in this format, Brandon?
You know, Amber has access to some cards that I really like through some bodyguard characters. There's also some just like really high willpower characters that you can play as well. A couple healing effects that might be helpful in these trades that end up happening in Sealed. But it does look like Lucas he's questing here with the Raja. And we see the Louis coming down, or Lewis, excuse me, coming down, forcing Calhoun to have Reckless. So I know that Zach wants to be challenging with Calhoun anyway. When she banishes a character, you gain 2 lore, but she's going to be forced to challenge this turn if able, either running into the Raja or running into the Louise.
All right, so now I'm thinking you were going to challenge anyway, like you said, but you will have a trade with either one electing to go ahead and take the Lewis down. He's going down with the big boys. I want to jam with the big boy. That's my Lewis impression, dude. That's my Louis.
Good, dude. I thought Princess and the Frog was on the background.
Hey, you know what? You never know. You never know. It just happens sometimes. It's the genie.
Oh, we see a genie come down on 4. One of the more vital cards that we've seen being played in the Super Sealed format. Just such a strong card. Replaces itself because you draw a card when he's played. An evasive character, quest for 2, 4 willpower, difficult to get rid of. Even the genie that Zach played on the other side, being a 3/4 genie satisfied dragon, he can challenge evasive characters on his turn, but not going to be enough to get rid of this genie wish fulfilled.
And
I swing at least.
But he does have an out. If you elect to exert that genie, you have the 7 Dwarfs Mine into your own genie challenge. That could be a wombo combo. So looking at Mr. Bivens, Zach Bivens, are you going to deploy the 7 Dwarfs Mine now, or will you try to surprise attack it later on? If you can bring out the mine into coerce your opponent into exerting that genie and thinking you can tank the 3 damage and then or tank the 3 strength, then you can surprise attack with the 7 Dwarfs Mine. So another genie getting down. So we got genies all around.
The sealed game of genies, apparently. Somebody rubbed the lamp.
Look at that. Genies everywhere. And not a wish to make. As Zipper is going to hit the field of play. Zipper.
If you have a character named Monterey Jack in play, you can pay 1 less. Of course, we don't have that, but he's also a character that has evasive on your turn, so just another sort of evasive counter character, which Zach is going to need against this genie here, and especially if Lucas has any other evasive characters available to him. Which, to be honest, Ruby, Amethyst, and Emerald all have evasive characters available to them, so I wouldn't be surprised if Lucas has quite a few.
And that is a #1 priority for me when I'm doing any type of sealed matchup. I'm looking for those evasive characters because they can just win you the game sometimes if your opponent doesn't have ways to interact with those characters. But in this format, I'm certain that players understand that as a method of victory and are coming up with counter strategies all the time, as Zach Bivens has deployed here. So we're staring at the hand now, and you got to start thinking about, can you win? Because you got to win these on-the-play matches. As we saw in round number 2, both players won on the draw. So you got to figure out a way. If you get on the play, you have that significant advantage. You got to figure out a way to close the door on those.
Yeah, you definitely have a bit of an advantage on the play just because you're able to play your characters first. You're able to ink higher than your opponent first. Usually you're able to quest first, which essentially puts you in the driver's seat, forcing your opponent that's on the draw to have to respond to you instead of questing or doing any of those things to progress your win condition. But we do see a Bruni being played by Lucas over here, another evasive character, 2/2, and when he's banished, you can draw a card. So replaces himself in a way.
And that is a pretty okay quest, and it will force you to start to exert some of your evasive answers, not named Genie. But now if we can see Bivens can get to a dwarf, potentially, you can go 7 Dwarf Mine, move dwarf later on. But he's kind of holding on to that 7 Dwarf Mine, probably trying to set up Lucas into exerting a carry, and he did, so you can clear. But we got the Jim Hawkins who's going to do the heavy lifting for you. Huge card in this format.
Yeah,
Brandon.
Big swing for this. When Jim Hawkins is played, we get to deal, I believe it's 2 damage to a chosen character. So we're going to put 2 damage on that Genie, challenge with our Genie. Deal 1 damage to chosen character. So we'd have to challenge with this Genie here to banish Lucas's Genie on the other side, but allows for a clean challenge there.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
Gamesmanship from the Cheshire Cat, coming in, putting 2 damage on a chosen damaged character. So that is very specific, very linear. But in this situation, It's perfect because it was just enough to clear that genie, taking a bit of tempo in the process. Hand is knocked. You have that Pluto as well, still hanging on to that Seven Dwarfs mine. I think that was an incredible Cheshire Cat there.
Looks like we might be inking that Seven Dwarfs mine. Second guessing it for Zach. We've got some big characters in play. Zach is holding on to that Kronk, the uninkable 7 cost. But if you can get that down, then you can start playing some big characters for free. We are going to play the Pluto. It is a 2/7, but it has +2 strength and support when it doesn't have any damage on it, which makes for a great card. Support, an underrated keyword, I think, in Sealed, because it just enables you to make some of those favorable trades, being able to quest with your support character, then you give their strength to another character to challenge with, so boosting up another character to be able to make a clean challenge when needed.
Absolutely, and Lucas trying to get to that 7 ink so you can start getting active with this Hades in hand, the new Hades, I believe. He's going to be able to come in and damage some characters and draw some cards to help fuel you into this later game. So inking that March Hare in process to do that, we have the ability to quest this Raja, which I think is a pretty clean quest. You will lose it to this Pluto, but you got to start doing some damage sooner or later. Maybe you're alluding you have another Cheshire Cat potentially.
Yeah, and you're not even too mad if Zach has to challenge with the Pluto, because then damage gets put on it, and then that means the Pluto no longer has that +2 strength and support. But we do have the knock in hand as well for Zach, which I think is a very great Amethyst card, just because you get to play a character, and then you also get to move a damage counter when it gets played, so it's a good way to kind of remove damage from something like Pluto if you're looking to challenge. Unfortunately, Cheshire Cat and Raja both have enough strength that I don't think you could get all the damage off of Pluto if you went that route. But again, we do have this Kronk that we're holding in hand. We're getting pretty low on cards for Zach, though. We would have to ink a card, play a card. Assuming that card is Kronk, we've only got one more card in hand. But theoretically, if we do have the Kronk, we're able to play some big cards for free that cost 5 or less as well.
Absolutely. And I think that that's another interesting point, is that in this format, cards that you typically just look over, you just don't give a second glance in the core constructed format, have deep impact. We've already seen that happen in the first 2 rounds of the tournament so far. Cards like Everyone's Got a Weakness, I mean, it's kind of good. It's kind of this. It's kind of Restoring the Crown. It's kind of got this. You got those him hauls up and downs. But in this format, those cards can be very powerful and impactful. As just like you said, the knock comes in, and the knock's able to put some damage onto the Bruni and clear it. Look at that tempo swing.
Yeah, we see how much these keywords are important. Zach questing with the Pluto, giving Zipper a little bit of extra strength so that he can challenge and banish a character, following it up with the knock to remove that damage and get rid of the Bruni. Some great combination of plays here.
That is an incredible line of play that you really can only see in Super Sealed. So if you don't like Super Sealed, you got to like cool plays like that, as Cheshire Cat is still there, only at a 4/3. You can challenge and banish the Zipper cleanly if you wanted to, but you probably won't take that play, as you got 5/5 knock coming back in over the top, be able to clear your Cheshire Cat in the process. So the game is happening. The doors are starting to close for Lucas a little bit. You can get to the point where you can get the Hades up, but there's a Maui half shark in hand right now. Holy, I ain't heard no bell, says Lucas. He can put that half shark in and maybe get back some of those actions. Did he play an action so far? I think he might have earlier.
I'm not sure if he has an action in hand or not, but that Maui half shark could be really helpful. Even just as a big evasive character, a 7/5, make it so that any of your other evasive characters you don't really want to quest with, or your bigger characters, obviously, you can trade with them a bit easier. But yeah, Lucas is in an interesting situation here where he has more cards in hand than Zach does. He doesn't quite have the board. He's a little bit ahead on lore, so we're in a pretty tight race here. Lucas choosing to challenge with the Cheshire Cat into the Zipper, making a pretty good trade on his part. The Cheshire Cat, of course, not being banished, and the Zipper being banished in the process before we've played anything for the turn.
Yeah.
Lucas looking at his hand, trying to decide what he wants to do with the cards that he has.
And now you don't have a target to put damage on with the Hades without banishing your own units there. So you're going to go and put the Cybug down to the Inkwell, or maybe the Maui half shark. Interesting. We have the Cusco as well that we can play to set up for the next turn. Decisions being made by Lucas here, who we're going to go with the Cybug instead, and we're going to play the Cusco as well. This is the same Cusco that we saw have heavy effects in round number 1, as it will allow both players to either draw a card or both players must discard a card. This is a mandatory effect, and it must happen. So and at this point of the game, I think you're probably going to just want to get more cards. What would you do here, Brandon?
I would definitely like more cards than not, but
for sure.
It's tricky, right? Because with Cusco's ability, both players have to. So if you choose to discard because maybe Zach is really low on cards, you're also forcing yourself to discard a card, but you also like having an extra card. And the good thing about having the Cusco there is you get to draw the card before your opponent does.
For
so
sure.
You get to use those cards before your opponents do, which can make all the difference. But we are going to see the knock challenge into the Cheshire Cat here, banishing it. In doing so,
getting 4 damage as Pluto's going to go ahead and get a nice little chunky quest in for 2, passing it back to Lucas, who is needs to make something happen. This Pluto can kind of run away with this game. I think we have another evasive threat on the board in the form of the Mirabelle. I believe that is the evasive one. I can't quite tell from this angle, as we have. That's the evasive Singer Mirabelle, Singer 5 with evasive 1-3. As we have the Cybug, who is looking to challenge and banish. We get a nice trade in with that knock, getting that problematic knock off the board. I believe we elected to draw as well, Liam, for the Cusco ability.
Yeah, and Cybug having an extra strength for each other character you have in play, so enough to get rid of this knock here. Not needing a whole lot, but a little bit. Lucas has some very good cards in hand, I think. We mentioned the Hades. Of course, Cusco on board only has 2 willpower, so we can't use that Hades just yet if we want to draw some extra cards, but we are going to get this Maui Half Shark in play, contesting the evasive Mirabelle on Zach's side of the board, saying, you know, if you quest with this Mirabelle, I'll be able to challenge it back on the next turn. And she won't be around for long.
For sure. And now you have this very threatening Maui Half Shark standing by to protect this evasive Cusco. So even if you do have a way to engage with this Cusco, you got this Maui Half Shark coming back over the top and able to challenge and manage whatever with that 7-5 willpower and strength. 7-5 is a ridiculous stat line for an evasive character. I don't agree, okay? But still, I think it's really cool.
Yeah, when you're a half shark, I guess you have a pretty big bite with the 7 strength. I think it's putting Zach in a difficult position here, though, because he's been holding on to this Kronk for a really long time.
Yeah.
And in order for you to really utilize Kronk's ability, you have to challenge and banish a character. But both characters on Lucas's side of the board are evasive, and so if Kronk can't challenge any of those characters, he's not doing a whole lot of good, and he's uninkable, so he's just kind of sitting in your hand,
just hanging.
So Zach just taking a second, you look through the cards in his hand. Put him down, thinking about what options he has. We do have that Tinkerbell that is evasive in hand that we could play, trying to push. Could play it to try to push a little bit of a lore lead. We're going to go ahead and quest with Pluto, giving the Mirabelle support +4, essentially. We're going to use that to challenge Lucas's Cusco.
And that is another fitting thing, as we know in the core constructed game, the Maui Half Shark, when he hits the board, sometimes we get him with a Maui Freeze, I call it. He just stuns the entire board, and you can't really do anything because he's just going to be able to challenge and banish everything you put down. But Mr. Bivens electing to say, you know what, I don't care about this Maui. I'm going to go ahead and get this board as wide as possible, and continuing to add more 2 questing characters to the field of play, and you can't challenge them all effectively enough. So the stun did not work as Bivens ran right through it.
Yeah, I like this strategy that Zach is going with. He's just playing wide, putting as much lore on board as he can, hoping that Lucas doesn't have ways to interact with it, because if he doesn't, you know, these characters are going to get to quest for 2 each, all except for the Mirabelle, but Mirabelle's evasive. And so Zach being at 10 means he's halfway there. He just has to get a little bit closer until he gets to a point where, honestly, you're just playing a character every turn, hoping that it sticks, and that's usually enough to close out the game. Lucas only having 1 character on board against Zach's 4 means it's going to be a little bit difficult for him to take control back from Zach.
Absolutely. And I think, as painful as it may be, you may have to go after this Pluto, because if you don't, say if you go after the Mirabelle, you can then use Pluto to quest and give support to another character. And I think Lucas identified that almost immediately and went ahead and cleared that 2 questing support, giving Pluto, moving into the discard pile, taking damage. But now your Maui Half Shark is susceptible to a challenge from one of these other evasive characters. So this is the game, man. This is gamesmanship. I love what I'm seeing here.
Also, a really great card pulled by Zach there off the top. A Finder's Keepers. Zach only has 6 ink, so you'd have to spend 5 of that to draw 3 cards, but he would get 3 extra cards in hand, which would be a very helpful resource boost for him in this situation. Luckily for him, also with Mirabelle, challenging for 1, we can banish this now a Half Shark for the turn and get the evasive off the board so that we can quest with our Tinkerbell, which has evasive pretty safely.
Yeah. I think if I see a Maui Half Shark, it's got to be banished on sight. I think if I have an opportunity, I think Mr. Vivens is probably just running through it if it's worth to even banish it. But there's so much item remove stuff, and he's quite vulnerable now. I think you have to take it. But we're going to go Finders Keepers first for a nice, smooth draw 3. We get into that Mickey Mouse. We get into Invited to the Ball as well to go along with the Troubadour. Troubadour probably not going to be able to sing too much here, but he does have a resist ability, and he will be able to quest for 1. So I think that card is phenomenal, and we see why Zach Bivens jumped into Amber in this event.
And we see Zach challenging and banishing that Maui Half Shark with the Mirabelle after refreshing his hand with Finders Keepers, finding some pretty good cards. That Adiana being a 7/7 is going to be pretty good if we can get that out on board. But we are going to see the Hades being played finally. We're going to deal 2 damage to one of our characters.
And we got synergy. We got Meg. We got Hades together.
Yes, Meg and Hades.
It happened. As now Meg will be able to use her full ability while you have a character named Hades in play. This character gains Challenger 2. We're talking synergies, folks. We put it together like this for a reason. As we go ahead and take the challenge into the Arthur, and the Meg is going to be able to quest for 2. Quest for 2. Quest for 1, excuse me. Oh, my goodness. Quest for 2.
That's all right. We're getting excited.
Total of 2. There it is. As Zach Bivens still looking fine. You do have that evasive Tinkerbell on the field of play, so that is representing 2 lore.
And we find a rider off the top too. Another evasive character might be what we need to close this out. I'm like, if I'm Zach, I'm looking at Lucas's side of the board, and that Hades can be really scary just because it's not just an on-play-ability where you can deal 2 damage and draw some cards. Every time he quests, you can do the same thing. So at least for a couple turns, it's going to give Lucas some gas, essentially. Zach is pretty close to 20 already, though. We're going to quest up to 17. We're going to drop this Atitaya, and so that we can get that 3 lore. If she stays around, then on the next turn, Zach can present story, can present game.
For sure, and this Atitaya has been the story of this format so far as well, having some great effects. We have the Maximus, we have the Ink Blot, and that is not going to get enough, as it looks like you do not have a way to engage with this Atitaya in a ready position, as you have the Hades. You're going to check 2 more cards. Is there anything?
We need some interaction to get rid of this Atitaya.
We have a Rush Scar, and that is going to get it done, as we just go ahead and pile them up and get on into a game number 2, as Zach Bivens gets the win again on the draw. That is the 3rd game in a row that we've seen where the player on the draw wins.
Yeah, I mean, Zach was just able to continue to apply pressure, had a couple evasive characters in play, moving those damage counters around with those Amethyst cards like the knock as well was super helpful in his ability to get there, and he just got close enough to 20 that he was able to play one of those larger characters with 3 lore and say, you got to have the removal for it. If you don't, then I take this game and we move on to the next.
Absolutely, and that is just one of those things. I had so many dice rolling jokes that I'm not going to be able to make now because it won't make any sense. The context is completely off, because I thought that, hey, you win the dice roll, you win the game in this Super Seal format. But a lot of people out there are wrong, just like me, and we do have the ability to sideboard in this format. B-Square, what do you think about that, Brandon? The sideboarding aspect of this?
It's just another level of complexity for the super sealed rounds. These players have to play with their original deck that they constructed in the first game, but then after that, after you've gotten to see some cards that your opponent has played, you get to figure out, okay, maybe these cards that I was playing in my deck because I was scared of XYZ don't apply. I can take that card out, I can put a new card in. Or maybe there's some cards that my opponent's playing that I'm worried about. There's this card in my sideboard that helps me against those cards or against those matchups. And so we talked earlier in the day about how important it is for these players to look at each other's deck list, remember the important cards that they might be able to use against them to swing games back in their favor. Well, not only do they have to remember that, but now they also have to consider what cards they could be putting in their own sideboard and whatever cards the opponent might be switching out as well.
That is actually, I think it's just like we had Steve come by earlier, and they tested this thing explicitly, and they went through all the numbers and all the rotations of how you're going to do everything. And I think the sideboarding aspect just adds another layer, like you said, of that critical decision-making process. Do you leave it in? Do you bring it out? What's good? I mean, I see maybe Mr. Bivens, Zach Bivens, is bringing in some one-cost characters here. It seems like, as we got that coconut head Hey coming on into the deck. I'm kidding. That is Hey. I can't remember his name there, but Hey is going to be added to the deck. It looks like we got Force Duel as well coming in.
Yeah, Zach taking out some cards and putting some in. Definitely trying to change his strategy against Lucas here, or at least harden his strategy against Lucas, having to be on the draw. He won on the draw once. You know, he can do it again on Lucas, but Lucas will definitely have a little bit of an advantage. Some might argue there's a bit of an advantage on the draw in that you get to draw an extra card per turn, so you have a little bit more resources, but being able to do stuff first, essentially being on the plate, also has its advantages. So for sure, like being able to challenge, especially if you're skipping that one cost a lot of times, and being able to accost the board more effectively. You can play your stuff your opponent exerts first with all the damage removing and damage bouncing and damage trading type effects that are in your card pool. Maybe there might be some hidden advantage of being on the draw opposed to on the play, as we've seen so far, as a lot of players have been winning on the draw, excuse me. So it looks like both players are shuffling up, about to draw their starting hands after they finish the shuffles, and then doing their altering. We're probably looking for some sort of curve from both players, a 2-drop, a 3-drop, a 4-drop, ways to just get characters on board and try to take the driver's seat.
Yeah, I'd like to see a mass invasion. We saw that Lucas has that genie again. Maybe you can alter hard and send a ton of cards back to maybe search for that genie coming down on 4. Check your hand now. You really don't have too many evasive characters to work with. You do have that Simba on 1 that you could play, but it looks like you're probably going to be hanging on to that or shipping back. I can't quite tell what your preference is. What do? Do you send them down to send back, or do you keep them in hand to send back? How do you do it?
I'm usually putting the cards, I feel like I do it opposite than I see most people do. I usually keep the cards in hand that I'm keeping, and then the ones that I'm sending back, I just put on the table because I don't feel like I have to think about them again, you know. And I get to further evaluate my hand and figure out, okay, do I want this card? What's my curve looking like? And speaking of which, Zach does have a 1-drop with Coconut Head Hey over there.
His name is Pathfinding Rooster, I believe.
Okay.
I like to call him the Coconut Head. It's the colloquially in my.
It's just like it's an it name.
Yeah, it is. It's he's doing his best, man.
He is.
We're giving him a hard time.
Hey, man.
He's doing his best, and listen, Brandon. I was so sad to see no Hey.
I know.
I was devastated. I was so upset with that. But we go on. If I'm telling you right now in Fable, we don't get more Hey. I'm coming down there.
We're gonna have to talk to Steve again.
Yeah, Steve, get him back in. That's what I should have asked. Where's
the Haze? Even had a Hey pin. I don't know if anyone noticed that. You know, he just had it. We got Hey from multiple sets, and all of a sudden he's gone. He went away.
It is what it is. Okay. Enough sadness, but we're still enjoy as Mr. Bivens looking confident, taking that game on the draw has to feel so good in this Super Sealed, because you know it might not go your way in that second game, but you will get a game 3 and you will get to go first. Has to give you so much confidence. As we are going to look at the hand, we got Double Trouble. Again, we have that Pascal. I believe that card might be a good enough reason to put Amber into your deck.
It could be. That could be the reason. I've seen a lot of Amber dual ink cards that Zach has played or inked throughout this the last game, so that could be a big reason why he ended up going with Amber. And I agree, the Pascal with evasive 3 lore, can be difficult to deal with. Both players just inking for the first turn and passing. It does look like Lucas has a 2-cost character to play if we want to. We're going to play out the Raja again that we saw in game 1, a 3/3 illusion character, which usually these illusion characters have bigger stats, but that's because of the vanish keyword they have. If they're chosen for an action of any kind, they just are banished. It doesn't matter what the action is for. So a little bit risky, but in sealed, there's not as many of those actions being played. So a little bit safer of a card to play with bigger stats.
For sure, as Zach Bivens actually has a card that he could have used. I believe the When Will My Life Begin, I think he could have targeted the illusion with. However, it is going to get placed down into the inkwell as Calhoun. Marine Sergeant is going to be on the field again. This card is great. I'm playing. If I give me a Calhoun, I'm definitely playing Steel, who's going to be able to engage with this Raja if you want it to. Staring down a 3/3. You will get a trade in, so I think that's a pretty fair quest.
Yeah, one of the things that I love most about cards like Calhoun is you get to do 2 really great things. You get to take control back of the board, and you get to progress your win condition. Usually it's just one or the other. If you're challenging, you're not questing, which means you're not pushing your win strategy. But if you're questing, you're not challenging, so you're not taking control of the board. We are going to see a Captain Hook being played here by Lucas as well on his turn, and then passing it back to Zach.
Okay, and now Zach has a decision to make. You go into your 3-cost turn. You have your own illusion. You have that giant cobra. I think that'll be a great 3-turn play. Huge stats. And again, it's going to be very difficult to remove that guy equitably, as we are going to put the troubadour down to the inkwell. We are going to bring that giant cobra out. Do you think he used the ability? Probably not. We'll take a nice clean trade, as you have the ability to challenge into this Captain Hook if he does become exerted. What do we have there? Rapunzel. We have the is that Abu? And it looks like we have the March Hare as well with the Shinzi. So I ain't heard no bell again from Lucas, who's trying to fight back, as you have to figure out a way to get this giant cobra off effectively. We're paying 3.
Yeah, lots of removal options available for Lucas. We're going to play the Shinzi. One good thing about the Giant Cobra is that it is a 4/4, so if we did quest with this Captain Hook, which Lucas did not, we could cleanly challenge and banish the Captain Hook. One nice thing about the Captain Hook is when it's challenged, you get to draw a card. So I think Lucas is hoping to get rid of this Giant Cobra and then forcing Zach to use multiple cards to challenge into this hook, drawing extra cards in the process. But we're going to take a look at what Zach's doing on this turn. Ready to zinc. We still can ink for the turn. Has a couple plays for him.
I think this might be time for Pascal. You don't have an evasive answer in play already. Check that. We have the Shinzi, who is evasive, I believe.
Yes.
So you will be able to engage with the Pascal. So I am mistaken, but it looks like we're still queuing up the Pascal anyway to go ahead and play that 4-cost 3/3 evasive. I think this card is incredible, man. I think this card is kind of underplayed, even in the core constructed game, I believe.
Yeah, 3 lore on an evasive character is just so much, especially if you don't have a way to interact with it or have answers to it. Definitely checks the Shinzi, because we can challenge the Shinzi with Pascal, and the Pascal still survives. But I did notice we did have a Bruni we're choosing to ink, but we're playing the Rapunzel instead. So the Rapunzel would be able to clean up that Pascal if that happened. Also, when Rapunzel quests, you can choose a character, and they can't quest for the next turn. So that's going to basically stop Pascal right in these tracks. Rapunzel saying, quit it.
And look at that. Pascal versus Rapunzel. Typically, they're on teams. Typically, they are working together, but now they are enemies. The World Championship provides all types of things like that, as Pascal will be able to get checked by Rapunzel quite easily. I think that Rapunzel is going to be super great. Very playable card post rotation that's happened here in a few months. So all the pressure is on Zach Bivens, as this board is starting to get away from him. You have that Giant Cobra, who really isn't doing too terribly much in this situation. But now we have that Zipper. We also have, I can't make out what that card is.
Rider and then a Kronk, I believe.
Okay.
So we have a lot of evasive answers. The Rider has evasive. Zipper is also a character that gains evasive on your turn. We see Zach pulling the 7 Door of Mines to the front, but I think it's going to be inked for the turn.
Okay, so that's 2 games, 2 ink of the 7 Dwarf Mine. I think that'll be great to have that card into the field of play, just gaining some residual lore while also being able to send some residual damage to your opponent's characters into their willpower. So we'll quest that Pascal now while you can, because Rapunzel's probably going to stop that thing from happening for the remainder of this match, if at all possible.
Yeah, one thing to note here with the Pascal exerted, that does mean that we can challenge the Pascal if we want to. Of course, just the Shinzi won't be able to do it, so you'd have to challenge with the Rapunzel also, sort of getting around Rapunzel's ability, and that if you're forcing her to challenge, she's not questing, so she can't choose a character. We do have that Rider that Zach played on the last turn as well, which is evasive, so we can use the Rider to challenge back into something if Lucas decides to make that play, or Lucas could just quest with the Rapunzel and say, hey, you can't quest with this Pascal or anything else that I choose for the turn.
This is a very intense turn, because if you do exert that Rapunzel, you can go Rider and Pascal into the Rapunzel, and you lose that asset for the remainder of this game, probably, unless you got a second Rapunzel, and then you still have the Pascal to deal with, even though Shinji can take it, but that's still going to be a double plus. So this is intense. I think I like Zach Bivens' spot a little bit more, but there's still opportunity. Let's see what Lucas can do here on this turn. We'll go ahead and quest, and we'll put the no quest onto the Pascal. What do you think about that?
So basically stopping Pascal in the tracks, forcing Zach to either not do anything with the Pascal or challenge things with the Pascal, and that's all that Lucas is going to do after we play the Abu. Abu, usually a really great removal tool with Rush, but nothing to rush down this. Is a 4/4 2-lore character. Never mad about having 2 lore on a body, though. So we are going to play Invited to the Ball. We're going to look at some cards.
Oh, and you get the magical aid. So you do not get the full value from your Invited to the Ball. That has to sting a little bit. Typically, that thing hits 4+.
Yeah, usually you playing invited to the ball, hoping to get a card advantage and drawing 2 cards for 1 card, so a net +1. But in this case, invited to the ball essentially just replaced itself with Archimedes, I believe, is what we drew. But we are going to use Pascal and Ryder to challenge this Rapunzel. Pascal said, "I don't want to listen to you anymore."
Yeah, I want to see that. I need some art. I need some artist to design a Pascal challenging a Rapunzel. I think that is just something that you can only see here at Disney Lorcana. You will not see that in the movie. That didn't happen, okay? But in Lorcana, these things happen all the time.
And all the time with these glimmers, dude. You know, you get all kinds of interactions that you wouldn't expect in the Disneyverse. You know.
Oh, and we get into the fidget. The fidget is in hand. That card is good enough to put Ruby in the deck, as it will add more evasive characters. Fidget coming in from that great mouse detective, super funny character. He's one of the funniest characters in that movie. I did just watch that recently, and I honestly I didn't know where Fidget came from, but now I know he's a super hilarious character there.
Yeah, Fidget, a very strong dual link card in this set. Could be the reason that Lucas chose to go for Ruby and Emerald along with Amethyst. You know, I think Amethyst has been represented in every deck that we've seen so far. Not too surprised by that because it has all kinds of stuff through evasive characters, damage removal, card draw, things that you're looking for in sealed. But usually we've seen Steel along with that, and Fidget might be the reason that Lucas decided to opt out of Steel.
I think you might have to get that Fidget going now to engage with this Pascal again, or you can just take the Shinzi in now, but that trade has to feel bad, as Pascal did a tremendous amount of work to your board right now. Abu standing alone and unafraid next to this Captain Hook, who has been completely frozen by this giant Cobra, as we will go ahead and develop the Fidget right now. I think giving that Captain Hook evasive every turn could spell problems. You do have that a Rider who's still just being able to challenge into the Captain Hook, but not quite enough to banish it.
And unfortunately for Zach, we've been holding this Kronk in hand for a long time. We're getting up to a point where we can ink up to 7 if we want to, and him being uninkable just means he's kind of stuck in hand until you can play him. But we kind of run into the issue that we did last game, which was when there's a bunch of evasive characters in play, Kronk can't really challenge and banish any characters to get a value out of it. So we'll see if Zach's planning to develop this Kronk anyway on this turn, or if we're going to play out the Jim Hawkins. It looks like we are going to play the Kronk.
He is huge. He is out there getting active. I think it's a Junior Chipmunk Kronk. I like this card. Head of Security. I'm sorry, not Jimmy Chipmunk. Head of Security Kronk. If you guys don't know, during your turn, whenever this character banishes another character in the challenge, you may play a character with 5 or less for free. You know, emphasis on the for free. I love looking at a for free on my card and try to make those things happen. As Zipper and then finally electing to exert that giant Cobra as well, who's been standing there since turn number 3, just hanging out, finally getting the lore on the board.
Yeah, things Zach realized with the Fidget on board, Lucas being able to give any character he wants evasive, that Cobra's not really threatening the Captain Hook anymore because we can give the Captain Hook evasive if we want to, stopping the Cobra from being able to challenge it. But we are going to go ahead and quest with the Fidget, and I think we're going to give Abu evasive so that we can challenge and banish this Rider.
Look at that.
Abu will survive the challenge. We're going to play a
awarded Prince Philip, and we got lost the way. Look at that.
There we go. The vanish thing happened. We're choosing Cobra with our action, which means Cobra just immediately gets banished because it's an illusion.
Huge swing in momentum. You have the Fidget up, and now you have a 2 questing Prince Philip, who also has Ward as well. So if you can start putting Fidget and Prince Philip together while there are no evasive characters, although you do have that Zipper who does have evasive, I got to get the Fidget. You got to go for the Fidget, right?
Yeah, I feel like we have to challenge the Fidget here and at least get close to banishing it. We do have the Jim Hawkins we can play to deal damage, enough damage to banish the Fidget. So fortunately for Zach, we won't have to worry about an evasive Ward Prince Philip, which would be very difficult to deal with.
It would be extremely annoying. I guess you could take it down with a Zipper with the 2, but you will lose it in a trade. As we get into that Rush Scar, I believe that Scar is the Scar has Rush, and I believe I can't see with the hand shuffle. It looks like Tika as well is going to be Quest for 2, Challenger 2, I believe. So there's a lot of game left as we are sitting at a 5 and 8. And don't touch that dial. Keep it locked. This is the World Championship. If you're just tuning in, this is Super Sealed. We're doing 3 rounds. This is the last round of Super Sealed today, and then we're going to get into the Triple Deck Core Constructed coming up in round number 4. But this match is intense, and there are a lot of things that can still happen. I don't know who's in advantage right now.
Yeah, we're definitely in an interesting spot where both players are pretty low on cards, but both players have threatening cards on board as well. It looks like Lucas is going to play the Scar. Fortunately for Zach, Lucas has lost a lot of the evasive characters that he was holding on to, so he's not able to as cleanly quest as he was before. Zach having that Kronk in play means that he can potentially do some really good things. He has a ton of ink, but if Lucas gives Zach an ability, okay, no, so we're going to use this Scar to challenge the Kronk and go ahead and banish it.
Right. I think that's a pretty fair trade. A 6-4-7, I don't hate that at all. And Kronk's stats are quite impressive. As we have Rafiki, is that the 9? Is that the 9 cost Rafiki?
I don't think that's
no.
The 9
okay, I was about to say there's no way, right?
I think it has Challenger.
That's the Challenger fee. Okay, okay. Oh man, I thought that's a rush Rafiki. The 4 cost inkable Challenger Rafiki comes out for a clean plus. Captain Hook will be able to get a draw, so it is going to go 1 for 1 at the end of the day. As Zipper is going to go ahead and get a challenge in as well, clearing this board quite nicely is Zach Bivens. Daisy Duck and Pull the Lever.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
I was waiting on Pull the Lever on with the Kronk up. That would have been really nice.
That would have been great. We
So
do
close.
find a Yzma, though, off the Pull the Lever, which is kind of nice.
I like that, man. The
Another
synergy.
evasive character with Daisy as well, pulled from Lucas. To a little bit cheaper characters to play. We ink for turn. I think we can play both. I'm not sure what the third card is, though, and if it's inkable. Okay, we're going to play Yzma. We get to draw a card, then have to discard a card. So we're just filtering through the deck a little bit, seeing if we can find anything better than what we have.
And we're going to lose the Mr. Scroops, who's going to get on out to discard pile. Daisy Duck on the field of play. Do you have more evasive answers? It looks like we're going to try to ride it, but we have that Atitaya again. I think you have the ink to deploy it.
When we do have a rider, we draw off the top as well, which is that evasive answer that we'll need for the Daisy, just to slow Lucas down a little bit. You know, nobody's particularly close to 20 right now, but both players are getting closer than I'd be happy with. That Atitaya coming down for Zach here, just a ginormous character, 7/7 with 3 lore. Going to be difficult for Lucas to deal with unless he can establish some characters that have stats as well. And even if Zach can get the 3 lore off of Atitaya once, that pushes him up to 15. Now we are getting dangerously close to 20.
Yeah, now that scale is rapidly shifting in Zach Bivens' favor here, as he has huge lore threats on the board, and you have to contest here as Rish is going to come down, taking out the Rafiki with the excuse me, I'm sorry.
I was saying, it's one of those racers. Those racer names are tough.
They're tough.
I'm gonna be honest, man.
They're tough. Give us a break. Hey, cut us some slack out there, and cut us some slack.
Snowana Rainbow.
There it is.
Snowana Rainbow.
There it is. Okay. She didn't get enough screen time. We need more Snowana.
She didn't, man.
I've watched that movie multiple times, Brandon. I'm telling you, I didn't see Snowana enough.
Ooh, and we get a genie for Lucas here.
It's broken, but is it too little too late? And it is, as we just go and extend the handshake.
Yeah, Zach had game on board, so it looks like Zach is going to take game 2, which means he will move on 3-0 out of this super sealed portion of the Disney Lorcana World Championship tournament.
Just imagine how you got to be feeling going 3-0 to start this thing off, getting 3 wins in the volatile super sealed portion of the format. Zach Bivens has to be over the moon, elated with his performance, and now you get to grab your decks out of your backpack and get ready to go with the decks that you brought in. That's core constructed triple deck format is coming next.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that is just now tuning in, all these players have to do is win 5 rounds. So being able to win the first 3 rounds of Super Sealed sets you up in an amazing spot, because you have 4 more rounds for that triple deck constructed to play, and all you have to do is win 2 of them at that point, and then you don't even have to play for the rest of the day. You're immediately into the top 8.
You're done. And now you also give yourself a little bit of breathing room, because there are going to be 7 total rounds, like you said. So you have the confidence to say, I can take 2 losses if I need to, and still be on your way to making it into day 2. So that's got to breathe some serious confidence to you. I know that there are some players out there that might be pushing that 2-1 record, 1-2 record. That might be a little more, I'm a little more scared now, because I think it might be difficult. And also, some players could have gone 0-3 and might not be able to make it into day 2 overall. But I think those matches were absolutely incredible, Brandon. They exceeded my expectations mightily. I thought the skill expression that was deployed there, with the way that people built their decks, with the way that those things came together, the choices that they had to make, the decisions were all paramount. We saw players win on the play. We saw more players win on the draw.
Yeah, there were a lot.
I thought that was very impressive to me.
Yeah, I mean, this is just one of many ways this weekend that players are being tested on whether or not they're the best Lumineer out there. They took these stacks of cards that they were given from the past 4 sets. They had to build a deck out of them with 3 ink restriction and bring it to the table and fight against their opponent. and Zach was able to come through with a 3-0, but now we're getting to an even more grueling part of the day with this triple deck constructed on rounds 4 through 7. For anybody that is just now tuning in and doesn't realize, you know, the triple deck constructed, they bringing 3 constructed decks. All 6 inks have to be represented through those. So if you're playing Amber in one deck, you can't play Amber in another deck. Both players sit down next to each other in their rounds. Each player gets to look at each other's deck lists, and they each get to bench one of those decks. And you have to win with the other 2. So there's going to be a lot of mind games going on here for the triple deck constructed in the next couple rounds.
Absolutely. But I think we got Zach Bibbins and Rebecca ready for the interview over there. So we're going to throw it over to them and see what Zach has to say about his sealed portion. And what do you think about the triple deck format coming up? So there it is. I like that.
Hey, Lumineers, we are here. Zach Bibbins, 3-0 on the day, making it through that super sealed format like a champ. Congrats on your win. That game 2 with that Rafiki coming down and wiping your opponent's board, can you talk about that play? Because that felt really pivotal.
Yeah, definitely. We were kind of in a stalemate for a little bit. I very strategically left my Cobra not questing when it was a free quest because I know he plays a lot of rush cards in his deck, so it might seem a little weird to the viewers, but all part of the plan. And then the Rafiki, yeah, I was able to clear his entire board. I actually chose to play that over the big 7-drop I had in my hand. I just thought it was that important at that moment.
Well, and it got you the win, 2-0 on this match. Let's talk about super sealed format, though, and you have to pick 3 ink colors. What was your thought process with picking those inks? Let's see, you were on Amethyst, Amber, and Steel today.
Yes, so in all of my practice and everything I've practiced, I've never picked Amber in Sealed, so I was very shocked. I had Amethyst still really easily locked up with my cards, and I needed a 3rd ink, and I had some pretty good cards like the Pluto you saw in Game 1, which was an all-star. So it actually landed on Amber, and I was shocked, but yeah.
Well, we are excited to see you in the triple deck format. How are you feeling going into the rest of today?
I feel amazing. I was not looking forward to the Sealed, to be honest with you. I just wanted to escape with a win or 2, and because I think I'm very, very, very well positioned for triple deck.
Well, we can't wait to see what you do, and we're going to see all these players jumping into that triple deck format. When we come back, stick around. We can't wait for more exciting gameplay.
This game has taken the world by storm.
Like Elsa Blizzard type storm.
Fans of all ages from all corners of the globe
have fallen in love with the art, the story, and the gameplay of Disney Lorcana.
One by one, the top players emerge from all around the globe.
Masterful Illumineers who know how to use their magical ink.
And they are now gathered in one place to summon, challenge, and quest their way to the top.
But only one will come out victorious.
I'm excited for the 3-deck format now. I was looking at the standings, so it's 7 rounds. Hold the standings here.
Showcasing their skills with one day of Super Sealed and one day of Triple Deck Constructed.
Proving that they truly have mastered every aspect of this game.
We're coming at you live from the Walt Disney World Resort in Orlando, Florida.
For the first ever
Disney Lorcana
World Championship Tournament.
So buckle up, Illumineers, and get ready to watch the event of a lifetime.
It is time to find out who will be
The first ever
Disney Lorcana
World
champion.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana World Championship here at the Walt Disney Resort in Florida. And I am joined for the first time ever, it is an absolute honor, by the legendary Rebecca. How are you doing?
I'm doing so good. This day has been incredible. I'm having so much fun, and I'm excited to have more fun being here in the booth with you, Baker, and tuning into the new triple deck format. I am so excited to see how this all plays out.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be here with you. But yeah, what a day we have. We have finished our 3 rounds of Super Sealed. That is done with now. It was fascinating, really entertaining.
What did you think about it?
I loved it. I absolutely love Super Sealed.
It was so exciting. It was fun seeing those cards that you don't normally see in play coming down, some exciting top decks, some great matches. I got a chance to walk around and see some of the other matches going on as well, and I thought the Super Sealed was really exciting. I hope that all the viewers enjoyed it because it really was super.
What a way to put it, and it really promotes these different ways of playing Disney Lorcana, right?
Absolutely.
If you're a Disney fan, you like trading card games, hopefully there's something for you, whether it's Super Sealed, Constructed, the Illumineers Quest,
Pack
Rush, all fantastic ways to play Lorcana. But Rebecca, we are about to be proceeding into the final format that will conclude the World Championships, Triple Deck Constructed. Please tell us a little bit about how this is going to work, Rebecca.
Yeah, Triple Deck is really exciting. Each player had to build 3 decks and bring them, not 1, not 2, but 3 decks. And in those 3 decks, they have to have each of the 6 inks represented. Of course, all of these Illumineers have to prove that they are the master of 6 inks. And so they can't overlap. They have to bring those 3 decks. And then we have this interesting thing called the benching phase. Why don't you talk about that, Baker?
I'd love to, yeah. The bench phase, really intriguing, psychological sort of aspect of Disney Lorcana. So as Rebecca said, yeah, these players have brought 3 decks representing all the inks, and it is open deck lists. When the players sit down, they do get to look at their opponent's decks, and then they get to say, No, I don't.
I don't want that.
I don't want that one.
No, thank you.
They get to just say no. I don't like that Amethyst Steel deck, that Emerald Ruby deck. I have no idea what you're trying to do with Emerald Ruby, so I fear it. And it's really fascinating because it contributes towards the deck building aspect.
Absolutely.
In its core state, right? Because let's take a couple like an example. So a really popular ink type to bench seems to be Steel. Now, don't get me wrong. Each player will make their own decisions based on what's in front of them, but Steel is a pretty strong ink type in Disney Lorcana.
Just a bit.
And if you can bear in mind the fact of like, hey, I can always bench Steel, whatever it's paired with, suddenly there are some cards that become a lot more interesting now that you know they're not going to immediately just be, fire the cannons or let the storm rage on. The Flynn Rider Frenemy, I think, is a really interesting card that could make its way back into Ruby Amethyst if you're planning on banning benching Steel. But there's loads of examples of cards that could really shine in this format.
Yeah, I think that, like you're saying, you could not only is it going to be the specific cards that may switch out that we might see in normal constructed, but also just what are those 3 pairs that they're bringing.
Yep.
If they have a plan, a strategy coming into this event for what they're going to bench, then they can strategically choose those 3 decks that they have built and brought to this deck. So once a player gets that deck benched, then they have to proceed to play out that best of 3.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to win 2 games, 1 with each of those non-benched decks. Again, proving here that they can master all 6 inks. And what's really interesting to me, Baker, in this format is if you lose game 1, you can choose to play again game 2 with that same deck, or you could switch to your other non-benched deck and play game 3 with or game 2 with that other deck, depending on what your opponent is playing. So I think there's a lot of strategic decisions that the players are making, not just in the gameplay itself, but in choosing what decks they're playing and when.
Yeah, it's that psychology, right? So we talked about the bench phase, and then after we've had the reveal of which decks are off the table for this match, then both players will select which deck they want to play with game 1 in secret. They've got their little ink tokens to represent their various decks. Both players, after benching, they will put their ink token face down of what deck they're going to play with, and then they will reveal at the same time, and that will be game 1. And as you said, Rebecca, whoever wins has to swap to their last unbenched deck, whereas the loser has a little more equity in how they want to handle that. Maybe they got the prediction wrong, right? Maybe they said, okay, I've benched that, I'm sure you're going to pick this, so I'm going to pick this. And then if they don't, you go, oh, okay, I just lost. Let's switch to that other deck, and then I can still use this one later.
Absolutely. I think the other thing that's going to be exciting to see is the decks that these players brought, because I think this format opens up a lot of strategies and creativity with deck building of decks that you wouldn't normally see. So are we going to see puppies show up? Are we going to see brooms show up? Are we going to see Jafar show up today?
I want to see illusions. Do you know what else I want to see, Rebecca?
Illusions would be great.
I want to see racers.
Racers!
That's what I want to see. I want to see King have some candy.
I love the racers, and the racers deck is so fun to play. So yeah, this triple deck format, I'm really excited, and it's really putting these players to the test.
Yes.
You know, this is 28 players who are the best of the best. They have proven themselves and earned their right to be here this weekend, and now it's tough out there.
It is.
I mean, we've watched the first 3 rounds, and it's been such high skill level playing. So this is going to be incredible to watch.
Absolutely. And we've got a very interesting next round that's going to be coming up shortly, because you guys watching at home around the world, if you are watching on Twitch, you have the option to be part of a little vote. You are the masters of this round.
Yes.
You're going to choose which match that we're going to be watching today.
This is kind of a choose-your-own adventure, and we hope that the viewers are excited about this as we are, because we are putting up a poll here in the Twitch chat so that you who are watching, you right there, you get to help decide who is going to be the featured match for round 4. So let's talk about what we can. Do we know the players yet?
I know that's still being finalized, so we're going to keep ramping for a little bit. We've got some potential deck lists, but until we know which match it is, I don't want to venture too deep into that. But yeah, what a format. And then tomorrow, the top 8 players of these 28. And you just made the point of the players have had to earn their way into this room, which was not easy. You did so by either winning a Disney Lorcana Challenge or placing very high in either the European or the North American Championship. So you have absolutely earned the right to be here. You've earned the right to call yourself pretty good at the game. I think is not arrogant to say it.
No, I think if you're in this room, you could say you're a great.
I'm an acceptable player.
Disney Lorcana player.
I can shuffle a deck of cards, but yeah. But what's really interesting as well is 7 rounds. We've done 3 rounds of Super Swiss, so there are 4 rounds left. But all a player needs to proceed to day 2 is 5 match wins. You get those 5 wins, you get to go home early. You get to go and have a nice bite to eat, maybe look around Florida, like get an early night, maybe a priority for some of these players. So that's super fascinating. We just saw Bivens come off. He's now
3-0.
3-0.
Yes.
2 more match wins for Zach Bivens. And there are other people in the room, Ed Chu, and more players that already have 3. They just need to lock in 2 more. And they've done it. They've done it. They're in top 8.
I think round 4 and round 5 are going to be so crucial for those players who came out of Super Sealed 3-0. And that is, if you can get 5-0 right away in this day, like you're saying, just even the mental capacity that it takes for these players to be here and all the decisions that you're having to be making, because that's a huge mental load. A lot of decisions with even the benching and not just the gameplay, but there's other factors here with this different format.
Psychology, right?
It really is. And so if you could go 5-0 first thing out of the gate on this day, then, like you said, you can take a rest and these players can prep for that top 8 tomorrow.
And you should probably have quite high seeding as well for the top cut, because top cut, whoever is on the player or the draw will be decided by who's higher in the seeds. So definitely a lot to play for. Incredible set of prizes that these players have earned just for being here. They have themselves the beautiful Whole New World promo, which I've tried to convince them to give me one. They weren't having it. They said, baby, you'll have to earn a championship. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but it's a beautiful card. The playmat, the sleeves, the deck box, all
the promo cards that they get with each win, which I just love that. It's so great. I am so excited to hear about these players and the decks. Okay, but can you tell me what decks are you excited to see?
There are so many things I want to see today. I'm very much a Ruby Amethyst enthusiast, and I don't think we've seen any of that today. Oh, well, to be fair, it's been super sealed, but maybe we will in Triple Deck Constructed. But, Illumineers, we now have the options for you to choose which match we will be previewing for round 4. So we have Illy versus Raphael, Illy being the European champion. Won a LCQ, a last chance qualifier pod at the European Championships. I believe they lost game 1. There's a bit of a story here as well. Illy going to the wrong table and getting a game 1 loss, but then winning the entire LCQ, and then going on to win the entirety of the European Championship. So what an accomplishment going up against Raphael. Do you want to tell us through our next match that the players could choose?
Edmund Chu is, of course, as we know, is the winner of the Fort Worth Dallas Disney Lorcana Challenge, and our North American champion is versus Zach Bivens, the player of the people, just coming off that 3-0 in Super Sealed. And I believe that you said Ed also was 3-0 in Super Sealed. So that is going to be a huge, huge match here between Ed and Zach.
I've got a feeling the audience might be quite keen on that one, but number 3 is also a really interesting matchup. It
really is. Frank Karsten, of course, was the very first Disney Lorcana champion versus Kurt Spies, who actually qualified for Worlds with a pass down at the North American Championship. And I think he's doing really well out there today from what I've seen. So Kurt versus Frank Karsten. And tell us about this final match.
Oh, absolutely. The 4th match that you can choose is between Luca Lazara and Theotime Bouchot. European players, fantastic player. Every single player on this list is absolutely worth taking a look at. So you've got 4 options, Illumineers, around the world. Illy versus Raphael, Ed versus Bivens, Kurt Spies versus Frank Karsten, or Theotime versus Luca. I do want to make a point as well. Kurt Spies in a fantastic costume today.
Yeah, he really is. I love the Disney bounding. He is going all out. I love it. I talked with Kurt actually earlier, and he said, you know what? They're going all out for us, so I'm going all out for Disney Lorcana, which is great. And we are leaving that poll open for a couple of minutes, so you have time to vote. Any of those 4 matches, I would be thrilled to watch. Theotime actually was Bochum, right? Or Bochum
yes.
champion. So there are some really big names, some really big matches that we're going to see for this first round. Now, what decks do you think we're going to see today?
Oh, goodness me. So
some Ruby Sapphire, maybe.
I was going to start off with sort of like the Madam Mim elephant in the room, which is the power of Ruby Sapphire. It wasn't so long ago, it feels a longer time ago, I guess, that we had our first bans in the Disney Lorcana trading card game, losing both Fortisphere and Hiram Flaversham. I just call it, if you're a Basil fan, they never say his first name.
Yeah, it's just Flaversham.
It's just Flaversham, the toy maker. But after that, you know, some decks kind of been doing an uphill climb to reach their the former glory days. But Ruby Sapphire, resilient, still performing really, really well. There's a couple of variants that perform very well. One of them, which has kind of become known as the DKP style list. DKP, one of the players in the room today here at the World
Shark
Championship.
build.
Yeah, Sharks with manners, and of course playing the big Sisu, who can wipe the board of opposing characters 2 strength or less. That's a great way of playing Ruby Sapphire. But there's also the item variant.
Yeah, the item variant I think is really interesting and so powerful. It'll be interesting to see the breakdown between the item variant and that Shark variant.
Sure.
And one of the things that I love about Disney Lorcana, and now that we have 8 sets so far of this game, is that just playing Ruby Sapphire, you don't know which version of that deck it's going to be. But of course today it is open deck list. We didn't mention that with the format, but this is completely open deck list.
That's right.
Players know those lists. They've had time to look at them and they will be able to study them before they choose what deck they're benching. But yeah, Ruby Sapphire I think is going to be a big one that shows up. The other deck I think that's going to show up today is Amber Steel.
Amber Steel, a very popular deck, but again, we talked about the benching phase, right? Steel being having a bit of a target on its shoulder, and Amber Steel has been one of the best performing decks for a long while.
Yep.
Recently got the addition of the Power Hamster. Ring, ring. Who is it? Destiny. I've been awaiting your call.
Rhino.
Rhino, what a guy.
What a hamster. What a hamster.
But we can now announce to you that the winner of that poll is going to be Illy versus Raphael. And I have to go back and correct a mistake I made a moment ago, confusing our players. Do forgive me. Illy, not the European champion. Illy from Europe, though, a prior Disney Lorcana champion. Played Ruby Sapphire items, actually, with the Queen Diviner, which was really fascinating. My apologies to everyone watching around the world. I'm doing my best. There's a lot of information to get through, but yeah, it is going to be Illy versus Raphael. I'm super excited for this match. We're just in the process of getting hold of the deck list so that we can have a peruse and share with you guys at home as well, like what you can expect. It is open deck list, of course, so the players, when they sit down, will be presented with the opponent's deck. There will be a 5-minute period where they will get the chance to do a review, and then we will go into the benching phase.
Yeah, let's talk about these players and what decks that we find now that we know the players that we're going to see. So Illy, he is playing a, let's see here, we got, oh, this is going to be fun. We have a Blurple.
Ooh.
A Blurple deck here. So we have, no, excuse me, sorry.
Not Blur, is that Ruby?
Oh, it's a Ruby Sapphire.
That's Ruby Sapphire.
Ruby Sapphire.
All right.
We've got
that one is
Amber.
Amber Sapphire. Amber Sapphire. That's really interesting with Alice Savvy Sailor and things like Rapunzel, Piglet. That sounds really interesting. And what's that third deck list there, Rebecca?
We've got Emerald Steel over here.
Emerald Steel, a bit of an old favorite, probably playing things like Diablo, likely to be a discard variant with the likes of Prince John, the greediest of them all. So those are 3 decks.
Diablo, of course.
Yep.
That bird.
Those are the 3 decks for Illy, and we will go into more detail as we move into the match. But the opponent, Raphael, just a quick look at the decks on offer here. We do have a Ruby Sapphire item build, 4 copies of Maurice's Workshop, and a heavy item package, along with things like Scrooge McDuck, Resourceful Miser. That's one of the decks. We also indeed do have some Steel and Emerald. Emerald Steel, another one of the,
Emerald Steel, there we go.
Another discard variant with Prince John's, Ursa Deceiver, a couple of hidden coves in there to help with the Diablos, etc. And then the third and final deck on offer for Raphael, we have some Amber Amethyst.
I am surprised to see Amber Amethyst here today, but I'm actually really excited about that. I think Amber Amethyst is a really fun deck combo and not something you typically see in constructed format, but because of that triple deck format and knowing that you can bench a deck, that really opens it up. And
really
now we have this player, Raphael said, I'm going to Worlds and I'm bringing Amber Amethyst.
Yeah, because it's that thing where when you're respecting the bench phase, right, you want to kind of split, like you think of the inks that you want to play the most. You want to split them over a little bit. So for example, like Zach Bivens is not playing Amber Steel as one of his deck lists this weekend. He's playing Amber Ruby is the combination there. And you've got to think a player that's so experienced and talented with that particular deck type, the format has definitely had a big impact in that decision.
Huge
you know, like if you're just going to lose Amber Steel all weekend, then what's the point? So spread around the inks that you feel comfortable with, the things that you feel are right, giving you an edge over the other decks, and say, whatever you bench, I feel like I still have the tools to win a matchup.
The other thing is Emerald Steel is a very powerful deck. It's got that discard engine, it's got that Diablo, it's got all of the tools of Steel. And I sort of wonder how many of these players brought in Emerald Amethyst as like decoy deck.
I have heard that before.
This is, you know, maybe this is the one that you're gonna, I know you're gonna wanna bench this one, and so I'm gonna bring this knowing that if I make it to finals in that best of 5, I know I can win with Emerald Steel, but I'm gonna build these other 2 decks knowing that that one might be set to the side.
It's funny you say that because there was an LGS a few weeks ago that was trying out the triple deck constructed, giving people a taste of it, and one particular player did an interview where they said, I'm only running Emerald Steel as a trap so that they bench it because I really want to run Blurple. That's the power I actually want to run. So Emerald Steel is there to like distract people.
It's the decoy deck.
And to be honest, it would work on me. I would absolutely have benched Emerald Steel straight away.
I would bench Emerald Steel every single time that I faced it.
Another point, the Amber Amethyst deck that we were talking about, and you were saying not something we see all the time, and definitely the format here being a feature of that. One thing I do think is quite nice and poetic, the first American DLC was won.
Absolutely. Josh Polt, who's here.
He's in the room today.
With that fairy godmother deck, Amber Amethyst taking the win, and Atlanta was wild. I think people were so excited to see Amber Amethyst. You know, I feel like Amber Amethyst is one of those decks that's like a fan favorite. People love to play it at their LGS, at home, at kitchen table games. And so to see these high-level competitive players playing this ink pairing at an event like this is really exciting.
Yeah, and especially because we're only not even halfway into the reign of Jafar. All hail Jafar, by the way. But we're halfway into the set. There is probably still secrets to be uncovered, right? You know, it only takes one.
The secrets of Jafar.
The secrets. I like your style, Rebecca. But it only takes one player to find a card that, you know, fits a particular niche in the meta, especially this triple deck constructed where you know you can bench something, and suddenly anything can become a lot more powerful. So I am so excited for the remainder of the event. The Super Sealed was brilliant. I would like to see it again in the future. Let us know how you felt about Super Sealed at home, but triple deck constructed, I think, is the meat and potatoes that we're all waiting for.
We're waiting for it. We're ready. We're ready to dive in. These players are getting ready to dive in.
Yes, they are.
Our match that you have chosen, again, this was you. This was you that chose this match. We are very excited. We are going to be able to see the players, you know, do this whole benching phase and everything. So I'm excited to see how this plays out. And these players, I know that they have come in with a strategy for what they're benching, you know, and so they know what decks those are going to be. Again, it's that mental load, right? This is the first decision that they have to make of the match, is what deck I'm going to bench, followed by which deck I'm going to play. So it's going to be thrilling to watch how this all plays out.
It's going to be fantastic, and it's really interesting how different players might approach that benching phase. Like you just said, you make the point that a lot of players know what they're targeting straight away, and I do think that is going to be a common strategy in the room. That being said, there are certain players here who are very much known for particular decks. Again, let's throw back to DKP, known for playing Ruby Sapphire, I think, throughout the entirety of his life. Probably has played other things
every single game that we've seen on camera.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Always been.
Exactly. So
sharks and manners.
It introduces a really interesting point of like, okay, if you've built your deck saying I'm banning Steel or I'm banning Emerald or whatever it is, but then you're sat across the table with someone like a DKP who is really known for this style of deck.
Do you choose that one?
Does that affect your game plan? I think for some players it might. They might just go, I know that you have infinite reps with this deck. I just want to take away your biggest toy, basically. But if you've built your deck in a way to say, I'm benching this all the time, maybe there's a bit of a conflict there. So it's going to be really interesting to see what these players prioritize as they go into the bench phase.
Absolutely, and we are just about to do that. We're going to take a look here at our players. So starting out with Ely, who we said is a part of this match. Let's take a look at Ely. I'm so excited to see our Bologna Challenge winner here on the stream, whose favorite deck is Ruby Amethyst.
Oh.
This is a man after your own heart. Yes, and collected every Picsou magazine. Am I saying that correctly? I'm not.
Maybe. I have no idea.
And then his favorite Disney character, Scrooge McDuck.
That's a pretty
I
good
love
choice.
that. That's a great choice.
I'm a fan of the T-shirt as well with Mad on it and
Yes.
Donald Duck. But the opponent from France, Raphael, the European Championship top 8. Favorite deck, Emerald Sapphire. Is it glue? Is it clean? We haven't come to a decision as a community. Nonetheless, those are our two players, both very tried and tested. They've earned their way into this room, and here we see them doing a little shuffle up.
Yep.
Do we have the confirmation of what has been? I do believe that the bottom tokens down there are what have been benched. I can see one of them is Emerald Steel, and the other one I think is
also looks like Emerald Steel.
judging by the deck list.
Yep, we are both players on the Emerald Steel, and then we have Ely is on Ruby Amethyst, and then Sapphire Amber.
Yep, so our first matchup, we've got Amber Sapphire versus Amber Amethyst. So a really interesting matchup out the gate. You just talked a lot about Amber Amethyst, obviously had a lot of success at the DLC in Atlanta. But other than that, not a combination we see it much. Maybe something you see at your LGS or for a bit of fun, but it's going to be really fascinating to see this played out here. Likely to be a hyper aggro deck would be my prediction, but the Amber Sapphire deck on the other side, also very interesting, Rebecca.
Yeah, I think these two decks matched up against each other are going to be, like you said, I feel like both of these ink combinations can lean towards that aggro version. So is it just going to be a lore race here, and who can get there first? I don't know how it's going to play out. Looking at their deck list, there's some, in the Sapphire Amber deck that Ely has, we got a lot of small characters. We have that Alice. We have a Piglet Poo Captain in here. How's that Amber Amethyst deck looking?
Yeah, pretty interesting. We've got 4 copies of This Is My Family.
Oh, I love that card.
A Sing Together song. I believe it's the top 6 cards of your deck that you look at, and you take 2 characters to add to your hand. I'm going to confirm that, but off the top of my head, that sounds about right. We do also have 4 copies of a card that's very sentimental to me. One of my reveal cards from a while ago, The Boss is on a Roll, which is a really interesting card, 3-cost inkable song. You look at the top 5 cards of your deck, you may put any of those cards on the top or any at the bottom of the deck, and then you just gain a lore. This Is My Family. No, it's the Amethyst song. I was completely wrong. Gain 1 lore, draw. I was thinking of
Fantastical, Magical.
No.
There's so many Encanto songs.
I think it's just called
it.
The Family Madrigal, actually. I think it's the Amber Sing Together song that I'm thinking of. But yeah, This Is My Family. Gain 1 lore, draw 1 card. And we also see in this deck list Lady Family Dog, which has proved to be one of the strongest cards from Reign of Jafar. She's a 3-cost inkable 2/2, quest for 2, and on play, you can play a character of cost 2 or less, pretty cheap, Rebecca, for free.
Yeah, that's pretty cheap, I would say so. So players altering their hands right now. I saw that Ely kept a couple of piglets, actually 2 copies of piglets in his hand, and looks like he put back 3. I didn't catch what Raphael did. What do you think these players are looking for in their opening hands?
So Amber Amethyst, again, I expect it to be very hyper aggro, but you do have the privilege of being able to run the bounce package. I would expect to see something like Merlin Foxes and Merlin Crabs to be able to combat the board. So finding something like that early could be really important. Obviously, Amber Sapphire is likely to be a very aggro deck, and a lot of warded characters as well. Things like Wendy Darling could be super impactful. We may even see the Amber Sapphire Thunderbolt, the puppy shift bodyguard with 7 willpower.
Okay, I'm a puppy fan.
I don't know if it's in the deck, but
I love it. Is Thunderbolt is there?
Yes,
there
let's go, the Wonder Dog.
Yep,
Here we go. We're off and running. Oh no, we're not. Maybe we're not. Ely was so excited to put down a turn 1 puppy. I think it was lucky.
We do have. Let's see here. We got a couple puppies in here.
All about the puppies.
We got a patch. We've got that actually might
Ludwig
be
von Drake, all-around expert.
Okay, Ludwig von Drake. That is a fun card.
It's a very powerful card.
Bare necessities, but on a character.
Exactly that. One of the best reasons to play Amber Sapphire, really, because it is that Amber Sapphire dual link. Dual links introduced just a couple of sets ago. You need to be playing both of those ink colors to be able to include them in your deck. And Amber Sapphire, not a common ink combination, but Ludwig is certainly a reason to want to combine those colors.
Yes, and then also when he's banished, he goes into your inkwell. So not only are you getting that benefit on play of being able to look at your opponent's hand, you get more information and you can yank something out of there and say, oh, that location, that song, that action.
That turn 2 ramp, like Sail or something.
Any non-character card, you can make them discard it. And then when he is banished, he goes into your inkwell. So a really fantastic card to see here in Ely's deck.
And this is a lot of aggro I'm seeing as I look more through this Raphael's list. We're running 4 copies of Show Me More, which is both players draw 3 cards.
Yep, so, there's that puppy.
A very aggressive card. We do see that turn 1 puppy. Where if you have another puppy in play, then he gains 1 lore. And the ward keyword.
We got that Daisy duck coming down. That is... For an aggro deck, that's one of the best turn 1 plays that you can make there.
Yeah, Daisy, obviously a bit of a double-edged sword, though. When she quests, your opponent looks at the top card of the deck. If it's a character, they can add it to their hand, but does provide a lot of lore, and that 4 willpower can be tough to answer. We're going to see the Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain played on turn 2 for Ily, and our puppy is going to go on a safe little quest.
Safe little quest. What's interesting about Daisy in this matchup is that you're not playing against a deck that has a lot of actions that are going to be doing damage. Oh, here we got 2 1-drops coming down here on Raphael's side. So, of course, Ily getting, that Thunderbolt.
And it's shift 3, right?
Shift 3, and he has that patch puppy there with the puppy shift. So Thunderbolt has puppy shift, which means he can shift on top of any puppy character that you have in play. So that is, and he's a big body.
He's a very good boy, is the Wonder Dog.
Very good boy.
Probably not something we want to see this turn, because this Piglet obviously needs 2 other characters on the board to be able to quest for 3. If we shifted, then we wouldn't be able to play a second character. So, but that's certainly something that's going to come in handy later to protect these questers. But Raphael with a really aggressive turn 2. As I look through the deck list, I will confirm for the audience, no foxes, no crabs. We have basically nothing to combat the board here. We are just all gas, no brakes. Naramin. Sorry, that was some people knew the reference there.
We are stepping on the gas and going fast here. Daisy, and then the 2 1-drops, and of course that magic broom also being able to draw you a card if you choose is really big. A lady going into the inkwell on Ely's side, and he is shifting Thunderbolt. There we go.
And we are still going to quest, but this is okay because obviously this Thunderbolt does have bodyguards. So this Piglet is pretty safe, only questing for 1. We'd love the 3, but Ily opting to take that shift straight away and get 3 more lore. We're going to see Lady go into the inkwell for Raphael.
Oh, we do see Raphael with that knowledge, gathering knowledge and wisdom in his hand as well. And I know that you mentioned that this is my family card, so we have some immediate lore gain cards. So not only do you have all these really aggressive characters, this Baloo, I love Baloo in an aggro deck. So he is a bodyguard. He doesn't do any damage, being a 0/3 character, but you gain lore when he is banished.
And it's an interesting board state here where both players don't want to be challenging.
They don't.
They only want to be questing.
I just want to quest all day.
So the player that's probably going to have the advantage is the one that forces their opponent to have to start making challenges and slow them down a little bit. And here we see an extension, another Piglet, another patch comes down, and we quest for a total of 5, courtesy of the Piglet that was already dry and the Thunderbolt.
That Piglet Pooh Captain is such a fun card for anyone who's not familiar. Of course, being from Winnie the Pooh, but Piglet, when there are 2 or more other characters on play, then he quests for an additional 2. So he quests for 1 on his own, but then he quests for an additional 2, so gaining 3 lore there. So now Ely is up to 6 with Raphael, close behind at 5 lore.
Yeah, 100%. But Ely off to the races with a wider board. And yeah, Raphael does have this lead at the quest for 2 in this magic broom that can represent a card draw when another character is played. A card that friend Joe Spessy loves a lot, the Magic Broom, and it's been a staple for a long time. But we are going to see the boss is on a roll. Yes,
there it is.
I've been waiting for this for so long. Yeah, we are going to look at the top 5 cards of the deck. We can arrange them in any order. Some can go to the bottom, some can stay on top, but we always gain 1 lore.
Always gain that 1 lore. Such a fun card.
Yes,
it is. So we got, this is my family's that card on top. We've got a Magic Broom, a Nala. We have a 2 Nalas, and then what is this card here? Show me more. Show me more. All players draw 2 cards.
3 cards.
3 cards.
Yeah, that's the one. So it's very much a card that says, hey, yes, I am giving you cards. I'm here's a present. I don't care. I'm going to win this race before you. But with both these decks being aggro, who knows? You can extend a lot with 3 cards, right?
Really, you can.
There it is.
And we are playing it. Everyone gets to draw 3 cards.
Couple of Nalas and a Broom. Obviously, Raphael knew what those cards were going to be.
Yeah, that's a really great play there, right? So he knew that when he saw that show me more, he said, I'm going to draw 3 cards, so I'm going to put the 3 that I want right there on top to draw.
There you go. Works really well with that action card. And we are just going to go on some more quests, turning everything sideways, taking us up to 9 lore, and Illy just doing a little finger maths. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore on the board. But of course, as you mentioned earlier, Rebecca, this Baloo representing another 2 lore when banished.
When banished. Yeah, like you said, though, neither of these players wants to be challenging a lot. Here's that Ludwig von Drake there, and he has his choice there. Straight, yep, that's 2 lore that we could say goodbye to. You are not going to be gathering any knowledge or wisdom.
Knowledge and wisdom are hereby benched in this particular game. But yeah, Illy's going to feel really good about that, with Raphael only having 2 cards in hand and obviously knowing that the majority of the deck is characters. So it wasn't the greatest odds to hit there.
He just played a second Ludwig von Drake, Baker. He played a second one, and we said, this is my family also going into your discard. That is beautiful. What a play there on Illy's side to have 2 Ludwigs there come down.
Yeah, Raphael not going to be happy with that. Still representing a total of 6 lore, so could take him up to 15 on the following turn. But Illy is at 15 already.
He has game on board here, unless Raphael has some answers. I'm not sure what, he only has 1 card in hand here that he drew for turn, but I mean, he has Nala with 0 strength, Baloo with 0 strength, and everyone else just 1 strength. And I think that he said, I can't do anything about that. That is game 1.
Too fast for me, unfortunately. So Illy taking game 1 with Amber, Sapphire, Aggro, Patch and Piglet and Thunderbolt and Ludwig.
And Ludwig von Drake.
That was basically the entire cast of that game.
It really was. Oh my goodness. And puppies and ducks. And, oh man.
I love it. I think it's such a... And Penguins. And Piglet. Yeah, Piglet's a pig. Yeah, such a fantastic first match. 2 hyper aggro decks, but it was Illy that took game 1 there. So this means that Illy now has to retire the Amber Sapphire deck. That deck is done. He is only left with his last remaining non-bench deck.
Yes,
is going
Ruby
to be,
Amethyst.
Yes, Ruby Amethyst for Illy, whereas Raphael has the option, can either stick with that hyper aggro deck. The Emerald Steel deck has been banned, so it's a choice between sticking with that or swapping over to Ruby Sapphire items.
Yeah, what would you choose here against Ruby Amethyst?
I'd stick with the aggro deck, 100%. Yeah. Again, especially if you've seen the list. May I have a quick look at Illy's Ruby Amethyst build? I would be very interested to do so and see what build we're looking at here. Okay, we are a half shark variant.
I am a Ruby Amethyst fan, and aggro is tough in this matchup.
Yeah.
You know, it's a little bit slower, not as slow as Ruby Sapphire can be, but Ruby Amethyst does struggle into aggro.
We do have the tools, though. This Ruby Amethyst deck playing 4 copies of Madam Fox, 3 copies of Merlin Crab.
Peter Pan Shadowfinder.
Yeah, we have the Rush character in Peter Pan Shadowfinder, and Iago, the giant spectral parrot, who obviously Peter Pan Shadowfinder provides Rush to any character with evasive.
Okay, interesting. So Illy, of course, having to switch over to his Ruby Amethyst. It looks like Raphael did decide to switch over to his Ruby Sapphire deck. So he has an item variant, it sounds like.
Yeah, it is an item variant, Maurice's Workshop. Oh, no, he is sticking with the Amber Amethyst deck. There we go, yeah. I was going to say, I don't mind swapping to Ruby Sapphire. So specifically, no, Ruby Sapphire, sorry, get my words right in a minute. Ruby Amethyst typically tends to be one of two distinct builds. You either have the typical, what we call a stock list with the full bounce package with Merlin, Goats, Foxes, and often you might see things like Lady Tremaine in that build of the deck, which can be good against the Ruby Sapphire decks, getting rid of the Tamatoas and the Sharks. Whereas the deck that we're seeing Illy play with today is that Shark variant, which can still be okay into Ruby Sapphire items. Personally, I don't like that matchup as much. I wouldn't want to be playing Shark Ruby Amethyst into Ruby Sapphire, but in this occasion, we are going to see Raphael sticking with that hyper aggro.
Yeah, so now he knows that he has to press on the gas real fast here going against this Ruby Amethyst deck. What do you think he's looking here for in his opening hand?
Oh, all 1 and 2 drops, or like all 1 drops if you can find them, because obviously the Ruby Amethyst deck is going to take a couple of turns to start to set up. How many 1 drops are we playing in our Ruby Amethyst deck? I'm just going to have a little peruse now. We are playing 3 copies of the Magic Broom Illuminary Keeper, which can help with things like those Lilo, and that is
I was going to say, that could be it. I know a lot of, he does have Chernobog's followers as well, so he has eight 1 drops then in this deck.
7.
7. He has
1 drops.
3 of the Magic Broom.
Yeah, 4 Bog, 3 Magic Broom, and worth noting, I just said that usually Lady Tremaine is only in the stock builds of Ruby Amethyst. But in this deck, we are seeing 2 copies of Lady Tremaine in this Shark build, so that could be pretty interesting.
Yep,
yeah, talk about that Hades.
There's
I see you pointing at Hades.
Yeah, I'm looking at this deck list of the Ruby Amethyst, and there is 1 copy of Hades' Ruthless Tyrant.
Yeah, a fantastic card. One of my favorite new cards from the Reign of Jafar. On play and on quest, you can do 2 damage to one of your own characters to draw 2 cards, and he's a 3/6 quest for 2. But here we go, game 2. Raphael on the play, starting off with Daisy Duck.
Daisy Duck being that perfect 1-drop opening that you want to see with this aggro deck. And then I think hopefully he'll have 2 1-drops as well that he can put down on turn 2. Then that's a nice hand there.
Yeah, Raphael, definitely, this is a really nice hand in the Ruby Amethyst. Like, all the 1-drops, just one going to look to flood. This Magic Broom isn't going to be able to answer this Daisy on turn 2. There's a chance on turn 3 that we could see a Fox or a Merlin Crab could boost that Broom, but this Daisy is likely getting 2 quests.
Yeah, we do see a Snake in Ely's hand, but even if he drops that on turn 2, he won't be able to challenge until turn 3.
Yep, you're absolutely right. That's pretty slow against an aggro deck. Daisy is going to go on a quest, and we do get that Madam Imp Fox off the top for Ely. That's a really nice hit.
I wouldn't mind having a Fox in my hand, and now he actually has 2 in his hand, and he just drew that Peter Pan Shadow Finder, which is such a fun card. Putting down 2 Chernobog's followers here.
Yeah, this is what you want to be doing as Ruby Amethyst against these hyper aggro decks. You want to be able to answer everything. So these 2 Bogs, well, you really want the Broom to go into the Lilo because it will survive, and then you could still pop that Broom when you play a character for the turn. So that's going to be pretty nice, and we do have Crabs and Foxes. So this is about as good as a start as Illy could possibly hope for, especially because, turn 3 we have the Shadow Finder, we have the Crab, or we have the Fox.
Yeah, and the Shadow Finder is the one that gives all your characters with Rush evasive. If I remember correctly. Evasive Rush. Yep, got that backwards.
To be fair, it's the Peter Pan Shadow that does what you just said. So
yes.
It's like the devs are trying to confuse us. But yeah, Shadow Finder providing Rush to characters like Maui Half Shark, which is obviously such fantastic synergy. The Half Shark can return actions from your discard to your hand when it challenges a character, but it's kind of slow. But with the Shadow Finder, he's all gas.
Raphael choosing not to quest with any of his characters. Like you said, Ely put out those 2 Chernobog's followers saying, hey, you've got all those characters over there that you want to quest with. I actually do have the answers to deal with those. So he chose not to quest, and now playing that Peter Pan over here on Ely's side of the board.
Yeah, and I expect Ely to maybe even pass here. You could quest with the 2 Chernobog and just say, hey, if you want to take one out with Rose, then that's fine, but you can't take the other one out without doubling in.
Yep, not questing here. This is such an interesting matchup. He has 2 non-character cards in his hand. I believe he has 1, This Is My Family, and then that Boss is on a roll again. What do you think that Raphael's looking to do here?
I think Raphael wants to find, so you're always on a clock against Ruby Amethyst, right? Because there are indeed 2 copies of Be Prepared in this Ruby Amethyst deck. Only 2 makes me sad, but something you absolutely need to respect. And again, the fact that the Shadow Finder is on the board, as while it remains there, and it should remain there for the entire game, because I'm not sure how many answers Raphael actually has to it.
I think none.
Yeah, so this Shadow Finder is representing turn 4 Iago. Are there Maui Hero to All in the deck? Let me double check that. Oh, I don't think there are. There are no Maui Hero to All, but we are seeing 4 copies of Elsa 5th Spirit. So basically every turn, Illy has access to Rush, and that Elsa 5th Spirit being able to exert things down is something that Raphael is going to have to really respect, because I like the idea of just, sometimes the best turns in Lorcana are Ink Pass.
Yes.
You know, just identifying this is not the turn to turn my character sideways, but this Elsa 5th Spirit does like to insist on turning them sideways.
Yeah, where these 5 cards that you see here, Lady, another Piglet, Piglet.
Pooh Pirate Captain.
Pooh Pirate Captain, thank you. A Baloo, Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, and then This Is My Family, I think I saw.
I think it's
or Bosses on the Roll again. Bosses on the Roll again. So these are the 5 cards because he just played Bosses on a Roll. So now Raphael can choose to put any number of those on the top or bottom of his deck. And yeah, this is some interesting choices he has. That Lady is the one where you can play a character for cost 2 or less for the very wonderful cost of nothing. Of nothing. So
that's value.
Has huge value.
I would buy that. But yeah, Raphael has to respect this Elsa 5th Spirit. Can't wait too long to start turning things sideways, especially with 4 copies of Elsa in the deck. So I respect Raphael's want to like slow down, but might not have that luxury because Illy has options every turn. We are going to play that Nala 0-4 on a 1 cost.
Yeah, Illy just, the longer that this game goes on, the more answers that Illy is going to have and the less wiggle room that Raphael is going to have to pull ahead. So at some point, he's going to have to press on the gas here and start gaining lore really to present some, present game here and have Ellie needing to use those answers, get some characters off the board.
Yeah, and there is also some nice uninteractive lore gain characters in Raphael's deck. We see Honey Marin, who can gain a lore if your opponent has an exerted character, which is something to respect later on in the game. We're going to see...
The crab came down. Yeah, the crab came down, which
and another
gives...
bog.
And it gave +3 to the Chernobog's followers, which then ran into that White Rose.
Yep, that makes sense. We've popped one of our bogs and played a couple more down. So the crab and the bog were the plays on turn 4. And from next turn, we have Elsa. Elsa is served, shall we say. So Raphael, taking a moment to think, only 2 cards in hand. One of them's the Baloo.
Baloo, have you watched Tailspin? I know that he's in the Jungle Book, but
it's been a long time.
Tailspin is so fun.
It's been a long time. It probably needs to be on my rewatch list, to be honest. But I'll be honest, there's a few films that I've rewatched since Disney Lorcana.
Yes,
I enjoyed, like Bolt was one that I never thought would be my cup of tea, but it was so good. Anyway, going away from that, this Baloo is going to hit the board, but is it going to come in bodyguarded?
That's it's one of those things where he can be bodyguard, and then you quest, and then you just say, if he gets taken out, that's fine. I will gain the 2 lore. But Illy has so many characters over here on this side of the board that if he, even with the bodyguard, Illy is easily going to be able to take care of that, and then his other characters are going to be in danger. So I'm not sure that you exert him or any of your other characters.
Yeah, again, I'm just afraid of the Elsa if I'm Raphael, and how long is it going to take for that to come down and really start messing with things? I think that was a broom off the top, maybe the fox, but there's also a pirate's life for Illy in hand.
A pirate's life for Illy.
Absolutely. +2 lore to you, -2 to the opponent on a Sing Together 6 card.
I love the sing together mechanic in this game. It's so fun. It was introduced a couple sets ago. Of course, songs being able to be sung by a character without paying the ink cost. Sing together songs you can play for free by singing it with any number of characters, which is a really fun mechanic in the game.
Yep.
And that's what Disney's all about, right? Singing together.
Absolutely. If I'm around, it certainly is.
Yes.
We're going to go on a quest with the Chernobog and the Magic Broom. Potential to pop this broom. No, we're just going to hold our bodies. That makes sense. You want as many as you can to be able to answer the aggro. Gathering knowledge and wisdom off the top for Raphael. To go
no characters in hand. No. What do you think about this position that Raphael finds himself in?
I don't think Raphael's too happy in this particular instance. Like, Illy's had a pretty good curve. He had the 1-drop followed by the double 1-drop into the Peter Pan Shadow. We've had foxes, crabs. This is exactly what you want to see if you're Illy or the Ruby Amethyst player in this matchup. Raphael only at 5. Like, the hyper aggro deck, you really want to be at 15
by now. Oh, yes. Yeah, you want to be winning by turn 4 or 5 or be at least threatening to have game on board.
Exactly.
And Ely, like I said, as the longer this game goes on, Ruby Amethyst just has so many tools available to him. He has another fox, I know, in hand. He has a snake and that pirate's life. But he could grab a Lady Tremaine. He could have that be prepared. And Raphael is just sitting here. I think he's just saying boss is on a roll. So we're looking again at that top 5 cards of his deck to see what he can bring out onto the board.
Yeah, and the other card in hand being This Is My Family. You got to think Raphael would love that to have been Show Me More, so that we could immediately draw 3 of these cards. Pretty good cards here. Like the whole deck is low-cost characters, right? So no surprise that we're seeing a lot of them.
All 5, all 5 go onto the bottom.
I don't like any of these cards.
And he is choosing here to quest with all of his characters. He does have that Baloo bodyguard in play, but he says, okay, I'm going to take this up to 13, and now you have to answer what I have out here.
Yep, we do find that Peter Pan Shadow Finder off the top,
a
courtesy
rabbit
of Daisy Duck going on a quest, and then it's a Merlin Rabbit off the top. And finally, we get a challenging turn. Down comes the crab. Going to give challenge a 3 to something.
Yeah, we have the broom and the 2 Chernobyls that are pretty low strength that he could add that 3 strength to.
Oh, wait, maybe he just moved it across the board because he hasn't exerted any ink yet. I think he might have just moved it.
Oh, he did. You're right. Yes, yep. He just said,
I was going to say, wait, there was another crab the other side a minute ago. He's just moved it the other side of the board. Yeah, that's fine. So, yeah, we take out that Baloo. 3 strength is enough, and that is going to give a +2 lore to Raphael, and then we're just going to go on a sequence of challenges and remove basically the whole board. Diablo's going to draw a card.
Look at that.
And that's it.
He didn't need be prepared because, my goodness, yep, he was just able to clear Raphael's entire board, play that rabbit down, and get another card, and we have another little magic broom who's come out to play.
That being said, with this is not over. I think this is, if we can find like a Gathering Knowledge and I think there's a Baloo in hand.
He has a Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom in hand.
All right, so Baloo plus Maleficent, like you play those 2 characters this turn. If you can get 1 quest out of the Maleficent and the Baloo is banished to gain 2 lore, then Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom gets you over the line.
Yeah, if you put both out 1 turn, you could actually just quest with both and play.
As long as they stay on the board, we would hate to see an Elsa to exert one of them down, but there is potential for Raphael to still win this match. That was a big jump to 15, right?
I don't think that Ely has an Elsa in hand yet. Have you seen it?
I haven't seen a single Elsa.
Yeah.
There are 4.
There are 4 copies.
There are 4 written on this deck list.
He has not seen a single one yet. And there's the Baloo and. Oh, he doesn't have enough.
It's a 3-cost character, though.
He only has 3 ink. Ooh, that is tough.
That is tough. Yeah, because you can't ink either of these cards either. So
no, you do not want to be inking that Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom. It is inkable. And we have a brawl. Oh goodness.
Okay, that's going into the inkwell.
Into the inkwell.
I mean, you always get the 2 lore when
banished, right? Yeah, some characters you get the ability when they're banished in a challenge specifically or on your turn.
Oh, the Jim Deer, a 0/4 bodyguard. And that's it.
That's it.
And that's it.
That is it.
Illy takes round 4 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge in the first triple deck constructed round with a 2-0. How do you feel about that, Rebecca?
That was incredible. Seeing him take the game 1 win with that Sapphire Amber deck.
Oh, amazing. I love that patch.
That deck, the Thunderbolt Shift, the Ludwig von Drakes, and then Ruby Amethyst, a deck that has been strong since the beginning, giving him that game 2 win. Incredible. I am sure that Ely must be feeling very good right now.
Yeah, Ely's got to be feeling like he's in a pretty good place right now. Yeah, a 2-0 the first round of triple deck constructed is a pretty incredible feat. Against that hyper aggro deck twice in a row. Obviously, we're out the first game aggro versus aggro. But Ruby Amethyst, you know, it's not a bad matchup. Like we said, you've got the Peter Pan Shadow Finders, you've got the foxes, the crabs and stuff. But
you have a lot of tools.
You do have a lot of tools.
But it can be tough.
Still be tough. But Illy able to get over the line. So there we have it, a 2-0 for our round 4. This was the match you guys chose.
Yes.
Hopefully you enjoyed. I certainly enjoyed it. Getting to see Amber Sapphire.
Did you think we would see Amber Sapphire decks this weekend at Worlds? I don't think I thought it was a maybe. I thought it was a maybe.
Normally, no. Like, obviously, triple deck, you've always got, like, kind of anticipate the less common decks. So let's put it this way. I'm glad we did.
I'm so glad we did. So I'm glad that our audience chose that match for us because, yeah, that was so much fun. The puppies are great. The piglet is great.
That
so
Thunderbolt put in a lot of work.
It really did.
Yeah.
Thunderbolt is such a great card. Have you ever played a full puppy deck?
I have not. I'm not going to lie. I built a racer deck. I built racers.
Okay, racers are fun.
I'm having fun with racers. The new Wreck-It Ralph, the new King Candy. That's kind of my jam.
Yeah.
But apparently, I'm going to be a puppy enthusiast now.
Right?
If I want to be good at the Disney Lucana trading card game, I need Thunderbolts. I need patches. I've got Piglet signed by Frank Castle.
Oh, hey,
well,
there you go.
Yeah, I'm flexing. I'm flexing. What?
Why not? Why not? I mean, if you can, you should flex.
Absolutely.
And then that Ruby Amethyst deck. I know that you are a huge Ruby Amethyst fan.
Yeah.
I love the deck as well. I knew we would see some Ruby Amethyst, and really fun to see that take a win here in round 4, our first round of the triple deck. I think that Ruby Amethyst is still a deck that is positioned really well.
It's so fair.
Yeah.
It's such a fair deck. We just play our curve, we draw a couple of cards, you know, just let us have our fun. But that was great to see. Obviously, we didn't get to see it be prepared.
We did not.
I'm a little sad about that. I'm a little sad about that. I think it's going to be the whole weekend and I'm not going to get a single
It's because they didn't want you to sing again and blow out the mic.
To me, I do understand. That is quite a reasonable request. But yeah, 2-0, what a match. And now we are only 3 rounds away from the end of day 1, that being round 4. We've got 3 rounds left of triple deck constructed. Players only need 5 match wins to proceed to day 2. So for some players in the room, they may be going into their final round.
Yeah, I think that round 5 is going to be really crucial for some of these players who are now 4-0 and being able to secure that day 2 spot and be some of the first players and the highest seeds so that they can have that advantage of going first in the top 8 tomorrow is going to be huge. So yeah, this is going to be, I mean, I can't wait to watch these players. I'm sure that they are all on edge, but in the best way possible. I know that when you're in a high stress, you know, there's a lot on the line. These prizes, like we talked about, you know, it's like a bundle of nerves and excitement and all of that. So with this next round being so important, I know that there's a lot going on through these players' minds right now.
Some people thrive under those conditions, though.
I know,
so,
right? Yes.
Pressure makes diamonds, right?
Absolutely.
So there you go. But that being said, we are ready to head over. I'd normally say Rebecca, but I've got her here with me.
I'm here, so who's over there?
So instead, we're going to go over to our favorite Illuma tier. Let's send it over to Liam for a little interview.
Yes.
Hey everybody, I'm in the interview area here with Ilya Vipia, and we just saw a fantastic match. Ilya, congratulations on a fantastic performance during Super Sealed, and now in your very first round of Triple Deck Constructed. How are you feeling at this point of the day, having gotten that first Triple Deck match out of the way?
Yeah, I'm super excited and confident, so one more.
One more indeed. So for the audience, this is all of our first time experiencing Triple Deck Constructed as a format, getting to see the ban and your deck list and your lineup and everything, but you've been studying it for months at this point. What do you think of this format, and kind of what was your mentality coming in here as you prepared for this new format in Worlds?
We trained for months now with Worlded plus extended player of other French teams, and we worked a lot on many lineups. And at the end, at your time, my teammates, which is playing there, wanted to play some Ruby Amethyst, and I pushed for some original Ruby Amethyst lineup, and we tested yellow-blue, and it was awesome.
So that's it. Everybody is going nuts for your Amber Sapphire build. It's not a color combination we see very often, but it has some very powerful cards like Ludwig von Drake, which doesn't see a lot of play right now, even though it's really, really good. So this was a case of you wanting to play Ruby Amethyst. and then backing into Sapphire Amber and then realizing, oh, this deck is pretty good.
Yeah, sure. The deck is really good on the play. And because we don't play against Steel, that's a point of this format. We can play Amber Sapphire, which is a really good deck because you have a lot of ward, because a lot of bodies which lost with 2, and you have maybe the best bodyguard in the game, so it's a good deck.
Best bodyguard in the game being Thunderbolt, that card that we saw there?
Yeah, sure.
Again, it's so fun seeing cards that we haven't got to see much at all, and getting you to showcase Ludwig and Thunderbolt and some of these other cards was a ton of fun. I'm excited to see how far you go. I do want to ask about some of your Disney fandom, because I was talking to you yesterday, and I asked about your favorite character, and you said Scrooge McDuck is one of your favorites, but for a very specific reason.
It's a favorite for a specific reason. He likes money, so that's fun, but because I was with him with all my children. I have the comic books, which called Super Picsou Géant in Europe, and really big fan of all the DuckTales stories. So, except with the Duck Avengers, some original story with the ducks.
So getting to play a Duck Ludwig and showcase him in Worlds here is pretty fun for you.
Sure.
How does it feel to represent France in Europe here at the World Championship with your teammates?
It's very exciting. We are a lot of French players with a good result, like Zarati, which I play against. So we are pretty confident that it's fine.
That's awesome. Really, ton of fun to talk to you. Good luck in your next round. I know you need to go get ready. Thanks so much for the interview, and I can't wait to see where you go from here.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We're coming at you live from the Walt Disney World Resort in Orlando, Florida for the first ever
Disney Lorcana
World Championship Tournament.
So buckle up, Illumineers, and get ready to watch the event of a lifetime.
We are back with another game of round 4 triple deck. I am excited to jump into a game 3 going on between Josh Polt and Andrew Vidal. So they have already played games 1 and 2. I am excited because these are some interesting decks that they've brought.
Okay.
Josh won game 1 with an Amber Emerald deck.
Okay, nice.
And then game 2 was taken by Andrew playing an Amethyst Steel.
Nice, pretty solid deck.
They are solid decks, and game 3 is a Ruby Sapphire mirror match.
Ruby Sapphire versus Ruby Sapphire, but it's not a complete mirror. We talked about those 2 different variants of Ruby Sapphire doing very well. And we do see we have Andrew on Ruby Sapphire items, playing workshops and things like that, whereas Joshua on as it's kind of been dubbed, the DKP Shark list.
Yes. Well, let's go down to the players. They are altering their opening hands here. What do you feel is this matchup looks like between the items and this shark variant?
Yeah, so both players, I imagine, are going to be prioritizing their ramp, obviously. And if you're a newer player and you think, what's ramp, Baker? Ramp is just the word that we use when we talk about inking multiple times in a turn. Obviously, in the Disney kind of trading card game, you can ink once per turn if it has the inkable flourish. But in Sapphire decks, they have a lot of cards that allow you to ink additional cards. Things like Sail the Azure at Sea, Fishbone Quill, Mickey Mouse Detective. So if we're talking about ramping, that's generally what we mean. Putting more ink in your inkwell per turn, then you should really be doing. It's still legal, it's what the cards do, but then what most cards typically do. So that tends to be the strat for these Sapphire decks. They want to find that ramp, whether it's turn 2 or turn 3. Predominantly turn 2, cards like Sail the Azure at Sea. Shout out to Sailor, who is a player in the room today, very much known for this style of deck, the Sailor of the Azure at Sea, and of course Tipo, who's another great ramp tool.
Yeah, I think that I just saw a shiny enchanted Sisu going into the inkwell on Josh Polt's side of the board for his turn 1, and he passed.
The enchanted Sisu is uninkable, so I certainly hope not.
Oh, there was something shiny. Oh, thank you, Baker. There was something very shiny, and I thought, and they immediately.
I understand. These enchanteds, like that goof, that super goof that's got into the inkwell turn 2 for Josh. The glare is very much real, but we're going to ink that, and Tipo comes down, and we're going to ink a secret card from our hand.
I do feel like not having that popsicle on turn 1 is a little bit of leaving Josh at a little bit of a disadvantage.
100%.
But maybe not quite as much of a disadvantage for Josh as it would be for Andrew with being an item build. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the item build is very reliant on Maurice's workshop to be the way that we accumulate card advantage. Now, don't get me wrong, this Maurice's workshop can really get carried away. A 3-cost uninkable item, and whenever you play an item, you can pay 1 more ink to draw an extra card. So you want to get down these Maurice's workshops as soon as possible so that when you're playing things like the Porpsicles, other items in the deck, there's a Maui's Fishhook, there's a Great Stone Dragon in here, 3 copies of Fishbone Quill, and we do see that lucky dime.
Great Stone Dragon is a great card. That is the one that you can exert to put a card from your discard into your inkwell, and it's fantastic, and I've seen games that can ramp up so quickly using that Great Stone Dragon.
Yeah, no, this Great Stone Dragon obviously doesn't deplete from your hand as well. You know, Fishbone Quill is an inkable card that can ramp you very quickly, but it does cost you cards from your hand. So anytime you can use your discard as a resource, that's super cool. We're going to see the Scrooge McDuck come down, and Vitalosphere, was that found?
It was the only item that he found in those 4 cards. So unfortunately, I think maybe he would have liked to see something else. The workshop. Even the Great Stone Dragon that we were just talking about. Vitalosphere is not a bad card, though.
It's an item.
It's an item, and it can really surprise players. You know, to have a character that's a big body come down and give them rush right away, plus
100%.
Some extra strength. So yeah, it's not a bad item, but probably not what Andrew was looking for.
And really, like, so we are playing 3 copies of Belle, Apprentice Inventor, which is a 3-cost inkable character. She's a 3/3, and you can banish an item to play her for free. So these Ruby Sapphire decks that are traditionally very slow, they're taking a few turns to ramp. if you can get a bell out turn 1, courtesy of a Porpsicle or a Forger Sphere, then that can really help you combat the early board state. So not finding that bell early is a shame. She's going to hit the Inkwell instead, but we do now find...
the workshop.
Yeah, the card that makes it all come together. We pay 3 for the workshop, we pay 1 for the Vitalosphere, and then 1 more courtesy of the workshop to draw a card.
Yeah, that Maurice's workshop it's a workshop. It really is. It's churning items. It's drawing you cards. It really can put in a lot of work for these item decks.
Business always open at Maurice's workshop.
Indeed.
Man doesn't know the meaning of a day off.
Crazy old Maurice.
Crazy. He was here all night, raving. I mean, what? Anyway, it's full of memes, this stream. Anyway, the item deck does indeed play both copies of Tamatoa, both the Happy as a Clam, who on play, you can return 2 items from your discard to your hand. Returning double Ice Cream, double Porpsicle to your hand is pretty good, but not only that, this Tamatoa can quest and play an item for free. Free workshop, free lucky dime, Rebecca?
Free, it's too much. I mean, it's too little. You're paying too little for too much. It's fantastic. On Josh's side, he just played a Maui Shark. We talked about that being a really key card in this Shark build, very different from the item build, and that Maui Shark can do a lot of work if you can get some actions going.
Yeah, an incredibly powerful piece. Evasive for some reason.
For
some reason, the Shark is evasive. Has a 7/5 stat line and 2 abilities. One where we can return an action from our discard to our hand when we challenge. And forgive me, Rebecca. Chee-hoo!
Hey,
Whenever you
go.
play an action, you gain 1 lore, which is pretty good. And we already see a Sail the Azure at Sea in the discard.
Yeah, Maui is such a fun card, and I think that he is a fan favorite for sure. Maui Shark, always putting in a lot of work. It's something that you have to deal with, right? Maui Shark needs an answer.
Sure does.
And what answers do you think that Andrew is looking for?
Well, that being said, you're absolutely right, Rebecca. This Shark is like a must-answer character a lot of the time, and it can really shut down board states because you don't want to give it those free actions for challenging. However, in this matchup in particular, because we are Ruby Sapphire items with Dime, we might be okay to just not turn anything sideways all game.
Yeah.
Build up, just slow our opponent down. We've got the Ruby removal cards. If we can just keep Josh on the back foot, build up our items, get down our lucky dime. Ruby Sapphire traditionally can play item removal. Can we double check if there are any copies of Hideaway or Kuzco?
There's one, no Kuzcos, but there is 1 single copy of Hideaway in Josh's deck, which is a fantastic card.
Yeah.
And if I recall correctly, you can put a location or an item into your Inkwell, and it's kind of like a let it go, but for items and locations.
Exactly, but really the extra strength of putting it into the Inkwell for that particular card is the Tamatoa So Shiny can recur items from the discard. There's no doing that from the Inkwell. I think there's a Pongo that can let you look at your Inkwell.
You can get puppies back, but that's the only thing.
That's not this matchup. That's not this match. It's not a very common ability. So, yeah, really, like, Josh,
once it goes into the Inkwell, it's gone.
Yeah, exactly. So Josh is still under pressure here to, quest as quickly as possible, because if Andrea can build up these items, we've already got 3 Porpsicles on board and a Vitalosphere. Is that Vitalosphere actually in play? Or
it is in play, yes. So he has 4 items out on the board right now, the 3 Popsicles and the 1 Vitalosphere.
So we have to be careful with this lucky dime, which is obviously the win condition here. The Hideaway.
I think that we missed it. The Hideaway did the workshop. Yeah, we were just talking about that. That's huge. Okay. That is huge.
But we can get it back with the Shark is the really important thing here. Oh, we see it for the first time today. I nearly missed it. We see Be Prepared.
Ray got it. Yes. Thank you.
Liam is blocking his ears in the room next to me. I'm sorry, Liam. Nearly missed that one. We were evaluating all these items, but
there's so many exciting things going on in this game. The Hideaway and the Be Prepared coming down. Oh my goodness, yes.
What a day.
What a game.
But yeah, that Hideaway, getting rid of the workshop is huge. Removing that draw engine, and of course, there's only 1 in the deck, but the Maui half shot means that we can potentially recur it. So Andrea can
another one.
Can still absolutely take that game plan of building up the items and then go for the Lucky Dime plus Tamatoa So Shiny quest, just win the game on the spot, but needs to respect the ability of Josh to get back that hideaway. So how Andrea utilizes the Lucky Dime is going to be so pivotal in this matchup.
Yep. We also have that Sapphire Coil coming down, which is, to me, a bonkers card. Sapphire Coil is bonkers. Whenever you put a card into your Inkwell, it's -2 strength to a character, and there's so many things that can come in handy for.
And we saw there the Sapphire Coil being put onto the wrist of the Tamatoa, happy as a clam, and then he was dragged into the Snuggly Duckling for a little brawl. Unfortunately, no longer has the strength to deal with it, so straight out the window goes Tamatoa. Brawling a Tamatoa just feels wrong, unless you're doing
like
it.
I said, that Sapphire Coil is bonkers, and the Sapphire Ruby deck has so many cards that you can put, like you were talking about earlier with the ramping, putting additional cards into your Inkwell, that if you have that Sapphire Coil out and you can be putting not just one card per turn, but more, like it can put in, Sapphire Coil can put in a lot of work.
Absolutely.
Hey, shiny.
There you go. There's the enchanted Tamatoa, happy as a clam, coming down. Same card, but some this artwork absolutely stole the community's heart.
You know, this is a card that I think that when it first came out, everyone was like, "That's the chase. That's the one."
I must give a shout out to RMB, or I know was like, "Oh, for goodness sake, I need 4 of these. I'm broke. I'm broke forever." And I think some other people felt the same way.
Do you remember on the Lorecast when they were opening cards?
Yes, I do.
I think it was Greg opened one in his pack on stream.
Yep.
That was so
JD
fun.
did not get it, which was the best part of that story.
Yeah, JD already has one though.
But probably. Here's a card that's really... Me and Rebecca were actually talking about this before we came onto camera, that in Josh's deck, 1 copy of Vanellope von Schweet's Random Roster Racer. She's a 4-cost uninkable, 3/3, quest for 2, and the Pixlexia ability, has Rush, and then the Pixlexia ability, you gain evasive into the start of your next turn. A really wonderful answer to things like Diablo.
Yes, and a really wonderful answer to a Tamatoa is a Hades coming down. This Hades from the first chapter is such a classic, and you get to choose a character to put into the opponent's Inkwell, and so he said that, "I'm sorry, that card is too shiny. It's hurting my eyes, so you need to put it away. It's going into
the cauldron.
Into the cauldron, down into the underworld it goes."
Absolutely.
And really, this is such an interesting position. I know Andrew has all these items out, but not being able to keep a character on board. I know that he had that Tamatoa in hand. I'm not sure what other characters he had. I think I saw a Sisu empowered sibling in his hand earlier, perhaps, but yeah, this is
not going to be able to answer these characters, I'm afraid. Obviously, we've got the Lucky Coil. The Lucky Coil.
The Lucky Coil. I mean, you're lucky if you can use the coil. 2 coils. Okay, now this Sapphire Coil stacks. Okay, so if you put 1 card now into your Inkwell, both those Sapphire Coil, all 3 of those Sapphire Coils are okay. Now we say you have that Sisu, and now guess what? We can say goodbye to your Maui Shark, because we just gave it -6 strength because we put 1 card into our Inkwell and all 3 Sapphire Coils activated. That was a play.
The Shark is a 1/5. That is not as impressive as a stat line. And yeah, the Sisu empowered sibling, 8-cost uninkable, 5/4, quest for 3, shift 6, which is relevant because we do play the Daring Visitor and the ability banishing all characters. Notice the lack of choose or chosen gets around that ward keyword. Very important sometimes.
Yeah, losing that Shark, I think, is big for Josh.
It is.
He does have that Hades on board, and he is leading in lore right now, 8, and Andrew is sitting at just 1. But one thing about Ruby Sapphire that I know is that it's not over until it's over.
Absolutely
You could be sitting at 19 lore, and that game still could go the other direction.
For sure, because we already mentioned these big lore burst potential courtesy of Dimes or Shark and chaining actions. But there's another important card in both these decks that can help with catch-up mechanics. Yo ho, yo ho.
A pirate's life for me.
Exactly that. So that's a really interesting one. We did say Josh play How Far I'll Go. See the line where my deck meets my hand. It ramps me. And we're going to look at the top 2 cards of the deck. 1 goes into the Inkwell, 1 into the hand. One of the best songs in this deck, easily.
Yeah, How Far I'll Go also is just one of my favorite songs from.
It's beautiful. Moana's fantastic.
Moana, in terms of like modern Disney films, I think that Moana might be like my second favorite modern Disney Day film. My first is going to go to Encanto.
Oh, Encanto's fantastic.
Yes.
I think I'm right there with you. I lean probably a bit more towards Moana, but both fantastic choices. And we do see, sticking with the Moana theme, the Maui's fish hook coming down. This is a 3-cost inkable item. If you have a Maui in play, any Maui, the hero to all, the shark, then you can use the shapeshift ability on the hook for free. And the shapeshift ability means that you can exert, you pay 3, unless you've got a Maui, and then you pay nothing. And then you choose to either give a character evasive until the start of your next turn, or +3 strength that turn. Really nice, diverse card that can help. It's really relevant to the meta, taking out genies and Diablos and stuff, and it's just an item, which is the name of the game.
Yes, or allowing your Sisu to take out a Hades in this case, which is what Andrew has done.
Pretty good.
So now clearing Josh's side of the board. Before he did it with the Be Prepared, and now he did it with just using those sapphire coils, that Maui's fish hook. How many copies? I know Maui's fish hook is usually a one of. Yeah, it's a one of.
With 2 Maui hero to all in the deck to go along. We're not playing any sharks in Andrew's item build, but 2 Maui hero to all. But that being said, you don't always need to, like, hey, if you do get it for free, then great, but we normally have ink to spare when we're a Sapphire deck, so sometimes just paying for it the old-fashioned way isn't the end of the world.
Yeah. Josh now playing that Tamatoa, happy as a clam out and passing turn.
These items really building up, though. We've got 3 Borpsicles, 3 Sapphire Coils, 2 Workshop, and a Maui's Fish Hook for a total of 9 items. And, of course, a reminder, the Tamatoa is so shiny, which if you're a newer player, I don't think we've seen it on screen today, but a Chapter 1 card who gains a lore for every item in play and whenever he quests. And when you play him, you can return an item from your discard to your hand. We're going to pop the Borpsicle. That signals the coming of another Happy as a Clam. Look, they're doing the Spider-Man meme.
So right, they're all pointing. No, you. No, it's you. It's you.
Well, no, they're pointing at their own shiny things.
You're shiny. Yes, they're all. I have all the shinies. No, I have all the shinies. And right now, Andrew definitely has all the shinies with those 2 enchanted cards. I love these enchanted art. I love how each set, also the enchanted cards, are kind of different styles going along with the theme of the set. I love it so much, and it's really fun to see them come out on the board from these players.
And Andrea questing for 3, taking us up to 4. Josh already halfway to game, sitting at 10 lore. But as we've been saying all along, the story of the Ruby Sapphire deck is the potential for huge lore bursts, and that's why you have to pay attention to these items. And worth saying again, the Hideaway is already in the discard pile, and I think we've gone through 2 sharks, unless I missed more, but 2 sharks have definitely hit the board this game already.
Yeah, and he is playing 4 copies of Maui Half Shark, of course, for this deck you want to, and 4 copies of Maui Hero to All. He has all the Mauis. He has all the Mauis that he can have here. And
here we go. We might as well make the most of it for the second time today. Be prepared.
I really think that he needed that right there. Yeah. I think he really did.
100%, yeah. That Tamatoa plus Sisu was quite a lot to answer. We do have a pretty impressive group of cards in hand.
Yeah, we do, and he looks like he did take the shark. There was some other great choices there. He had the Sisu, but yeah, that shark I think is one that he wants to see out on the board again.
Yeah, 100%. We would love to be able to give it rush, but there isn't actually a way to do that in this particular version of the deck. So it's a bit slower, but still puts on a lot of pressure to the opponent.
Yeah, besides Popsicles, Josh is not running any other items that I see, and then he does have 4 copies of that and 4 copies of the McDuck Manor, but that's the only, and then Vision of the Future. Those are the only non-character cards that he has in his deck, I believe.
Yeah,
Hideaway,
and the songs.
and the songs. And the songs.
I know what you meant. Yeah, the things that aren't songs either. Yeah. The items.
The things that
there's so many in Andrew's
the things that stick on the board.
That's right. But yeah, Josh only playing the 4 Porpsicles, and that's all you need for these Happy as a Clam Tamatoas to get their value. And it seems this Maui's Fish Hook putting in a lot of work is exerted, giving evasive to the Tamatoa. It's not even exerted, but you might as well do it, right?
Right.
Just good habits to be in. If you've got the ink to spare, then just give your character the evasive.
Playing another Vision of the Future, we have a couple Pirates Life. We have another Hades, which I think is a great one for him to grab. Putting that Tamatoa back into the inkwell again, and there it goes.
That's the second Hades.
Down into the underworld. Man.
Is there a downside to this?
There is.
I mean, the downside is that you give them ink, but if something's got to go, then it's got to go. But that is the second Hades in the deck list, Illumineers. So once this Hades is got, but that's it. That's all of the like Hades removal effects left for Joshua. Obviously, we still have a couple more B preps.
Yeah, he's playing 4 copies of B preps, and I believe that we've only seen Josh play 1 so far, if I remember correctly. And
2 have been played total, 1 for each player.
1 for each player.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me. The Sisu Daring Visitor is going to come down. She's a 3-cost uninkable, 1/1 quest for 1, but she has evasive, and on play you can banish a character with 1 strength. And you talked earlier about the Sapphire Coils, and we've got 3 on the board. They do stack, so 1 ink is enough to make any character -6. But down comes that lucky dime. The time has come.
Yeah, now we have to see, can he find that Tamatoa? So shiny. That's now what we are looking for with that lucky dime on board. This game could swing very quickly, Baker.
100%. If we find this Tamatoa so shiny, all we need is 10 ink, which I think we've already exceeded 10 ink, to be honest. So you pay 8 for the Tamatoa and then pay 2 to exert the dime, and then we will immediately gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lore, no, 11 lore, because there's 10 items on board, and then the 1 lore that the Tamatoa already has. So that's huge. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
He's
okay,
counting.
even more.
Andrew's counting is more. And he has a stack of cards there for his ink.
Yeah.
That is one thing with this Ruby Sapphire deck, is that you can have so much ink. That's 5, 10, 15, 16 ink that Andrew has on his side of the board. And then he does have the Tamatoa.
That'll do it. Well, it was not going to win the game straight away, but it's going to be a big burst.
Yes.
Worth mentioning, both these players are at 0-3 at the moment. Again, we have the best players in the world in this room, and these guys are both super accomplished. So
now,
they are playing for promos now.
They are. Now, if we know that Josh has tools to immediately put cards into your inkwell, or maybe he has another Be Prepared in hand, do you play the Tamatoa right now this turn, do you think?
If you think that you can get a couple more items down so that you can go to 20 lore in 1 turn, then you perhaps wait. That being said, if you have multiple Tamatoa, you can maybe afford to like have 1 take you to, 16, 17 lore-ish, and then have it removed, and then all you need is either another Tamatoa, or maybe even just like a Sisu, who can give you another 3 lore. How many items do we have now? It was 11.
12.
12
Yep,
now.
we are at 12, and he quests for 3 with Sisu, and he's gonna put down the Tamatoa here, and then exert 2 for the lucky dime, and that is game. That is GG. Fantastic game between these Ruby Sapphire, the Shark variant versus the Items deck. Both players playing these decks the way they were meant to. You know, we didn't really see the actions kick off on Josh's side of the board, but man, that item deck was churning. That workshop was working.
100%. Like I said, if you can get these workshops down early, then all of your items just become infinitely more powerful with the addition of whatever it says on the card, plus draw a card as long as you can spare the 1 ink. So Portacle's drawing 2, etc. And it was a story that we were trying to tell to the audience the whole game, right? Which is that these item builds can just burst lore, huge. We just need to build up these items, and that's what we saw. We got to the 12 lore mark, and then the Tamatoa plus the lucky dime. GG.
GG's. And those Sapphire Coils doing so much work. The 3 Sapphire Coils out at once. Like I said, that card is bonkers, and you can see why. What a match. That was game 3. So we are done with round 4.
Round 4,
that is it.
yeah.
Round 4.
You got 2 matches out of this round. You picked the first match that we watched, which ended up being a 2-0. Obviously, that's great for the winner, player that takes a 2-0, but we want more matches. You guys want to see more Lorcana. That's why you're here. That's why we're here. So we were able to get game 3, a Ruby Sapphire mirror, but with different variants. Hey, anytime we can find for more Lorcana, I'm happy.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that the Ruby Sapphire deck was such a fun one to watch, that mirror match.
yeah, people love
really
Ruby
enjoy
Sapphire. They love it, mate. They don't think it's overpowered at all.
They can sometimes be very long games.
They can.
They can, but it's
a lot. But
fantastic.
I joke. I think there's a lot of and there's a lot of maths involved. There's a lot of moving pieces. That you can absolutely, bring a large element of skill into these matchups.
Oh, absolutely.
Pilot it properly. So, yeah, great to see that. Both those players were 0-3. Again, no shame. These are the best players in the entire world in this room. Someone's got to do it, right? Yes. But still, two fantastic players who are now playing for promos, right? Because with every match win that you get, you get another promo from the DLC season. Yeah. We've got the Cinderella Stout-Hearted.
The Rapunzel.
The Kuzco.
The Kuzco.
The Baymax.
Baymax.
And of course,
a whole new world.
A whole new world. Absolutely the main event. Well, Mickey Mouse Brave Little Taylor is the main event, right?
That is, of course.
That's the top prize.
That is the top prize. But there's so many other fantastic prizes, though. Look at these cards. That Mickey.
That trophy.
Oh, I love it. The trophy with the holder for that 1-of-1 serialized golden Mickey card.
100%.
And then, of course, the top players. They get an entire foil set of Reign of Jafar, including Baker, all the Enchanted.
Every single one of them, Rebecca.
Every single one.
Look at them as well.
Gorgeous.
I swear, every set becomes my new set of Enchanted.
You're right, every set. Oh, this is my favorite.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, these are my favorite.
And there it is, the world champion, 1-of-1, Mickey Mouse Brave Little Taylor. What an incredible prize to take home. So, of course, we have to big up the Mickey Mouse, but Whole New World is the special fancy new promo.
Yes.
This is the first time we've ever got it. All of the players in the room today already have one.
They do.
Just for earning your qualifications to
Worlds. And it's foil, and it's beautiful. And we have more rounds coming up, more triple deck format, more decks, more games, more interviews, more announcements coming later.
Yeah.
And
tomorrow.
Wait.
Still information to come tomorrow as well. So make sure you're watching the entire weekend. We've got 3 more rounds of triple deck constructed to come for you today. And then tomorrow we are cutting to a top 8. And we will crown the first world champion. And worth saying, we're going to be watching every single one of those top 8 games, by the way. They're not going to be happening at the same time.
Every single one.
There will be a schedule for the entire day. I assume that will be released. Maybe it will be before the stream. Maybe we'll tell you that schedule when the stream starts. I'm not sure yet, but we will see every single match for the top 8.
Oh, am I taking it in?
Absolutely.
You are the big dominant person. Welcome back to the booth in the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship. I'm back in the booth after numerous rounds and clearly rusty because I was expecting you to bring us in.
Oh, I've been waiting for you, my friend. I was like, I can't wait to be introduced by Liam.
Well, that's right. I am so elated to be here with you in the booth. It's been a joy watching you over in Europe the entire challenge season, and we've done stuff online occasionally.
Absolutely.
We've met 1,000 times over the interwebs, but this is the first time in the booth next to you in person, and can I say, what an honor and a pleasure it is.
My thoughts entirely. I am so elated to be here with such an incredible team. It's my honor. Again, a huge shout out to everyone in the EU. It's my pleasure to represent here today. Hopefully, I'm doing you proud. I've already said a couple of stupid things today, but there's nothing new there. But nonetheless, it's a pleasure to be here with you, Liam. Round 5. How are you enjoying Worlds?
I mean, it's a dream, right?
Yep.
I mean, this is the top tier of competitive play. Every single match out there. I walk out there, Baker, and I look across the room and I look at table 1 and I'm like, oh my goodness, that's a heavyweight matchup. It's like Frank Karsten versus Ansiad. And then I look at the next time, I'm like, oh my goodness, that's a heavyweight matchup. And then the whole room is just top tier Lorcana, and the players out there are having a great time. It's just an electric atmosphere, despite the fact that there's just some of us here. But what a wonderful event, and I don't know, it's just a dream to be here.
It is an absolute dream come true. The World Championships. We've got 3 rounds left of Triple Deck Constructed. We just had our first round of Triple Deck Constructed, which was an awful lot of fun. It ended up being a 2-0. We got the chance to watch a game 3 from another match going on in the room, but it's not over yet. 3 rounds left, and then tomorrow we will be cutting to top 8. We're going to see every single one of those matches, and we will, Liam, crown a world champion. I like this chip, by the way.
Oh, yeah, a little chip on my shoulder today. Just, you know.
Can I complain about something?
Yes, you absolutely may.
Disney, can I get an Iago shoulder puppet, please?
Oh, man.
Have I not been complaining about this?
All day long, all day long. But the first time on camera, so.
I might get fired, but Disney, where is my Iago shoulder puppet? It seems like such a home run, right? Get me an Iago.
I have a Raven from the Haunted Mansion. You can paint it red and maybe give it a...
Okay, we can work with that.
Yeah, we can make something work.
But that being said, Liam, we're going to do something really interesting now, all right? We are getting close. We've still got a little time before we move into the next round. So to fill that time, over in Europe, we've been playing a fun little game, all right? And that game is called Guess That Flavor Text.
Is this a competition? It's a team.
It can be. It doesn't have to be.
Let's make it a team game.
It can be me and you against
the world.
The world.
All of you. All of you out there. We're going to see if we can guess it before you can watching at home. No looking at the chat.
No looking at the chat. But yeah, you guys can play this with us at home as well shortly. Our incredible production team, and a shout out to the production team. So many moving parts involved today. Well, not just today, across months of preparation to make this happen. And yeah, a shout out to just everyone that's been involved with bringing the World Championship to Lorcana. We are super grateful. But yeah, that incredible production company. Very soon, we're going to see some Guess That Flavor text up on the screen. It's going to be the flavor text from a Lorcana card. And we'll have some time. Sometimes it's 20 seconds. Sometimes it's a few minutes. It depends how kind production are feeling to guess what card that might be. Are you confident with something like this?
Ish.
Ish is reasonable.
Ish. 50-50. The first one is up. We're looking down because our monitor's in front of us
here. It is. Okay. So read this one out for us, Liam. Come on, let's get it big, bold, and beautiful.
Some say he's easily distracted. They're not wrong.
They are.
I chose to go with an accent there. I don't know if that's right or wrong.
Okay.
Easily distracted.
Normally, I'm not bad at this. Some of them come to me straight away, and I feel like a genius. Right now, I'm not feeling like a genius because that hasn't immediately come to mind. What sort of characters do you think of when you see a flavor text like this, Liam?
I'm trying to think. A character that's squirrel, a dog maybe, somebody that you throw a stick and it looks in another direction. I'm not quite sure. So he's easily distracted. Could be referring to Jafar in the heist. You know, distracting him to get into the. I mean, villains. I mean, they're. I don't know.
I feel a little bit offended by what you're insinuating here, Liam, but I'm going to tell you, I'm 99% positive that this is not Jafar. I don't think this is the sort of thing they're going to associate with him. I think you were on closer to the right track when talking about... Maybe this is mean to say because I love dogs, but I do kind of feel like we're talking about a dog here.
Right.
Hey, dogs are easily distracted. Don't come at me.
Or a hamster,
Mine is anyway.
Or a kitten.
I feel like it's probably an animal of some description.
I think so.
But it could not be. Some say he's easily distracted. They're not wrong. Now, in the past, the production company have tended to choose from the most recent set. However, these guys may be being mean to us. They could have gone back to set 2, set 5. I haven't got a clue where they're going to be drawing from. So some say he's easily distracted. They're not wrong. So I think we need to think of like silly characters. Who in Locarno like is a silly character?
Silly, Goofy. I don't know. I mean, there's
Goofy's not a bad choice.
Goofy, yeah. But no cards come to mind. I don't know. This is stumping me. I'm going through the list in my head. I don't know.
I feel like a failure straight away. I'm not gonna lie. Some say he's easily distracted. They're not wrong. Okay, so characters that I mean, I suppose you could think of Kronk.
That's true.
Kronk isn't a terrible idea.
Were you leading me on?
We've just been told we've got 60 seconds. Oh, they're mean today. Mean production team. Okay, we've got 60 seconds to nail this, Liam. Some say he's easily distracted. They're not wrong. Oh, they've just cut me to 30 seconds because I was mean. Okay,
I think you're on the right
see how it is.
There's a scene in the movie where they they distract him with something. So maybe that's a good idea. I don't know.
We've got to lock in an answer. We've got 20 seconds.
There's a chipmunk Kronk.
Because our players are seated and they're getting ready to start. And as much fun as Guess the Flavor text is, we don't want to distract from the game. So we need a character. I'm going to say
Kronk?
Hey.
Hey.
I'm going to say Hey, but which Hey?
I'll go with a puppy. I'm just going to keep it broad.
A puppy.
Yep.
Okay, I'll go with
One of the
Hey. Oh, all right, production, we're locked in. Stop counting down. I get it.
Oh,
right?
Tuck. Oh, Tuck.
I would never have guessed that.
I'm not gonna lie.
Million years.
I've seen Raya.
Production,
twice.
I take it all back.
I love it. I love it.
Words.
I love it, but yeah.
We'll play some more of that throughout the day and tomorrow
right.
if we get a chance. Maybe we get the chance to redeem ourselves. However, I do think we are approaching round 5 of the Disney Lorcana World Championships. Have you got any intel for us? Can you spill the tea?
I don't know what we're about to watch. I'm very excited. But what I will say, I think we're going to watch a 2-2 matchup here.
Okay.
And this is such an important round because if you're doing the math, there's 7 rounds. If you want to have a chance at the top cut, you want a chance at 5 wins, 2-2 is really important. It becomes an elimination game every single time once you pick up 2 losses. So both of these players battling for a chance to make the top cut still, even though it's an uphill climb, and the player who loses at this point is eliminated from contention for day 2, although still competing for promos, as we mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, we just watched a match where both players were 0-3, so their potential of making day 2 is gone, but every match win gets you one of these
some amazing cards.
Super rare promos, so it is absolutely all to play for.
All right, I think our players are up. We're getting ready to see who we're playing on round 1. It's Eli. Pierre. Now, Baker, we've gotten to see Eli already, and I'm pretty sure the crowd's going to be excited to see him again because he's bringing to bear an incredibly spicy lineup. This Amber Sapphire list.
We saw it.
We saw it very aggressive, and I've talked to him before, he has some fascinating play lines, which we didn't even get to see in that first match, so I'm excited to see this deck on display again. I can't wait. Very talented player.
I've just heard the opponents that we've got here.
Oh.
I've been told it is Edmund Chu, the North American champion and the Fort Worth Challenge winner, qualified multiple times for the World Championship.
Right.
The favorite deck is down as Ruby Sapphire, but I have it on some authority that it's actually Ruby Amethyst, but that might be a typo. No, we'll have to double check with him, but he's a frequent Disneyland California visitor. Favorite Disney character is Maui. Chewie!
Chew. Chew. I thought you were doing his last name for a second. No, but another,
I mean, it could be.
Another fantastic player. We've already seen him today, known for his icy glare across the table. And Ed Chu is also a player known for bringing in a little bit of spice and a little bit of twist to popular decks. In the North American Championship, for example, we saw him bring in a or Ruby Amethyst deck, rather, with no genies, which was all the rage at the time.
Yeah, and it was like right in the heart of the genie battles, right? When Genie had first come out and was like really the talk of the town. Merlin Rabbit had always been the staple for these Amethyst 4-drops that draw a card, but Genie came in and really put a spanner in the works. Some players opting to play both or swapping from one to the other, but Ed playing absolutely none and really making a meta read, expecting a lot of Ruby Sapphire. This is back when Flavisham was still in the competitive game, and just playing a build with 4 copies of Lady Tremaine and multiple locations to really take an advantage of the expected meta, and it really gives you an insight to Ed's knowledge of the game.
Yeah, so it's awesome, and I can't
think
wait to
that these
see,
two
Ed
are
display her
the
triple deck
last
constructed, 'cause I believe we've only
undefeated
seen it in Super
players
Sealed so far.
in the
Getting to see which decks he's
tournament.
bringing to bear, the lineup he has. We can
Everyone
see
else
it
has
there
a one
in
game
front of
loss.
us. And
So
bringing in a very,
this is gonna be
very
a big
standard
match.
lineup. I think this is one that
I always
most people
love to
kind of
see
focused on
Ed
as one of
play.
their
I think
favorite
this is gonna
lineups.
be
You have
really
Ruby
good.
Sapphire, you have Amber Steel, which you can take multiple different directions, and then you have Amethyst Emerald, a deck which again you can tech multiple different ways. Kind of a standard lineup into what I would term a rogue lineup, I think.
Yeah, 100% a rogue lineup for Illy, another DLC champion of Bologna. We already talked about Illy's decks in the last match, but we will do a little reminder. And of course, if you're only just joining us,
our current top-ranked NA player versus current top-ranked EU player, according to the records so far.
A Shark variant, that Maui half
We'll
Shark,
see how it
Finder,
goes.
evasive package. We have the
See if
Amber
Ed can pull off
Sapphire
another
deck,
big
which
win.
we saw Illy play in game 1 of the previous match with a bunch of puppies. We've got Patch, we've got Thunderbolt, Wonder Dog, Zipper, Astute Decoy is in this deck as well. Duke Weaselton, a lot of spice. And the all right, yeah, you're right, Weaselton. All right, well, I'm right as well.
Yeah, no, you are right. Actually, it's a joke. It's a running joke.
But Illy's third and final deck is indeed Emerald Steel, which was benched in his previous match. But let's also take a look at Edmund. As you mentioned, Liam, we've only seen
Snake Eyes on the roll. Sorry, people are chuckling.
Oh,
wow, I can't believe Ed rolled a 3 and he still gets to go first.
I'm going to have to get confirmation as to what just happened there, but good to see the players having a good time nonetheless. But let's bring you up to date with Ed's deck. Sorry, Liam, I'm talking a lot, but I just want to give the audience a breakdown of what we've got here. We saw Red in Super Sealed, but for the constructed part of this event, we do see Ruby Sapphire items is one of those builds. We also see Amber Steel has been brought along with 4 copies of Namari, Single-Minded Rival, and 4 Beast Tragic Hero. That's pretty good. And of course, the Rhino, who is all the rage at the moment. And the final deck is going to be Amethyst Emerald.
But this is a fascinating twist here. So I'm watching. I think there were some die roll shenanigans here, but I'm watching. And if in fact the benched colors are down below, as we're seeing, Ellie is being left here with green steel.
The reveal.
And yeah, this is fascinating. So Ely actually really wants to play that Amethyst Ruby deck. He actually talked about it in an interview, and Hope didn't tip his hand too much because he wants to play Ruby Amethyst.
Yep.
And with green steel, he found that Sapphire Amber deck, which does really, really well in the play. And so most of the matches, he's planning on that green steel deck being benched and then going in with this hyper aggro, or this very, very aggressive Sapphire Amber deck, and then that Ruby Sapphire, the Ruby Amethyst deck. So Ed Chu tweaking it a little bit, changing up the game plan here, and forcing Ely to play with green steel instead. On the other side there, I think the
interesting choice by Ed to let him have green steel and then to want to play green purple into green steel. I'm curious what Ed's running as green purple is that he thinks can beat
me and
green
Rebecca were
steel.
talking about this earlier, the psychology that comes into play with the bench phase, right? Because some players will have built their deck specifically in a way to say, I am always banning this. I'm building my decks to complement the fact that I can bench something. So that is absolutely going to be a strategy for some players, but other players may choose to, you know, make a last-minute swerve, pick a deck that they know their opponent is very talented with, and I'm just fascinated by assessing the decisions that these players are making when it comes to benching.
Absolutely.
And of course the first deck, because triple deck constructed, if you're just joining us, both players will bench one of their opponent's decks. Those are revealed at the same time, and then both players will choose the deck that they want to start with for game 1. They'll put that ink token face down and reveal at the exact same time.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fascinating matchup here. I'm excited to see it. You know, the die roll also looms large in this matchup. Ely, like, really, really, really wants to, every single match, take that very, very aggressive deck in on the play in game 1, lock up that game 1 win, retire that deck to the bench, and then be able to play his Ruby Amethyst deck into the last 2 matches and get a chance on the play and then potentially, or on the draw and then potentially on the play to take that. So this match is shaping up very differently than I think the preponderance of Ely's matches throughout the day.
Yeah, being unpredictable is also a large strategy. I don't want to name names, but I've had some interesting conversations with Worlds players and some interesting approaches that they're taking towards the bench phasing. Again, I don't want to go into too much detail, but as we move into day 2, then I'm sure we will be able to elaborate a little bit. But there's the fist bump, and we are moving in round 5 of the Disney Lorcana World Championship. We have Illy, the but DLC Bologna champion versus the Fort Worth champion and the North American champion in Ed Chu, or the landlord, as I like to call him, because he does love his locations.
He does love his real estate. So interesting opening hand. We're going to send away some 1-drops, it looks like. But this seems to be, and I haven't looked at the deck list, Baker, but this seems to be the tempo variant here instead of the, oh, we do see some discard, actually.
Yeah.
So Prince John. So, no, we are on more of the discard. We have the Muses in here for some control. This could be tricky here.
2 copies of a Boom is super interesting. 2-cost inkable action that allows you to do 2 damage to a chosen character. 4 copies of Beast, and we see a new toy from the Reign of Jafar. Chip Quick Finko is a fantastic card who just forces your opponent to discard a card on play. He's a 3/2. And Beyond the Horizon.
But a bogey. Everybody saw that and said that card is going to be dangerous, and it really, really shines in these Emerald Steel discard decks, especially when you compare them with cards like Prince John. You can potentially win the game right there by getting a significant triggers off 1 or 2 Prince Johns. It's a deck that looms large in any matchup against Green Steel.
Yeah, Prince John, greediest of them all, the bane of non-discard enjoyers with that ward keyword. And Prince John doesn't even have to turn sideways to use his ability. I hate it, Liam. I hate it.
I know you do. Everybody's like, ward on static abilities on ward.
I mean, he is a villain, so like I should be a fan, really, but there you go. As a Ruby Amethyst player, I just can't get behind it. But we're going to see on the play is Edmund. We're going to ink Kit Cloud Kicker. That's easy for me to say. And play Diablo.
At standard turn 1 play here. Card that'll scoop up a little bit of lore and replace itself when it's banished. Ursula Deceiver coming down, taking a look at the hand. We do find a couple of targets for songs here. There's Let the Storm Rage On and Strength of Raging Fire. Normally the cards you see. And he's also getting some information there. There's Beyond the Horizon available for the later game. We won't be able to play that for just a little bit. But you can pair that with cards like Ursula Deceiver of All, of which we see 2 in hand. So Ed Chu thinking here a couple different things. 1, looking at the inkability of those songs. 2, just the value. But there it is. Let the Storm Rage On. Heading to the discard pile. We see it in French there.
We do, and worth noting, no 1-drop from Illy. Ed was on the play, played Diablo. Illy just went ink pass, and then we saw that Ursa Deceiver, the D100 set Ursa Deceiver at that. So a bit of a slower start from Illy, but does get down Morph Space Goo, who you can shift any character onto a Morph. I love Morph. I'm praying for a reprint. I do want to say, I think he's such an interesting character.
He is. He's a lot of fun. He opens up a lot of different play lines. So versatile. And in this deck, there's plenty of cards that you can shift onto it. Now, Ed got to look at that hand, and he knows what's there, but he's going to say, I'm not going to allow that Morph to stick around at all. It's getting kicked back to hand with Kid Cloud Kicker. Tough guy, I believe.
Yep, tough guy. 2/2, quest for 1, but it's that ability that we want, bouncing back a character of 2 strength or less.
It's a huge, huge part of this deck's game plan to try to hit that, to ruin your opponent's tempo or mess up their play lines. Getting that on turn 3, bouncing that Morph is a pretty rough pretty rough play from Edmund.
It is rough for Illy. Does proceed to turn 3, and we're going to play Ursa Deceiver of All. If she sings a song, you get that effect. The effect of that song completely again, and then that song goes to the bottom of your deck. So singing things like Storm, that's 4 damage and draw 2. Strength can be obviously variable damage, but times it by 2 if you sing it with Ursula. But down comes the Genie, Liam.
Oh, there's that Genie, Ed. We talked about how Ed didn't run any in the North American Challenge to win, and here he is in this deck
making up for
run
it now.
Here, making up for it now. And look at that hand with all those uninkables, 3 Diablos. I mean, there's just not a lot of ink available. We did get that second card down, so we're going to sing that song twice. Strength of a Raging Fire.
Yeah, man.
With
Although
all
that
the
was Let the Storm Rage On.
Oh, sorry. I didn't do that one as well.
I didn't want to, but I wanted to just sing what you were singing, so I didn't. I
love you playing into it, though. Thank you for that.
But yeah, Storm doing 4 damage to the Genie that had just been played and drawing 2 cards for Illy is pretty good.
That's true. So that Diablo is established. We're going to get to use that next turn. But Edmund pushing his lore total higher, being the aggressive here, the beatdown, which he wants to be in this matchup. The thing with these discard decks is they aren't doing what they used to do and trying to force you into top deck mode very, very early. They want to get a little tempo early, but then they're kind of a combo deck, and they want to build up a board state in the later game with Prince John's, Ursula Deceiver of All's on board. And there's a fun fun, spicy card, though.
The new Maui from Reign of Jafar, quest for 3, and when he's banished, you get to choose. You can either banish all opposing items, all opposing locations, or, and you have to correct me if I'm wrong, 2 damage on each opposing character?
I believe that's right. Unfortunately, we won't get to see that effect anymore because he's going to go straight to the Inkwell at this point. Inkwell is being a problem for Ely this matchup so far. So there he is in the Inkwell. Maybe we'll see him in a later game.
Lots of burbs, though.
Lots of Oh, and here comes the Elsa. The Elsa is the answer to the Diablo. We're going to exert that one Diablo, challenge it, 2 damage there, and then quest with everything else. That one Diablo will stay online, but it's a lot of lore being accumulated now, and Ely just not a lot of wide removal answers here, unless he can get a Deceiver Vol on board, which would take a little while, and it's right now just too much.
There you go. Just offers the handshake. Get Edmund off to an incredible start, and Ely not with a lot going on. A couple of burbs that, you know, are going to need a full turn before they can turn sideways anyway. So Ed's taking game 1. And worth mentioning to the audience, both these players are 4-0. Whoever wins this match will be proceeding to top cut tomorrow. So whether it's Ely or Edmund, don't get me wrong, whoever loses is still only 1 match win away and has a couple more rounds to try and secure that. But this is big. If Ed is 1 game away from making top cut at the Disney Lorcana Challenge, can we give a shout out to Ed, his team? Nonetheless, we know that he's been doing a lot of work with a lot of friends in the community.
Ed went crazy with the tempo there, and
but due to this format, Ed is now
there was
going
no
to have
chance.
to retire
Green Steel, I think, is favored in that matchup. If they can get set up, then they win pretty easily, but yeah, not even close.
Deck that you either love
think
to love
that
or love to hate.
they'll probably stay on Green Steel discard, go into the red-blue items, although he might try and hyper aggro here to see what one is.
The inevitability of this items deck.
KO says Ed is phenomenal. Yeah, Ed is phenomenal. There's no doubt that he's one of the top favorites to win this whole thing, because he's North American champion. He finished high at another one, and I think that he's one of the best at like crafting for the current meta. So I can see him putting a lot of strategy into the decks that he's selected. Obviously, he's playing like the 3 big meta decks that you'd expect, but I'm sure all of his lists are super tight, and he's going to be super good with any of them.
Now it's interesting. I asked Ed about this in a recent interview. I said, Ed, like, what is with the stairs and intimidation tactic? He said no. He's like,
he's playing the blue-yellow deck here, which is probably pretty good. I like the Ludwigs are going to be strong into the red-blue items deck.
I don't need to shuffle it. I don't need to
So
look at it.
this is probably going to go to game 3, but I guess we'll have to see. The hand looks pretty uninkable at the moment here.
Are you excited by these patches?
Oh, yeah, well, no, I'm excited by the patches. I'm also
see
excited
how
by
aggro
Von Drake.
he can get.
Now, one of the things that Edmund has to do here is get to that sweeper ink total as fast as possible. And so ramp cards, very important. Azurite Sea on turn 2, you want to play How Far I'll Go. Hitting those on curve is very important part of the game plan. And so the Ludwig von Drake, allowing you to pick cards out of your opponent's hand, especially sail the Azurite Sea on turn 2.
On the play.
That could change everything. So this is going to be a really interesting matchup, and I think Ely will be happy with some of the cards that he found early on here.
Yeah, 100%. And it's a situation like that where when you're the Ruby Sapphire player, maybe you prioritize the Tipo as opposed to something like the Sail, just because you don't want to give your opponent that option. You know, Ludwig being an Amber Sapphire card, it's not a very popular ink combination, but doing well for Ely is 4-0. And if you want a reason to play Amber Sapphire, Ludwig von Drake is one very appealing reason.
It's a bare necessities and Grandma Tala in a single card. I feel like the developers were like, nobody's playing these colors. Let's give them an incredibly powerful card and see if it entices anybody into this color combination. And Ely said, you know what? I'm a taker.
I've got a feeling that puppies are just going to get better and better and better. I have a memory of a certain Rochelle revealing infinite Dalmatian puppies, and I just got a feeling that one day, Liam...
They're just going to keep bleeding about. Here's another one. Here's another one.
Another one.
Here's another one. At one point, like, somebody's going to put them all together and have a pack of puppies. And I'm ashamed to admit, not ashamed, I'm proud to admit, I do own 99 tail waggers.
I was going to say, don't you dare be ashamed. That is flex that, my friend.
Very proud.
But yes, game 2, game 1 was taken by Ed. Ed has had to swap to Ruby Sapphire. Illy had the choice to either stick to the same deck or switch, which he has chosen to do. Amber Sapphire, super aggressive. There are puppies, there are warded characters, and Edmund missing the 1-drop. No Portigal on turn 1. It's not the end of the world, but can we see a Ludwig von Drake?
Yeah.
Yes, there's one.
Oh, there is one in hand. We kept at least one. There's Ludwig von Drake. We're going to take a look. And we didn't play it. We played the Weaselton instead.
Oh,
Weaselton, rather, in this case. Weaselton.
That is a fascinating play. The Ludwig von Drake, I would have snapped down in a moment, but Illy knows this deck and this game a lot better than me. It's clearly prioritizing the early lore, which I can get on board with that, right?
Wants to run away with this quickly. There's possibly a line that he wants to pursue here, getting that Thunderbolt down very, very quickly, perhaps on turn 4, and protecting all of his characters. Let's see. We do have that Popsicle now after we ramped, and that Bell now drawing into that. So drawing into several cards here in the proper sequence in order to get them on board. Ed now with the Bell established. Back over to the other side. We're going to miss on that activation of the Daisy Duck as it quests for 2.
Oh, did we get a miss there? I missed the trigger there.
We did.
What was it?
I didn't see what it was, but it went to the bottom.
Okay.
There's Lady into Ludwig, so we will now grab that Brawl. Lady coming down. Lady, of course, a 3-cost character now. You can play another character for free, so getting a 5 ink worth of characters on board for 3 ink, and that board getting a little wide now.
I take back my previous statement. If you had the Lady to be able to play the Ludwig for free, it does make more sense to play the Duke, who obviously is going to quest for 1 more on this turn. So obviously it came at the cost of not being able to potentially snipe that turn 2 ramp, but Edmund had the T-Po anyway. So I changed my mind. I really like this.
Well, and hitting that Brawl doesn't feel too bad either at all.
Any hit really is pretty good.
So
Bell is going to go on a challenge. Taking out that Duke Weaselton. Are we both swapping?
Both voiced
Whichever one I say, you're going to correct me to the other one, aren't you?
It's a Disney joke. They go back and forth. And both voiced by Alan Tudyk. So here we go. At the Daisy trap here. Daisy into Bell, getting 3 damage on. We'll play that Rapunzel. Get 3 cards off healing the Daisy and recharging.
Just, obviously, the players have obviously identified something has happened there, so they're just doing a quick check.
Oh, okay.
I think we've drawn 4 accidentally.
Eli snagged 4, it seems, off the top of the deck by mistake, is letting the judge know, hey, I accidentally handled an extra card here. I don't know if it's been looked at or not, but the judge is going to resolve this.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he saw it, but whether he did or didn't, absolutely the right decision for these players to just go, hold up, let's just see what is the official way that we should deal with this. And it appears the ruling, I expect I'll get confirmation of that in my ear in a moment, but it appears to be that we're just shuffling those 4 cards together, and Ed being given the choice to put one of them back on top, and then we're going to shuffle the entire deck.
Ely knows, like, now, if he did see the cards, what one of them is, and so we're going to put it in the middle, so there's no chance we know what's on the top deck. So we do have 2 Thunderbolts in hand now. Thunderbolt, a really fun card we don't see played very often. It can shift onto puppies, but more importantly, it's also a 3/7 bodyguard.
7 willpower is a lot of willpower, Liam.
That's true. A lot to
Even Maui Hero to All can't take it out.
No, coming up just short.
Yep. No, this Thunderbolt's super interesting, and the puppy shift. I'm loving these cool ways of shifting that we're getting as the game goes on. The puppy shift, the universal shift on that Baymax.
Yeah, I love that those different mechanics they keep coming out with allows for all sorts of interesting playlines.
Just to confirm, I have had confirmation. That is what happened there. It was just 1 extra card was drawn, so that was the ruling, that those 4 cards were shuffled. 1 was put back on the deck, on top of the deck at random, chosen by Ed to be random, and then the deck was shuffled.
Oh, but here we are, Edmund coming down with some control here, especially with that C-suit, picking that Rapunzel. And so all of a sudden the board looking a little less intimidating there. Elia has managed to push his Lord to 10. Probably wants to be a little bit higher at this point because we're getting closer and closer to that scary 7 ink when the board reset becomes a possibility. And there's that Thunderbolt we talked about.
Yep, Thunderbolt coming down in bodyguard to protect this Daisy Duck. And yeah, there was a warning given for that prior error. Again, this is the top tier of competitive play. Obviously, these players are fantastic. Mistakes happen, but we do need to make sure that we are respecting the rules and just doing things the right way. So just a warning given to Illy, but from my understanding, it's his first one today. These things will happen.
And I think he identified it himself, if I saw it correctly.
Yes, absolutely.
So,
absolute faith, 100%.
Yeah.
Illy's a great guy as well.
So there we have that Thunderbolt in bodyguard. It'll protect him from the challenge. Ed with visions of the future, looking at the top 5 cards of his deck, looking for an answer here.
The workshop is pretty nice. Again, that is our draw engine, but we're going to take the Brawl, which I do respect. We need to be able to remove these characters, and with the Sapphire Coil on the board, all we need to do is ink one card, and then both Brawl or another Sisu Daring Visitor can answer this Thunderbolt. And then Scrooge can finish off the Daisy. There we go.
The ink, so it's a 1-2 combo.
That's it. Exactly as we said there. We're going to ink the Tamatoa. We target the Thunderbolt, brawl it, and then Scrooge taking on Daisy is a bit sad, but it's got to be done.
Here we go. Did draw into the lady, so lady into Ledviv Gondrake again. We saw that earlier, and then enough ink to play the Wendy Darling there. So going wide immediately, taking a look at the hand. I think all we had in there was a crab, so nothing to pick, and it's back over to Edmund for the response.
Yeah, Wendy Darling, a really interesting character. She is awarded character and support. So when she goes on a quest, you can add her strength to another character's strength. That being said, Illy doesn't really want to be challenging with this deck. You just want to, if you're exerting, then, well, you're questing, right?
Indeed, that's the game plan. That's the game plan.
Ed is going to go on a quest of his own with the Scrooge and the Daring Visitor. Again, we can't interact with the board at present, so that's all we can do. Wendy going to quest for another 2.
Looks like we'll give support to Drake and then into the Scrooge McDuck.
Nice, okay. Again, like I said, you don't want to be challenging much, but that seems like a really nice challenge to make. You were only questing for 1 anyway. Get rid of this Scrooge so that your ability to get rid of these characters is minimized. And another Thunderbolt coming down, Liam.
Yeah, none of the Thunderbolt coming down, which means that challenge, getting that 4 strength off the board, is absolutely huge. And now we do have the crowd on the board, which could challenge into something like the Thunderbolt, do a significant amount of damage. But you want that crab to be questing. You're a little crabby if you have it challenging into things instead of getting items for free. So let's see how Ed navigates this board state, because all of a sudden, Illy went from an empty board state to 8 lore on the board.
And at 14 lore already, so we could be seeing a game 3. Again, Ed won game 1. Both these players are 4-0, and all you need are 5 match wins to proceed to day 2. So a lot to play for both these players here. Ed making a series of moves to combat the board. And the brawl for the lady.
It's like all the things.
All the board breakers.
And Alice coming down now, another fun card where this character has Ward, and when it quests, it gives Ward to another character.
Yeah, and this, I want to give a shout out to Harlan Sweet and Justin Shadows, who's very much popularized this Alice. Not in this ink combination, they very much popularized the Kiwi Bird Sapphire Steel deck, but this Alice, a very pivotal part of that deck, and we see her here warded, and whenever she quests, you can give Ward and +1 lore to another character. She's so strong.
Ellie here doing a discard pile check, probably checking for the number of brawls that have been played, trying to see what other answers Ed may have here. But although Ed...
And items that we could get back with more Tamatoas, I'm sure.
Yeah, and in this deck, the items in your discard pile almost become another hand. Those are resources that you can draw on later, and so keeping track of what's in there is super important.
Yeah, 100%. When your discard pile can become a resource, that's going to feel pretty good.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. What a top deck. Draws the Enchanted Sisu off the top deck, shifting it and clearing the board. Oh, brutal. Ed didn't have a lot of hand, and there was a good chance that Illy would have been able to survive that turn. That Sisu coming down and ending the game, it looks like. Oh, my goodness. What a top deck. What a top deck.
Has got his 5 wins and will proceed to day 2 of the
World absolutely crushing it with the top deck big Sisu there to get rid of the Alice and the Daisy.
Secret Lorcana testing with him in various clubs, and he really is one of the greatest minds in the game.
Well, Ed's through to top 8, no surprise there. It's one of my faves to win, but yeah, that was a big win. So he went 5-0. You only need 5 wins to make the top cut for day 2. So there's going to be 8 people get to 5 wins, or I guess tie breaks if, you know, things get squirrely. But yeah, so Ed is through till the finals. I think he can continue to play if he wants to play for seed, but I think that he's good no matter what. So that's awesome. Hey Jesse, you're welcome. Happy to stream, hang out with everybody to watch some awesome Lorcana. I really like the 3-deck format. I like the strategy of it. It's a lot of fun. And thanks to you and everyone else who's hanging out, watching. And yeah, thanks for the subscribe. Really trying to hit that 1,000 subscriber mark. We're almost there, so I really appreciate it.
It's great to see him up there representing North America. So shout out to Ed, but also commiserations to Illy. Is now 4-1. Still a fantastic score. 2 rounds left. Could still make it all the way to the finals.
Yes, that is true, and I do hope we get to see that Sapphire Amber deck in day 2, because it's a lot of fun. And actually, if you look at that match, you know, Illy's plan was to win that on the play, and he was very, very close, getting to 14 lore. If that Sisu does not come off the top deck and Ed doesn't find, we only 3 brawls were in the discard pile already, Ely's going to 18 lore and very, very close to closing that out. So that game could have gone either way, and Ely probably a good chance of closing out another match and getting to day 2, and I hope he does because I want to see that deck again.
Absolutely, yeah, another fantastic player with some spicy decks. So Ely, absolutely a couple more rounds still to secure that day 2, but Ed is, I mean, there will be other players in the room that might have secured their day 2. We will try and get you confirmation
on that. To find out who they are.
We will try and get that back to you, but the first public day 2 contestant is going to be Ed. Couldn't be happier for him. What a match.
And you all got to see it on camera here live at the very first Disney Lorcana World Challenge. Thank all of you for being with us here today. What a fantastic day of top-tier Lorcana with amazing people, amazing broadcasters. It's been a lot of fun.
Amazing broadcaster. But speaking of amazing broadcasters, one amazing broadcaster who's also an amazing interviewer and host, we're going to be throwing it over to the wonderful Rebecca over in the interview area. Take it away. My cape fell off.
What an exciting moment. I am here with Ed Chu, who just went 5-0 on the day. And congratulations, you have made it to day 2. How are you feeling right now, Ed?
I don't know. It feels really good. I feel like I played the best with what I had. I feel like my sealed pool is like just okay, and I think I squeezed the maximum value I got out of it. And I feel like the last 2 matches against like Zach Bivens and Ellie, I feel like I was unfavored, but honestly I just got lucky with some die rolls, and I was able to get some favorable matchups that way. And that last game was extremely tight. He gambled that I wouldn't rip the Sisu, and it was just exactly the card I needed. Honestly, in that moment, I felt it. You know, like I played Visions, I saw a bunch of cards in my deck, and it's like, you know, I'm due for it. And just right off the top, and couldn't be happier.
Yeah, that game too, you know, the Ruby Sapphire deck, it seemed like the ideal play lines that you would want to see, you were seeing. Now, with that Ruby Sapphire deck, Amethyst Emerald, and then the Amber Steel, which we saw benched, what was your strategy with bringing those 3 decks here this weekend?
Yeah, a lot of people thought that you shouldn't bring the most standard decks, and honestly, I spiraled a bunch to play a bunch of different decks, and at the end of the day, I just felt like the level 1, like kind of Old Faithful, was the most consistent, and I was the most comfortable with it. I had a feeling that a lot of people were going to bench Steel, and so I brought like 3 anti-aggro strategies, and it turned out there was like tons of like aggro piles. So I'm pretty happy with the choices that I made today, and yeah, I'm really happy with the deck, especially if I'm like, you know, first seed going to the second day. I feel like being on the play is...
Yeah, Jesse, I agree. This format's great. I'd really like to be able to play in a tournament that uses this format. I think it would be a lot of fun as a competitor.
Did you ever imagine that
so I'm hoping, I don't know if when they do the next round of Lorcana challenges, if they'll include this format, maybe at least in side events or something, but I think it would be really cool.
You know, this could just be one of those situations again. And I was very shocked, honestly. I mean, as everyone should be, right? So yeah, I was just very, very, very fortunate to win the die roll there.
Well, congratulations again on being our first player here at the Disney Lorcana World Championship to make it to day 2. Good luck to you. I hope you get some rest and get ready. And we are going to be back with a lot of more fantastic games for you going into round 6.
Hey Phoenix, yeah, the 1-on-1 world champion card probably gonna be worth quite a bit of money. I don't even know how much. I know the golden Mickeys were going for like 10 to 15,000. So the idea of the champion card, I don't know. It's a lot. I guess there's a very select customer for something like that for the price of it. If I want it and somebody offered me 100,000, I would probably sell it. Because like if I want a golden Mickey, I would sell it for sure. I don't keep any enchanted cards or anything as it is now, so be excited to get back all my investment into Lorcana by winning one golden card. But depending who wins it, maybe they want to keep it as a trophy. But they do get a trophy as well as the card, I guess, so you have something to show for it. Yeah, I think definitely I'd be selling it. I know a lot of, well, I can't say a lot, but I know that there's a certain amount of players that were like pre-selling their promos that they were getting anyway, like the Whole New World Enchanted promo that a lot of them I think are already sold in advance of the event, knowing that they were guaranteed just for like qualifying. And I think that the amount of money that those cards are worth makes up for the fact that there's not really like a cash prize component to these tournaments. So I think it's great if there's people that want to pay that much, that the people that are good enough to win them can sell them. I'm just jelly that I'm not there to win these promos and sell them. I'm refreshing the melee to see if the other results are in yet, and they're not all in. It frustrates me that they won't update the standings. I'd like to see where everybody's at. It's not easy to see how many wins and losses each person has, because even when I like hover over them, it would usually tell you how many wins the player has, but it seems like it hasn't been updating since like round 3 or something like that. So I don't know. We have a lot of results from round 5. So obviously we know that Ed won. That's not reported in here. I don't know if Zach is still playing. Kurt Spice, DKP, that'll be interesting to see who wins that. Mo Shamblin out there. And we got Frank and Sailor. Wonderland's not reported yet. Zan lost, it looks like. The Rat won his match. No winner here yet. So they need 5 wins to qualify for Top Cut.
We're coming to you from the Disney Lorcana World Championship with a bonus game in round 5. Villain, how did I do?
Pretty well. Chat, I think I'm cooked. JD's singing, you're doing better evil laughs. I think my time is done. But nonetheless, it's great to be here. That was a super quick round 5 of the World Championships. Ed Chu is your first official Day 2 competitor for the World Championship, which is incredible to see. But that means that we've got time to fill. We're going to be jumping into another game, and I'm super excited to tell you who we're seeing this time. We're going into Game 3. We have Kurt Spice, first of all, from the USA. North American Championship, top 16. Favorite deck is Amethyst Steel. He's a drummer and a singer, and favorite Disney character. What's this? What's this? Jack Skellington. Great taste.
And he's cosplaying him here today, which is super fun.
Mo plays at your LGS. Well,
I can't wait to see him in the
I
game
guess it's got to make it tough to win prizing like box tournaments and getting those playmats when you have somebody like that in your local.
The
Big Shark.
Challenge winner. Favorite deck, I absolutely believe this, Ruby Sapphire. Professional TCG player, coach and content creator. Favorite Disney character, Donald Duck.
If you've been in Lorcana at all and you're in Europe, North America, or Australia, and you know DKP, I think is the only person to qualify for both Continental Championships. Definitely first. And then not making Worlds through the normal route, went down to Melbourne, played in that challenge there, won it, and now is here competing at the highest level. Very excited.
So we got a couple more results. Zach Bivens won his match.
Won game 1 running Amethyst Steel. DKP won game 2 running Emerald Amber. And the final match is going to be DKP on Amethyst Steel versus Kurt on Ruby Sapphire. We did just get the deck list, so in a moment we're going to have a peruse through those and give you some more specifics to what builds are coming. But we see DKP flashing to the camera there, always the showman. We have Disney Backwards, otherwise known
as Yen Sid.
Tell us about Yen Sid, Liam.
Yen Sid is a really fun card. He synergizes well with Brooms. This is a card that was made popular in a recent tournament. And what this card's been around for a long time, and it's run with Brooms. It's run in this list specifically with 8 different Brooms, 2 of each kind, 1 Magic Broom that's been a staple for a long time in Amethyst decks. This turn 1 Illuminary Sweeper, I believe. And then the other broom that people have worked in is the 2-cost Aerial Sweeper, which is an evasive card on your turn. It's used as an evasive answer, but paired very well with Yen Sid. When 2 brooms are in play, Yen Sid gets +2 lore, making him a
DKP here with the medical gloves on, going in for that surgical victory. And Kurt Spice got the Jack Skellington makeup on.
People have been dying for a broom deck for a while. We haven't quite got a full broom build yet, but these cards.
This is an exciting game 3.
Builds, and I'm excited to see DKP bring them in here to the World Championship. We're getting a look at the hands now as players are altering cards. Kurt sending back a couple.
Worth noting, probably to no one's huge surprise, Kurt chose to bench Ruby Sapphire for DKP. I need to ask him after this match if he's had the opportunity to play Ruby Sapphire, his pet deck, at all today.
That's true. This player who's very well known for this deck, often creating innovative deck lists and kind of pushing it to the next level each time a new set comes out, along with a player known as Sailor, who's also competing here today, Pierre Duguay.
Yep, otherwise known as Sailor. Everyone calls him Sailor. It's fine. If we get in trouble, I'll take it.
But DKP always pushing this deck to the next level, so I'm not surprised to see it benched here in this matchup.
Yeah, a turn 1 develop your brain from Kurt. Not really the preference. You would love to see a Porp to go on turn 1, but it is better than nothing for a turn 1 drop to help you dig. And from DKP, we're going to see that Magic Broom turn 1, pretty standard. And here he is showing off his hand to it. You don't even need to do that, mate. We've got hand cams, but we sure appreciate you doing it nonetheless.
A couple of Yen Sids there. We'd like to see another Broom to pair with it. There's a really fun combo where you can drop Yen Sids a couple turns in a row and then quest for 8 and a giant quest later on. Potentially get some card draw if you start bouncing that Yen Sid around with cards like Fox or Snake. And so, yeah, really interesting to see it here. I really want to see that combo in action.
Yeah, it's really interesting how Yen Sid has suddenly come back into the Lorcana metagame. You mentioned recently a large third-party tournament. Yen Sid performing very well and
winning the tournament.
Performing very well. Performing very well.
The wellest, the most well.
Show me the lie, Liam. Show me the lie. But still today, some players also utilizing that. And DKP again, we talked all about him. Super experienced. He loves.
I haven't been to a DLC, but I really want to. I'm in Canada, so I tried to go to the one in Toronto, but the tickets sold out instantly. I got put on the wait list, and I didn't get to get off of the waitlist, unfortunately, which sucked. But like 5 or 6 of my friends did go, and one of my friends actually made day 2, which was pretty cool. But yeah, I'm hoping that they announce at least one Canadian location for the next round, but it'd be nice if they would have 2.
Yep, you definitely want to see that turn 2 ramp. You would prefer it to be Sail the Desert Sea. Sometimes the T-Po can be a necessary body to put down if you need to answer aggro, but the one strength not really doing a lot in this particular match. So I think I would have preferred a Sail for the extra card, but T-Po's better than nothing. And down comes the Keeper of Ancient Stories, Grandma Tala. We're going to look at the top 2 cards of the deck. One can go into our hand and one goes to the bottom, and it seems like Hideaway is going to be hidden away at the bottom of the deck.
Send it down there. Not a lot of use in this matchup, most likely.
I wouldn't have thought so. There are 2 locations in DKP's deck, just 2 copies of Library.
It's an interesting reversal of fortune here, because DKP famously red-blue player, and Kurt Spice is like amber steel or purple steel. So it's funny to see the reversal of the roles, so they know each other's decks or game plans very well for sure.
I do notice a one-off that Kurt Spice is playing, a Vicious Cheetah.
Phoenix says I should wear gloves, keep my sleeves clean. It's a commitment. I think it would be annoying to like shuffle your deck and stuff with the gloves on. I've noticed in other gameplay that DKP looks like he's got eczema on his hands really bad. I've just like noticed it from him handling cards that it looks kind of painful, so I'm assuming that he's covering them up for like a legit medical reason. He's not just like wearing them.
Pretty important. And then that evasive answer for cards like Diablo, for genies, etc. Very, very good. And again, when you get to pair with a card like Yen said, we're gonna see. This is the exact.
He wants to be greedy and play the second broom so he can get the Yen Sid to quest for 3 here.
You get that magic broom, play a couple Yen Sids, and then you're gonna see next turn, if those stick around, that broom come down, plus all of them up, and get a powerful lore rush in a single turn.
Yeah, rush, definitely one of a very powerful keyword and a very viable strategy in Lorcana from an aggro sense. DKP really weighing up this decision here. We're only on turn 3, but just goes to show how important every ink can be. If you've played Lorcana, you know that there are games where you're like, I lost the turn I inked this. That was where it all went wrong. Worth taking the time. DKP continuing to be a showman, show off his hand, and hey, we appreciate him for it.
Noting, so we did talk about the importance of the Aerial Cleaner, what it does. It did go to the Inkwell because we did top deck another broom, and so we do have a second broom to activate those Yen Sids, making that Aerial Cleaner not as important.
Is it Aerial Sweeper?
Aerial Sweeper.
Okay, I thought so. I was like, that doesn't sound right.
No, I need to double check. Aerial Sweeper, Aerial Cleaner, Aerial.
Aerial nonetheless, but Grandma Tala is going to head on down to the karaoke club and give her best rendition of how far I'll go. So we're going to look at the top 2 cards of the deck. One will go into the hand, one into the Inkwell.
Yeah, this is a turn 4, 5, or 3, 4, depending on if you ramp sequence. We see over and over and over again Grandma Tala, an excellent singer of that song. Kurt clearly kind of on glide path on this deck, on script, doing what he wants to do.
But this broom just sat there. Doesn't need to turn sideways sooner than it needs to, right? It's fueling these Yen Sids and making them not only draw an extra card, but these Yen Sids questing for 3 if you have 2 other magic brooms on board.
So we're going to see them in full effect here. Back over to DKP. He has that other broom, so we're going to see him drop that at some point, most likely, get full value out of those Yen Sids. Here it comes.
And yeah, we talked about DKP being a Ruby Sapphire enthusiast, has pretty much played that for his entire competitive career in Lorcana, as far as I'm aware anyway. But you've got to know that ever since he found out about the bench phase of this format, he's going to have been putting in the time with these other decks to make sure he's just as good with them. But I think it's also important to say, Liam, even if you're only known for one deck, you still need to understand how all of them work, right? Because you need to know how you beat them, what your win conditions are and your lose conditions are. So even if someone is like known for playing one thing, it doesn't mean that that's all they can play. So I'm very interested to see DKP pilot some other things this weekend. Both players on a 3-1 record. So whoever wins this match will be on the bubble, looking for that final win to secure day 2.
Yeah, and here we see those Yensids getting full value there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 off Yensid alone, plus an extra couple from those other characters. So that's the 8 lore swing that we've been expecting here for the last few turns. That's what this deck is built to do with this Yensid combo, and we're getting to see it here in full effect. 3 ink exerted here. We've got a couple cards.
Scar Vicious Cheater is going to go crazy on this board, though, if he doesn't banish this Broom and some other stuff.
I don't know if I'll give it a go again.
I wish you would.
Kind of assume that he would do like Crab, Diablo, kill Grammatala, banish Broom there, but...
Well, if I sing it, you have to back me up.
100%, Liam, you know me. DKB really taking his time with this turn. Again, like, no problem with that at all. We have 36 minutes left to complete one game, so I think this is totally reasonable for the players to take their time a little bit here on these pivotal turns. We're inking Merlin Crab, and we're going to go on an incredible quest, Liam, getting 6 from the Yensid and 1 from each of the Magic Broom, and that a Obedient Raven? Is that? Yeah, Obedient Raven. That's the one.
Yeah, and so we have the 3 ink exerted here, and choosing between several different options. You could play the Fox. We're going to bounce. It looks like the Fox is the choice. We're going to bounce something, and then a choice whether to banish the Tipo or trade into the Grammatala. Grammatala, not a huge threat on the board. It can banish, one of the Yensids, but also a Singer.
Yeah, being a singer, I think. I mean, taking out a Yensid is bad. Being a singer, potentially better. So, yeah, I'd like to see the Fox take out the Tala here. But you may be tempted by, like, taking out the Tipo and surviving, right? So we'll see what DKP's got in mind.
So numerous triggers here. I don't think we've bounced anything with the Fox just yet. So layering the triggers here, things going into the bag. DKP banishing the Magic Broom to get a card off of it, seeing what his other options are now. And that trigger for the Madam Mim still there and has to take effect here. And we're choosing right now which card to send back to hand, unless I'm mistaken. And it will be the Magic Broom, it looks like, unless we're going to banish that too.
I don't think you're mistaken. I haven't seen a character return back to the hand. There's a Smee, a Doc, and a Genie, which none of which have hit the board so far this game. So.
And draw another card off the board. So it's an interesting lesson here in kind of sequencing your actions in the bag and how it works in Lorcana, because there's a lot of people who would, in order to get Madam Mim on the board, resolve her effect immediately and bounce a character back to hand, return a character to hand, as it were, which you're required to do unless you banish her. A DKP seeing cards with his brooms first before deciding what he wants to banish. And so a great showcase there of how you can do things in Lorcana with the bag mechanic.
Yeah, 100%. This Magic Broom, if you've played a character, you don't need to pop it straight away. You may indeed draw cards. If you played like a rabbit or something, you could draw the card and then decide if you want to pop the broom. No problem with that whatsoever. And we do opt to return a Yensid, and then the Fox.
So he probably plays Scar, yeah.
Oh, here we see it. The Grammatala is going to trade with that Fox, and down comes Scar. Vicious Cheater, 7 cost. 6-5 is the stat line, I want to say. Yep, yes. Quest for 2. And the ability, Daddy isn't here to save you. When he banishes a character in a challenge, you may re-ready him, and works really well with the Porpsicles that you can pop to heal 2 damage from a character. I love this Scar.
It's a fantastic card. There's another thing it does really well. He sings really well. And in this deck, there's a number of different 7-cost songs, or one particular 7-cost song that you love. One of the reasons he was so popular back in the day is because he is the perfect cost to sing Be Prepared. And so a little bit of an insurance policy there. You can sing that song and then play characters to reestablish the board immediately afterwards.
And it can be a one-sided Be Prepared in certain board states, right? Because obviously Be Prepared also wipes your own side. But this Scar Vicious Cheater is just making challenges. So as long as he is surviving with that 5 willpower, and there are exerted characters, then you could really make a dent in an opponent's board with this Scar. Yeah, really nice one-off in this deck. I like it. It's 1 Scar, 1 Sisu empowered sibling, 1 Hades, and 1 Vitalosphere. Those are the one-obs in Kurt's deck here. I'll say that again. 1 Hades Infernal Schema, 1 Scar Vicious Cheater, 1 Sisu empowered sibling, and 1 Vitalosphere.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like running one-ofs because they're not terribly consistent, but one of the things about this Sapphire deck, getting a Maui Half Shark in play here, did we? Yeah,
so we played the Maui Half Shark, and then we sang a Pirate's Life with Scar, which means that Kurt's going to go up 2 lore, DKP's going to -2 lore, but the Maui Shark is also going to give us another 1 lore because we played an action.
We talked about him singing. It's not Be Prepared, though. It is a Pirate's Life, another song that I feel like fits in Scar's range.
Absolutely. I think Scar would make a great pirate. Hey, maybe we've got the Winnie the Pooh crew as pirates.
That's true.
Maybe one day.
True. Scar Pirate, we called it here first.
Captain Scar.
Captain Scar. He would be the captain. He'd have to be the captain.
Obviously. Or maybe the first mate, because he does betray his brother. Anyway, we're getting distracted. Genie has come down. And this Fox, we're going to pay 3-4, bounce the Diablo. I think this Genie's dry, so I'm pretty sure, yeah, so we can quest this turn if we so wish, but we then are giving a fantastic target for that Maui Half Shark, who does have evasive and can return the Pirate's Life to the hand, so I don't expect this Genie to turn sideways.
And this Pirate's Life is going to be a card that looms really, really large in this matchup. DKP on this Amethyst list, he's looking to squeak out, after that initial lore burst, 2, 3, 4 lore a turn. Also looking to use cards like White Rose, perhaps, if he's running them. We know he's running the Giant Cobra there because we see one in hand to close out that last bit of lore. And having to get to 22 lore instead of 20 lore, which is effectively what a Pirate's Life makes you do, makes this match a lot more challenging. And once those Pirates' Life start getting looped with cards like Maui Half Shark, with Maui Half Shark, this match becomes a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, 100%. But to be fair, if there's anyone who knows how to play against a Ruby Sapphire Shark build, it is going to be DKP, who is so experienced with it. So knows the lines, and of course this is open deck list, so no surprise. Well, there might be if you forgot, but the information has been provided.
So that Maui Half Shark there is effectively shutting down a lot of questing. One of the strategies here may be to start building a wide board state and inviting the Be Prepared, perhaps. That's one of the ways that DKP can get rid of that Maui Half Shark, is forcing Kurt to play it. I don't know if that's the game plan, but it's one of the ways you can start to kind of dig out of this a little bit. You do also have Strength of Raging Fire here, so you can banish that if you get one more character on the board. DKP doing the math, trying to figure out, if these stick around next turn. What's my line going to be after I drop another character, sing Strength of Raging Fire? Let's see if these characters stick around.
Yeah, could have got rid of the Scar that turn, but this Maui Half Shark is the real problem here because it's completely frozen our Genie and, of course, can recur actions. So definitely the bigger threat, but Kurt with another one in hand, ready to go. No Porpsicles at current either, which can be super good for healing back up this Scar. Only 1 damage on it at the moment, so seems safe. Oh, there is one. I was looking at the wrong side of the board. Yeah, so we probably want to wait until we put a bit more damage on that Scar before we can do that. Maui Half Shark going is this going on a quest? I wondered if we were singing something, but no. 3 lore, courtesy of a couple of quests. We're going to pop that Porpsicle to heal up the Scar. Even 1 damage can be enough, and down comes the second Shark. I think we're setting up to try and get the home run here, Liam.
That's true. Kurt knows, what DKP's running, knows Strength of Raging Fire is in here, perhaps thinking that is going to be the play this turn, getting that Shark off the board, getting an Insurance
nice.
Shark.
Insurance Shark. I like that. Grab coming down. He did point at the Genie.
So this will allow him to clean up both Sharks now. What a fantastic sequence this is going to be. That Genie now has Challenger 3, able to challenge into that
into the exerted Shark.
The word exerted escaped me for a moment. Interesting. Okay.
Interesting. I was expecting us to sing. We can still play a character.
Yeah, we still play a character.
We can still make that. Yeah, we can make that play.
Different order.
We're going to go with the Giant Cobra. It seems that way.
Giant Cobra, a new card, lets you, from last set actually, Arcasia's Island, allows you to discard a card when you play it to gain 2 lore. But we won't see it played. It will instead go into the Inkwell.
Yeah, it was considering putting it down, and you can discard a card to gain 2 lore, but instead it's going to be Ink. We're going to play a Genie, draw a card, and that Madam Mim Fox is going to give her best rendition of Strength of Raging Fire. 5 damage to the Maui Shark. Pretty good.
Pretty good. Cleaned up both Sharks in one go. Both Sharks finished, you might say.
Oh, absolutely. 10 lore now for DKP. Kurt does have that B prep in hand, so we do have the ability to answer this board should we so need. And hey, if we have Scar sing Be Prepared, I will be the happiest man in the world.
You may just get your wish. Now, Scar could clean up a couple things on his own, but we won't. Here.
What happened? Did he go on a quest first, or did he sing?
I mean, the Inks.
Either way, be prepared.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! He did. It's Scar singing "Be Prepared." Have you ever seen that before?
Once.
Oh my
I
goodness.
have seen it. So love that. Scar being able to exert to sing it. Very cool.
Now DKP though, with several other cards in hand, he does have that Dock to refill once he rebuilds his board a bit. But that Goat coming down, gaining a lore upon entering play. Snake bouncing it back to hand. That's a tale as old as Rise of the Floodborn, all the way back in set 2. So 2 lore off the Goat entering and leaving. Now we're left with a Snake in play. And we also have the Dock in hand. So Goat, Dock, and another card available next turn. And back over to Kurt.
Yeah, this is pretty good for DKP with that Goat in hand. And Kurt only with a couple of resources left. Grandma Tyler's going to certainly help. We're going to look at the top 2 cards of the deck. We can put one at the bottom of the deck, one into our hand. One of them was Maui. I'm not certain what we took there, though. Inking Hideaway, and down comes the McDuck Manor. This is a nice way to try and close out a game, although has to beware of foxes, crabs, all that sort of stuff, but manors are big.
Manors are big. This effectively puts a clock on the game. Manor will get you 2 lore every turn when it goes back over to Kurt. That makes this a 6-turn clock. DKP now here racing, though. And although I will say one of the things about Goat, it's great for gaining lore. It's also a fairly decent-sized body used to take down locations. So Din will have options here next turn, especially with that crab in hand.
Yeah, I can't see this McDuck Manor getting more than 2 lore at the moment. Although if we see, maybe we see another B prep here then.
Maybe.
I wouldn't be hugely surprised if we see another B prep. I think you might have to, because otherwise DKP goes to 17, and then if you bounce the Goat and play it again, you go to 19. Kurt's a better player than me, but I'd be tempted to B prep. But we do have Hades. Maybe that's enough to get rid of the Goat, and then you don't need to B prep. Yep, we are going to see that. Hades going to put the Goat into the Inkwell. Grandma Tala going to trade into the Snake. So now our McDuck Manor is a lot safer.
We do have the Fox. We also have the Dock. Unfortunately, you can't. If you want the full value from the Dock, you got to discard the rest of your hand. So the Crab will go into the Manor. We will bounce the Fox, or the Crab with the Fox. This is another sequence very popular. The Crab, upon leaving play, will give Challenger to Madam Imp Fox. Madam Imp Fox, then a 7-strength Challenger will banish that McDuck Manor. A fantastic sequence.
Yeah, really, really nice and efficient. And we're able to ink the Strength and play down the Dock for a refresh. Really nice.
That he misplayed there. I think you quest with the Crab, because the Crab leaving and the Crab coming back is enough to power up the Fox, so DKP lost a lore that he could have gained there.
Like, it's got to be tempting, because if DKP gets to 17, then it's only a couple of Goat bounces away, but...
It's so tough. I mean, you do have the removal for the Fox.
I think we're seeing it.
It looks like we're singing it. Hades now. We're getting the full chorus of Disney villains here. Baker.
A full chorus of them. Liam, I wish you to join me in 3, 2, 1. Be prepared. Oh, mate, I am honored to have been a part of that.
That was
I'm
delightful.
so glad I got you to sing.
Life goal complete.
But the response was indeed a Merlin Goat and a Diablo. We immediately got to 16 lore, courtesy of the Here I Come ability, which is what's on the Goat.
It's a fun little name.
It very well won't matter, but...
Not a lot of help here. There's a couple cards which allow you to draw...
Yeah, Manor has 9 health, but he challenged with Fox, or no, he challenged with Crab, and then he plays Fox, picks up Crab, which is enough for the Fox to kill it, because that's 10 in total, but he replays the Crab anyway, so replaying the Crab would give the Fox 10 attack on its own, so he could have quested with the Crab first, and he kind of grimaced a little bit when he replayed the Crab, so I think he realized that he misplayed.
That's true. I do have to mention one fun play. That Cannons doesn't seem super useful here. However, one of the ways that the winner of that third-party tournament with this deck won is by double cannonsing his own Goat to remove it from play.
Oh, mate, there is nothing like B-prepping your own Goat for game. I did that against Kendall Burdett. Shout out to Kendall, another fantastic player in the Lorcana community. Down goes another Tala.
Take a look at another 2. We do have a Super Goof there.
Super Goof with those super peanut powers. When you challenge, you gain 2 lore. Really nice burst potential.
So it does have Rush, so an ability that may help here.
Play T-Po. Did we ink a card from that? I don't think we did. I think
Well, Fire the Cannon surprisingly valuable right now.
Got 1 card in hand, it looks like.
Back over to DK.
Yep, it's just
Because now the T-Po can't clean up the Diablo.
A use for the cannons.
Yep, there you go. DKP at 18 lore. This Goat, what was the card in hand? It was a character. He just flashed it.
It is a shark.
It's a shark.
I believe.
A shark? Oh, right. You mean Kurt's hand. Sorry, I meant DKP.
Oh, DKP. No, I did not see it. I'm sorry.
I was going to say,
really?
Really?
It's flashing again. Oh, very, very quick. We got a quick peek. I didn't see it. Might have been another Goat, though. I'm not positive.
Goat's always going to get DKP to 19 lore. You have to answer it this turn. But if you don't answer the Diablo as well, then that's a GG. This is not looking good for Kurt Spice. I have to be honest, DKP 2 lore away from winning this round 5 match, and that would take him to 4-1 and only 1 win away from day 2. But if Kurt Spice can do something about it, he certainly will.
He's taking a look, seeing what's in the discard pile, the odds of what's left in the deck, trying to think of what outs there are available.
And what is available? We've used a couple of B preps, a Pirate's Life.
Yeah, he's wishing he took the Super Goof now.
Pretty good.
that Super Goof would
losing the Tipo, not being able to clean up the Diablo here is the big problem. If he had the Super Goof, he'd be okay for one more turn anyway.
But at the same time, the GOAT's going to go to 19, and then DKP. We're running Cobras. We've already seen that. I think there might be White Roses in the list as well. Let me confirm that. No White Rose, but Cobras and GOATs, obviously.
It's a long shot.
So I don't think I think you want Pirates Life here to make yourself feel a little bit better about this game. We're going to sail.
How far I'll go. How far I'll go. Now we're not gonna. If we play the how far I'll go, we're not gonna have the ink for the Pirate's Life.
Yep.
That's the problem. Running low on resources here.
You might have to sing it.
We can sing it.
I mean, you have to sing it and hope for B prep at this point.
A Pirate's Life would take it to 16 though.
Yeah, if we can find Pirate's Life, great.
On the Maui Shark, so banish that. And so again, playing to the outs here. I mean, when you look at this, usually GOAT represents game on board. If you're at 18, now he's going to quest to 19. If that GOAT's removed or it's quest, then it's game. But Pirate's Life would allow you another turn. That GOAT's going to banish itself, going to challenge into that Grammatala trade there. Now
the location's good. Oh, and he top decks the Cobra.
And there's the Cobra. We talked about it. Oh, there's so many cards which get you instant lore here. And what a fantastic finish there. I don't know how long DKP was sitting on that Cobra, wondering when he was going to have to play it.
Not long. He showed us only the one fire the cannons in hand at one point,
That's
right?
True,
and it was that library that helped dig towards, I think, the second Cobra, or maybe he drew it that turn. A quick shout out to Kurt's makeup there. Is fully in cosplay today as Jack Skellington. A fantastic outfit. Hopefully we'll be able to get some pictures of that to release to the community later. But just a huge hats off to both
big win for
players.
DKP.
There's another handshake. DKP now 4-1 in the Swiss rounds of the World Championship. Has
Take a look at the standings.
One match win to secure his own place in the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, what a fantastic performance.
So Ed wins, Zach wins. Not sure who Contra Drago is. DKP wins. Mo Shambler wins. Sailor wins. Sailor beat Frank Karsten. We're waiting on the outcome for Wonderland. 9001 wins. The Rat wins. Patrick Cote. Oberon.
Yeah, I mean, like, rotation's coming. We still don't know what's rotating and what's not. But if you want to have some fun with the NC before that time comes, then this appears to be the time to do it. So, yeah, a huge congratulations to DKP. Commiserations to Kurt Spice, another player that I've done some secret testing with in various clubs. A really fantastic guy, a fantastic player. I would love to see him secure his top spot over the weekend. And now he is, like, he's playing for all or nothing now. There are 2 rounds left. He is now 3-2. 4-2, so he needs 2 wins. No, 3-2, so he needs 2 wins to secure it. Math, numbers are hard.
Public math is not my strong suit either. I'm number of rounds.
Nonetheless, he can't lose anymore is the point that we're making.
But still in the running,
yeah,
which is super important. I would like to see all of these players make the top cut. Honestly, they're all such wonderful people.
28 cutting to top 28.
Cutting to top 28. Let's do it single bracket from that point on. But no, yeah, 2 wonderful players, and I'm excited to see where Kurt goes on from here. And DKP, because I think he still needs to win 1 more as well.
Yeah, DKP still needs 1 more win to secure the top 8. Kurt's going to need 2 more. Can't afford a single match loss over the remainder of the day. But what a day it's been. It's been a long day. Our players are probably feeling tired, the mental stress, and obviously there's a lot to play for here today. So again, just want to give my respects to everybody that's playing Lucana today.
Yeah, and what a fantastic format. Triple Deck Constructed is too. What a showcase for all of you. Every single game, every single game that we've seen is different. We've not seen the same game twice, which is a lot of fun. And one of the fun things about this format for me too is from what the games that you've all seen here and we've all gotten to watch is there are a couple different philosophies going into this, and we even heard this during the interviews. Some players saying, I'm just going to bring the best decks, the decks that I know how to pilot, and the strongest lineups that we thought we would see. And then a couple, more than a couple actually, players like Ely saying, you know what, I'm going to take a completely rogue build and go the opposite approach, and both are succeeding. We saw a traditional lineup against Ely, a rogue lineup, both playing for that cut in. I haven't seen how Ely's done. Well, we haven't played that round. That was this round. We saw 2 games this round.
Yeah, because we saw two. You got 2 matches this round. We got
bonus
to see,
Lorcana.
Yeah, we got to see some bonus Lorcana. So I'm looking forward to. I'm off after. I'm on a break after this. I'll be back for round 7, but I'm going to spend some time going around and try and get caught up on who's secured, how many other players have their 5 wins, who is it, who's looking for 1 more, who's out of contention. I want to know.
Me too. Because again, every one of these players is fantastic. And what are you excited to see? what struck you the most so far after going into Triple Deck Constructed, based on what your expectations were? I mean, is there something that really surprised you so far?
I am moderately surprised that the vast majority of what we've seen so far has been pretty on the meta. Don't get me wrong, there's been exceptions. The Amber Sapphire absolutely sticking out as a less popular deck, and hey, I love to see that. But maybe that's just been what we've seen today. Again, I'm looking forward to being able to see every single deck list. I want to know what wacky stuff is out there, and hopefully some of it will make its way over to day 2. There's hope for racers yet, Liam.
I know,
I'm hoping for racers. But that being said, I can't wait to hear from DKP. We're going to throw it back over to Rebecca in the interview area. Take it away, Rebecca.
We are here with DKP. Congrats on that round 5 win. You are now 4-1. How are you feeling? 1 win away from possibly making it to day 2.
Oh, I feel great. One more, just one more, and I'm in. Oh.
One more. Yes, you should feel excited. That was a great win. You had your Ruby Sapphire deck benched. Is that something that you expected today? I know that's a deck that you're really well known for in the community.
Yeah, the thing is, normally you don't bench the supposedly one-trick deck of someone. You need to bench what is really good right now for your lineup, right? And yeah, Kurt and I tested together for an entire week, so he knew that his decks were quite good against mine. And he tried to avoid playing the Ruby Sapphire Mirror, where I'm a bit more knowledgeable. And yeah, that's why he did it. I wouldn't say he banned it because I'm a Ruby Sapphire player, but he just banned it because both of his other decks were really good against my aggro decks. Yeah, and it worked out for me.
Yes, it did work out for you. Now, that game 3 that we watched on the feature match, that you were playing Amethyst Steel, the win with the Cobra, do you feel like there was a turning point in that game for you?
Yes, the turn when where Kurt played a second Shark, he could have, of course, be prepped, but the thing is then he be-preps his own board, or rather he, I think he would have lost against a Pete, but I didn't have any Petes. I had, yeah, exactly the board to deal with the Shark. Like I had the Crab and Genie and Strength with 5 characters to deal with both. So that was like the turning point. And of course he prepped me afterwards, but I'm like, sure, I could refill the board, and yeah, just went to 20 slowly. And also the other crucial point was that I drew into the Yensid engine. My mulligan was actually, since you didn't see it, only 1 card, and it was a dog. I just wanted an Ingable because in my hand I already had a 1-cost Broom, 2 Yensids, and a 2-cost Broom, and a few 1-drops. So I was being able to go like the curve where you go Broom, Yensid, then a 1-drop, and then another Broom or Yensid. Depends on how much board Kurt has. If he goes for like a Halfago, I can quest immediately, and yeah, so many small things. But yeah, in the end it worked out with the Brooms.
It did. Yeah, I was so excited to see Brooms being played here at Worlds. I think that Brooms are a favorite of the community, and it worked out well for you in this round. Congrats again on your 4-1 record. Good luck to you the rest of the day, and we will have more exciting matches to come and hopefully see some more players make it to day 2.
Illumineers, welcome back to the booth in the very first Disney Lorcana World Championship. I'm Liam, and I'm joined for the first time today by JD Quest. JDZ Quest, I'm so excited to be in the booth with you. How are you doing today?
I cannot tell you how excited, over the moon I am. I'm kidding. For the last 2 hours, I've just been over there asleep. You know, there's absolutely nothing going on.
Is that how you lock in? You've been locked in all day.
I've been sleeping there's nothing going on. There's no excitement here. I mean, it's not like the greatest players in the world are locked into the dojo over there, getting it in, getting active, and I'm telling you right now, I saw that Sisu come off the top of that deck, and I almost fell out of my chair. It's been some incredible matches today. We've been truly, truly favored, and I cannot tell you how motivated I am to get into this beautiful round number 6.
Yeah, some incredible matches, some incredible moments, incredible players. Now, I've been in the booth here last round and a little bit before that. You've had the chance to wander the floor a little bit, see what's going on. What's it like out there right now?
Let me tell you, you walk through, you're talking about sweaty, okay? You talk about tension. You talk about people, you talk about people who are fighting with everything that they have. I'm talking, you can look on these players' faces and there is just so much joy and turmoil and just suspense. You can cut the tension with an absolute knife on that playing field. I can't describe it. Words cannot describe it. It is palpable out on the playing floor right now.
Cut it with a stolen scimitar. So as you might say, those players, as a famous broadcaster I know says, they're all locked in.
Absolutely, and laser focus on an entirely new level. But we have another round of high-impact Disney Lorcana action coming your way, and I believe we're going to get the fans involved again. That's you at home watching this tournament right now. You're going to get to decide what round we're going to be playing. So we have a cast of characters coming your way. Liam, I'm sure you want to bring it in.
No, absolutely. So we're going to get to that format in just a second. The pairings are coming up, and they're actually going to pick which you all vote on. But first, let's take a look at the format.
That's right,
because if you are a Disney Lorcana fan and you're joining us here for the first time this round, we need to talk about Triple Deck Constructed. This is a fascinating format because it's not your typical core constructed format. Normally when you go to an event, you build a deck, you bring it, and that's the deck that you pilot from start to finish. But in Triple Deck, you actually have to build and bring 3 decks. And you have to represent all 6 ink colors in your lineup, which means there's 15 different possibilities, 15 different ways you can tackle this tournament, and there's more to it than that. What happens when you sit down at the table, JDZ?
You have to, then you have the opportunity to bench. And this is my favorite part about the Triple Deck Constructed format, the benching aspect, because that adds another tremendous layer to this. If there's a deck you don't want to play, Liam, you can just get it out of there. You
No
don't
steal.
Have to see it.
I never want to see steal.
And I thought I wouldn't see steal, but I've seen more steal today than I had originally intended. So you get the opportunity to ban your opponent's deck, and then, but if you lose, you can keep that deck if you want, but you have the opportunity to switch to your other non-bench deck to play that following round. So I think it adds a lot of intrigue. I think it adds a lot of decision-making, a lot of thought, a lot of testing, because this meta is brand new. There are a lot of elements that are involved in this game, in this format, that people really had to take a lot of time to get into the lab with their training partners and their testing teams and really come up with the best unique strategy. Some people decided, hey, let's keep it simple and play the best possible decks, and I think that is a very viable strategy. But others said, let's dip into the spice bag a little bit and see if I can come out with something that gives me a unique edge in this very special format. So I'm glad to see both things happening, and I'm excited to see how this thing is going to shake down. Liam, what do you think about this triple deck?
I mean, I love it so much. I was talking with Baker about this beforehand, and the wonderful thing about it from a viewer perspective is every single game that we see is different. We are not going to see the same game twice all day unless 2 people happen to bring the same decks and they pair into each other.
The pin that the announcers are winning or wearing, I think it's a pin of the Enchanted Art Whole New World.
We've seen Ludwig von Drake played in the competitive setting here, which everybody was really excited about, but never played because that ink combination of Amber Sapphire isn't super popular. But that this format opening up that card to be played. Also, characters like Thunderbolt, a really fun card with Puppy Shift. We've seen that played in a competitive setting, and who would have thought in the World Championship that you would see those 2 cards in that color pairing?
And then, but tomorrow we come back with day 2.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a pin that's real hard to find.
Here live on this stream are already qualified for day 2. We're picking Triple Deck Constructed back up again, and we're going to start. We got Edmund Chu and DKP already set up, situated, ready to go, punch their ticket. We're going to have more players being decided in this next round, decided by you, the viewers at home, to see who's going to also punch their ticket into the day 2. I'm so ready for that.
That's true. Sometimes we pick the matches. Sometimes You pick the matches, and we're ready to show you which matches you get to choose right here. Oh my goodness, there are some heavyweights here, some fantastic players. In the first match, you have Zach Bivens, a player that anybody who's played Lorcana is familiar with. He navigated his way through the SEAL tournament very well. This player is innovative, and everybody knows Bivens, the people's champion, as some people call him, against Luca
Didn't you
Lazara.
just get that pin recently?
And in second place, the second match, we have Mo Shamblin, another player who finished very well in Vegas, backed in the North American Championship, qualifying for here against Pierre-Marc Duguay, a player who is known as Sailor in many circles, and he's very, very popular for his Ruby Sapphire builds.
For sure.
And these players know each other well. This is another kind of North American matchup, but it will
I
be
gotcha.
Canada on America.
Respect the
here,
hustle.
you get to see this.
And then on, we also can choose Lucas Kaupa and Kurt Spice, the player we just saw on the stream. We saw both of these players being featured on the stream earlier in the Swiss portion of the tournament. And then we have Diego Saz and Sean Leong are going to wrap up the last pick. So make sure you guys get your phones out, get your computer fingers ready, and be prepared to select the match you want to see. There are some incredible matchups. I think we'll be truly honored to host any of these, and I'm sure all these players will come up and give a great show to everyone. But find your favorite player and get involved and tell us who you want to see. So I believe the voting should be opening soon, and then we're going to get this thing underway. Lynn, which match would you pick if you had the choice?
Any of these, any of these. There's some players we haven't seen yet. There's some players we have. Any of these matches would be fantastic. So if you have a favorite player following, put his number in the chat. If there's a match that a player you just haven't seen yet, put his number in the chat. There's no wrong answer here. With that, though, I know a lot of you at home are eager to see how everybody's faring, what the standings are like, who's qualified for day 2 across the board. So we're going to show you right now. And you see right here the top 10 players. Number 1, Edmund Chu there, 5-0. He is the only player to qualify for day 2 so far. But we have a bevy of players at 4-1 here. One more win will get them into day 2. That's Zach Bivens, Elie Vipierre, players that we've seen already on stream, DKP, Din Cam Pham, and Luca Lazara. And one of those matches there, that Luca Lazara versus Zach Bivens, that win.
Yeah, Mo versus Sailor would be my pick too.
Oh, I misspoke earlier. I thought DKP got on that last round.
I want to see Sailor on stream.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
He's still alive and well.
I like Mo too, but I want to see Sailor rep Canada and play on stream.
All these Lumineers are still in a very good standing to make it into that day 2, but Edmund Chu is the only one to currently punch his ticket until tomorrow. So make sure you guys get ready. I love this, man. I am so excited. I can't contain myself.
You all can't see him right now, but he's like jumping up and down in the booth here. It's pretty fun to watch. I have to make a fun little note here. Lucas Kaupa, one of the players that you have a chance to vote on. I made a prediction, JDZ, at the start of the day. You all 4 of you on the left side of that prediction bracket took all the fun decks, like the meta decks, and you left me with all of the steel decks and some other fun ones.
Hey, it's okay. But hey, Liam, I just heard. Hey, it's time. We got the predictions are in. It's time to see who we're going to get, and the vote has decided. We want Luca, Lazara, and Zach Bivens are going to come back in. So let's do it. Core constructed Zach Bivens versus Luca Lazara. Could we ask for a better matchup? I believe this is going to be a win and in. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the match, whoever wins this is going on into day 2, and whoever loses will have another chance at it. Look, we'll have another chance at it, Leo.
That's true. Like, both of these players can win it in. They have another shot if they don't make it, but that's the match that we're going to watch, and it's really, really exciting. You know, when a lot is on the line, this is the moment that these players have been playing for, this chance to win one game and then get their way in the top cut. Again, both fantastic players. I do want to give Luca Lazara his due, because we talked a lot about Zach Bivens. Luca Lazara, a player from Italy, fantastic player, finished 3rd in the EU Continental Championship. He is a player of other TCGs. He's Lorcana is not his first.
Yeah, I'm a Bivens fan.
His favorite Lorcana card is Maleficent Dragon.
It's crazy that he was like -- in Swiss in like 4 different challenges, and then didn't get in until the North America.
So ready for that too.
North America tournament, I think.
And I'm so I can't even say. But Maleficent Dragon, I'm looking forward to Fabled. I'm looking forward to that. But what's happening right here,
so Ed has a bye since he's already through, so he doesn't have to play, and then I guess the bottom seed gets a bye.
So we're going to take a look here in a moment and see what these players are playing before they get to the table.
And then
as they get to the table, though, we're going to be put on the spot again.
We need to get some more people to 5 wins. We'll see. I'd be curious to see if there's somebody who gets in on breakers, like if there aren't 8 people that get to 5 wins, how that'll work out.
They gave you guys Tuk Tuk. Okay.
That's true. We did get Tuk Tuk.
That is a bit unfair. I did see that. I didn't know Tuk Tuk either. That was a bit unfair.
But it looks like Zan can't make it.
Make us feel a little bit better.
You can't keep me away from the fun. A character that loves fun.
You can't keep me away from the fun. We got to get deep because they went set 4 Tuk Tuk on us.
Yeah.
You can't keep me. You cannot keep me away from the fun. Like I'm gonna be
getting 3-0 or 2-1 in the sealed part seems like it made a huge difference in the trajectory of the overall performance of the tournament. Which I mean makes sense. You can't really throw away the first 3 rounds of any tournament, but to get to 5 wins and 3 rounds being in the sealed part makes it tough, because like if you only got 1 win, you have to literally go perfect in the 3-deck format to still make top 8.
I like it. Just let's let it unpack it.
There's a whole sequence of characters in Shimmering Skies where Kronk is a like doorman, and he's keeping out a whole bunch of villains, and they're behind the velvet rope, and they're all trying to get in to the party, and so they're all standing there, and Kronk's keeping them all at bay. I wonder if it's one of them.
Yeah, the first round of sealed was really good. It was Zan and Frank Karsten, and like the games were pretty epic, but the other ones are kind of a snooze. They were not exciting. I think that like on one hand I get the argument about sealed being interesting, but on the other hand, you know, to say that you're good at every kind of play, but on the other hand, I think that like sealed just kind of like is a snooze fest.
Okay, let's lock it in.
Oh no! Oh, that should have been an easy one. That's a meta. They gave us a meta card this time.
Oh no! Okay.
Every single Amber Steel player out there is in the chat right now, just yelling.
We got redemption. We got a redemption arc. We got 2 more coming our way. Okay. Okay, we got a chance to redeem ourselves, but escape artist, you can't keep me away.
I know.
Maybe we could have pieced that one together, and it was not Shimmering Skies.
No, it's not Shimmering Skies, and also a great flavor text, because Lilo was back from your
they had I think 16 packs to make their deck, so they have a lot, but still.
Okay, when it comes to magic spells, proper pronunciation is key. When it comes to magic spells, proper pronunciation is key. This has gotta be a Merlin.
That's immediately where my mind went.
It's gotta be.
Pockety, wackety, whack, odds and ends, and brick and brack.
When it comes to magic spells,
yeah, DKP and Kurt, yeah, very funny that they were like reversed on the decks that they were playing. I think that, you know, potentially it was winnable either way.
Well, so okay, here's the thing, because it's not.
It wasn't a blowout, that's for sure.
Proper pronunciation.
You might be right, huh?
Meaning that seems to relate to like the card title. So maybe perhaps. It's
like a spell book? No way to give me a spell book. It's not an item. Come on. Do I didn't have flavor? I'm locking in Merlin.
Does Visions have flavor text? No.
I'm locking in or is it Arthur the
We'll see if DKP looks like he's probably going to make top 8. He's got 2 rounds to get 1 win.
Arthur, the student. Arthur, he bounces back. No.
The enchanted what is
he's the enchanted one.
Yeah. I'm locking in Merlin. There it is. Merlin.
I don't remember if like Visions has flavor text.
No surprise that Ed is the first one to make the lock for top 8.
Merlin, lock it in.
Sword in the Stone here, we're both on.
Here we go. Come on.
Oh no!
Donald Duck. I'm so bad. Oh,
so
my job.
Funny though. It's so funny because Donald Duck, you know, the way he talks sometimes, pronunciation is so funny. What a fun card with brilliant art by Brazilian artist Ari Welly, a fantastic artist who did the Dingle Hopper in set 1. Coming in with this card.
Okay. We got one more, Liam. We got one more, and we got to get
I'm bad at this game, apparently.
I'm terrible. I thought I was good at this. I've been reading so many cards. And here we go. One more. All right. Even a frightened lion still has claws.
Prince John Frady Cat?
That's got to be. If that's not... If this... Liam...
Could be Teeth and Ambitions. I don't know.
Okay. But just to spread the field a little bit, you go Prince John, I'll say Scar, but I'm pretty confident that this is Prince. If this is not Prince John, I'm walking out of here. Okay? I'm walking out of here.
Yes! And I even got the sub name right.
Let's go.
Is that redemption? Is that redemption? 1 out of 3 to the right?
Let's go.
I'm so glad I got 1.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that Ed was putting in reps. He said that he was training with Kurt, so that's or no, DKP was training with Kurt, my bad. Yeah, Ed was doing a lot of training
Seat backs are up.
I think that
flying off 50,000.
his strategy of picking 3 meta decks, like the most meta decks, makes sense because in the grand finals, like if you think that your trajectory is that you're going to make the grand finals, that you need to win with all 3 decks, that you don't want to have, you know, a dummy deck that only is good because you can ban steel, because in the finals you can't ban anything. So you gotta be able to get through with all your decks.
Oh dear.
No, but I did see Zach playing a little bit early. He got he's got a little bit of surprise there. Hopefully this deck does not get benched because it is super Spice Factory.
Yeah, so we've seen Zach's decks before. We're taking a look at. I like to look at the camera here, my co-caster, but we're taking a look here to take a look at the deck list to make sure we know what we're playing here. So on the one side, we do have Lucas here on the the Amber Steel deck. This looks like a fairly low to the ground deck. We see Rhino in here, Vinny Green Pigeon, a fun card that's made an appearance in the meta recently. Shout out to Knives Nerd Corner, who loves pigeons and been waiting for them for 7 sets. Additionally, he's playing then, it looks like it's the items list here. So we have Ruby Sapphire items, and then that leaves his last list to be Iago, Madame Fox, Magic Broom. So hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Uh-oh.
Hold on a second.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hold on a second.
Uh-oh. This is going to be a little bit
This is some spice.
This is spice?
This is spice, okay.
This is
all right, hold on.
Yeah, this is... We're not doing it. We're not doing that.
Blue-green.
Blue-green, just call it. It's Sapphire and
Emerald Sapphire.
Emerald Sapphire.
Emerald Sapphire.
Okay, we're not gluing over here.
Here's the thing.
What about glue? Can we do a glue? We'll shop it. We're working around.
We'll workshop it. Workshop in the chat. Let us know what we're calling this color combo. But no, you see Lucky. So here's the thing. You see Lucky Dom, you automatically think the Ruby Sapphire items list. That's where its home has.
So far, I haven't seen anyone play Blurple, and it seemed like Blurple would be a for sure deck to see if you could ban Steel. It's like Steel Song, pretty much the worst deck for that. So as long as you could always ban Steel Song, I think Blurple would be good, but it seems like people have shied away from picking it, which is interesting.
And so with that, with Amber Steel, and then with the glue list. Nope. I tried it. It didn't work.
It's not working.
Didn't feel good. That leaves you with Ruby Amethyst there on the other side. Luca Lazar with the actions variant of that list. So a little bit of spice here. Not as spicy as some of the others, but definitely a little bit of spice. And this will be a lot of fun to see what Zach chooses to ban here. It's a very interesting choice.
All right, well, with that, let's go ahead and get to know our players. We have Luca Lazara here, EU Championship, 3rd round. Favorite deck is Ruby and Amethyst. Favorite Disney character is Maleficent. Maybe you got some Maleficent in the deck. Maybe worked it in. Who knows? I like that pose as well. Very dynamic. Coming all the way in from Italy, trying to punch his ticket into day number 2. All right, but let's get to know Zach Bivens as well. NA Championship Top 8. Everyone knows Mr. Bivens' favorite deck, Amethyst and Steel, enjoys skydiving. And we saw this player a little bit early on the stream. Tell me something about Zach Bivens that you kind of learned over the time.
Zach Bivens is just a wonderful player, wonderful person. He often travels to these Lorcana events with his family. One of my favorite moments in Lorcana so far is his family, his young daughter, watching him place in the North American Championship and make the top cut on stage out there in Disneyland in California. So wonderful player, fantastic person. And this, again, just a battle of heavyweights here. Luca Lazaro representing Italy in the Italian contingent here. Several players coming over from Italy. Very large and dynamic Lorcana community over there. A lot of really skilled players. And of course, we had several challengers over there as well. So this should be a fantastic match. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is a win-in for both of them.
For sure. And you'd be surprised because there is a glue deck coming in from Mr. Bivens' side as well. I want to see that mirror. I think that could just be a bit obnoxious, but it could be quite cool. As Zach Bivens also is playing a little bit of Ruby and Amber for everyone out there watching at home with the patent pending Amethyst Steel to complete that color group. So fantastic decks, fantastic players. I am ready. The players are getting ready. Right now, they're just taking a little bit of time to kind of go over each other's deck list because this is open deck list all day and into tomorrow. So just keep that in mind as the players have a few moments to kind of go through those decks. If they have any questions, they can bring it up to the staff and they'll be able to, answer those questions right away. So everyone has an has knowledge, but certainly these players at this point understand what all the entire available card pool are.
Yeah, so here they are scanning the deck list again. If you're new to Triple Deck Constructed, these players have some time to familiarize themselves with their opponent's deck list again, taking a look at the names, figuring out these deck script. Of course, these have been public knowledge for a bit of time, so players have had a chance to take a look for spice and figure out what each player is doing. You know, there's some players who actually went through and made last night a very specific plan for each individual player. Frank Karsten, for example, wrote out everybody's list and he created you know, his preferred band for each player. But here's a fun story. He actually created, so he created a preferred band for each player, and then he created probabilities using like hypergeometric math to figure out which deck he should play first, and rolls a dice every single match to see which deck he takes onto the play or into the draw in game one. It's fascinating. And then other players, of course, going with like the auto ban of steel or colors they're hoping to avoid.
That's a very interesting thing, and I would love to sit down and pick some of these Illumineers' brains to kind of figure out what their game plan was individually, because every person I've spoken to so far has had a different, unique approach of how they went through this process of what decks they were going to bring, what decks they were going to ban, what decks they were going to have on the play draw, and all of their strategies that went into this thing, because this hopefully is something that is quite sustainable throughout the community, even on the local level, even on, you know, maybe that we can have a smaller tournament that can be a 3-deck, triple deck constructed format. I think that could be very cool as the players are making their decisions now for what to ban.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. We don't get to see the ban every single match, but it's interesting here watching these players kind of puzzle through which way they want to go. Zach won the die roll there, so he will be on the play in game one most likely. Well, most certainly. And so Zach may or may not change his decision on what to ban here. Probably not, but both players here are thinking about it and trying not to give away to their opponent what their game plan is.
Yeah, I think everyone has. I'm so glad that it's roll the dice, then decide, because that adds another layer of intrigue to it, as we are going to go ahead and ban that Amber Steel. Get the Steel out, and we're going to ban Ruby Amber. What do you think about that, Liam?
I mean, surprising but not surprising. I think Steel is usually kind of an auto ban, but that Ruby Amber deck can go fast. It's a very aggressive deck, and on the play, it's sometimes a deck which has a very, very high probability of winning with a diverse range of draws. So I'm actually not surprised. A lot of these players are expecting, when they bring in this green Steel deck with this Emerald Steel deck into another lineup, they're kind of
some interesting choices. Their decks are a little more diverse than some of the other ones that we've seen.
And then they're more control deck.
We're going to see blue-green, which I'm not a blue-green fan in general, but it's nice to see some different stuff here.
Deck that can almost steal a win, guaranteed on the play.
For sure. I think, but I never would have guessed in 1,000 years and 1,000,000 lifetimes, Liam, that someone
I think that purple steel should be a pretty free win into blue-green here.
Of the world championship. I don't
That's
know
why they're playing. You weren't here, right?
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. I never would have guessed. You think you know everything, but apparently sometimes you just don't. But it looks like we could potentially be getting a gleam. We gotta come up with a cool name for this strategy, the Emerald and Sapphire strategy. We could potentially get a mirror, and that could take the rest of this tournament to get that mirror resolved, as items all over the place, inking and doing the thing all over the place. Bivens locked in on another level. Luca locked in, taking a sip. Oh man, this is intense. These players are playing for it all right now.
Yeah, this is a super interesting deck. This deck has items for days, and some items that we haven't seen for quite a while. There's cards like Radigan's Marvelous Trap, which reduce lore. There's Signed Contract in here, which punish singing. What are some other interesting items? Galactic Communicator, a one of in this deck. It's a card that we haven't seen played terribly much, but finding a home in these Emerald Sapphire, colors are hard, Emerald Sapphire items list. Some of the other cards in here are a bit familiar. You know, Oswald, Cloud Kicker, a lot of cards that we've seen before, but a lot of fun here. And Merlin's Carpet Bag, which I'm not going to lie, JDZ, I'm going to look up right now because
it's a 5 cost, uninkable. You can exert it, pay 1 ink, I believe, and then you can get an item back from your discard pile.
Oh man, item recursion.
That is it. So that thing it's just a value synergy machine on its own. I believe it's pay 2 or pay 1. I got to look at it again. It's a card you don't see. So we have been studying, okay? But these players clearly have gotten to the bottom of this card pool, and they know. You have to pay 1 to go ahead and bring another item back from your discard to your hand. Cool card.
As you watch, I'm going to count items here just because I'm curious.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's get a deep count. And you at home watching, how many items do you think are going to be in both of these
I think that the Emerald Sapphire items list beats the red blue item list, which is probably why it's here. But I can't see it beating purple steel. like the aggro deck should just eat this thing alive if he just like plays aggressively here. But then it's going to be potentially like blue-green versus blue-green for the next match, which will be interesting because like the blue-green items might be the blue-green not items. I don't know what Zach's version is.
In this deck, if I count it right, at the very least, close to half this deck is items, and you're going to see that in this board state here. If this game goes long, just piles of items out there, like an antique shop, everywhere. And the interesting thing is, there's so many triggers that pile up, so many actions that you need to take when other items or other items enter play or things happen, that you really develop this significant engine which can allow you to manipulate the board, manipulate your opponent's lore, do all kinds of shenanigans. Zach's plan, I think you're exactly right, JDZ. He's going to be forced to kind of race ahead, and that's what these Amethyst Steel decks want to do. They want to gain lore quickly early, and then you start to close out the game with your instant lore game later on, like your Giant Cobras and your Goats, White Roses perhaps, and there's other shenanigans as well. But there we go, turn 1 from Zach Bivens. It's the Diablo Obedient Raven on the board, and we're off to the races.
I like that. And I think another interesting wrinkle that will come up in this game is going to be the card Oswald, Lucky Rabbit. How lucky can that rabbit be? When you have a super majority of items in your deck, if that thing can hit multiple times, you start putting workshops into play, you start putting lucky dimes into play, you start putting popsicles into play for free, this thing can get loose very, very quickly. But Oswald can also miss. It's a very volatile situation there. So I'm interested to see how Oswald works for this match, and I'll be watching that with great intent as Mr. Bivens is only holding on to one cost character. You'd like to see more of that if you could.
Yeah, oftentimes in this deck, we saw it in the last round, going 1 on turn 1, 2 on turn 2 is a strategy that a lot of players pursue. In fact, I talked to when I was
interested why he plays Calhoun over Smee here.
That was the key to victory, was being able to go wide early. Zach instead dropping a Calhoun here. It's an uninkable, so you'll have to play it eventually. This is a card that gains you 2 lore and it banishes another character in a challenge. Now,
like, he's probably not going to play characters for a while, so getting the Smee down seems really good.
Items off the top deck, but when you're facing a Calhoun, which can challenge into it and give your opponent 2 lore, that becomes a lot less appealing.
Right. But I would never exert, if I could, I would never exert that Oswald. Granted, he does only have 1 in the willpower. He is very frail and fragile to the steel removal that you have to be cognizant of that. But I'm never putting that Lucky Rabbit exerted until it is time to literally win the game. As we bring the Giant Cobra down to the Inkwell, that is the Hidden Ink Caster is going to be deployed by Luca. That is just going to basically make every card in your hand now inkable, which is huge because this deck does have a pretty high inkability rating. So, and it also draws a card, so it will synergize quite well with the Bell Apprentice Inventor. I think you can banish that to get it back with Tamatoa later on.
Yeah, another Cloud Kicker off the top deck for Luca Zazara. He'll be able to manipulate the board state a little bit, kick probably that Diablo back if he plays it, but probably not the ideal play here. Luca thinking through his lines so that Inkcaster will make everything in his hand inkable.
For sure. And this deck can run into those inkability issues, and that is a problem. But the Emerald will allow you to play a higher inkability in your deck, especially when you're playing Fishbone Quill as well. So hand shuffling here, going into your second turn play, maybe you're thinking about getting that Fishbone Quill active now, or maybe is that a workshop that I see? No, it is not.
Can't tell just yet. Taking a look, I think I do see a workshop there in the middle, but Cloud Kicker into the Inkwell, and we will deploy that workshop. Workshop a card which will allow you to pay 1 ink every time you play an item, and we've already seen there's a lot of them in this deck to draw you an extra card. We've seen this card allow players to run away with games in previous matches, and it definitely do work here. But speaking of card draw,
the Rabbit Hippity Hoppity right on into the field of play. Merlin Rabbit, a card that's kind of fallen out of the meta, unfortunately, but he's back at it again, doing his thing onto the field of play, getting a nice quest in. Luca has no characters on the board. A Bell would have been nice to contest this early board, but Mr. Bivens, Zach Bivens, loaded up and kind of run away with this thing, Liam.
Well, and this is the game plan for this deck. There's other things he may have wanted to do on turn 3 instead of the White Rose, a fine card to play, but this deck needs to refill its hand in the mid game. It's very, very character heavy, and it wants to run kind of low to the ground initially and start building up a board presence, gathering lore. And if you're not able to string together a series of docks or put a rabbit into play to bounce around, or perhaps a genie to even get you an additional card, it can run out of gas fairly quickly. So getting this rabbit established is a pretty big deal at this point.
For sure. And Zach, I'm certain, knows the ins and outs of this deck. He knows it very confidently because he has this deck in his own rotation. So that might be something that a lot of players, maybe they didn't put the time in, getting the quality reps in versus this strategy coming into this. But Luca might be at a disadvantage there because you are on the draw, and all of your tricks of the trade are going to be well repped by Zach Bivens here.
quick sequence of actions there. Fishbone Quill being played for 3 ink. We'll pay an extra ink for that workshop, allow you to draw an extra card. And then with 4 items to play, we can exert all of them to play Scrooge McDuck for free. Luca Lazar will take a look at the top 4 cards and grab the popsicle out of there and put it in his hand.
Big tempo swing coming in as a rabbit is going to sing and a bounce. So you'll be able to clear the Scrooge, not using any of your ink, get a huge quest in, and then you can bounce it back with the snake, get another card back to your hand. That is beautiful, playing the Smee as well. So this board is getting untenable. You need to get to that Under the Sea soon, but you don't have any of your Sapphire Coils established just yet. You don't even have the ink to deploy.
Oh my goodness. And Palace Guard there. Spectral Sentry, I believe, coming down. It's a 1/4 with Vanish. Zach just going wide here, trying to close out this game quickly. This is his game plan, and keeping characters off the board, keeping Luca's characters off the board, incredibly important, allowing...
yeah, I mean, I feel like this game's already over.
That eventual singing, but Luca's getting that item engine going there, but it's just a little too slow at the moment.
Right, and if you had been on the play, maybe things would have been a little bit different. That Scrooge was just dispatched quite easily, and this board is massive, as we do find the sign the contract. Typically, that's going to be good just to kind of help you draw some cards with that Maurice's Workshop. No, it does gain some lore if a song is sang, but the Zeus has already done what it's going to do. So you're not going to get too much of that, but you can kind of cycle another card. But you need some characters. You need to find some bells. You need to get some bodies on the board to help fight back, or at least potentially singing Under the Sea to slow down Zach Bivens a bit.
No, and Zach has just had some of the answer for the one character that Luca was able to stick initially, and just not a lot available here for Luca.
For sure. And it does go that way sometimes. You do have the Cloud Kicker that you can develop this turn, but bouncing only to Diablo, how good is that? I believe you can also hit the Sentry as well, putting him back into the hand. So that will protect you from one lore, but is that even that good, Liam?
It's just not a lot of good options right now, unfortunately. And this was a tough matchup, I think, for Luca to begin with. This deck wants to take time to build up its resources. It wants to ramp, if it can. It wants to, draw a bunch of cards and then build its way into this big end game state. And unfortunately, Amethyst in this meta, and especially paired with cards like Smee, allow you to go really, really fast. And so Zach doing exactly what he wants to do in the play. But Luca here, playing to his outs. We're going to ink a card here with the Fishbone Quill. There's a Deceiver going into the Inkwell. And again, trying to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And just the problem is the End of the Sea, as you pointed out, JDZ, is kind of the answer to this right now. But you need to pair it with a Coil to address some of those 3-strength characters, and just not enough right now.
It's not going to be able to get it done, unfortunately, as Zach Bivens is in complete control of this game state. But you never say never. We've already seen some dramatic finishes happening here. So anything can happen. This is the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship. So I'm not counting anybody out, because a Tamatoa and a dime can turn this thing around in an instant. If you can manage to slow Zach Bivens down a little bit, you have to figure out a way to turn the corner.
Yeah, so Luca here evaluating his options, taking a look at what's available.
What's in that hand? I can't quite tell. Is there a lucky dime? No, we're going to get another rabbit going, bouncing back into the board, gaining another card, and we're just going to get all of those glimmers questing. Get them sideways, pile on the lore, put the pressure on, and just Under the Sea or bust. Can you even sing it this turn? I don't think it would do it for you. You got to do a lot more than Under Sea at this point.
Now, the Sapphire Coil would be extremely helpful. It was already on the board. I think we drew another hidden Incaster. That doesn't change the game state all that much. You do have that Sapphire Coil in hand, but it's in the hand. And so you need it on the board at this point. It looks like the players are scooping up their ink. And yeah, Luca just not with enough answers there. Zach moving way too fast, and Luca not able to accelerate as much as he would want to. So at this point, that Amethyst Steel deck will be retired. Zach will put it away into his deck box, into that beautiful Chapter 1 Elsa Spirit of Winter deck box.
I like that. I like that. I'm a big fan of that. Like I said, I like a little bit of Disney in my Lorcana. But we have this other deck box. It's probably the lucky deck box that's been around for a long time. That thing is battle-tested, battle-worn, and doing its thing still here at the World Championship. I love that. So now it will be on Luca to come back and even the scales a bit. I believe it's going to be Ruby Amethyst is going to be the next deck up, if I recall correctly, as Mr. Bivens is now going to be...
Yeah, I think that they struggle a bit because they might only have access to the same camera angles that we do. I don't know how big their monitor is, but yeah, they sometimes will talk about a card that's in a player's hand and it's not that card, or they'll say things that are Incorrect, but I guess
Keep in mind,
it's not a perfect setup.
If you did lose that initial round, for those of you at home that may not know, if you do lose that first round, you have the option to either stay with the deck that you lost with, or you have the option to change, depending on the situation. So I believe Luca has elected to change into the standby deck. It should be Ruby and Amethyst, and Zach Bivens is going to switch decks because you have to here. And it looks like he's going to be on the Sapphire and Emerald deck coming in for Zach Bivens.
A full display here what Sapphire Emerald can do. We're not going to give it a nickname. It's Sapphire Emerald. That's what we're going to call it.
Emerald, dude. Simmer.
So this one's a little different though. There's some of the same item cards here. It's not as item heavy as the other list. There's some other tech cards.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone wants Spessy to be here, especially Spessy.
Answer character there. We do have Lewis, the endearing alligator from Princess and the Frog. That's a 4/3. They can force an opponent, or give an opponent's character reckless, forcing it to challenge into you. Comes into play exerted. Some similarities: Hidden Incaster, Galactic Communicator, fun little tech cards.
So if red purple wins, we're gonna have to do a blue green mirror match for the round 3.
And a lot of the other same things. So it's an interesting list. I think this one runs a little bit faster than the list that Luca's running. Luca wanting to build that item engine. Zach having some of those item cards there, but not quite as many. A little more character heavy. So it'll be fun to see how this plays here. Zach, of course, will be on the draw this game. Luca on the play.
Absolutely, absolutely. I want to see that Emerald Coil put in some work, and I really want to see Oswald. I want to see that. I want to see that a little bit of the variance aspect. I want to see those Oswalds hit the board as we got one in hand coming in from Zach Bivens, as I think he might be hanging on to it. We got the Oswald and the Fishbone Quill already established. We have that bell. So let's see how he breaks this thing down. And I think this might be a deck that could be seen in your local stores at championships coming up here in a few weeks. So if you don't like this strategy, you don't like the way this deck plays, you better get used to it and try to find ways to start countering this thing now. Because after people are going to watch these decks, and they're going to take these things out for a spin for their own questing pleasure.
That is true, and you should, because a lot of them are really fun, and they're being played at Worlds.
Yeah.
You know, one card you mentioned, I just want to highlight a fun interaction here that we may see in a little bit. You mentioned the Emerald Coil. It's not a card that we've seen played terribly often. It does give one of your characters evasive each turn, and one of the things, whenever you put a card in your inkwell, one of the things these players are known to do is leverage that Oswald and then ink and protect the Oswald to give it evasive until the next turn. It's a really fun synergy that can keep that Oswald going turn after turn after turn, getting maximum value out of it. There's the fist bump, though. It looks like we're underway in Game 2.
Game 2, and on the approach, we'll get the Elsa down right away and get the Chernobog followers up. So you are playing those one-cost characters in your Ruby and Amethyst. Love to see it. Mr. Bivens on the approach, getting that big Tamatoa down to Inkwell right away. Quick pass back on over to Luca. They're coming out playing with some fury. I like the speed.
Yeah, I mean, both of these players knowing that if this game could go long based on these deck styles, and going into Game 3 with that item-heavy deck, time could be coming. Probably not. But both players know exactly what they want to do here, so they're playing very fast.
Absolutely, I like that. And they're just very in tune with these decks. Clearly, they put in a lot of reps, and they know exactly what the lines of play need to be and how to best accost the opposition. As we are going to get that Oswald up and active for the first time today. We see Oswald Lucky Rabbit. Who had that on their bingo card that you see Oswald here on stream in the World Championship?
It's a Disney Lorcana World Championship. I'm excited that Oswald's here. What a throwback. What a throwback.
I love it. I love it. I love it. As we get Library down on 3, which is a great counter to this strategy because it can give you some of that residual lore and also help increase the contents of your hand. Chernobog, Library. Can you think of a better combo? I'm probably going to think of 50.
There's a lot of great combos out there, but Chernobog's Followers in Library is one of them.
What?
Oh, and it hits the popsicle off the top of the deck. And a Galactic Communicator there.
Let's go.
Off the top of the deck as well. So there we go.
We are double hitting, and this Galactic Communicator is a very interesting card. You do have to exert it. You do have to banish it. You do have to pay some ink, but you can send a character back to the hand. There's a very interesting loop that you can do with the Galactic Communicator and a Tamatoa. You can continue to just bounce your Tamatoa over and over again and just keep resetting with Galactic Communicator. It's kind of a fun thing to do. Bit trolly, but still a good time, as it is coming into play for free, as Oswald just gained tremendous value there with double hits.
Did he? I'm looking at it. I don't see Oswald exerted. I don't know if we.
No, you don't have to quest. He just has to be there.
Oh, that's right.
When you ink, it just happens.
Brutal.
Yeah, it just happens, man. It's kind of good. He had his time in the sun when a card I will not mention is no longer part of our game. He was all over the place there for a moment in time, but it was a good time. As we are going to miss And we are going to hit again.
Oh, hidden Inkcaster come into play. No longer hidden, now it's fully in play, making everything inkable here. Those Oswalds doing work already. We do have a Cloud Kicker here, which is one of Emerald's favorite answers to Genie. So that's available to answer that. But as long as those Oswalds are sitting there clicking, getting cards into play for free, it's unfortunately something Luca couldn't get going last game. It definitely gives an advantage to Zach. This is a resource game, and when you can do 8, 9 inks worth of things on a turn where you only have 4 ink, I mean, it's just good.
And you're talking tempo too. I mean, the tempo, just making your opponent play the same cards over and over again while you're getting things for free. I think there is.
Bivens is going to pop off here with this workshop, and then ink into draw if he hits some items here.
Before inking, so now you can potentially get some more value out of these. Oh, excuse me, no, he did already do the Oswald trigger this turn. I thought that was, I kind of looked away for a brief moment, but we're back.
We've had a lot of rounds.
No.
No, it is. So we talk about engine building, and what we mean by that is we're setting up a number of cards on board which work together in order to do a sequence of actions that give you give you a lot of value. And in this instance, the workshop going to work in tandem there with the Oswalds as items come off the top of the deck, able to draw extra cards with the workshop, and then you're able to ink them if they're uninkable with hidden Inkcaster. So all of these cards working together to allow Zach to build an engine of sorts.
And also with the Oswald, every Oswald that hits, it will trigger your workshop as well. So if you get a popsicle, you draw from that, you can then trigger and then draw again with the workshop. So that is just a very cool combo. And I think this card is
not having a brawl or anything to get rid of one of these Oswalds is really going to kill him.
Which is one of his biggest weaknesses.
But look at this. I mean, even though Zach's building up his engine on the other side of the board, Luca Lazar already up to 8 lore, pushing that lore total. And we know with these Amethyst decks that you want to get in the 15, 16, 17 range where you can use cards like Goat to close things out. There's plenty of finishers there. Let's see. We are running Maui Half Shark. I don't see... we do have Pirate's Life in here. So Luca trying to get up to that critical range of 16, 17, 18 lore to close things out before Zach manages to gain control of the board with something like a Under the Sea. So even though Zach on his game plan, Luca pushing things along as well.
And this is another one of those decks. It can just really end the game really quickly. If you're not at 20, you're vulnerable, I would say. So even if at 19, this deck can just turn it on and just one shot, get a bunch of items on the field of play, get the Lucky Dime down, Tamatoa out. I think that is what this deck is trying to do. And in this early to mid-game situation, you're just trying to slow your opponent down just enough so you can pull that dramatic combo off. So here it is. I would like to see maybe the Cloud Kicker comes in now and just resets one of these genies, and then you can have enough strength that next turn to maybe engage with this library.
Now let's see, Zach thinking through his options. Plenty of options available here.
Tough spot. This is a critical decision. We are thinking about maybe getting that Fishbone Quill active. We have the workshop going down to the inkwell. You can ink that. It is uninkable, I know, but the hidden Inkcaster will allow that to be inked as the Under the Sea goes down into the bottom of the deck.
Under the Sea, under the deck here, but we do get the workshop off the Oswald into play. We do have the option to trigger that other workshop. I think that's still in the bag there. We'll see if he wants to. There it is, that ink right there. That fresh ink being exerted to draw another card there. This engine clicking here will now be able to draw 2 cards off items coming into play, and this deck has items galore.
And it looks like we're speaking of items galore, we are thumbing up this Sapphire Coil, which is going to be able to trigger double workshop again to get 2 more cards added to hand. That is absolutely insane. And we got double Cloud Kicker in hand as we're staring down a very robust board. Now it's starting to expand, Liam, as we are going to be able to Galactic Communicate the Genie back to the hand.
Get rid of that.
And what do you do about this other Genie? You don't have any ink available. You're going to bring out the Bell. So Bell, the Apprentice Inventor, is going to hit the field of play. Staring down this evasive Genie. Is it time to quest?
Let's see, Zach thinking about it. Again, this deck wants to set up, I mean, obviously you want to squeak out 1-2 lore here wherever you can, but this deck does oftentimes set up single turn wins. Zach choosing here, keeping his characters protected and ready, passing it back over to Luca. Luca now up to 9 from the library. That library getting a significant amount of lore at this point.
For sure. And it came out all the way on turn number 3, has no damage on it, no characters are stationed in the library right now. One genie is in hand, he's going to be redeployed to the field right now, adding another card as this board is continuing to expand. Hand is looking quite healthy.
Going to be able to under the sea these genies right off the board.
Because I don't want to blow my vocal cords. I heard your rendition, it was quite good.
Oh, thanks, that was reinforced by Baker. He is an inspiration, but I appreciate that.
Absolutely. As we're going to put both of those genies comfortably staged into the library, we have double workshop set up, and this one looks like it's getting out of hand for Zach Bivens, who's got to start doing something soon. We need it to happen if you want to close the door a little bit. You have the Under the Sea is in hand. You have the ability to sing together. That is a sing together. So you have the characters available. Let me do a quick mathematics before I can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, you can sing it if you want, but you will, and you won't trigger the library as well.
That is true. That is an option available. We'll see if that's the route we choose to go here. Under the Sea will send both genies to the bottom of Luca's deck if Zach chooses to go that way. But Zach thinking about his options here. Remind everybody, this is a win and in for these players. So if Zach wins this game, he is in. Luca having to win 2 games now to win this match. Both the Oswalds there, those triggers activating, and both cards misses going to the bottom of the deck. But Zach gaining information there. You know, I've talked to players who run Oswald and even who run very few items, or fewer items than this. And one of the points they always make is, even if I miss, I'm getting information about what's available, what's in the bottom, and that tells me about what's coming up next. So even misses can be valuable.
Absolutely. And even if it hits, it doesn't have to hit every time. If it hits 25% of the time, if it hits 15% of the time, you're gaining free lore, as we are going to get all those Oswalds exerted with the Scrooge to clear the library now, to stop all that passive lore gain, as we do have enough ink available to bring out the Kit Cloud Kicker and send that genie on back to hand. And this board is looking quite good now. You're able to quest. Is this a time where Zach Bivens can turn the corner?
Yeah, let's see. Back over to Luca. Luca now, that board looking a lot less good, but draws a Maui Half Shark there.
How much ink? Oh, does he have enough ink to play the Be Prepared? I think he should be able to deploy it now if he's got it. Certainly he has to be prepared by now.
We'll see. We're going to quest with that genie there, go up to 13 lore, getting closer to that danger zone.
And no, we're just going to go ahead and go
Play
for
that genie, draw a card.
Maybe he's saving it. Maybe, does he have a, I can't tell. I'm trying to see the hand. I thought I saw that Be Prepared in hand, but I guess you feel you don't quite need it. You're going to just do a little bit of board clearing, getting those pesky Oswalds off the field of play with your evasive characters. Genie is now evasive due to Peter Pan's Shadowfinder's ability to give characters evasive.
Give Rush evasive. Yeah,
Rush evasive.
I knew what you meant.
Yeah,
Again, it's a long day. It's a long way you're working it. So Genie going in, clearing up that board a little bit. I think making things a little bit more manageable and leaving 5 questers on the board, 5 characters with evasive on the board. At this point, you know, Zach not able to challenge into anything because of that evasive ability. Undersea looks a little more palatable. Luca, again, 13 lore. It starts to get pretty dangerous in this deck.
Yeah, I think Undersea is looking so tempting, but I believe both players are kind of feeling each other out to see which one wants to use their board clear first, because clearly you know that your opponent has one at this point. You got to run the numbers. You got to look at those deck lists, and I think it might be time. Whoever bends, don't breaks first. Typically, sometimes whoever plays their Be Prepared first is the one who loses most times, but we'll see if Zach Bivens is going to go ahead and get that Undersea saying now.
Well, let's see. So we can also look at some more options here. That Under the Sea is available to be sung with your character, so Zach can play some cards, play some items, trigger those workshops, and see what else is available. Just thinking through his lines.
This is a tight spot. So the players are playing at a nice, reasonable pace. So this is a good time to kind of, at these very critical junctures, to just slow down a little bit. Make sure you're making the most correct and accurate plays. This is a tough decision coming in from Zach Bivens. Luca looking stressed a little bit, hand on head. I love these cams to be able to see what these players are going through and their emotions they must be thinking, because it is intense. You guys have no idea how intense this room is.
Well, so we talked about how those evasive characters won't be able to be answered by Zach's characters unless you manage to give them evasive. Emerald Quill coming down here. He'll be able to give a character evasive. Let's say which one. Scrooge McDuck here getting evasive, able to challenge now. It looks like into that genie Zach's indicating.
And it will be the Fishbone Quill is going to be deployed to the board as well. You're going to be able to trigger your Emerald Coil and your Sapphire Coil. We're double coiling over here, and you're going to get some massive effects there. let's see where the choice is going to be. It's probably going to be another one of those tough guys getting down to the inkwell. Check that. It's going to be Bell going down to the well. Oh, maybe I shouldn't say that. The opponent does not know. They can't hear us. So for you at home, it is Bell going down to the inkwell, as both of those evasive characters are going to be able to challenge the other evasive character. So now you're going to have to probably break serve and be the first person to clear this board.
Yeah, and there's so many triggers that happen there. As those various ink came down, we inked twice that turn, activating those different coils, reducing the strength of both those characters. So Zach's character is taking no damage on those challenges there, and Zach cleaning things up there pretty efficiently. Coils upon coils going on, and back over to Luca with just one character remaining now.
Maybe he's trying to save that. Be prepared for a potential Tamatoa. Any crab happy as a clam or so shiny has to be removed on the spot in this strategy, in this matchup. So maybe that's what he's thinking about, trying to hang on to that, be prepared, trying to board fight as well. Iago would be a nice card here to kind of help do just that, because you are in a pretty commanding position in terms of lore. Your hand is quite healthy. You have all the ink you could want. I think you have options here as you're keeping 2 be prepared, just kind of hanging out. You have that Maui half shark, or maybe you're trying to get to a 9 ink play of a Maui half shark into a Peter Pan Shadow Finder. I think that's another incredible play. So a lot of decisions being made from both of these players. I am on the edge of my seat. This is intense. Is there a circus in town? Because this is intense. But
How long have you been waiting for that one?
Probably about 25 years. 25 years at least. Okay, that's my joke. Okay, you guys can take it. It does well. If you guys want a joke that does well, go ahead and take that one. There you go.
I'm writing it down.
There you go. All right.
So plenty of character answers available here. So the problem with Be Prepared, I mean, it's an interesting play. Definitely a lot of characters over there. The problem is you take off the whole turn to do it and allow Zach to rebuild the board quicker. Instead, Madame Medusa coming down. Madame Medusa, a card that's been popular for a long time in Ruby, banishing Bell there.
Getting that Bell apprentice inventor off the field of play and still holding on to those Be Prepared, showing a lot of discipline. I know a lot of Ruby and Amethyst players probably would have ripped that Be Prepared a couple turns ago, but you just staying patient, waiting for the game to spiral out of control, and then you have that nice reserve parachute to get back into the game. So I like the patience being demonstrated by Luca. You're not under a tremendous amount of lore pressure. There's no lucky dime that's on the board. You have no threats against you, so why play it? Just maybe you can continue to contest this board.
Yeah, I mean, in Luca's mind, if he can score or gain, 1, 2 lore every single turn by dropping characters down, I mean, that is mission accomplished at this point, getting closer and closer to victory before Zach sets up his lucky dime. And he's forcing Zach to devote resources to dealing with his characters each and every turn. That's kind of where you want to be. Zach here, though, I mean, workshopping his death. his deck. Sorry, workshopping his deck as he plays items, draws cards off those workshops.
Uh-oh.
Drew in another popsicle. I see the Tamatoa.
Ooh, that's a piece of it. That's a piece of the puzzle. And keep in mind that in this Ruby and Amethyst deck, there are no cards that can engage with items at all. I don't know if that's on purpose, but it is a thing that is a part of Digital Arcana. So if you can establish that lucky dime, the Tamatoa can come on down, and Be Prepared may not even be able to save you in that situation, as we are going to get the Lewis going. We have more cards in hand. The workshops are just putting in so much work here. Zach's hand is super healthy. Luca's hand is super healthy. These are the games that I absolutely love. I know some people don't, Liam, but these are the games that I love the most.
Right, it is a chess match. It's back and forth here. Each player knows the other's game plan. They're trying to take their time with each and every move, figuring out the best move. So yeah, Luca here, again, wanting to get 1, 2, 3 lore turn, and just on this steady lore gain game plan. Zach, again, just building up this bevy of items. That Tamatoa there is interesting. I mean, Zach knows that Tamatoa is a Be Prepared magnet. If he drops it on board, he gets an item back, but at that point, that Be Prepared is going to come down and clean it out. This deck, especially with cards like Hidden Incaster, Fishbone Quill, and all the card draw, can build up a scenario where, believe it or not, you can play that Tamatoa and that Lucky Dime and use it all in the same turn. Yeah. It's the most ridiculous thing. And so that's something that Zach can work towards.
Yeah.
Here we have ink coming down. It looks like we're choosing talking about where we're going to use the Sapphire Coil or activate the Sapphire Coil, use it on Peter Pan Shadow Finder there, getting its strength reduced. Zach drawing more cards, drawing into another workshop, another bell.
And you're able to just continue to extend. And like you said, just keep inking, just keep playing items, and you're going to get to that win condition sooner or later. It is inevitable. So I think Luca has to really come up with a strategy to figure out how to generate that lore or put the pressure on Zach. Because right now, you have characters on the board, but you're not applying the direct amount of pressure required to put the onus on Zach to change the game plan a little bit. Because right now, we're living in Zach's world. As awkward as that may sound, I think Maui Half Shark would be a good play. Get him into the board, and I like that. It's the Shark is down.
There he is. Shark is down. Now Shark coupled with the Pirate's Life. There it is. Pirate's Life coming down. That is pressure. Madame Medusa, 6 cost, able to sing a Pirate's Life. Yo ho, a pirate's life for me. Reducing Zach's lore by 2 and increasing his by 2. And crucially, he get another lore off of that Maui Half Shark. So a 3 lore swing there. And all of a sudden, we're in that danger zone there. 16 lore and a couple goats, another pirate's life. There's several things to close out this game very quickly. Zach now needs to find something to answer this shark. And needs to critically find that dime to start gaining lore as fast as. Oh, and I think we drew another pirate's life off the top deck. I saw it very quickly, but that might have been another.
No, he can get it back from the discard because he's got rush. He's got rush. He comes in and he challenges and banishes, and he's able to hit brawl. Maui Half Shark gaining another lore. So he's
I mean, this is over, right? Like, I think that unless Zach wins this turn, the Pirate's Life just wins the game. So
he did very quick. That's a good call.
Yeah, as he got it done, and now we're just talking about pressure. This is the pressure that you need.
I mean, what a fantastic play.
You got to do some mathematics here. How many coils do you have up? Do you have enough to reduce that Maui down to enough to get him under the sea? Because
Pirate's Life's in hand, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, that is
Pirate's Life's in hand here. You're at 18 lore. Pirate's Life is the game winner, so Zach has to win the game on this turn. Now, he doesn't have to win the game on this turn because I believe he's running Radigan's Marvelous Trap. So there is a card here which can reduce Luca's lore, buying Zach a little bit of extra time. And I think, actually, I say it,
right now.
There it is. Has it been there the whole time?
He just drew it, or he had it the entire time. He's got a ton of cards in hand. So I'd be shocked and surprised, as he does have, I believe, 4 copies of that card in his deck. I'd be interested if he didn't have it. So he's going to go ahead and deploy it, but now you may not be able to draw as many cards as you want, as the Lucky Dime is going to be in your hand now as a part of your win condition, but you need to clear these characters. You have to do it. I believe you have the ability to reduce. Again, mathematics is not my strong suit. You have to excuse me, but you can go double coil here, and then fishbone for a quadruple coil. I think that might be enough to get this thing done. And you'll have enough ink to play the Under the Sea.
Yeah, math is hard. Let's do this here. So we are going to fishbone coil. We've already reduced strength here. We got double coil, so 2 ink per turn. That's 8 strength reduction. So 4 off the Maui. You need 5.
You need 3 coils onto the Maui, 1 onto the Medusa. There it is. And then you can hard play the Under the
There it is, Under the Sea being played. That's going to send everything. The seaweed is always greener on the bottom of Luca's deck. All the characters going down there to hang out under the sea with Ariel. And Luca with a clear board state at this point. Still at 18 lore, still with that Pirate's Life there. But that Radigan's Marvelous Trap going to be used to reduce his lore count by 2. That Pirate's Life no longer a game winner. What a turn! Like everything.
He's got the dime and the Tamatoa in hand, so if he can get them out, he might be able to steal this.
Zach, also you pointed out he does have the library. Peter Pan. Peter Pan will go into the library, read a book, hang out there, wait to draw a card if he's banished. Back over to Zach. Again, that Pirate's Life is in hand, so effectively you can consider Luke at 18 lore. So all he has to do is have both of these cards survive until the next turn. Now, Zach does have, the Lewis comes down. That's another card that'll give a character Reckless, force it to challenge into it.
He's got the Tamatoa, so he can get Tamatoa and get Radigan's Marvelous Trap back again.
There's so many lines available here.
So much.
And there's also the ink available.
Yeah, so you can play the Tamatoa to set up the dime trap.
Here. But plenty of things he could.
You can give the Peter Pan Reckless
off 18 lore if you're going to prevent
as one way. With the Lewis, you can give it Reckless so he can't go game.
To close this out, we do have the
but if he plays the Tamatoa, he brings back the trap,
and then we know
right?
Pirate's Life was pulled back with the Maui. So not a lot there to replay to the board.
And then he can replay the trap.
You can get that library to stick around even an extra
use the
turn.
trap.
That's also great as well. God, I'm on the
Give Reckless to Peter Pan.
Really intense matchup, and I know a lot of people when they.
I guess he has lines here anyway that he can stop him from winning.
It's going to be aggro soup, aggro every.
The next turn.
Very intense control matchup, and both of these players have to be fatigued. This is 6 rounds of high impact, super adrenaline dumping Disney Lorcana all day long. You are here playing to get into day 2 right now as Tamatoa, happy as a clam, is going to hit the board. We're going to get back that communicator. We're going to get back that Radigan's Marvelous Trap. And you can deploy both of these cards here, and that could protect you. Well, how much ink is that?
So he probably has to B prep to get that Tamatoa off the board. There's no way he can like risk it getting the dime out for free.
You have enough to do it. Yeah,
So
happy
if
as
he
a plan to
can
get that Radigan's Marvelous Trap back to keep Luca's lore
slow him down
knocked
here.
back from that 18 lore total. So now Zach,
The
with
library
March
is
Command,
really
doesn't
good here,
necessarily
though.
have to answer what's on board. He does have the Luis again, though. He can use that if he wants to answer that Peter Pan.
Sure.
But plenty of options here available for Zach, and he's just trying to, Luca's trying to gain lore, and Zach's trying to knock him back down. This is a
This might be a non-stop Radigan's Marvelous Trap party, and for those of you who've never seen Radigan's Marvelous Trap being played, guess what? You're in luck, because it's happening right here at the top tables of the most prestigious Disney Lorcana tournament in the history of the game. So it's happening here as we got another Galactic Communicator. It's in hand, so you can continue to bounce those Peter Pans if it happens to keep coming back down to the field of play. So 2 ink left. What are you going to do? I think you have to exert and pay a toll. So I don't think you can use the effect of Galactic Communicator right now.
No, not with the ink we have in play. We do have the Fishbone Quill still up, but again, not quite enough. Let's see. That Marvelous Trap is probably not long for this world. Probably off to the discard pile here shortly. Zach thinking through the various lines. Galactic Communicator going into the inkwell now. Again, hidden Inkcaster, allowing it to be inked.
For sure. And as we're giving Bell the evasive, we're reducing the strength of the Peter Pan. What are we going to do next? Oh my goodness, do you have it? What do you got? 2? I can't see. You only have 2 ink available. Fishbone Quill will give you 3. Is there going to be a kit? Do you have another kit in hand? I can't quite tell, but you got that Lewis that we talked about.
That's true.
Character.
That Lewis is an answer to that Peter Pan right now. You also have the Galactic Communicator, so it looks like Under the Sea will go to the discard pile here. We're going to trigger Peter Pan, or that Sapphire Quill again, targeting the Peter Pan, or choosing the Peter Pan. And then Radigan's Marvelous Trap being played here, bouncing Luca's lure down.
I love that Radigan's Marvelous Trap is being played after all this time and all this speculation. So you still need to answer this Peter Pan, I'm certain, but this library is representing a lot of passive lore. Most of the lore that Luca has was on the back of that library gift for Bell. So you maybe it's strong enough to finish the drill, who knows? But if you can keep looping those Radigan's Marvelous Traps over and over and over again, you go up 1, you go down 2, and it's not going to get it done.
Yeah, Tamatoa happy as a clam sitting there, happy to be on the board. Zach will be happy if it stays around till next turn, which will enable him to play that Lucky Dime for free. Luca now trying to do the math here, probably calculate, what he's going to need to close this out. Pirate's Life, will get him up to 16 now at this point. And a couple characters on the board here, but certainly, Zach does not have to answer these threats on the board at this point.
Right. And it's a lot of thinking, too, because you know that your opponent is waiting on that Tamatoa happy as a clam in order to deploy the Be Prepared. So if you do put that Lewis out, you're just going to increase the value of a potential Be Prepared. But if you don't, then it could represent another Maui Half Shark coming in, potentially rushing into your characters or being a menace to you. So it's a lot of things to think about. It's such a complicated game state. So many items in play. Bell and Tamatoa happy as a clam, they're both evasive now at this point as well. That's another thing of note.
I'm mathing here.
Yeah, you're doing a little bit of mathematics. We're in the do it. I can't play. I don't think I can play a deck like this, Liam. I just don't think I'm built like that. I'm not built. Zach's clearly built different, bringing this deck to the most complicated tournament that you can have. And look at the brain has to be pumping at about 7,000 frames a second, completely thinking here. I think you got to send the Lewis. I think you can't risk it. He's running the numbers though. Let's see what Zach does.
He's running the numbers. So we're one of the things Zach's looking at here is he's seeing how quickly he can win the game next turn. So Tamatoa, happy as a clam, will be able to quest and bring in the Lucky Dime for free. And we've seen Tamatoa So Shiny, I believe, in hand for a while now, unless it was inked and I wasn't aware of it. So with I think 10 items on board and the extra 1 on the Tamatoa So Shiny, Zach's trying to figure out, can I cheat that Lucky Dime into play with that Tamatoa happy as a clam and then activate it to gain 11 lore, plus the 2 from the Tamatoa happy as a clam. And what other items do I have in my hand that I can get out to allow me to win the game in 1 turn? And I haven't done the math yet because there's a lot of ink there and some items available in Zach's hand. But it is possible with that sequence of actions you can set up.
Yeah, he's going to play the Dragonfire on the Tamatoa, and then he doesn't have to be prep.
On Peter Pan all but tells the story that there's going to be a Be prepared being deployed here. I think it's time. Luka did everything he could to hold out. Maybe there's a chance you don't play it. I don't think so. I think you got to let it rip here. That is just a huge risk, and I don't think you want to go out like that.
It is a tough call. You know, if Luka is going to get back into this game at some point, you have to say if you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't, because that.
No, he's not going to play it. We're going to take another turn. We're finders keepers here, electing not to go for the be prepared. You do have that dragon fire as well, so you can clear that Tamatoa and still keep your be prepared in reserve. I don't hate that. I think you're waiting for the big crab to come down before you deploy that be prepared.
I think so too. Luka, very much aware of the threat that Tamatoa Happy as a Clam represents, but also thinking through his lines, wants to protect that Peter Pan. He doesn't have a lot of other characters in hand, and so he needs to keep that Peter Pan on board if he possibly can to give himself a chance. Another Iago Spectral Parrot there, that illusion going into the Inkwell. We will Dragonfire that Tamatoa there, that shiny Disney Lorcana Challenge Dragonfire. Beautiful card. So shiny.
I like that.
And fun trivia fact, since this is the first Disney Lorcana Challenge, we're flashing back. Dragonfire, the very first action that was revealed for Disney Lorcana way back in the day. And here it is in the World Championship.
Getting used. I love that with 2 5-cost actions being deployed in one turn, Finders, Keepers, and Dragonfire. So now the onus is back on Mr. Bivens to put some pressure back into the field of play. I think you might have to deploy that Tamatoa Bling Bling right now. So shiny, as he's called in France, I believe it's Bling Bling. I love that. I want to give me a French Tamatoa so bad. We can get back that Radigan's Marvelous Trap and just keep that whole party train rolling if you felt so inclined. I think that might be the line that Mr. Bivens has to take.
5, 6, and you have to start thinking about it here. So we do see the pirate. We know the Pirate's Life is in hand. That's 2 lore. Now Pirate's Life plus the library is 3 lore. That'll go to 19. At that point, there is the ink, as Zach's counting here as well. There is the ink for the goat, or some other instant lore gain card if we are running those, which I'm sure we are.
We have to be having something. I don't know. Wait a minute.
Let's see.
Merlin Crab. Merlin. I don't see him. I could be missing something, but I'm not seeing a Merlin goat in this deck. So maybe you have marked and bypassed the goats for this. You can't give that Belle evasive, and she can engage with this Peter Pan, no problem. But you still have that Lucky Dime that is proving to be a nuisance in this situation. So you need to get, excuse me, not Lucky Dime, but that library gift for Belle with Belle on the board. I think that is quite ironic as your own gift is turning against you. I love these types of things that you see in this game. We got another trap.
Radigan's Marvelous Trap back again. Zach playing that, likely going to knock Luka's lore back a little bit more here, keeping him away from that space that Luka needs to win the game. And I haven't done the math here. Luka, I believe, has gained like 22 lore this game so far, or something like that. I think this will be the 4th time I think we've seen Radigan's Marvelous Trap played.
Yeah, and I'd be so frustrated. Look at Luka. He's obviously, these are pro players. They are very strong Illumineers in this game, but sometimes you see something happen, you're like, come on, you got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. And Radigan's Marvelous Trap is doing what you wanted to do. This is why you play the card. You put it in a deck. This is why you go through the card pool, as we're going to go ahead and get 4 items exerted for another Scrooge McDuck. But now we also have to think about your deck situation. There is a likelihood that you could potentially run out of cards.
I think you got another trap, maybe.
That would be an unfortunate way to lose this game for sure. There's several ways to lose in Lorcana. One is to lose the race to 20 lore. One is to reduce your deck.
Yeah, hitting another trap here is brutal. And this game's taking forever, but
I'm continuing to pile up those items. We still have that 2 be prepared are in hand. You have that Belle. You can make it evasive. I think you're clearing that Peter Pan for sure. And you got a long way. What's the count there, Liam?
5, 6. So there's 14 lore. It's important to note that with 7 plus 8 plus.
Do you play the trap and the dime here?
Or 17 lore rather. Hold on.
Like in my mind, I play trap and dime, and then I ink one to give the Belle evasive and kill the Peter Pan.
Again, another Marvelous Trap comes into play. We'll trigger that workshop a couple more times. Or trigger those workshops a couple more times, most likely draw some more cards. And again, Zach with both the cards in hand, the Lucky Dime and the Tamatoa to win the game in one turn if he builds up the item reserve.
Absolutely. We can have double lucky dime as well, Liam. So if you can manage to do this Radigan's Marvelous Trap, a song and dance for a few more turns, and you can get double dime set up. Now that's an automatic walk-off win condition there as the door is opening for Mr. Bibbs and slowly starting to close for Luca there, as I believe that's got to be more than 10 items on the board right now.
They're 12, I believe. So 12. Tamatoa would represent 13th with his own organic lore. So that's very, very close to being able to do it. Zach needs like 1 or 2 more ink. I think if it was 14 at the start of the turn, he's getting pretty close.
Yeah. And just continuing to ink, continuing to fill up the ink well, continuing to trigger these coils, and we're going to give Scrooge evasive here, and I believe there's 2 there, as we are going to deploy the lucky dime. We are going to bounce 2 of the Radigans, bringing down 4, drop you all the way to 12.
It looked like Luca was going to win, and now it looks like he's going to lose.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot to overcome here. Just, I mean, really, really hard to gain even a couple lore each turn here with the pressure that Zach's putting on. It's going to be really hard to gain all the way up to 20. We do have the Pirate's Life. You may consider that knowing the number of items that Zach has in play. But again, if you do the math, we did lose those 2 traps. I've got to count the items again, but we're very close to being able to drop that Tamatoa.
Yeah, how much ink does Zach have? Is there a way we can get a count? Because this could be the end of the game right here. If you have, let me do 8 plus 7 plus 2, that's 17 plus another 2. If there's 19 ink down there, the game is over.
Well, does he have the second dime?
He has second dime in hand.
Oh, okay.
He has second dime in hand. So you can potentially get the fishbone quill as well. If you can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, you're still a few ink away. So it's not quite there yet. To be able to get the Tamatoa down, to be able, let's put the.
I think we have the. Yeah.
Wait, you have more items. I think the dime counts as items as well. We might, dude, my math. Okay, Liam, this is too late in the day to be doing this type of complex mathematics. You at home, I'm certain, if you're locked in and laser focused more than me, help me out with this mathematics out in the chat, man, because I don't know. Is this game? I mean, Bibbs is going through the.
I don't think that there's any breakout deck because they're playing this 3-deck format where they have 3 different decks using all the colors. There could potentially be like a dominant 3-color combo potentially, but certainly there's not going to be like one deck that is the most dominant because of the nature of this format, and in general outside of this format I think that the meta is also pretty varied. There's a lot of aggro decks, so control sometimes is struggling in the current meta, so it's a lot of like aggro and mid-range would be how I would describe the current meta of the game.
The Morse workshops.
I think that if he plays the Tamatoa here, that is probably the call. Plays the Tamatoa, finds a popsicle, and then starts trying to string together card draws with the Maurice's workshop. Find just enough to win the game. So again, I gotta math this real quick. This deck again is too smart for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It'll be 12. Zach needs 15, so we need to find 3 more lore.
3 more items.
The lucky dime. 3 more items. So Tamatoa would bring back a popsicle. Popsicle would be 1 more item. You can trigger the workshops, draw 2 more cards. You'd need to find.
He has the emerald coil in hand as well. So that's 2. You would need 1 more and enough ink. Tamatoa's
right.
down.
Here comes Tamatoa.
Maybe he brings back a trap here. The trap guarantees that Luca can't
crucial as we
win.
draw into the items that we want to play. We're going to bring back most likely the popsicle.
Maybe he might be trying to hedge and get this Radigan's Marvelous Trap back just in case.
Let's
to kind
see.
of hedge
We're
your
going to get
bets a little
something.
bit.
There it is.
And it is that Radigan's Marvelous Trap just in the lore in case.
Luca getting more and more pissed every time one of these Radigan's traps gets played.
You have the ability to go for it. I'm sending it. But that's why I'm not in this position that Zach Bibbs is in. He's going through the numbers, but I'm sending it.
So you have to protect 2 ink to be able to use the dime. There comes the Radigan's Marvelous Trap. We're going to use 3 ink on that.
Yeah, red-blue was being dominant for a long time, but it's not really dominant anymore.
Low cuts. It's Sir Hiss. I think off the top deck. That is not an item. It's not going to do it. We do have another item available there for that coil, but it's not going to be enough then to use the dime. So now.
Yeah, Phoenix, I agree. It feels bad when you just can't quite get there and like this kind of stuff happens. But also like the clock, if we could see a breakdown of how much time was on Luca's turn versus Zach's turn, Luca spending like 1 minute.
Sapphire
of every
Coil in
5
hand.
minutes of this game on the play, and the rest he's just like watching.
Dude, this has been a very long turn, but this is a critical turn. 21 minutes left in the round. These players are locked in. This is intense. Oh my goodness, we have the aggravating ass
Like,
going down into the inkwell.
This can't go to a game 3 at this point, because like if it goes to game 3, I can't imagine that they finish unless something insane happens.
Not gonna have enough ink. The Sapphire Coil comes down there. That'll be another 2, and we have to protect that 2 ink for the dime. We are going to instead draw for the workshop. We are protecting that dime though, because as you pointed out, you do have the Fishbone Quill activation, so we can ink here with the Fishbone Quill and then activate the dime. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 plus. Tamatoa is 14. We went for it. I don't think Zach's going to have enough. We're going to go all the way to 19 and then turn it back over to Luca most likely. But let's see if Zach has a line that I am not thinking about here.
He still might be willing to go for it. I don't know if there's a way to exert this lucky. You have to play this lucky dime this turn for sure. And then every card off the top of your deck does become a menacing threat. And does Luca have a way to win next turn? We have double library deployed onto the field. That's 3. And then Pirates, you can pop the Radigans and lower him again. So this is going to be tough, and any character you draw off the top of your deck could represent the end of the game. But you do have that Pirate's Life. You might have to play that defensively next turn.
And there's that lucky time activation that we've been waiting for so many turns. That's 14 lore in a single turn. We just watched that icon climb all the way up from 5 all the way to 19. Lucky dime, lucky indeed here. We shouldn't say lucky. That was a lot of work to build that up.
Huge turn.
And there it is, all the way to 19. But as you pointed out, now back over to Luca. Luca has 3 lore available on his side of the board. 1, 2, 3 to go up to 15. We do have Pirate's Life available to go up to 17. Now, Luca can knock him back a bit with the Pirate's Life, but be prepared. I mean,
You have to play the Be Prepared.
You have to play the Be Prepared. The problem is that if you don't reduce Zach's lore as well, Zach only has to drop a 1 lore character, activate the dime, and then win the game.
And he does have the bell in hand already, as we saw. So the game will be over. Zach Biv is trying to show his best poker face because game is imminent again. There is no way that you can engage.
Yeah, I mean, it's over.
Or Luca, so you need to figure something out. You need to win the game right
So
here.
you can't be prep and Pirate's Life in this turn. You need to do both.
Maybe we can get another Dragonfire.
Double Pirate's Life in hand, and that's it. That's the fist bump. He had 2 Pirate's Lives. He was looking for a way to close out the game in 1 turn, but couldn't quite do it. 1 Pirate's Life's not enough, because Zach, even if he cleared off that Tamatoa, the bell wasn't bored, and oh my goodness, after the longest
Ben Radigan's Marvelous Trap.
JDZ, man, that was intense.
Listen. I haven't played a single game all day.
Zach is glad that he's got 5 wins and he doesn't have to play next round because his brain is scrambled after that.
Clearly in tune with this deck, he got it done. He found the line.
That was a wild,
so many times.
And ladies and gentlemen,
wild
this is
comeback.
the second player that we've seen on camera qualify for day 2 of the very first Disney Lorcana World
Yeah,
Championship.
that was a big time win.
Taking that match 2 games to none. Zach is in to tomorrow with his list. I know Zach is an emotional player as well. I know right now he's got to take a moment to himself and think about this because the work that he's put in through the whole year, all coming to a head here, all paying off. He's going into the finals, or not the finals, but the final day.
Day 2.
Day 2 of the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. What a fantastic moment, and you all got to see it here on stream. But credit to Luca bringing in some really fun decks, bringing in a Sapphire Emerald list of his own, and going here. He has another chance this round to win and make it into day 2 himself. Also want to win it in again. So full credit to Luca for some fantastic matches. But
so DKP won his match, so DKP is at 5 wins.
He's pretty good.
No kidding. He's one of
So
the
DKP is in.
Game, as are all of these players, but it's a lot of pressure coming in. A lot of people.
Was Mo at 4 wins?
A lot of people have picked Ed Chu to come in and do very
No, I think Mo's at 3 wins, so Mo still needs to win again next round.
Very unique strategies, I think, is incredible.
Sailor is Oaks, Mo won.
Him and his wife and his daughter out in the lobby. They're all doing this together. They're out there cheering him on, and I just love that family aspect too.
Hey, Quirky, don't get any ideas.
I do remember what you said when he finally got that invite and how emotional he was with the tears, and it was just a beautiful moment. So I'm certain all the work, this player works hard. Everybody works hard, but this player, Zach Bivens, works incredibly hard. No one's going to outwork him. And
yeah, so we got Zach is through, DKP is through. We're waiting on the winner of this one.
To get there and got it done, and now he's going into day 2.
Yeah, I'm very excited. You love to see it. You love to
Frank
see
Karsten won. I don't know if he's still in the running.
Because,
I think Zan was already not in the running. He did win here, though.
We may see ever. It's fun to see.
Yeah.
We are getting an interview ready.
0-2 to 4-2. That's, I mean, he's got to win next round, but that's what's required. You lose the first two, you got to go perfect for the rest.
What a game. That game 2, Zach, I cannot believe the swing that game took. What were you thinking there? I saw you counting out your ink, the math involved in that to get yourself that win. Tell us about that.
Well, he got off to a really fast start, and I definitely did not play cleanly. I made a ton of mistakes, which got me into this situation to begin with. But I battled out of it. Even on the turn before, like I even misplayed. I really didn't need to take him down 2 more lore. I could have won. But anyways, I didn't play cleanly, but I played cleanly enough. We got it done, so we're happy.
You got it done. And you did start off with double Oswalds, which really felt like it set you up, even if there were maybe some mistakes, it set you up well for the rest of the game.
Yeah, he inked Brawl in turn 2, and I was so happy because I had the Oswald. So yeah, Oswald is so huge in that matchup.
How did you feel about that Emerald Sapphire versus Ruby Amethyst in particular? Did that feel like a tough matchup? Did you expect that?
Yeah, I mean, it's expected, of course. I think it's a very good matchup, but when they're on the play and they just spam genies and locations, they can take it from you. But it is a very good matchup. So.
Yeah, and how are you feeling now? You've made it to day 2. Congratulations, top 8 of the very first Disney Lorcana World Championship. How are you feeling right now?
Fantastic. It feels so good.
Well, congratulations, Zach. We cannot wait to see you tomorrow, and we're going to throw it back over to the booth. Congrats.
Oh, man. He looks so happy. He looks so happy. He's a man of few words. He doesn't talk a lot. I mean, you're on camera. Everybody's not trying to do this. He's trying to get back out there with his family. I guarantee if you follow him out there, there'll be a little bit of waterworks. I'm telling you, he's worked very hard for this. All these players have worked incredibly hard for this. And I'm excited to see who is going to finish the drill. There are players out there so focused on these rounds that are happening right now, and there's going to be more players that are going to Worlds decided on this round. And we got another incredible round 7 to follow this thing up to close out the day. Liam, what do you think about it, man? How's this day been feeling for you?
It's emotional, to be quite honest. You know, every time that video plays, that the intro video where you get to see us and we did the voiceover and you get to see all the players, I honestly tear up a little bit, and I'm glad the camera isn't on me when that happens because you would see some waterworks. But it's because like this moment represents for these players like in many ways a dream come true, and this event represents a dream come true for not only us here in the booth, but the players who get to play it, for the developers who worked on this game for so long. You know, 5 years ago they started this journey, and now getting to see this World Championship. For all of you out there, Lorcana fans who found this game, it found a place in your hearts. You play it now at the kitchen table or at local game stores, and you're getting to see a World Championship where players are going to win some incredible prizes after years and years of work. But more importantly, when I talk about dream come true, it's these players who are qualifying for day 2. I mean, even just to be here is a dream, but these players who qualify for day 2, we say hard work, but we're talking about nights and nights of grinding and testing and working and playing and studying for each individual challenge they played at, and then the continental tournaments that they played at, and then for this, days, months worth, when you accumulate all that time of practice, all for this moment, this chance, this shot to make day 2, and that moment when we get to see them achieve that dream, to be quite honest, like, it's it's a thing.
It's absolutely.
So, it's a thing.
I totally couldn't say it better myself, but we got some special news coming your way. We're going to kick it back over to Rebecca and Cooper. They got a special announcement coming for you guys, so stay tuned. Keep it locked. Rebecca, take it away.
Hi, Illumineers. I am here with Cooper, the tournament manager. And how exciting has this weekend been for you? How is it going?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. The games are amazing, and the best part is it's not over yet. We still have one more round today, and we have a whole nother day of this, so it'll be great.
It's going to be great tomorrow, top 8. And we also have some special announcements coming tomorrow about the Disney Lorcana Challenge. But today, we actually have some exciting news about third-party supported events.
Yeah, third-party supported events are something that we're going to be talking about over the next couple months, really. We have a bunch of events coming up to be announced. You'll see 3 on the screen right now, talking about 2 UK events coming up, as well as Gen Con. Disney Lorcana will be at Gen Con. It's going to be an amazing anniversary event, and we're so excited to support it. And we're really looking for more events to support around the world as well. There's events happening all around the globe, and we would love it if you share them with us in the Disney Lorcana Discord at discord.gg/Disney.
Of course, they're not going to tell us about the new DLC challenges until tomorrow.
All of the amazing fans and TOs that are providing wonderful experiences for all of us.
This really is so
Want them to announce a Canadian challenge.
Around the world. And speaking of around the world, tomorrow we have some really exciting news for you all about the new format, new prizes, dates, and how and when you can get tickets. We are going to be back with some more exciting gameplay, and we'll see you Illumineers very soon.
The 3-deck format matches have been really good, Quirky. The first round of Sealed was also really good. It was Zan versus Frank Karsten, and games 1 and 2 were really good. Game 2 especially was epic, so that's worth checking out. Rounds 2 and 3 probably worth skipping, and then all of the constructed stuff has been good. I think it depends what your definition of works good is. Like, there's usually Sealed with every set launch where you do either like a draft or Sealed, and I think it's like pretty fun if you're into that, but having 4 packs of 4 different sets definitely made the decks a bit more cohesive and a little bit stronger. They're also able to use 3 colors in this version of the Super Sealed, and that gives them a lot more depth than just having 2 colors. But, you know, most Sealed events are, you can use all the colors, you just get a very limited card pool. But the deck seemed okay. I'm just not, like, into watching, like, 3 hours of Sealed with meh decks. has the ban stage... Yeah, for the most part, it's been like the green steel discard or amber steel being banned every time, but there has been a little bit of variance. Like Ed banned red purple, and then he played against green steel in his 5th victory, so he defied it a little bit. We have one more round. We're still waiting on the result for Brian Cortad and Fedemico. So we'll see how long it takes for that to come in. Round has to be almost at time by now.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship. My name is Brandon. I am joined by the Lorcana villain, Baker. Baker, I cannot express how excited I am to be in the booth with you. This is our first time together, officially in the booth.
I've been waiting all weekend. It is an absolute pleasure to be here with all of you. Finally, we get to share the spotlight, my friend, and we get to do it to close out the day one of the World Championship. How have you enjoyed the World so far?
I have been having so much fun. You guys saw me earlier in the day. I covered lots of the Super Sealed, going through 2 rounds, and then I've basically been backstage watching these triple constructed format decks being played, watching how intricate the things are between the bands, the interesting decks that people are bringing in. I was having a lot of fun watching that last match with Zach, just navigating
really difficult matchup.
Emerald Sapphire, yeah, a really difficult matchup, but you know, taking it in, I feel like the past 2 rounds have been so interesting, just because we've had players that, you know, on the bubble in the sense of they need to get that 1 extra win to get into the top 8, or, you know, a reminder for anybody that's watching, if you didn't know, all the players have to do is win 5 rounds. After that, they stop playing and they go, make it to top 8. Yeah, Ed went early, he went home.
Ed came today and was like, I'm only playing 5 rounds today. I've got stuff to do.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ed was on a roll today. I was laughing so hard in the production area when I saw, I think it was in his last, or I guess it was the
round 5. It would have been, he went 5-0 and left the building.
Yeah, he rolled 3s, and I was like, oh man, he lost that die roll. And then his opponent rolled 2 1s, and I was like, oh my goodness. And he flipped a Sisu when he needed it. I don't know. It was definitely Ed's day.
It was a big match, but yeah, Ed, the first person to get those 5 wins and say, okay, I'm going to Disneyland. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hey, I mean, it says in his player card he frequents Disneyland a lot.
There you go.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he ran off to one of the parks here for Disney World.
Good on him.
But you know, there's a lot of stories being created this weekend and today, and so I'm excited. We're going into this last round, round 7. This is the last chance for these players to earn their way into the top 8 for day 2. A lot's on the line. You know, these players are winning something for every single win that they get, various promo cards, but I know that every single one of them, especially the ones that are on that line, on the bubble, they're itching for that 5th win.
Yeah, it's been such an incredible weekend. 28 players earned their way to be here this weekend by either winning a DLC or placing high enough in the North American or European Championship. So we know we have the creme de la creme in the room, and I could not be more excited and grateful to be here. We've seen some incredible Lorcana, 3 rounds of Super Sealed. Triple Deck Constructed is a lot of fun, to your point, Brandon. And then tomorrow we're going into top 8 to see who will be the first ever world champion. I can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait either. It's going to be a very exciting time. We will get to round 7 a little bit shortly. We're getting the players ready as we're wrapping up round 6. So I don't know, Baker, you asked me how I was enjoying my time. You know, I've been away. You've been in the booth for a little while. What have you been seeing? How have things been?
It's been amazing. Yeah, I did 3 rounds in a row. I'd go all day if they let me. You know me. But it's important to take a moment. And of course, we all need our chance to jump into the booth. But no, it's been a fantastic day. I've seen more meta decks than maybe I expected, which maybe is a little bit of a weird comment because, of course, you're expecting to see the top tier decks that are proven at the World Championship, right?
Of course.
But with Triple Deck Constructed and the bench phase and the way you can go about deck building, then I did think maybe we'd see some other wacky things like racers. That's the one I keep bringing up. I really want to see racers, but maybe even some Mufasa and like various different variants of decks, right? But it
seeing green blue win is probably about as off meta as it's gonna get. There was blue yellow as well.
We're being invaded by a wild Steve Warner.
Hello, this is
How
the
are
second
you
time
doing?
you've done this.
I'm doing great. This has been amazing. So I am very happy. However, we have some unfinished business.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
You and I have some pack rush to take care of.
We do?
Okay.
Yes.
So are we doing that now?
Yes, we're doing that now.
Okay, all right.
Wow,
Baker's going to come out of the booth.
So you're going to tag out.
and Liam's going to come in. All right, let's do this.
I did this him to him.
We had no idea this was happening, folks. This is so fun.
Okay, I'll leave you two to it.
Baker's heading out, and we're going to have a challenge between Baker and Steve for Pack Rush while we get ready for round 7. Liam, how do you feel about this? You were playing Pack Rush earlier.
Belong to me. What a delight to play Pack Rush on stream. Look, as commentators, we never get to play on camera.
Yes,
it's a fun
it's so
experience.
fun.
And I understand. And so those of you who watch the European challenges regularly, you probably know more of this history than we do. But I feel like there's a bit of a grudge between these two.
I believe
rivalry,
so. I don't remember exactly which event it was at, but I definitely know that Baker and Steve have played Pack Rush with each other before. And I don't remember what the record is. I want to say Baker won, because I want to say he walked off and was really proud about that, saying that he beat Steve Warner, one of the co-designers for Disney Lorcana, and just ran with that, which I would too.
A villain would.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
He would do.
He has to let everybody know when he's done well, and so I think Steve wants some potential revenge here playing Pack Rush. So as we see here, we've got Steve Warner on the left, Baker on the right. And I think they're choosing which packs. I think they're choosing between, so we've got Reign of Jafar and Arcasia's Island. We're going to play normal Pack Rush. Earlier in the day, you saw we were playing Pack Rush with some of the Chinese and Japanese packs. So we play a little bit different. You'll be able to see how Pack Rush is normally played. Both players open both booster packs. You use the little extra token in there, story card, art card on the back, and those go immediately into your inkwell. So you start with 2 ink, and then you just shuffle both decks together. They don't look at the cards. This is one of my favorite things about Pack Rush. We saw Liam riffle shuffle cards earlier, not knowing if there's any enchanteds in these packs. I know that some people love it, some people hate it. I personally love it. I love not knowing what you're going to pull off the top there. So both of these players are shuffling their decks and getting ready. I think they haven't decided who's gone first yet. It looks like we're going to roll real quick to see what happens. I'm not sure what Steve rolled here, but it looks like it was pretty good.
Yeah. So the rules of Pack Rush, for those not familiar, I think
See, Riffle Shuffle's a Tamatoa or something.
You draw 5 cards, and you're playing to 15 lore.
I believe Baker won the die roll there. So you do get to alter your hand when you open your first 5 cards. So we're going to watch that. I see some pretty good cards here on Steve's side of the board. We have the Taka there at the very front and Light the Fuse at the end. The 8 cost, I forget the name of this card. Stopped, it's the Zeus song. Stop something in its tracks, I think. It lets you bring back 2 strength or 3 2-strength characters from your discard. But both of these players are altering. We have the Baymax Shift as well on Steve on his side. Remember, you're starting with extra ink. You start with 2 ink in your inkwell. So on turn 1, you can ink a card and play a 3-cost character. So you're not even looking for 1-cost or 2-cost cards. There's a lot of options you have early in this match. I'm not exactly sure what Baker found in his hand, but Baker will get to go first, or at least he chose to go first after he won the die roll. So I'm eager to see what Baker pulled here.
Brandon, I confess, like every time I come to Pack Rush fresh after not playing it for a while, I forget that I have that extra ink, and I alter for 1s and 2s, and then I go to my first turn, I'm like,
oh my gosh. Okay, so Baker, I have to be quiet because I think they can hear us. Baker has a Jafar in his hand. I don't want to give it away for Steve Warner because, again, this is a grudge match. I feel like I need to make sure that everything's fair here. Baker's going to ink a card for turn. Are we going to play out? Do we have a 3-cost character we play, or are we playing multiple cards this turn? I think that's a Wreck-It Ralph we can play on turn 3. That is true. Wreck-It Ralph, a 4/2 with 1 lore. Lots of strength on that body. We're going to move over to Steve and see what he has. He looks like he's setting up for a 3-cost character because he doesn't have much cheaper to play on this turn. We're going to go ahead and ink Droon. And we're going to play out Raya. So we pass it back to Baker for the turn. He's going to draw. We do find a Nero, a little bit of a cheaper card, but we're running into some uninkable things. Have some expensive cards in hand as well with this Tamatoa. This Raya gains resist +1 when you put a card in your inkwell as well, so this could be good for some challenges. And I think Steve is sharing a card that he has in hand to someone off screen that he's excited about. Baker's going to ink this Mother Gothel here. We're going to start by just playing out this Nero. Nero can exert himself to move 1 damage counter from him, so a way to get around resist potentially, although Ryo usually only has resist on that turn. Not something really to worry about. Baker's going to go ahead and quest with this Wreck-It Ralph, because Raya, again, only having the 1 strength, can't banish it on its own, but Steve might have a little surprise in hand that Baker's not expecting. Depending on if he wants to play into this. Okay, we're going to ink the Baymax charging station. Oh, are we playing the snake or are we playing the armor?
We do have that universal shift.
We could universal shift onto Raya here and make a trade into... Okay, we are going to play the Ka. Ka, really strong card in Limited. I've played a little bit of Sealed and Draft for Reign of Jafar, and Ka, when he quests, a chosen character gains Reckless for the turn. It's a great way to sort of undo any evasive characters on the other side of the board, forcing them to challenge.
Villain with a handful of villains, by the way. A very villainous.
I promise this isn't scripted. Anyone at home, this is all definitely, I think Villain just has a knack for finding these cards.
They find him, yeah.
And there Baker has the Jafar, has to play it out. A 4/4 with 3 lore. Lots of stats for that 5-cost uninkable character there.
It's so fun in this format because ink restrictions aren't a thing. Oftentimes these cards that are dual ink are very well statted or very overpowered for their cost. The drawback being that you have to put them in specific deck types. But in this format, they're just a little more powerful.
And there's potential for this Jafar to pop off. You know, we don't know what cards are in Baker's deck. Baker doesn't know what cards are in his deck. And whenever Jafar quests, you can draw a card and then discard a card. And if you discard an illusion card, then you get to actually just play that card for free. So there's potential that he can find an illusion card that was in there somewhere and end up...
I'm not sure why these two are playing. I think they were just playing to kill time because one of the rounds, one of the matches in the last round went long. And apparently they have some kind of like grudge from a previous time they played Pack Rush together. So he just like kind of like walked up into the booth and said they're playing Pack Rush like right now.
You do not have to match that type. And the flavor here is super fun from a flavor perspective, because all that's a suit of armor, and if you look very carefully, you can see a character inside of it. So the idea being that you are riding inside of this suit of armor along with Baymax.
Yeah, I was very excited for this unique shift ability in set 7. I just think it's cool because all of our shift characters, you know, normally you have to shift on top of a character with the same name, but because this is Baymax armor, you know, wrapping around any other character, it's very flavorful. I enjoy it. Also, I think a pretty good card. You know, shift a 5/5 for 2 with shift 4 that can shift on anything. Pretty good. Of course, normally it is locked in Emerald Sapphire, but they utilize those Floodborn characters pretty well. And we are going to play Light the Fuse here. It's going to do 1 damage for every exerted character that we have in play, and Steve has just enough exerted characters to banish this Wreck-It Ralph with 2 willpower as we move over to Baker's turn.
Oh, and that card directly up and into the inkwell. It's a television set, and there's the Tamatoa, happy as a clam. Tamatoa card that loves to pull items out of the discard pile, but in this format, you often
unfortunately, yeah, Baker doesn't have any items that he wants to play, especially in his discard. But Jafar is going to challenge into Ka, into Ka, because Ka, I believe, gave Jafar Reckless on the last turn when it quested. And then Nero is going to move a damage counter onto Ka and banish it.
Back over and Archimedes off the top deck. It's always fun. You never know what they're going to draw here.
That's one of my favorite things about Pack Rush, because I'm just waiting for one of them to pull a really shiny card off the top. Baymax is going to challenge and banish Jafar, and even survives the challenge.
Right, a dagger in Baker's heart. You can see him cringe as Jafar is sent to the discard pile.
We see Lafayette played the 7-4, big stats.
Big stats in this format, for sure. But necessary. Oh, and
it's a puppy!
Tail wagger.
We've seen a couple puppies today on stream in the constructed format, piloted by various players today. So happy to see the Dalmatian puppies here. Also, a favorite card to reveal every set from from Rochelle.
I hope they never stop getting reprints. In fact,
me too.
My life won't be complete until we have 99 different arts for the 99 tail wagger options that you have.
I want a bunch of different arts so that you can just play a bunch of different puppies that all look different. I appreciated how the very first set of puppies had 5 different variations on their own. I just hope they keep doing that.
Yeah, the original art by Coney, a wonderful artist who did all 5 of those tail wagger puppies.
We're going to make our Lafayette is going to challenge and banish Tamatoa, happy as a clam, and we're going to play Archimedes. I don't think any of his ability text is relevant right now. We're going to play training staff as well. I believe with this item you can pay a cost and maybe exert it and give something extra strength or challenger. We're going to play a Baymax, comes in exerted, but
low battery.
Is a 3/2 with 2 lore for 2. Oh, we have a Darling Deer. This is a pretty strong card. When you play her, you can give something an extra 2 lore. So Archimedes is going to quest for 4 on this turn, pushing Steve all the way up to 8.
Oh my.
Halfway to victory at this point. Remember, folks at home, you only have to get to 15 lore.
Fantastic card to find off the top deck there. Not only that,
oh my goodness,
very well statted. Oh, and it's
Rhino.
Rhino.
This is a great card in any limited format. A 4/7 with 2 lore, and when this character is in play, all of your other characters gain, I think it's +2 willpower. So all of a sudden, all of your characters just immediately trade way better than you expected them to. So we're going to see Baker making a trade or challenging into Archimedes here with that Dalmatian puppy, and Dalmatian puppy is going to have some extra willpower to help him along the way.
At this point, both players top decking, drawing each turn, hoping to find some kind of big character like Baker found there, enabling him to turn the tide. But Steve here, not finding something super helpful, it seems. I'm actually do not know what that is, Brendan.
It is, this is my family, I believe. Is this the one that you gain a lore and draw a card?
I think so. It's Singer, it's a Sing Together, 8 or 9.
Oh, then it may be a different one.
Yeah, I think, and the number, if I'm thinking of the right one, the number of characters that sang it, double check. Chat knows.
Yeah, just a 2-cost card. Play This Is My Family. We gain 1 lore and draw 1 card.
Yep, smaller card.
Find a Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist, one of the first reprint cards that we have seen. Also, by the way, one of my favorite arts from the first chapter.
Marcel Berg, brilliant German artist with the original art there.
But I'm very happy to see Captain Hook come back as a reprinted card. A strong card can challenger +2, just for a 1 cost, so essentially challenge for 3/2, which are very good stats for a 1-cost character.
Steve still out there.
Cybug. Okay, so Baker plays a Cybug. It's going to have +1 strength for every other character you have in play. The question here is, are we going to challenge the Darling Deer? Steve trying to play some tricks here, put the Cybug over the Rhino to cancel the Rhino ability, I think. You know, that's something funny that I've heard from both of the co-creators of this game, Ryan and Steve. They like to play little tricks against people at DLCs when they play. I've heard of Ryan pulling out a Sharpie and changing stats on cards during play.
They will do that.
And I guess they can. You know, they're the designers of the game anyway.
That's true. I should hand Steve a Sharpie and make that Rhino 0 lore real quick. Zybug flying around there.
I think we have Mariano Guzman in play. I think he cares about Dolores Madrigal. gaining extra lore if Dolores is in play. Yeah, Mariano Guzman. Or you have a character named Dolores Madrigal in play. This character gets +1 lore. It's not super helpful right now.
And, you know, it is not uncommon in Pack Rush to find the perfect card you need for these weird synergies. So perhaps, probably not, but perhaps.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
We get to banish Steve's item and draw a card. Oh, and the Coachman. This is also a really good card in Limited. If there's two exerted characters, then the Coachman gains +2 strength and evasive.
Yeah, this is a card I thought that might sneak its way into some rogue builds in Super Sealed, but
same. It's one that I definitely found people playing when people were testing Super Sealed format for sure, and 2 ink colors that are pretty popular in Super Sealed anyway. We do see Megara being played as well.
Part of the plan, I believe, is that one?
Yes, part of the plan. Cares about Hades being in play. When Hades is in play, she gains Challenger +2. We're going to go ahead and banish this Rhino with Mariano and Captain Hook. Oh no, is it enough? He can only deal 6. So can't banish the Rhino just yet. And Baker's going to take the game against Steve in this Pack Rush.
Goodness. Baker now. I don't know the whole record here, but at the very least, Baker's won more than he's lost, and clearly excited about that. Look at that on his face. We're going to get the reveal here, see if there's any enchanted cards hiding in this deck. Baker finding another powerful card there, apparently.
Oh, wow, an Amari on Steve's deck. Baker flipping through the cards. We'll see if we find anything shiny.
Oh, I want enchanted so badly here.
It's the last card.
And
scrape it across the table.
Oh, nope.
Okay, no enchanted for Pack Rush.
No.
There was a fidget in Steve's deck as well. That would have been really helpful for him to find.
Queen of Hearts there as well. Some really fun cards and a really fun back and forth there between these two fairly okay players.
Pretty good players, I would say.
Good players.
Yeah, this is the fun that you can have with Pack Rush at home. All it takes is 2 packs. It's one of the things that I really enjoy doing, especially as a set is releasing, because I'm usually buying product anyway, and so if I buy a trove or a box or something and I have friends or family that I want to play with, they're introduced to the game. You know, it's a great way to do that because the rules are a bit simpler. You don't have to worry about building a deck or anything. You just open your packs, and instead of looking through all the cards immediately and then putting them in a binder or a box, you can get some more play out of them.
Yeah, and one of the things I like doing as well with Pack Rush, if you want to spice it up a little bit, is having multiple packs from different sets. And then you can have maybe one of each. And what we like to do is you roll a die. The player who wins gets to draft one of those packs first. And so you can mix and match which sets you want based on which cards you like or what synergies you're pursuing. It's kind of a lot of fun to mix the different. Oh, look at that Baker there.
Look at Baker, comfy in the victory seat. He found the Jafar.
There it is.
Show us the laugh, Baker. You got to laugh.
This. Put it on the card.
There you go. The victory laugh.
There it is. Waiting for Steve to hunt down.
All right, I think they're going to play one more round as well. They're just waiting on some packs to run it back. I think Steve isn't happy with that result. Maybe Baker just wants to put the nail in the coffin. I don't know.
It's one or the other. I mean, we're going to leave here with a draw most likely, or Baker being the undisputed, at least for the moment, Pack Rush champion, having won 2 games. Although, I have to say, I think I was Baker pretty good. I think I had him on the ropes during our game there before we had to call it for time. I'm just saying.
The Pack Rush games that you played with Rebecca and you played with Baker earlier in the day, they were very entertaining. And I think overall your packs were like pretty good. You had some good pulls, giving them a run for their money for sure. I mean, you won playing against Rebecca, but I think you gave Baker a run for his money for sure.
I did. I had him on the ropes. I had the villain on the ropes. Does that make me a Lorcana hero? I don't know.
I don't know.
There's a hero.
Exactly.
What am I to say? You can judge. But definitely was going to take Baker down there.
Are you a hero because you say you're a hero, or do people make you a hero?
I guess.
How does that go?
Probably the latter.
I don't know.
Anyway.
I think villain just made himself a villain, but I think villains can do that. I think they can just,
You can elect to be a villain.
You can just say, I'm a villain, and then do villainous things, yeah.
So here we go. They're running it back. We're going to have another pack of Arcasia's Island and Reign of Jafar for each, I think. Baker deciding which pack he wants, feeling it out, figuring out which pack is the most villainous, scooting it over to his side of the board, and we're going to see which one of these two come out on top this time. The good luck Hey Hey. So
yeah, I was about to say, so Steve, I just lost a little respect for Steve here. I'm not going to lie. Taking the Stitch off for the Hey Hey? Come on, Steve. Stitch.
Stitch has been demoted. Unlucky for that game, apparently. We're going to see if Hey Hey treats him any better or if he's...
Oh, okay. Well, that's all right. Stitch is sitting cute on the table.
That's true.
I'm okay with that.
He's looking away from the game. And
maybe Stitch should be looking at the game as our game judge.
Steve riffle shuffling there. I know TCG players cringed. Flashback to the 90s.
I know some people like hate this when people just raw shuffle and riffle shuffle cards like this without being sleeved. It is genuinely one of my favorite parts of Pack Rush.
I admit I do it purely for the reaction. I'm a collector until the idea.
Okay, hold on. We have an Arthur in Baker's in Baker's deck, which it can be a pretty strong card, but can also cause you some problems.
Sure, Arthur, a really fun card, a gutsy card to play.
Yeah.
I like to save it to use it at the right moment. I'm excited to see it in action here.
Ooh, we have an Emerald Coil in Baker's hand too that could potentially give us some evasive options. But yeah, I like Arthur here. Just like not so much that he's a particularly great card. He's just a fun card to play. He has a bunch of lore on him, but the issue is when he's in play, you don't get to draw a card for turn. So if you don't have any cards in hand and your Arthur's still in play, you're in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, it's not a card you necessarily want to play on curve. You want to use it as a finisher later on most of the time. So most likely sending it away, hoping to draw into it at the right moment. It is gutsy to skip your draw step, but in a game state that we saw last game where both players are dropping one character turn, it can be a game finisher. Also fantastic art.
Yes, I love the art for Arthur. All of the Lorcana art I think is really good. But we're going to go to the table here, starting with Steve inking a card and playing Peg.
He's a Tramp, a song sung by Peg in the movie being inked in order to play Peg. A little bit of flavor there. Peg, a card that will allow you to draw cards if you have two more characters in play. So this is a card Steve could set up here for later in the game. In Pack Rush, there's not a lot of card draw. Cards that get you extra ink or cards that replace themselves are incredibly valuable. So Peg could pay off here.
Baker inking Honey Lemon as well. Looking at the Denahi, yeah, we're going to play out the Denahi. Doesn't have any lore, but they do have Reckless and Resist, I believe. Makes for a character that can do for some pretty gnarly challenging. Also, Steve has a Cricky in hand. Speaking of like having multiple characters in play, that Cricky that Steve is holding on to cares about having, I think, 2, maybe 3 other characters in play, and then he gets extra lore. So Steve might just be looking to build a wide board here.
So Denahi, a defensive play there, not allowing Steve to quest with that Peg. That would be the answer for it. So Peg forced to stay upright there. Back over to Baker. Now Cricky with one more character in play, both Peg and Cricky will have their abilities turned on.
And Steve definitely has characters to play for the next turn. Is Baker looking at this Arthur? Is he looking at his other?
I know Baker always goes for the villain. Dr. Calico, kind of a fake villain here, plays one on a TV show. But coming into play, well, this character has no damage. He gains resist +2.
Ooh, and Steve draws a Bobby off the top at 4/2 bodyguard. Not a bodyguard with a ton of strength, but could be what you're looking for. You could play out a bodyguard and then utilize Peg and Cricky's abilities, having all those characters in play, you know, forcing Baker to have to get through the bodyguard first and potentially keeping those characters safe.
Yeah, it is tough here. That Dr. Calico, though, will answer that Bobby pretty well, and unfortunately won't even be a trade because of that +2 resist. So, you know, Baker just having the answers here to this board state that he could use that Peg this turn, as Steve could, to draw a card, but it'll be answered pretty quickly. And I don't know. Maybe you see, even if the Cricky exerts to get that value out of the lore, now that his abilities turn on, it has 3 lore, Dr. Calico answers it perfectly. So this tit for tat going back and forth here, just Baker constantly having the answer for what Steve is trying to do.
Baker taking his time, figuring out what options we have to play here.
I think I saw a little villainous smirk there.
All right, there's the Emerald Coil. It's going to give us an opportunity to make our characters evasive when we ink. So we're going to ink this Gene, giving Dr. Calico evasive until the start of Baker's next turn. So Baker's able to safely quest with Dr. Calico here. I really like Emerald Coil as a card. The issue is when you're playing in these limited formats like this and you don't have a lot of card draw like you mentioned, you can't really risk inking a card every turn to utilize its ability. So it's good for the first couple turns, but ends up sort of falling off. It looks like we might be looking to use this Peg here. We are going to use her ability to draw a card for Steve. Steve finds some more puppies.
Puppies galore.
Looking at this Madame Medusa here. If we play this Madame Medusa, we can deal 2 damage to a character to, I believe, bounce a character with 2 strength or maybe 2 cost or less back to, or maybe item and everything. I don't quite remember.
So here we go. We're going to use all of these characters. Peg drawing a card, I believe. Cricky questing for 3. Bobby there is going to quest for 1. Turn on his bodyguard ability there. So have to challenge into Bobby before he challenges into anything else. Baker will.
Fortunately for Baker, though, we do have this Denahi that has been waiting for this opportunity. Oh, what did we find here?
There.
Baker finds an Amari. This could be good. Amari gets strength for every character in the discard. Or is it every card in the discard, actually? I think it's just every card. Could end up looking really well. Baker also holding on to this Arthur. You know, he's getting lower and lower on cards in hand. About the time that you're going to run out, I think, is when he might want to play this Arthur.
I think ideally you'd want to be in the lore lead and use this card as your closer. Kind of being in the beatdown role and forcing Steve then to challenge into it to prevent Baker from running away with the game. But
she's a princess, though.
Namari. So yeah, when Namari's played and when she's quest, you're able to draw a card and then discard a card. Baker finding the glass slipper off the top and choosing to discard it.
Yeah, smash it, I believe. It's a very villainous thing to do. Smashing that glass slipper as a villain would.
Certainly not what a prince would do, which would bring it back to...
Absolutely, absolutely.
To the princess.
Villain playing the heel to a T here.
Baker just doing some math for a second, figuring out how he wants these challenges to happen. To make the most...
Yeah, some pretty clean answers here. We'll see if he values removing the Peg over removing the Cricky. I think the card draw is likely the one most scared of, so there we go.
We're going to get rid of the Cricky with the Dr. Calico, use the Denahi to banish the Bobby. Of course, I'm going to challenge the Bobby first because Bobby has Bodyguard. We're going to ink his Zipper using Emerald Coil to give Dr. Calico evasive for the turn.
Now back over. We did find a Pluto here. Pluto, a fun little Amber Steel card.
Pluto, a really good card. We've seen this card played today on stream by Zach Bivens in his sealed portion of the tournament. A big card because it has extra strength and support with no damage.
There's that Chernobog that we've seen hanging around for a while.
Chernobog, an Inkinable 5-cost 2/6 entering play. It has a play effect, but I'm not sure what it is.
Find out pretty quickly here, though. When you play this character, each opponent chooses and exerts one of their ready characters, and they cannot ready at the start of their next turn. So I'm not sure which one Baker picked there.
Steve picked. Or is it opponent chooses?
Each opponent chooses.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
So Baker will have picked one of those to not ready at the start of the next turn. Probably the Calico.
I think he's choosing the Namari.
Might be the Namari. Depends on if he wants to quest or challenge what he's prioritizing right now. But with Steve's lore lead, it makes sense to choose the character. No, so
no, I guess maybe they missed it.
Nope, missed it.
Stitch, Judge.
Don't ready that character. Yeah,
there we go. There we go. Steve caught it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Steve showing it.
Yep, see, villain trying to villain.
Trying to cheat. Sounds, villainous thing. I'm just kidding. Nobody's trying to cheat intentionally.
No, it's fun. For those not there, I mean, our setup here, the players wear noise-canceling headphones. They can't hear the booth. As loud as Baker is, we've tested it. Even when a Be Prepared is sung, those noise-canceling headphones are very good. But our players out here choosing not to wear this.
Hey,
what's
Steve,
going on here?
Villain, I love you, but you guys are taking way too long with all this slow play. We got to get you out of here. The real match is coming. So, gentlemen, I got to break this down. You got to shove off. We're going to get this thing back to the booth. Let's do it. Come on. Shove this thing out of here. I'm sorry. hey, you almost had it. Maybe next time.
Tell him, JD.
Maybe next time. I'm sorry. The villain always wins. You'll get him next time. I promise. We'll see. We will see. All right. All right, all right.
JDZ, perhaps a minion of the villain here, coming in and preventing Steve from taking that game.
Can you believe
just
that?
when the tides were about to turn. Oh my goodness! But you know what we saw, villain took it. And I was going to say, this headset is for Pack Rush winners. So I will turn it back over to Baker when he gets back up in the booth here.
I haven't played Pack Rush all day. So
well, you're not a Pack Rush loser then.
So I guess it's just not for Pack Rush losers, maybe.
That's true. That's true. I see players over here, Brandon, getting ready.
Yeah.
We're getting closer to the next round. For those not, I mean, this is round 7. These
Round
players
7.
now are win and in.
Yeah. We're going to have a feature match that is of people that have 4 wins for the day, which means this is their last shot. They have to win this 5th match if they want to make it into day 2 and a top 8 and continue their journey of trying to become the first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion. So I'm excited to see it. It's going to be really intense. All the stakes are on the line at this point.
Yeah, I mean, everything is here. And all the work that these players have put into this point, manifesting in this one moment, in this one match, it all comes down to this. We're going to get Baker back in here in a second, because he's been working hard for this too, and wants to do this round 7. He's chatting with the players briefly. Villain, Villain is a social character.
Definitely,
he is not an isolated. He's one of those villains who goes out and networks. Radigan style.
That's been one of the fun things about this tournament, to be honest with you, is being able to talk to some of the world's players a little bit and get into their minds on how they're feeling for the day, what their strategies were, things like that. But we are going to have Baker come in and sub out for Liam, the Pack Rush winner champion.
Somebody's going to clip that screenshot and put it on a card. I hope
Liam saying somebody's going to screenshot that and put it on a card. I think we could. It needs to be clipped. Somebody clip that. We'll have it later.
See you all tomorrow.
So Liam says, see you guys tomorrow. Thanks, Liam, for stopping in to the booth while Baker goes and dominates Steve. Oh, my gosh, dude. You just can't lose.
To Steve Warner on stream, no, I can't. The one game we've had off camera, he beat me 2-1. But every game we've played on camera, I've beaten him.
Yeah,
He's not happy.
No, I'm sure. As soon as that first game was over, he was like, hold on, we're doing another. Production team was like, hold on. They got to run another one back. Steve's not happy.
Delay worlds. I've got to beat Baker on stream. I couldn't believe I had that Jafar.
I know. When you pulled the car, I'm like, how does he do it? I was like, I told everybody, I'm like, we don't script this. I promise. They just somehow find Baker every time. I don't know how he does it.
And then Steve got Namari, and then I got a foil one. He was like, you got to one-up me every time, haven't you? Good fun. And I was worried that we wouldn't get our chance to cast together when they took me away. So I'm glad that we do get that chance. But yeah, that was a lot of fun.
No, yeah, it's going to be great. As Liam and I were saying earlier, we're moving into round 7 here.
Yes, we are.
The stakes are super high for these players. And just again, this is the chance for them to make it into day 2. We're going to look at the standings real quick. We see Ed being 6-0. He went 5-0 earlier and made it in. Zach, DKP, all making it in as well from the previous rounds. And now in this 7th round, we have Raphael, Ellie, Lucas, Luca, Federico, Diego, and Morgan all playing, trying to get their 5th round win so that they can make it into the top 8 and into day 2 for the Disney Lorcana World Championship.
Yeah, what an incredible lineup of players on this screen, really. Like, just names that are... They are part of Lorcana lore at this point of time in the game's history. So really great to see these names, and I'm so excited to see what they're going to bring tomorrow.
Yeah, and players from each region also, between both of the regions.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know there's a little bit of rivalry that happens between EU and NA, sort of who has the best Disney Lorcana players around, and so I think it's going to be fun too that hopefully we'll have a good spread of players across the world going into day 2 of Disney Lorcana Worlds, and it'll be undecided until it's decided.
It ain't over until we quest to 20 and it's all done. But what a weekend it's been. I could not be more proud to be here. But yes, we're moving into the final round of the day. I do want to make a point of saying thank you so much to everyone who's invited us into your, I mean, I was just going to say homes, but I've seen people watching at their LGSs. I've seen people watching at the bakery. I've seen people watching at the local coffee shop.
I saw someone at poolside. They had like a picture in the pool, and they're like, I wonder how long, I'll be able to watch this. And so people are just watching from everywhere, all across the world. And I want to hear from you guys. Like, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. How long have you been watching? Have you been tuning in all day or not? I know some people have been traveling today, so they've had it on their phone, you know, of course not watching while they're driving, but having it on their phone, listening in all day. So
the audio version
yes,
on the phone.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
yeah. That's what we're here for, right?
Yeah, exactly.
To paint the
that's what we're
story.
paid for. Come on, man.
That's what we're here for. But thank you so much to everyone who has welcomed us into your lives over the weekend and just Lorcana as a whole. It's been such an honor to be here, but it's not over yet. We've got one round left to go, and then tomorrow we are cutting to the top 8 of these 28 incredible players, and we will determine who will go down in Lorcana history, Brandon, as the first ever world champion. What an accolade.
I know. Look, as great as the future world championships are going to be, you only get to be the first world champion once. There's only one.
There's only ever going to be one.
Yeah, and that person will definitely go down in Lorcana history. A lot of great players, a lot of great names, notable names that we've been following for the past year, over a year, making their journey here. There were 11 challenges across the globe that people could play in. We had 2 championships, North American and European, that people played in to earn their spot here. Thousands of players trying to get to this spot. Only 28 were able to make it today, and only 8 are going to move on to tomorrow. And only 1 is going to walk away with that trophy and that one-of-one Mickey that I know all of the players are looking for.
But I have no doubt that there are people at home watching now that may be brand new to Lorcana, or maybe they've never picked up a deck of cards in their life, but they've been watching the stream and they've been going, I want that. That's going to be me one day. I'm going to be up on that stage playing. I'm going to be competing to be the world champion. It's a bit of cheesy, but I genuinely believe that that is happening.
Yeah,
there are people out there. It could be you.
You.
Come on down.
It could be you. Yes, come on down. There's plenty of players here today that have talked about how this is their very first trading card game. They don't have any experience. Of course, we have other players that do have lots of experience with trading card games, and so that's one of the things that I love about Disney Lorcana, especially towards the beginning. We just got to see how many people, how many new players it brought to the hobby, to the trading card game hobby. And there were some players here that have never played another trading card game that are at the World Championship. So it definitely is possible for anybody at home. There's going to be, we'll announce stuff later tomorrow about future events that you guys can be looking forward to sort of start your journey on that towards the next World Championship.
16 dates coming tomorrow. Worldwide, that is, but that will be coming. And there's so much to do in Disney Lorcana for everyone. Me and Rebecca were talking about this earlier. Obviously, we just saw some pack rush. That's a great way to play Lorcana. Yeah. Obviously, constructed, sealed, but even things like a Lumineers quest, which is one of my favorite ways to play the Disney Lorcana trading card.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with this past set, Palace Heist trying to steal the Hexwell crown from Jafar. It's been super fun.
You didn't try to steal it, did you?
I am not going to answer that question while locked in the booth with you here. I'm loyal. I'm loyal to Jafar all day long. So, I definitely did not try to steal the Hexwell crown from him or heist it at all.
Good.
I would never think of such a thing.
I knew you wouldn't let me down like that. But if you would like to try and take Jafar's Hexwell crown, I can't hold it against you for at least trying.
Right.
Pick up the new Palace Heist, whether you want to do it on your own or with friends and try and take down Jafar. It's a lot of fun. Honestly, Lumineers Quest is one of my favorite ways to play the game.
It's a lot of fun. It comes with 2 decks already in there that you can use that have some really cool cards. And I'll be honest, it's not easy. Like, even the easy mode, I use some of the pre-constructed decks. It's not easy, but it has like 4 different difficulties. And like some of these pro players, even try to play against these decks, and you can construct whatever deck you want to play against it. You don't have to use the decks that come with
You can
the
strategize for it specifically,
yes. And it's still really tough. It's also multiplayer. You can play with multiple people. It's a great game to pull out at the kitchen table, play with you and the kids, or groups of friends, game night, whatever. So it comes in this really nice little box.
It's can I just gush about the range of the Palace Heist box for a moment? It's beautiful, honestly. If you can, try and pick it up, or maybe a friend's got it, find a way to get involved. But the point of all this, Disney Lorcana has something for everybody, and competitive TCG is for everybody.
Absolutely. And as much as I would love to continue to talk about Jafar,
all day I could gush.
I think the players are getting ready, so I want to start by introducing player number 1 for this last round. Morgan Shamblin, North American Championship top 8. His favorite deck, known for this deck, at least in North America, Emerald Amethyst, one that he's been playing for very long, the deck that he earned his invites into the North American Continental Championship in Las Vegas. He sold his car to go to Las Vegas Challenge.
Amazing.
Dedication, I am telling you. I'm good friends with Mo. I talk to him all the time. He is definitely dedicated to this game, plays more than anyone else that I know. And his favorite Disney character, Jim Hawkins. A little other fact I'm going to put out there because I think it's awesome. The Golden Mickey that he won, he gifted to his daughter.
Oh,
yes.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
What? I hope one day she's going to realize just how special that is. So shout out to Mo. Yeah, I had the pleasure of meeting him for the first time. I arrived on Thursday, and I managed to have an evening meal with Mo and a couple of others. Really lovely guy. Got to meet him and a couple of his family members. And I never knew that. I never knew that story about him selling his car to go to Las Vegas. Don't get me wrong. I'm not glad to hear he had to sell his car, but it's really like, it's motivation. Like it's fantastic, the dedication that would showed.
Yeah, so that is Morgan Shanlin, everyone. But let's move on to player number 2. We've got Kurt Spice. We've seen Kurt earlier in the day.
What's this?
What's this? In the beautiful Jack cosplay.
Yeah,
today.
it looked so good. Obviously, we saw him on stream earlier. Did rock the Disney Lorcana t-shirt for that, but you could see the makeup still on his face.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you guys, Kurt Spice walked into the building today.
Well, this will be an exciting final round to watch.
Yeah, he really went all the way. He had the whole get up.
I like both of these players. I think it'll be a good match.
The cosplay, so shouts to that. That's something that I see people do at Disney Lorcana challenges too. They show up in cosplays. I've seen like Mystic Bell.
A lot of big matches here. People winning their way into Top Cut.
Of things, and one of my favorite things about the Disney Lorcana challenges, sort of the way people express themselves. So happy to even see that here at the World's Tournament.
Yeah, 100%. It's one of my favorite parts of, like, you know, when I'm following along the American events, and you were looking out for the photos and all the videos. It's great to see the people that have come along dressed up and just really adding to the atmosphere, which has made up this incredible, wonderful, beautiful community.
Yes, and so I'm very excited to watch both of these players come head-to-head again. All stakes are on the line for day 2 here. They're just reviewing each other's deck lists. For anybody that might just now be tuning in or hasn't caught it throughout the day, we are in round 7, the final round of the day, doing the triple deck constructed format. The way that this works is both players get to look at all 3 of their opponent's deck lists. Each player had to bring 3 decks, and all of them using each ink from Disney Lorcana, all 6 inks. They look at the 3 deck lists that they brought. They decide which one they want to bench of their opponents, and then they both reveal simultaneously which one that they are choosing to bench. So there's various different strategies that players brought into this tournament on either what inks they wanted to bench, what decks they were bringing, things that they were expecting to play against.
Yeah, it really contributes towards the deck building process as a whole. Obviously, the fact that you get to bench an opposing ink type, or two inks really, it really does make you think a lot more about the deck building, right? If you know that you're going to be benching Steel all day, or you're going to be benching Emerald all day, then you can go, oh, okay, I can run these characters that would normally get Stormed. I can run these songs that would normally get Ursulaed, and you can think about deck building from a much deeper perspective.
Yeah, there's a lot of thought that has gone into this deck building process for these players. There's a strategy like that, you know, focusing on a particular ink to ban. Something else that I've seen players do, something that I think Edmund did, was bring in just 3 strong decks. Ruby Sapphire, Amber Steel, Amethyst Emerald, which I know Mo is on those lists as well. I think Kurt is on a little bit of a different series of decks, but you know, there's various different strategies essentially, and these players have spent the past couple months sort of prepping, trying to decide, okay, what's the best decision walking into this room of 28 world quality players?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it's not Baroque, don't fix it. There you go. So, yeah, some players saying, no, these decks work well. They are proven, tried and tested. I'm going to rock with these. And then you've got other players rocking up with some really interesting ink combinations. We saw some Amber Sapphire earlier, some Puppies, Thunderbolt, things like that. Zach Bivens has a really cool Amber Ruby deck list that I'm really hoping to get to see at some point today.
Yeah, I was very excited. You know, who would have thought 9 months ago that at the World Championship, brooms and puppies were being played? You know, we talked about it a bunch. Oh my gosh, okay. They're rolling 6 die to see who goes
6,
first.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 is the math I got from that.
I was fixing my chair. I missed completely.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 6, 12, 17, 18. Yeah, that's a higher roll, I think. Unless math is really failing me, I do believe
it's a lot of quick math to have to do, Baker. I'm going to be honest.
There's some quick maths, but if I'm not completely silly, I do think Mo got the higher roll there. We will find out very shortly, but that is going to take us into our benching phase. So we see here the players revealing what is going to be benched, and we see Emerald Amethyst is benched over on Mo's side of the board. And Amethyst Steel is going
This
to
might be one of the more interesting benchings, because leaving Steel Song and Red Blue in seems wild.
His Amethyst Emerald, because again, that's the deck that he's played all the time. I think he played it.
They're two rough decks to have to beat.
To earn this invite here, it was the deck that he played in Las Vegas. Something that he shared with me is that deck that he played here was actually close to the list that he played in Las Vegas, but it will be benched by Kurt, so we won't see that today. It looks like Mo is going to start by playing Amber Steel, and Kurt is going to start with Emerald Amber.
Yeah, 100%. I'm just looking at this Amber.
Wonder if it's like a Chernadog list or if it's like a green-yellow discard.
In this deck. That is not something you see every day. Nearly all four obs as well, other than 2 copies of the big bad Chernabog Evil Doer. What do you think of this big boy?
Chernabog Evil Doer. That's one of the cards that I enjoy seeing. You know, you have the big Chernabog, you're putting a bunch of cards into your discard, trying to play them out for almost for free some of the time, depending on how many.
This matchup is going to give me PTSD.
Back in the deck can be a difficult card for people to answer.
Amber Steel versus Chernadog.
Inks like Ruby or ways to bounce the card back to their hand. So it's a card that I've enjoyed playing around since it's been released. So maybe we'll see it played by Kurt here on Mo's side of the board.
But yeah, we have a Chernadog list in largely. We've got 4 copies of Tramp Dapper Rascal, 4 Tramp Enterprise,
you know why.
4 Tramp Street Smart Dog, along with 2 ladies, both the Elegant Spaniel and the Decisive Dog. No family dog in here, who has been very popular today, but absolutely leaning into this Chernadog archetype. Obviously, we really fuel the discard pile very efficiently with these sort of cards, especially the Tramp, the Street Smart Dog, who when you play him, you draw a card for every other character.
Kind of looks like they're wearing pajamas.
Cards. That's helping you dig towards your key pieces and helping you fuel the discard pile to play something like a Chernabog for free. And of course, we also have the Dual Link Lady, who on play you can return 2 characters of 2 strength or less, 2 cost or less, to your hand.
Yeah, lots of dogs being played on Kurt's side of the board, wanting to put things into your discard so that you can play big characters for cheap. You know, either we mentioned the Chernabog, there's the Tramp that can be shifted on as well. So it's just played early, depending on how many characters you have in play. So that's kind of the name of the game for Chernadogs. When I'm looking at Mo's deck list here, we've got an Amber Steel. It looks like a pretty aggressive list, a version of 7 Dwarves Mine. There's only 2 7 Dwarves Mine in the list currently, but we're running cards like Doc Bold Knight. We're playing Lilo Escape Artist, a set 1 card, also the Lilo Making a Wish.
Oh, it's going to be an interesting match.
Mulan Disguised Soldier to cycle some cards out. Peak Games Referee to sort of, once you
this is the first time we're going to see Steel Song, I think, on stream
like Be Prepared from Coming Down, or in this
today, which is a nice change from how most events go, where Steel Song is pretty much every match.
To these decks with low strength
Alter Boy Gown, yeah, they look like old-timey pajamas.
They do be little guys, they quest for a whole lot, and hey, you can get them to high strength. Something like the Tramp Dapper Rascal, who on play, you can give a character +1 strength for each character in your hand, so that can allow you to get to big high numbers. But here we go, the opening hands being drawn.
Goodness. Okay,
what are you seeing, Brandon?
I already see 2 Daisy Ducks in Mo's hand, especially being on the play. That's something that I think he's going to want to keep. And a Lilo.
Oh, it's not even Amber Steel aggro, or it's not even Steel Song. It's just like Amber Steel aggro. All right.
Low-cost characters that can quest for 2 lore out there, trying to finish the game quickly. We've also got a beautiful Lilo Making, or sorry, not Lilo Making Wish, Lilo Escape Artist from those gift boxes in both players' hands. Beautiful.
I don't have much experience with this matchup to know which aggro deck is favored, but I know the Amber Steel aggro is pretty fast.
Kurt is finishing his altar.
Yeah, we'll get confirmation on that soon. Just to confirm to everyone at home, I'm just looking in more detail through the Chernadog list. We're not playing Lady Miss Park Avenue. We're playing Lady Decisive Dog and Lady Elegant Spaniel, both of which are 1-cost characters. The Elegant Spaniel gets +1 lore if you've got a Tramp in play. And the Decisive Dog, when you play this character, when you play a character, this character gets +1 strength this turn, and while she has 3 strength or more, she gets +2 lore. So these ladies can become absolutely ferocious, Brandon.
Yeah, it can be a really explosive opening, especially paired with the Tramp card that gives you extra strength. If you depending on the characters in play, you can absolutely play that lady on turn 1, follow up with another 1-cost character on turn 2, and then the Tramp being played for 1 on turn 2 as well, because of the discount from Lady, boosting her up to that strength that she needs for a 3 lore quest. So 2 pretty pretty aggressive list going head-to-head, and we see the fist bump by both players. We are going into the final round of day 1 of the Disney Lorcana World Champion. Morgan starting with a Lilo, making a wish, passing it on to Kurt.
Yeah, pretty solid start. And you notice these 0-4s that Kurt's running, such as the Little John. Really useful in this match because you can play things like Tramp to boost their strength. And I mentioned it earlier, the Cricky Lucky Cricket, who on play you give +3 strength to all your characters. So that can make these characters hit all the harder. We are going to prioritize the lady that actually has 1 strength so that we can deal with this Lilo this turn.
Speaking of lady, Mo, I think found a lady off the top there, lady family friend, which when played, you can play a 2-cost character or less for free. So we'll see what Morgan does on this turn 2. We're turn early for lady, but if he goes really wide here, playing 2 1-cost characters, we can potentially follow it up with that lady and another card on the next turn, just going super wide. And it looks like that's exactly what we're going to do. Morgan playing out 2 Daisy Duck Donald's date. Donald's winning all those teddy bears for Daisy here. We're going to quest for 2 with Lilo, being Morgan being the first for lore on board.
What is interesting, though, is this Chernodog deck is all characters. So these Daisy Ducks are always going to be giving presents. There is not a single non-character card in this list. I also want to point out, though, just because it could come in handy later, the Go-Go Tamago in the list for Kurt. Obviously, on play, you can pay 2 more ink to gain lore equal to the damage on a character. And we already see things like Daisy have 4 willpower. That could be something that really makes it be a big game changer later on.
Has really got triple Daisy opening.
A card that Mo is known for, one that he'll definitely be looking out for. Oh my goodness, we see a third lady, or sorry, a third Daisy Duck after playing the lady. Kurt's going to be getting a lot of cards in his hands. Every time Daisy quests, he reveals the card off the top of his deck. If it's a character, he gets to put it in hand. But these Daisies having so much willpower, questing for 2 every turn, Mo put his foot on the gas and said, let's wrap up this game quickly.
Yeah, Mo clearly has dinner plans that he wants to get to tonight, but Kurt not too worried. Again, like this is bad, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of gas on Morgan's side of the field, but if Kurt can build up a few characters and then play something like that Cricky, or again, we mentioned the Tramp, we do have the tools here to be able to answer these characters, but that's a lot of ducks.
Yeah, I mean, the game certainly is not over. As you mentioned, he has 2 Little Johns in play already, 0-4s. There's another Nala that I saw in hand, a 0-4 as well. And honestly, all he needs is something like a Cricky to pull, and then all of a sudden, these Daisy Ducks are being banished. Okay, so we're showing that there's only the dock in hand for Mo after we play this Ursula Deceiver, so missing an action discard on Kurt's side.
But Brandon, did Kurt just ink a foil DLC Rapunzel?
It looks that way. Look, I feel bad inking normal enchantments.
In a minute.
I can't imagine having to ink a DLC challenge promo Rapunzel. What a flex that is.
I feel
my heart rate just gone up a little.
I have feelings, Brandon, but I will try and be professional and contain them. So yeah, Rapunzel going into the inkwell and just continuing to extend. And yeah, like Mo's putting on the pressure, but a Cricky on the right turn, we could clear this entire board potentially. But will Mo be too close to game by that point? There's an enchanted lady. You'd love to see it.
Yeah, Mo at this point, inking the penny, playing the dock for turn, discarding 0 cards in hand and drawing 2 cards, but we're going to quest with all of these daisies, and we're just revealing the cards that Kurt's filling off the top. You know, usually this is a negative thing in the sense of you don't always know what your opponent has in hand, and you certainly don't want to be giving cards to your opponent. But in a scenario like this, where all of Kurt's cards are characters, knowing that he's not drawing that Cricky is a little bit advantageous, actually.
Yeah, for sure. But Kurt's got to be hoping we're digging closer and closer to it at the very least. But going into turn 4, we did see that Kurt picked up that Tramp Street Smart Dog, who you can pay 1 less to play him for each character that you have in play. So again, another character. This deck loves to play cards for free. It loves its value, but more importantly, helping you dig towards those things like the Cricky, and we can get that big bad Chernobog out. That's great. But will Mo be too close to game by that point?
I was counting up the lore on board already, and there's 9 lore, so not quite enough to win on the next turn. Of course, we can do a little bit of challenging potentially to slow that down a little bit, but as we see, Kurt is just playing character after character, reducing that cost for Tramp. We're going to play, he's going to draw
six cards.
Six cards.
For the other characters that aren't the Street Smart Dog.
Right, and then he has to discard 6 cards, so this is putting a bunch of character cards into the discard. I saw that we already had a Chernobog in hand earlier, which means we're greatly discounting this 9/9 card that can come into play. You know, Kurt going just as wide as Mo is. If Kurt's able to stabilize with some of these characters, you know, this game could turn quickly, but Mo certainly is putting on the gas.
Yeah, I mean, like in any other matchup, this would be a fantastic start for Kurt, going wide with these characters. He had the Ursula to rip a song, didn't get a hit in this.
He tosses a
game,
Cricky.
still a nice card to hit, and we've just played this.
Now he can play another Tramp for free. Then he gets the Chernobog for free here.
The Cricky in Kurt's hand. He put one in the discard as well, so he does have that to follow up on the next turn.
Okay, so if we can stabilize on the following turn, then maybe Kurt can keep Mo off of it. There's a lot of work to be done. There's not a single lure on the board, but it's just a shame. Like, this is such a great start for Sherna Dogs, but these ducks and dogs are going all gas.
I might have been mistaken earlier. I believe the graphic showed Mo at 10 lore. If Mo's at 12 lore, then he has game on board.
That's game on board if it's already at 12 lore. But we do have a couple of characters that we can challenge with this turn. Unfortunately, the Little Johns and the Nala are hitting
they all hit for 0.
A very subpar 0.
Yeah, the Ursula can challenge, but there's nothing on Mo's side of the board that would be banished from that one strength.
Yeah.
So.
I feel like we needed to play a kit or something this turn,
yeah,
just to buy a turn, right?
Definitely needed to bounce something. And Mo's going to take game 1 very quickly. Kurt's just going to go ahead and scoop, and we're going to move to game 2.
Can't beat that triple daisy.
Always looks really calm under all circumstances. I mean, like, to be fair, a lot of these players do, right? The
of course,
the
professionals,
yeah. But Kurt, I don't know. There's something on his face of like, oh, well, let's go game 2. There's something just very happy-go-lucky about it, just like the Cricky.
Yeah, there you go, happy-go-lucky, or lucky Cricky.
But there we go. That's going to mean that Mo can no longer play that super aggressive deck. He has to switch to his last non-remaining bench deck, whereas Kurt will have the option to either switch over to his Ruby Sapphire deck, which has not been banned, or he can stay on that Chernodog list. I want to see more Chernodog. I enjoy Chernodog. It's a cool deck.
I do too. I think it's really fun to play themed type decks in Disney Lorcana, and Chernodog just happens to be a very strong one that we're seeing played at the World Championship. And I think it's another great deck that would be great on the play. Kurt's going to get to choose to be on the play this time. And we saw just how wide he was able to go in those first couple turns, which is sort of unfortunate that he was on the draw, and Mo was able to go a little bit faster in his Amber Steel deck. But Mo is going to have to bring out Ruby Sapphire, which is typically a control deck, a slower deck. So if Kurt can get an explosive start here with his Emerald Amber deck, he might be able to take this win and we go to a game 3 potentially.
Yeah, I think if I know that the opponent's switching to Ruby Sapphire, I'm absolutely sticking with Chernodog. I'm like, okay, I'm going to do to you what you just did to me.
I'm going to do all of that again, and then we'll go to game 3 afterwards.
Be interested to see what build of red-blue he's playing. If he's running items and he has lots of Sisus and Brawls, this might just be fine.
Just demonstrated with just such gas, all those daisies, all those ladies. It's all about dogs and ducks.
Dogs and ducks. Dogs, ducks, and brooms. That's what we've seen all day. Yeah, something to note about the
Big Sisu obviously wipes pretty much the entire Chernodog deck off the board if he can get to that point.
Right, like Chernodogs, they all have low strength, and so a card that we've seen over and over in these Ruby Sapphire decks are Sisu Empowered Sibling. Usually in a scenario like this, I think Mo's looking to ramp for the first couple turns, which is essentially add extra ink into his Inkwell on the turn so that he can quickly shift the Sisu Empowered Sibling onto the Daring Visitor. But as we saw just from last game as well, if Kurt can get that ideal opening, Mo may not have the time. He may be too late to do something like that.
Yeah, I mean, with Ruby Sapphire, thankfully, we could go for a really aggressive ramp, like turn 2 Sail or Tipo into a turn at 3, like how far I'll go, just to like really just get to that turn where you can. I mean, be prepared isn't safe because Ursula, but maybe Kurt misses the Ursula, and maybe that is an out. But if not, you're absolutely right. That Sisu is going to be huge. But can Kurt get close enough to game by that point that, he feels confident that he can get over the finish line? I hope so. I would love to see a game 3 here.
I love game 3s, especially when there's so much on the line. I know the players probably hate it. Mo would probably love to take the game 2 and go home.
Don't be wrong. That opinion changes when I'm in the seat.
Exactly. But as a caster behind the booth, for the audience at home, I think it's very exciting for game 3s. But we are going to look at these opening hands to see what the players are looking at. I do see, let's see what Kurt is working with, since he will be on the play.
He's working with that foil DLC Rapunzel. I swear he's just trying to annoy me. I I'm going to have a word with him after this, but can't knock him for it. Hey, you won a pretty thing, play with the pretty thing.
It's your card. Right? You do what you want with it at that point.
Absolutely. If you're happy, then I'm happy. But the rest of the hand looked pretty good from Kurt there. A couple of daisies, the low-cost characters that you want to see. And Kurt is going to be on the play in this game. So let's see what happens. I love that camera work that we've had over the World Championship as well. I just want to say. I mean, we shouldn't comment on it. We should just be like, yeah, of course we have this. But I think it's great. I think it's really cool. Shout out to production.
Yeah, shout out to production. Shout out to judges. Shout out to everybody that has allowed this event to take place and run as smoothly as it has for this first day. You know, it definitely couldn't happen without everybody involved. So shout out to everybody. Shout out to the viewers for being here all day too. We love you guys, and we're happy that you're here enjoying Lorcana along with us.
Yeah, 100%. Worth mentioning again, a big match here for Mo. If he can secure this second game, or if we go to a game 3, just get the match win, he will have those 5 match points that are so coveted in today's event.
And something to note, I didn't realize this, but Kurt is 3-3, which means if he wins, he still is going to be out of the top 8, but he is still playing for promos. Remember, each player, for every win that they get per round, they get another challenge promo. So Kurt would be looking to get the Baymax.
I think it's the Baymax after the Kuzco, right?
Yes.
Cinderella, then Punzi, then Kuzco, then Baymax, then second whole new world. Is that right?
Absolutely. Perfect, Baker.
Something right today. There we go.
You've been doing great. What are you talking about?
But we have a turn 1.
We're just playing the item version.
This has become...
This is just the shiny
standard.
Yeah, like look, these players, I don't know what to say. I'm not showing up to locals with these kind of cards, you know. I'm excited to see them on stream though. If there's anywhere to play all the shiny cards, I think it's the World Championship, right?
100%.
Everybody wants to see them. But Kurt opening with this Daisy on 1, questing with it. Mo finds a Maui hero to all. Kurt's gonna follow that up on turn 2 with a Piglet. We'll see if Mo finds his ramp that he needs on turn 2, either through a Tipo or a Sail the Azurite Sea, which is usually what you're looking for as a Ruby Sapphire player.
Yeah, 100%, and this is a really nice opening curve. No opening play from Mo, not even the Porpsicle, but we're able to curve Daisy into Piglet. There's the Sail the Azurite Sea. Shout out to Sailor, player that's very much known for Ruby Sapphire.
By the way, Mo had to beat Sailor to get to this point last round.
That's a flex.
Yes,
That is a flex right there. Sailor is no pushover.
Definitely not.
Fair play to Mo, a very, a player with their own set of incredible credentials when it comes to Lorcana. So there's no surprise there. Just, hey, that's still a great thing if you can take down a player of that caliber. But we're going to ink a Little John, and we're going to go wide.
Goodness.
Down comes the Daisy Duck and the second Piglet.
Brandon, oh, no. Oh, my goodness. We hit the workshop that's going to go to the bottom of the deck for Mo here off of that Daisy trigger.
To be fair, I think of all decks that can't complain about missing daisies, it's these Ruby Sapphire heavy item, heavy action packages.
I guess you're right.
Like sometimes only characters filling one line of the deck, basically. So
the only reason that I react in the way that I do is because I know since losing Hiram, the workshop is needed in order to keep cards in hand. And so seeing that one of those is at the bottom of the deck, if Mo doesn't already have another one in hand, he's going to have to stabilize before we can even think about getting this workshop in, or getting a workshop into play.
Yeah, this is over.
Hand, but you just never love
he doesn't remove
a
character here. He's going to quest for 10.
Even more.
At least
and then,
I think we would have loved to have seen.
He's not going to get a board wipe after that.
On this turn potentially to pop a Daisy and then threaten a shift line, but this is also fine.
He's only going to be able to kill a Daisy here.
Yeah, there's a Sisu in hand after the the sales.
So his only comeback is if he has Shift Sisu for next turn.
Mend some of the bleeding a little bit and getting rid of this Daisy Duck, because these Piglets, they're about to quest for 3 lore each.
We can shift next turn now. Unless Kurt can do something to get rid of this Sisu, which looking at the deck list, I don't think there's anything that can be done.
If we have it. I'm not even sure that Mo has the Shift Sisu
but
in
from
hand.
Kurt's perspective, he has to respect it, right?
Yeah, definitely.
But you always quest with everything here, right? We're going to quest with Daisy first. Oh! I've been robbed. Look at me complaining. Mo's definitely feeling worse than I am about that. But
to be fair,
go on.
Mo was still 1 turn off of this Be Prepared.
Sure.
And at that point, if these Piglets stick around for more than 1 extra turn, the extra turn may not matter. We may not even seen this Be Prepared being played. But for the audience's sake and for my sake, I'm sad that the Be Prepared's gone, because we love to hear you sing, Baker.
Oh, you're too kind. I don't know if everyone feels that way, but makes me happy. So that's all. I'm joking. A couple of big.
Well, he's got the Chernabog in hand, so if he does Sisu and board wipe, he can play the Chernabog next turn.
Sisu in Mo's hand? If not, I think he pulled it off the top.
He finds the Sisu off the top, which means we are going to be able to ink for this turn.
A good top deck.
Sisu, that is definitely not the end of the game. We still see Kurt is all the way up at 15. Mo is going to have to still keep control of everything that Kurt's playing, but this is exactly
so I mean, it's funny because if the Daisy doesn't hit the B prep, then he doesn't get
everything
this.
on Kurt's side of the board will be banished. As
Then he gets the B prep without enough ink to play it instead.
We didn't even know if he had it, and then we just see him pull it off of the top, and I didn't see a lick of emotion on Mo's face. Not one lick of emotion, just like, okay.
He's locked in, that's for sure. Mo is locked in. He wants this win. I know he does.
Of course, yeah. Like, again, of course you do. You want to proceed to the top 8. You want the right to call yourself the world champion. But wow, that's got to feel really bad for Kurt. Does have the escape artist Lilo, and we are able to send all of the characters into our discard pile and pay 3.
I think we just paid 3 for
3.
It, yeah.
We shuffle back 6 characters into the deck, and we put down the big bad evildoer Chernabog.
Yeah, and this is where we see where these Lilos, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm losing the card name. The Lilo escape artist.
Yes, escape artist.
They can get very annoying, especially in these decks, because every time they go to the discard, Kurt can just bring them back on the next turn, sort of forcing. I mean, Kurt is at a lore lead right now, being at 15, where you have to respect the Lilo. You can't just let the Lilo stay in play because it's too lore. If you let those Lilos quest for an extra turn, Kurt wins. That's kind of where Kurt is at right now. He plays the Chernabog, has the Lilo, has 5 lore on board, so Mo, at the very least, is going to have to challenge this Lilo with the Sisu if he doesn't have another way to banish some of these characters.
Yeah, 100%. Maybe we find another Sisu to shift on top of this one. But to be fair, at least you'd only be taking out the Lilo there. The Chernabog is a big, big boy, so... Yeah, that was a really nice top for Mo, but is it going to be enough? We do have the Maui Hero to all. That's a fantastic way to be able to deal with this Lilo and still be able to go on a quest with our Sisu. This Chernabog left on the board, though, is going to be questing for 3 up to 18. What do we find? We are top decking.
Oh, is that a Rapunzel that we just saw off the top?
If that is, this Chernabog challenging into Sisu and then Rapunzel is... big.
Very big. It would give Kurt a lot of gas in his hand, make it even more difficult for Mo to have to answer something.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he brought the Lilo back here. Top decking the Rapunzel would be such a great top deck.
Extra characters out of his hand. We are going to see the Chernabog go ahead and quest, though, putting Kurt up to 18.
But not enough ink to play it really like slows him down.
Difficult this Chernabog is to answer.
He probably just like trades here, right?
Decks, which are decks notoriously known for just banishing characters.
Oh, he's got Maui, so he'll just run both Mauis into Chernabog.
We do have another Maui hero to all that we can play if we want to play another.
That's pretty good.
Challenge both into the Chernabog, but they both are going to be banished in return. We could use the Sisu to challenge into the Lilo if we wanted as well.
We'd have to, yeah. We need to double into the Chernabog with the 2 Mauis, and then the Sisu takes out the Lilo just to prevent Kurt from getting 2 games. So at least, again, they don't feel like great challenges, right? But they are necessary challenges just to keep the game going.
Right, Mo just has to stay in this game. And something else notable in Mo's deck, you know, we see different variations of Ruby Sapphire, some of them playing Half Sharks and Pirate's Life. Mo's not on any of that. So as for every lore that Kurt gains, he's staying at that lore. He's not getting any lower. We are going to see the Maui being played, taking out the Chernabog, as we mentioned. And then we're going to wait and see what Mo does. He's looking to ink a card. So we're going to see a Vitalosphere inked here. And we're going to play a Sisu to banish the Lilo. This is great because great for Mo at least, because he will be able to quest for 3 with the Sisu, pushing up to 6, closing that lore gap just a little bit, you know, keeping him in this game.
He's keeping it close to his chest. Was that a lady? I think that was a lady off the top, decisive.
It was.
It is the Rapunzel that we saw last turn. You were right, Brandon. So I still respect it, though. Like, Kurt had that option to go for a really nice card draw play, but it was like, I win in, like, 2 turns.
Right, kind of make Mo have it sort of a thing. And so we do see Kurt just playing out the Rapunzel and the lady, saying, you have to have it again. I'm just going to keep playing these characters until you can't answer them. And hopefully, oh my goodness, he finds another Sisu off the top. I think we have enough ink at this point to just play it out right. It's going to banish both the lady and the Rapunzel. That is insane. We have 7 lore on board for Mo here. He's going to quest out for 4, pushing even closer to 20, catching up to Kurt quickly. Kurt in top deck mode at this point.
100%. We'll be able to put this Lilo back on the board. So one more thing is, like, we're questing for 7.
Yeah, that's wild.
Mo wins.
Mo would win. I'm trying to think of...
My mind is blown.
Kurt would have to find like a cloud kicker off the top.
Yeah, then you could deny 1 lore.
Yeah, to me it's crazy because like I think it's a misplay
Incredible.
to play the little Sisu last turn. Like he inked to take out the Lilo. I think you save the little Sisu in case they threaten game that you have the little Sisu to like remove a daisy. So the fact that he gets bailed out by drawing big Sisu is wild.
World Championship. Look at that face. You can see the raw emotion. The entire story of Mo's entire Lorcana career is all over that man's face right now. And I'm not going to lie, I'm a big fan of Kurt. He's a great friend, but I could not be happier for Mo in this moment.
I couldn't either. Both of these players, huge respect.
Look at him celebrate.
Yeah,
yes, Mo. Yes, give it some.
I know he's happy. I've been following Mo all day. He lost his first
look at
two
this. Look at this.
decks.
Look at this.
Hugging it out.
Sorry to cut you off, Brandon, but
No,
this
that's
is
okay.
exactly what it's all about, my friend.
Yes, you can see the emotion on Mo's face. He's so happy. The players supporting each other.
Yeah, Mo having to go 5-0 after going 0-2.
All of the competitors supporting each other while here.
It's got to be a crazy feeling.
Mo. He came back from a 0-2 start to the day. Had to
Is that how he started?
Yes, had to climb all the way back here. So, you know, definitely earned it, grinded his way. Going on to day 2. Kudos to Kirk.
Big time
to all
victory.
the players today. I mean, these you have to remember, this is a room full of world-class players.
Yep.
Even if they didn't make it to day 2, they're better than pretty much every other Lorcana player to date, at least.
Well, actually, got to me a little bit. Just seeing Kurt hug him and like just give that full support. They're like obviously, you know, heartbreaking for him, but
of course,
just being happy for the opponent and like, oh, that was a really beautiful moment. That's genuinely what this game is all about.
And I'll be honest, like. I was not expecting Mo to win that second game. Seeing how strong Kirk came out in game 1 on the draw, playing Dogs, you know, historically a great deck on the draw, an aggro deck. I mean, that's the goal of this deck, is to win on.
Since I was over in 2, they might show an extra round. They might show another match.
Sorry, excuse me, I'm forgetting the name. The Pirate's Life.
Pirate's Life.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. The Pirate's Life to reduce the lore. I knew it was going to be, you know, a slog for him to get there, but he found the Sisus when he needed. He found the ramp when he needed. And close it out.
What a match. Again, we love to see a game 3, but like, what an incredible match. We saw such a close aggro versus aggro matchup. And then
that was really good.
The underdog.
Yeah.
Pun fully intended, by the way.
The Sisus just kept coming.
And those two Sisus, that will be a clip.
Ban Sisu. Well, Sisu's rotating. Unless they decide to reprint it.
There's been a couple Sisus today that have been flipped off the top, you know, needed exactly, or found exactly when they're needed. So
they control hard and just reprint Sisu, but make it lower rarity so it's even easier to get.
Exactly when they're needed. Wow, that was incredible. I'm just looking backstage now and Kurt going around giving hugs to me members of the community. Honestly, I want to give a huge shout out to Kurt. He's such a good human being, an incredible player, and just that moment right there, just congratulating Mo, that sums up the Saturday for me so far at the World Championship.
Definitely. Great sportsmanship all day today from the players. You love to see it. Kirk getting up, giving everybody a hug, the competitors supporting each other. You really can't ask for a better community, especially in the competitive space. Like, let's be honest.
Just reprint all the other small Sisus, but not the one strength remover.
To make sure that we have good sportsmanship. We
are inclusive.
Yes,
we're kind. We're welcoming. We're supportive. And keep it up, Land, because like, I'm so proud of. Like, I think we should all, from Ravensburger to content creators to the LGS owners to the judges to the people behind the scenes helping with production and marketing. We should be so proud, man, of the community we've created.
Absolutely.
Because couldn't be happier with it.
Couldn't be happier, and we want to continue to build that. So keep it up. Everybody that's listening, the community, it's an important thing. We want to keep the community like this. But with that being said, I believe we do have Rebecca on the interview, so I'm eager to hear how Mo feels after making it to day 2.
Let's go to Rebecca.
We are here with Mo Shamblin. Congratulations. You are going to day 2, top 8 of the very first Disney Lorcana World Championship. How are you feeling? You were 4-1. This was your last chance to make it to day 2, and you did it.
I did it. It's insane. From where I started this morning to where I'm at right now, it's crazy.
Yeah, you were saying that you actually started the day 0-2, so that was a big hurdle to overcome to get here. But you've said once you get over to the constructed that you were feeling a little bit better about the day.
Absolutely. I started in sealed, and I was very comfortable in sealed, but it just didn't work out for me. So I started 0-2, and then my loving, wonderful, amazing, beautiful wife told me to stop losing. So I said, okay, deal.
deal. And here you are on your way to top 8. Now, I want to talk about these games because there were some incredible plays. First of all, game 1, double daisy, and then you're like, hey, why not have a third daisy here? How did that feel?
You know, my mulligan was... I had a chance to be a little bit more aggressive with it, but that was an insane opener, and I'm like, I know I'm in the aggro mirror. I know we're just in a race, and I know he's just going to have this bomb turn, and he's an amazing player. He's not going to give me a chance to stop it, so I'm just going to see what happens, and it worked out fantastic. It was a perfect mulligan for the game.
Yeah, and then game 2, I know that traditionally that Ruby Sapphire can struggle against aggro decks. How are you feeling about that match? And then how are you feeling about those Sisus coming to help you out?
Yeah, you know, sometimes it's just your day. I was blessed. I made the play. I knew my outs. I knew how much lore he was threatening, and it was terrifying, and I drew the cards I needed to. And, you know, absolutely blessed. Double Piglet, double Daisy, Tramp on curve. That was wild opener, and I was able to get it shut down.
Yeah, there's no way he could lose. His draws are too good.
Community probably had a fantastic time watching that game. There were lots of hoops and hollers out here when you pulled off those Sisus. Congratulations again. We're going to see you tomorrow in the top 8. Congrats, Mo. We're going to go back over to the booth. High five on the way out here.
What an incredible interview with Mo. That is my favorite bit of advice. My beautiful, wonderful, supportive wife told me, stop losing. Just stop losing, man.
Yeah, so we did get that beautiful interview with Mo, but we want to bring Kurt in as well to talk about his day as well. So Kurt, why don't you come on in?
Come on over, my friends.
We just have to say, first of all, kudos to the day. You did a fantastic performance.
An amazing day.
Yeah, so tell us about it. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so going into the sealed portion, I just wanted one win to make sure I'm alive for the tournament. Yep. Going into the constructed, so I could bust out the dogs.
The dogs!
There you go. And so then, yeah, so I went 2-1 in sealed, so doubled up my expectations.
There you go.
That.
Nice, let's go.
The sealed was souped up, and, you know, I had a lot of good cards, too. You know, so like, yeah, and then the constructed games were really fun. It was a lot of close matches. I lost 4 and 3 in constructed, went 1-3.
Nice.
But it was always mostly game 3s. One was a 2-0. Yeah, and like that match was just super exciting to play. Like it was like right down to the wire for both players.
Definitely,
I think if I got the enterprising dog tramp off that big draw 13, I'd take him only to 18, and I think I could win the next turn, which would have been an amazing win on camera.
Yeah.
And it just didn't quite get there, and then he had like, you know, the Sisu at every
Did
time.
he tell you
I can't believe the series of events for that, honestly.
Yeah, Mo deserves it a lot. So, you know, I'm very happy for him.
Every player's deserving. Like you guys have come so far to get to this point. You know, I definitely don't want you to sell yourself short. Everyone here deserves to be here, and you know, we're happy to have you in the booth with you. I do have a question for you though about the cosplay.
Yeah.
I'm interested what inspired it, dude.
So ultimately, I feel like Lorcana went all out for the world's people, so I had to in turn go all out for Lorcana.
Man.
So, you know, I went for the full Jack Skellington suit. I had my pumpkin head going on, and the audible gasp as I walked into the room with the whole deal was, you know, well
that
worth
was only half me.
well worth it. And then I was like 0-7, and I'm still dancing off. You know,
There you
like,
go, dude. Yeah, that's awesome.
So yeah, just, you know, kicks it off, and it's just, you know, if a tournament goes bad, at least they have something else to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you did phenomenal today. You know, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of all the players here. We're happy to have you here. And as a representative for Disney Lorcana, you know, I think it's awesome to see people that are willing to put so much back into the community. Like you said, you know, you thought they did so much for us with Worlds, and you wanted to do something for everyone else. And so, yeah, I just have to give kudos to that.
I do. And I want to make a point of saying, you are genuinely one of my favorite people in this community. You're a great player. I've always seen you giving incredible advice and support to other people. But the main thing I want to point out, that moment after the match where you've just lost 2-0, you stood up, you gave Mo the biggest hug, and I could see how genuine that was and that you were related for him. That, to me, sums up Disney Lorcana as a whole. So I want to say thank you so much for showing that to the community and for just being an incredible human being.
Thank you. That means the world to me, Dylan. So yeah, get that for sure.
Just the truth. Just want to call him how we see him. But we're going to be ending soon. Is there any like last messages, like shout outs or thank yous, or the camera is yours for the moment? Anything you would like to do? Be careful.
if you're at home and listening, I just want to know where my dogs at? 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 I'm breaking the set. I'm breaking the set. I gotta get out of here.
If you're in the chat, give him a virtual round of applause.
Awesome to have
Dude,
you.
Absolute pleasure to have you,
Kudos.
brother. What an incredible guy. What more could you ask for from a World Championship player? But Brandon, I also want to give you a cuddle.
Of course,
what an
of
honor
course.
it was
Anytime,
to cast
dude.
with you
Anytime.
for the first time
Anytime.
ever. You're an absolute star. I'm learning from everyone that I work with here today.
Same.
It has been a genuine pleasure. However, all good things at some point must come
to an end.
To a temporary end.
Good.
We are going to be signing off ever so shortly, but if you want to see the final bracket, stay tuned to social media, Disney Lorcana on X, on Instagram, wherever Disney Lorcana is, wherever social media is, go and follow it and you will see very shortly the final brackets, the standings for day 2 will be posted, and tomorrow we are going to be back with the top 8 of the World Championship. And we're going to see every single match. They're not going to be happening at the same time. There's going to be a schedule.
No, yes, it'll be staggered.
Yeah, we'll announce that, I'm sure, at the beginning of the day. We'll have a little bit of an idea of how that's going to look, and we'll make those announcements for you. And don't forget, there are plenty more announcements coming up to do with 16 Disney Lorcana challenges that are being announced worldwide, which is very exciting. I know that you guys
I'm
are
excited for the challenges.
The show.
Yeah, so thanks for everyone who hung out today. We're at 11 hours and 40 minutes of the stream, so it's been a long day for me. I've been kind of in and out. There were times where I wasn't here. I had to eat and make food and be a human, but for the most part, I've been here watching the coverage, keeping things updated on the screen for you guys. So thanks for hanging out and watching the channel. If you're not subscribed, please hit the subscribe button. I'm trying to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark on YouTube. It's a huge milestone, and I really appreciate the support, but I'll be back here tomorrow to take you guys through the finals. If you guys want to hang out again, I'll be here. Cheers.